There's a new energy today, folks. A new energy as we say, oh, baby, and good morning here on the Warriors Wednesday. Their backs are against the wall, Alan Stiles. Backs against the wall as they face a 3-1 deficit against the L.A. Lakers. Game 5 tonight at Chase Center. We'll see if they can take step one to rallying and coming back from a 3-1 deficit. But what I won't do, as I say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift and getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody out there on the roadway. Sun is out. What I won't do is compare this to 2016 Oklahoma City and say, hey, well, they did it before. They can do it again. That has no bearing on what this squad is today. That squad was completely different. Oklahoma City was a formidable foe, but that was 2016. We're in 2013 now. You cannot compare those two series together. So if you're saying, hey, we did it before, get that out of your mindset. This is a whole new squad, and it's a whole new year, and the guys are a lot older here. So how are the Warriors going to rally? Well, they got to take it one game at a time, and they got to win tonight if they want to have dreams about rallying from a 3-1 deficit.
I'm so glad you said that, Bonte, because can we all just close our eyes and go back to 2016? I was a completely different person, Bonte. I think we all were. So I get it. They can pull that back in their mind, but I'm trying to think about memories from 2016 right now, and it's kind of hard for me to do. So I know that they have them, and I know that they did it, but I'm just glad you said that because it is different. But yes, they have, that core has done it before, and it starts here. You need to go out and not look at the fact that you did pull this off and use the old cliche game by game, and not even game by game, quarter by quarter.
Minute by minute.
This team has been so terrible at the beginning and ends of quarters. You got to figure out a way to start the middle, right? They kill it. The middle, they get it rolling. But the beginning of quarters, they're a little sluggish. The end of quarters, they get sloppy. You got to stay focused. You got to lock in the whole, Steph tweets that before every game. You got to lock in every minute for the next hopefully three games. There are no more mental lapses allowed. Can't happen.
No, it cannot happen at all. Cannot happen at all. As we saw the Denver Nuggets blow away the Phoenix Suns last night, they're up 3-2. You see Philadelphia go to Boston and take a 3-2 series lead. And I'm not going to lie to you. Watching Tyrese Maxey, Embiid was an MVP yesterday. He had MVP favor. His hustle back on Jaylen Brown late in the game, up 15, blocking that shot. I said, okay, this guy wants it. Yeah. This guy wants it this year. He's hungry. He's playing like the damn MVP. But you look at James Harden, you look at Tyrese Maxey. Mm-hmm. And I said, Tyrese Maxey is doing what Poole was doing last postseason.
It used to be a conversation. We used to argue who's better. It's not a conversation right now.
It's not a conversation right now. Jordan Poole, and I'm not here to pile on Jordan Poole. That's not what I want to do today. Because the young man needs love. He needs positivity. And the whole thing about, now that we're a day and a half removed from the whole locker room thing and people are ripping him for being in the locker room. Let me say something. I'm going to ask you. You played sports. You played at Temple University. You played baseball. You played at De La Salle. You played all through your childhood. I played Pop Warner football. I played high school. Hell, I coached for a season. Even to this day now, I don't like losing.
Yeah.
So, hey, Jordan Poole had his back to the media. Music was down. It was a tense situation. I get all that. But you know what? Hey, hello. That's locker room life. Mm-hmm. Nobody likes to lose.
Right.
And you know what? If he has his way of dealing with losses by playing music or not, then so be it. I can handle losing. I didn't want to shake nobody's hand. I didn't want to be bothered for the next 5 hours after a loss. I had to let it sink in, chill, get away from me. A Niners loss, especially growing up. Mm-hmm. I didn't care about anything other than they lost a game, and I need to be by myself because I am a toxic human being right now. Yeah. I am not happy. I don't take losing well. Yeah. I don't like losing in Connect Four. So if Jordan Poole is frustrated with the loss and some people think it's selfish and he's pouting, you know what? Earth to everybody, it sucks losing. Yeah. So I want him dealing with that. I don't care how he deals with it. The fact that he's not happy with losing and he's like, man, maybe I needed an opportunity. Maybe I could have helped out a little bit. So be it. Let's get over it.
I was very confused as to what the actual story was. My question is, what locker room wouldn't have tension after going down 3-1? And what player that just got the bag and thought they were going to be the next star who's putting up donuts and got benched in the second half would be juiced to talk to the media? If we're going to make a story about Dylan Brooks skipping out, then you can't make a story about somebody who doesn't skip out and sits there and answers questions. Because then athletes are going to say, well, you know what? I don't care about a $25,000 fine.
Right.
I'm just going to bounce. Because you make stories about guys who leave. Now you're making stories about guys who don't leave and actually do what they're asked to do. What are we doing?
Yeah, so I don't, listen, man. 512. 512. For F's sakes, this is a Comcast business text line. For sake, we were up 7 going into the fourth quarter, still starting, and we're still starting by blaming the seventh man who didn't play in the fourth quarter. We're not blaming Jordan Poole at all. I'm saying we need to stop piling on. I heard a lot of Willard yesterday in the afternoon, and he's basically, talking about the youngsters and how they gutted the team. No. No. We're not going there today. This is about the dudes. It's always been about the dudes. When you think back to the 0-5 road trip, what happened? Who was in the game in those last 5 minutes against Charlotte, in the overtime against Charlotte? Who was in the game against Miami? Who was in the game against Orlando? Who was in all these games that blew a lot of leads in the fourth quarter? It was the vets. It was the big dogs. And who was down the court in the fourth quarter? Moody, Clay, Draymond, Curry, and Andrew Wiggins. And you know what? Your Hall of Famers didn't make Hall of Fame plays down the stretch.
You didn't get it done.
You didn't get it done.
No.
Didn't get it done. Now, Curry did everything. It's hard for me to come down Curry's road, for the 12 of 30 and the 3 of 14 shooting from the three-point line because he gave you everything he had. He had the ball in his hands every possession. He was dropping dimes. He was doing whatever he needed to do to help that team win. So I can't do that with Stephen Curry. But I could look at Draymond Green and I could look at Klay Thompson saying, where were you guys at? We can't start with Jordan Poole until we go start with Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. It starts with the guys first. Then we go down to Jordan Poole and Kuminga and all that stuff. But I heard all the piling on with Jordan Poole yesterday, and it made me cringe.
Yeah.
It made me sick, considering what that young man has been through this season. And I get it, he's not playing well at all. He's not playing well at all. But you know what? For this year, everybody says, well, he got the bag and he stopped playing. Well, actually, this year he's making $3 to $4 million. So he's a $3 to $4 million player, averaging 20 points per game in the regular season. That's some pretty damn good value, folks, if you look at it like that. That contract don't kick in until next year. You want to have a different conversation about next year and what he's doing? Fine, I'm all good. But the piling on with Jordan Poole all day yesterday, it made me sick to my stomach, Alan.
You could say that, and I know he's not played well at all, but you could say that if the other guys were playing to the best of their abilities, the Warriors at least would not be in a 3-1 situation.
Right.
It would at least be 2-2. So everybody has some culpability. Everybody has some responsibility.
Right.
We did the little pre-show before you came in, Bonte, and before we met up.
Yep.
And we're sitting there talking about the roster construction and who has a better roster. And we're doing the age-old thing that we do. Okay, well, who has the top players? If you were doing the top 10 players between both rosters, where would they land, right?
Right.
And you would go Anthony Davis 1, Steph Curry 2, LeBron James 3. Where do you go from there? We're sitting here thinking about Lakers. You know who it should be? You know who it is on paper? You know who it was going into the series? It was Andrew Wiggins next. It was probably Draymond Green or Klay Thompson next. But you know who it actually is? Now that the rubber has met the road, it's been Austin Reeves.
Well, I'm not going to go there with Austin Reeves. Austin Reeves had one game.
My point is that
Wiggins
ain't 4.
Right. Austin Reeves had one good game. I will put Wiggins ahead of Austin Reeves. But I don't know where I put Draymond Green at. Schroeder has been solid. D'Lo had 2 games where he scored 40 points combined. Nobody was banking on that one. Nobody.
Yeah.
Lonnie Walker the fourth. Man, what an impact he had in game number 3 and 4. Coming off that bench. So, of course, there's 15 points in the fourth quarter after Lakers win. So, how do you buck up and let the bygones be bygones and rally together for one win today? One win. All we're saying is get us back to L.A. Get us back to L.A. for Game 6. How do you do that? Do you go with the same starting lineup? Do you ride Steph the way you did in game number 4? How do you free up Klay Thompson? How do you get Andrew Wiggins going early and often? Like, Anthony Slater made a great point. I totally forgot about him when we were doing the show yesterday until he brought it up. Totally forgot because it happened so early. First 2.5 minutes, 2 fouls, 2 turnovers.
Brutal.
It's like that's how we're starting the game?
Yeah.
That's how we're rolling today in L.A.? What's going on here? But he recovered, didn't get in foul trouble. So It's all good there. By the way, good morning, everybody out there in the Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube. Shout out to YouTube. They're rocking and rolling with us. They want to have a good day. Positive vibes only. We'll try to keep it positive. Chasing her. Because, listen, I could be driving A today for the last time this season. That's the reality of it. You don't think that's going to creep in my head, Alan? I'm driving to Chase Center thinking, damn, maybe this is it.
Yeah, you dapping people up. Is this the last dap?
You giving people hugs? Getting numbers?
Signing yearbooks?
Dude, hey, what are you doing this summer, man? Let's link up for lunch.
No.
You know what I'm saying? We're not doing that
yet.
We're not doing that. I think the Warriors win tonight, but how did they win? 888-957-9570. Let's get Robin Hayward. Robin Hayward. He hasn't called us in quite some time. He's an L.A. guy. He's feeling good. His Dodgers beat the Giants in 2021. By the way, shout out Casey Schmidt. Home run in his Major League debut. First pitch swinging in the second at bat. How about that? Robin Hayward, what's happening? You're on the roast.
This is Ron, brother. How you doing, man?
Hey, it's a truck driver, right?
You know it. This your favorite Dodger fan calling in.
Hey, Rob.
Talk to you.
I haven't heard from you in 6 months, man. Since the Rams flamed out. What happened?
Hey, look here, man. Look here. I'm a Laker fan. I'm a Dodger fan. I'm a Raider fan. So, anyway, yeah, your intake gave me a hard time when I first called in, saying, hey, I want to close it out tonight. I asked him, was he a Warrior fan? He said, yeah, and he's giving me a hard time, asking me all kind of questions. I said, hey, look here. What I want to say, just let me say it on the air to Dante, because it's been a good while since I called in, but I want to close it out tonight so we can get ready for Phoenix or Denver.
You think the Lakers close it out tonight?
Yeah, I want us to close it out tonight. I don't want to come back to L.A.
You want to close it out
again?
You want to close it out. If you don't close it out tonight, are you going to be a little worried, Rob?
Well, I'll be concerned. I wouldn't be worried, but I'll be concerned because, like I say, this is a golden opportunity. Close it out tonight. That way you can get that rest. You can watch Denver and Phoenix beat up on each other while we rest.
All right, get out of here, Laker fan. I already got one I'm dealing with right now. I'm looking at him right now.
Calling Sam an intern, by the way. Come on.
The disrespect here. Rob, come in. Hey, Rob, what do you want to talk about? Want to talk about the game tonight? Oh, what do you think is going to happen? I think the Lakers are going to win. Why is that? Because why not?
Well,
need a little bit more than that, Rob. Come on now. Let's work with me here.
And it sounds like the energy shifted. So if he's telling you the Lakers are going to win, and then he comes on the air and said, I want them to close out.
Yeah, the energy's a little different.
And that's why, of course, all the Laker fans want to close it out tonight. The Warrior fans, that's the one thing about this, that as long as the Warriors have breath, if you're a Warriors fan, you just need to if they're Laker fans trying to give it to you, you need to let them have it. Because Warriors fans, better than anybody else, they know how this goes. They know you get that. Okay, you don't get the game 5. Okay, we're gonna get that game 6. But every game that you don't get, that it starts to creep in.
Oh yeah,
we've literally lived it. We've literally been there. So you lose tonight. All right, Warriors were at home. We get all that. Even though secretly you really want to close it out. You go to LA and the Warriors are, let's say, up 10 points, something like that. Even though they were in game 4, and at halftime. Starts to get a little tight in there, Bonte. Starts to get a little quiet.
It does get a little tight. And will the Lakers mail it in if they do fall behind early? Will they just say, you know what, let's pack it up and get ready for Game 6? By the way, what was it, Greeny on ESPN was suggesting that LeBron just take the day off for Game 5.
What are we doing?
I mean, come on, man. This guy's on the NBA pre- and post-game shows on ESPN. And
Did you hear what he said, Bonte? Not to cut you off. He said that the Knicks traveling down to Miami in the humidity was a concern for them. And that was a reason that they lost down in Miami, because the Knicks had to travel down to the humidity. He really said that.
For a sport that plays inside?
That is your host for the pre- and post-game show on ESPN. Talking about humidity. Talking about, hey, one of the biggest stars this league has ever seen, if not the biggest star. Hey, let's just go ahead and sit out Game 5 and get ready for 6. Let's punt a playoff game. Punt. Are you kidding me?
What's weird is that you don't even need to do that, right? I mean, the Lakers can do exactly what they did in Game 2. If it's close, let's try to just go for the kill and go for the juggernaut. If it's not, all right, we'll see you in LA and rest AD and rest LeBron. I don't understand why you just wouldn't play the first two quarters. That's just bizarre to me.
Yeah. Let's just sit out Game 5 because we don't believe we can win. Let's just rest up for Staples Crypto.com arena. By the way, Spadoti, we We have referee assignments out today. Referee assignments. Now, I need you to look at the third person because it's our Greek guy. That's our umpire for today. You know who I'm talking
The
about.
Jeremidas Pedritis?
Yeah, he's our umpire. He's our umpire. But the crew chief, give me that drum roll. Zach Zarba, your crew chief. Gucci Man, a.k.a. James Williams, as your referee. And you got the Greek guy. What's his name again?
Well, I don't see it in front of me, but I'm pretty sure it's Jeremidas Pedritis, something
There
like
you
that.
go. There you go. Those are our referees.
Well, and I'm very interested to see what their thought process is and how they react because you have Steve Kerr on our airwaves going into detail about this flopping thing and talking about the FIBA rules. Then you have Schroeder on a Twitch stream or something like that, and he goes on to say, well, because of these moving screens, sometimes you got to make sure the refs see it.
Oh,
Schroeder,
wow.
you're not even flopping only on screens, dude.
Yeah, that I mean, it's a little. It feels like Kerr should have said this after game 1 or game 2.
Yeah, but at least he said it, I guess.
At least he said it because they are flopping. There are a bunch of actors down there in Hollywood, and that's something the refs are going to look at. Some of the movie screens. I mean, Draymond didn't have to do what he did, but that's such a bad call. Lonnie Walker was laughing, saying, I got him. I got him. This is what we do. But I do like the FIBA rules. I want to play that cut a little bit later. Steve Kerr joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday right here on 95.7. The game was really good. Let's go to Alex in Concord. Alex, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Hey, being a Laker fan, I would love for the Lakers to close it out tonight. But my honest opinion on today's game, I don't think Steph Curry would allow LeBron to close this series out at Chase. So to keep it real, I'm kind of expecting the Warriors win tonight. You know, not a blowout, but a little 10-point win maybe. And if they do, man, you know, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna be worried, but I would be a little concerned. So I'll take your comments off there, and good luck tonight, fellas.
All right, Alex. That's 2 Laker fans who's calling our show today. Dub Nation, where the hell are you at?
Yeah, it's hitting the snooze button, I guess.
I mean, Dub Nation, come on. 2 Laker fans opening a show, feeling themselves.
But no, Alex was fine.
Alex was fine.
Alex was fine.
He was fine.
But I will say this, Bonte. When it comes specifically when you don't have to go cross country or anything like that, there's no, issues there. When it comes to the home court advantage, it goes both ways. That away team, if you can come and quiet that home crowd off top, I feel like the home court really matters at the beginning of games and at the end of games.
Right.
The middle, I just think you're playing basketball.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if we know what the Warriors are going to do, and we hope we know what the Warriors are going to do, they're going to come out and get it done. And then you go into game 6, and it's the same idea. Yeah. So I think what's interesting is when you are up 3-1, and again, being a Warrior fan, we know how it is. You're up 3-1. Do the Lakers, just from a human aspect, have that ability to zero in, have that killer instinct, and get the Warriors 3-1 down? It's hard because you have so much wiggle room. Then you're at home, and the Warriors still have that desperation. So that's why I think how everything went down in 2016 went the way it went, and I also think that's how the Warriors can view it this way. The Lakers, they're going to have to. It's hard to turn it on when you know you don't need to.
Right. They'll turn it on today. They know they can give this team life, and that's why I thought the biggest game in the Sacramento series was Game 3. Well, it turned out to be Game 4 as well, but Game 3, I thought, man, the Kings have the Warriors down. They cannot let them get life. They got a little life, and Game 4 turned out to be a classic. And of course, Harrison Barnes misses the shot at the end of the game, and the Warriors go on to win in 7. This series, can it get to 7? Can you just force a Game 6? That's where you got to start. You got to win one game at a time. Can you start tonight by winning Game 5? They've been right there. They'll be at home. Role players play better at home. Now, the three-point shots, that's something to focus on tonight, Allen. The Warriors in the first 2 games made 21 threes in each game. 21 threes, which tied a franchise record. They've done it 4 times. 21 made threes in a game. In a playoff game, I should say. Game 3, 13 threes. And really, 3 were made in garbage time. The starters, and for the most part, they had 10 made threes, but 13 threes. Last game, Game 4, 12 threes. So they've got to hit some threes. They got to get up to that 16 to 18 to 20 made 3 range to have a chance to win tonight. So I think they'll do that. We'll break it all down here. By the way, Stan Van Gundy will join us at 8:30. It's on a call today. Stan Van Gundy, let's do it. And then Rob Parker. He'll talk about the Gabote. We're not going to let him get away with
He's
that.
the GMO.
We're not letting him get away with that. Plus, he'll share some thoughts on Vita Blue. That'll be at 9:20. We're going to have a lot of fun. Alex Styles in for Joe Shasky, doing a hell of a job here. Roasters on the YouTube, Roasters on the Comcast Business Text Line, and Twitch. Good morning to everybody out there. This segment was brought to you by Go to St. Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStLumber.com. Hey, Siri, shut up. Shut up on my phone, Siri. Shut up. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by 7-Eleven. Your calls. And that's the Quest for 5, brought to you by Mara West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, and together.
Warriors Wednesday is...
heat.
Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money. Dude, now, these are good vibes. This is my song right here. By the way, TNT, watching the game back last night, game number 4. When they go out to break, they be playing some bangers, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever's working in the audio department at TNT, man, they come out to some. I was like, damn, they know it. They get it. The production from TNT to ESPN is night and day. Now, I don't want to crush.
So?
Oh, absolutely. In terms of basketball, just the production, the 4K, the announcers, it feels big time when you're watching it on TNT, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Like ESPN, it feels like just another regular season game.
Right. It's until it gets to, because they don't do ABC until the finals, right?
Well, they've been doing ABC on the weekends, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The ABC to me feels big time.
It does feel big time when they're on ABC, no doubt. Let me not rip ESPN. We may need ESPN in our future. Who knows? Shout out to the worldwide leader.
There you go.
ESPN. Quest for Five brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Go out there and help out the community. 888-957-9570. Alan, what's the biggest key you got coming into game 4? Let's start there. Game 5, excuse me.
Yeah, I would say the biggest key is to, if you find something that's working, just stick with it. Because it might not be, because the Lakers might have a new way of ruining the pick and roll. But whatever it is that's working, just don't go away from it. I just think that's what the Warriors have done in both of the close games where it went south. And in those games, they got away from what was working, right? So that's what I would say. Just whatever is working on that day, just stick with it, man.
Yeah. Steve Kerr mentioned yesterday with Will and the Dibs, so we'll play some sound in a second, that they did go to a lot of pick and roll, but the Lakers they played it well. They blitzed it. Mm-hmm. They hard trapped on Steph. They doubled, made sure he got the ball out of his hands, or they just did a great job. Anthony Davis did a great job on switches against Steph Curry. So I think for me, the key is you got to make sure the free throws don't get out of hand today. And whether the Lakers are flopping or not, we know what they do. But they get to the line. They've done it all season long. They're number one team in the league when it comes to attempts. Number 2 in the league when it comes to free throw makes. And so far in the series, they've made 83 free throws. They're 83 of 103. All right? Mm-hmm. They've only missed 20. They've only missed 20 free throws. The Warriors have missed 15. Yet they've had 52 less attempts.
Yeah.
52 less attempts. So you got to figure out a way to kind of even that up tonight at least. It didn't keep the turnovers down, obviously. Mm-hmm. They turned the ball over 10 times in the second half.
Yeah.
All right? You lose the points off turnovers battle again. You can't do that if you want to beat this team.
I felt like the free throws, and I'm not saying that the Warriors shot or the Lakers shot that many less in game 4, but it at least felt more even.
It was 20. So for a while, they were both stuck at 12. Mm-hmm. Lakers were 12 of 12. Warriors were 9 of 12. But late in the fourth quarter, LeBron got those switches out of Steph Curry, able to draw fouls, get to the free throw line. They got 8 late. Obviously, a couple where the Warriors had to foul. Mm-hmm. So it was pretty even in game 4. I don't think the whistles were a factor at all. It came down to points off turnovers where the Lakers go 20-13. They're a +7 there. They end up a +11 when it comes to free throw makes. That's still a wide discrepancy there. And the threes didn't kill the Lakers. They only made 6, but they held the Warriors to 12.
Yeah, and I would say, Bonte, if I'm going another key would be, for once in this series, the Warriors have to be the team that throughout the game gets the timely bucket or the timely stop. Throughout this whole series, that's been the Lakers.
Yep.
It's been a Reeves 3 just when the Warriors are about to pull away. It's been a LeBron 3. It's been a Warrior turnover when you're about to pull away.
Yep.
You have to own the timely positives.
Yep.
They've only owned the timely negatives, and that's why they've lost the close games, and they've only won 1 game, which, to be honest, the Lakers mailed it in.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you're right. I mean, Moses Moody he hits a 3, they go up 12, and the bench is rolling 77-65. Dante DiVincenzo, next possession, fails to close out hard on Austin Reeves. He nails a 3. Mm-hmm. Then the Lakers start running. Then they get a couple turnovers there. Schroeder gets an easy layup. And I thought it wasn't that they went into the fourth quarter with a 7-point lead. I thought the Warriors really started losing momentum at the end of the third quarter. The Lakers got the crowd involved. They started rallying. And even though they were down 7, I felt like they already had that momentum. So when they scored the 9 in the first 75 seconds of the fourth quarter, I said, this game flipped the 3-minute mark in the third quarter.
Yeah.
The game started to flip then. You saw it. And that's when they put LeBron James at the small ball 5, and he got rolling because he was doing nothing up until that point. So that was an unfortunate set of circumstances there. And all of a sudden, you're playing nip and tuck basketball down the stretch of the fourth quarter where you needed at least a double-digit lead going into the fourth quarter.
Exactly. Always on the road. You need to leave room, specifically in this NBA, you need to leave room for when they have their run. 7 points, I mean, literally, you sneezed and it was gone, Bonte. It was gone.
Done. So let's get a call in here before we get to Kerr's Corner. Kerr's Corner coming up. Let's go to Anthony in the city. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Morning.
Game 5 ready. I know that you were asking about, Dubs fans calling in. I know those 2 Laker fans called in before us, but hey, here we are representing. I think that we're going to come out swinging as usual. I know Steph, Clay, Dre didn't forget about what happened June 19th, 2016. Us up being 3-1, LeBron coming back. Hey, what ultimate retribution would that be going, coming back on him, being down 3-1, and then, let's just take it game by game. Game 6, Clay, the next game. Game 7, over here at Chase. And then we'll be in the Western Conference Finals. But, let's keep hope alive. Let's go Dubs. We ain't going nowhere. Let's make it happen.
One game at a time. Can you win one game to get back down to L.A. for a Friday night extravaganza? One game. All right, let's get to Kerr real quick, Styles, before the break. And we got a bunch of calls here. We'll get to everybody fast. Fast feet, Steve and Tyler. Jay, we'll get you all here on the other side. But Kerr's Corner, let's go ahead. Let's roll it. Well, Willard and Dibs asked Steve Kerr whether or not if Steve Kerr has thought about this possibly being his last game as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. I know I have. Thought about the core breaking up. I thought about everything. Well, has Steve Kerr thought about it in the midst of a second-round series? Here's what Kerr had to say about that.
No, never crossed my mind. I played on those Bulls teams, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think these guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come. So I never even have stopped to give that a second thought.
Steve Kerr yesterday, Alan, what you think?
It was a little surprising, to say that he never even thought about it. But I think if you're a Warriors fan, that gives you some optimism. But you also think, okay, Steve, well, you also don't necessarily do the books, so let's still go into this series as if it could be. You know what I mean?
It's rare that an NBA coach comes back off into a deal or goes into a season with just 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah.
To be a lame duck coach, to be sitting there waiting for the extension or wondering what's going on here. I know Steve wants an extension. He hasn't openly said it, but it's been behind the scenes basically that Steve wants to get paid. He wants that extension. It hasn't happened yet. Hasn't happened for Bob Myers. Hasn't happened for Draymond Green. Hasn't happened for Klay Thompson. So a lot could be right on tonight's game. If the Warriors can somehow survive, we could hold off on those questions for another couple days here, but it's going to be very interesting to see how the Warriors show up tonight. All right, more coming up on the Morning Roast. We got Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher, doing a hell of a job. Shasky will be back tomorrow. I'm sure he's going to have some Casey Schmidt thoughts. Yes. Maybe we'll get to Casey Schmidt and brag about Casey Schmidt, and then tomorrow we'll just shut the water off. No Giants talk.
He's got some pop, though.
He's got some pop.
I
just wonder why it took him so long to get up.
Bonte, we can't think like that.
I'm sorry.
And it better not just be him. I want to see at least 10 more prospects.
You see what the Cubs are doing? They're bringing up everybody.
Just bring them up. It's a party. It's a party up there.
What are we doing? Bring them up. You got to lose. All right, we're coming up on the roast.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.
Take it away, Monte.
I'm gonna have to cut the LA music for the rest of the week. I'm getting a little.
California love.
It ain't no Cali
You're
love.
not slick, man.
Nah, it's no California love. Nah, hell nah. It's Bay Area love. Forget LA.
I actually would have allowed it if the game was in LA.
I ain't gonna lie.
That's what the TVs do. If they're in LA, they
Yeah,
play
no,
LA
dude.
music.
Dude, TNT's been rolling with the music. They had the Ain't No Fun playing it, going into one commercial, and Ain't No Fun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh my God.
There
This
you go.
might be my favorite beat all time.
Yeah.
Just does something. It makes you feel good. Just puts you in the right mood. They played this going out on TNT. I said, man, TNT's in their back. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You got to have all the components. You got to have the nice montages. You got to have the nice music, the instrumentals behind it. And, you went to school. And Spinoni was a Becca grad. Would you know who those guys are putting all the television packages together? But first of all, you got your announcers, but you got your directors, you got your producers, you got the audio engineers, you got the people putting in the beats. Those are the geniuses right there. They've been playing some heat. Let's hopefully get another game on TNT. Well, the next two games after this, if the Warriors were to win tonight, would be on ESPN, right? Friday night, you get a Mike Breen game, and then hopefully Mother's Day, which would be something special. That's the thing. I want to work this weekend, Alan. I want to work next Sunday so bad.
I feel like we had this conversation last year.
We did, huh?
We did have it about Mother's Day. And now I have to partake with you.
Yeah, you do. Boy, let me tell you.
Man.
When's your wife's birthday?
It's not until November, so I at least
That's
got a
good.
break. I get a break.
I get hit in the head early in the year. All right. Little sister's birthday, January 23rd, Brittany Hill. Or Brittany Alexander, I should say. Then my mom's birthday's in February. Then you got Valentine's Day. Then you got my girl's birthday, April 27th.
Yeesh.
And then you got Mother's Day. And it's just boom, boom,
Just
boom,
rolling.
boom, boom. Like checks just gone.
Yeah.
You can't save anything the first 5 months of the year.
And then summer, I'm sure, you want a trip, but you got to save up. There's no
Yeah,
time.
Let's just call it what it is. Mother's Day is a complete racket. Stop. I have to go with the mother-in-law, my own mom,
Yeah.
and now my wife. Come on.
I know.
It's
It's
too much.
all of them. And then my girl, I'm not even going to go into the private conversation we had last night. But, yeah, it's just like trying to play Mother's Day. And I'm just like, damn, that's another, guys want garlic noodles and crab. Well, damn, that's another $500.
Yeah.
Just like that.
So you just go hey, we're all just going to go out to dinner
Yeah,
together.
that's what I try to do. It make it
I mean,
easier.
it makes more sense.
More sense, cheaper. Don't really have to give gifts. Maybe some flowers. Maybe.
And the gifts, it's all right. Here's Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm sorry. Or
Dude, Conrad
Congrats.
Arenas, look at this. Got anniversary, wife B-Day, Christmas in a month, drive by on my pockets. I mean, baby Chad's is December 4th, and then Christmas is on the 25th.
right.
So, I mean, you're just getting smacked out. I mean, it's a cold game out there.
It is.
Like
It
Valentine's Day, I can't, that Hallmark holiday, I show love every day.
But I'm just cooking. That's it. It's simple to me. If I'm not in the mood, then yeah, it's just dinner or cooking to me. I'm not doing nothing tangible, right?
Yeah.
At least not. I haven't. You
Yeah.
just cook.
Yeah. I hear you.
I don't know.
It's tough. Mother's Day, man. Get ready.
I know.
Get ready. Because you got your mom. You got your mother-in-law. You got your, what are you doing? First Mother's Day for you.
Well,
First,
my wife's family is in Philly, so I can't do the dinner. So to be honest, I might be in a worse situation than you.
yeah, you might be.
I'll
Might
figure
be.
it out.
Might be. They just want us to be broke all the time.
Yeah.
That's basically what this world is set up to be. They just want us to be broke all the time. Gets on my nerves. It really does. I can't wait to get through this weekend. Fast Feet, Chase Center. What's happening, Fast Feet?
What's up? Y'all talking sensitive subjects right there with the brokenness. But, hey, man, yeah, that music was off the hook.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
With the
Hey, you peep
OTT.
it. Hey, and it makes you feel good when you're watching a basketball game. It's part of the entertainment. Like, I'm watching the game back. I'm like, damn. It heightens it. It makes it more intense when you go out to break and you see your team rolling like Steph Curry did the around the back pass in the air, and they go out to break with the LBC crew, and I'm like, damn, this is lit. Doesn't it make you feel some type of way? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Fast feet, continue.
Yeah, man. But, that reminded me, you said he a De La Salle. That took me back to 99, 2000 year, man, when the De La Salle was playing with the music. But, man, we going to be all right, Warrior fans. All them Laker fans calling in like they on Mountain West time and ain't got no acting classes to go to. But it's all right because tonight we going to even it so we can go even it. And we're gonna be all right. That was a surprise that Walker came in. He did his thing. But what would you think if Curry was what would you think a strategy would be if the Lakers come with Walker and Dennis? That's my name, and I am a Green fan. What would you think they come with? What do you think we should come with? Because I think that's the Lakers' plan is to come with Walker and Dennis.
Schroeder.
You don't need somebody, I think, like Peyton to step up. Do you hear what I said?
Yeah, well, Peyton stepped up last game. He had a playoff. He tied a playoff career high. Thanks for the call, Fast Feed, with 15 points. Peyton did his job. Now, should Kerr have gone back to Peyton late in the game? I get what he was saying. He needed to space the floor because the Lakers made the adjustment of having Anthony Davis instead of guarding GP2. He guarded Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
And so that took away Andrew Wiggins, which is a smart move by the LA Lakers. Another nice adjustment by Darvin Ham. I think Kerr, like Anthony Slater told us yesterday, our 95-7 Game Insider Allen, that Kerr will probably go back to the same starting lineup. But driving in, I actually thought, I said, you need Jordan Poole.
You do.
You need Jordan Poole. Did you just say to hell with it and start him?
You could.
To jumpstart him?
You could, and have another, but that's the thing. You can't have another quick leash because if you hook him, mentally he's going to be out for the whole game. That might be a reason why I wouldn't start him because you're either going to have to live with whatever happens because if you pull him quickly, he's just not going to be there. But in terms of what Fast Feet was saying, and defensively with Lonnie Walker and Schroeder, the bottom line is Schroeder is not killing the Warriors.
Right.
He's annoyingly hurting them
enough, yeah.
But you cannot GP2. You can't waste GP2 on Schroeder.
No,
you can't do it.
You got to do it on D'Lo. And he took D'Lo out the game.
And if he does go with Lonnie Walker over D'Lo, that would be crazy to me because that would be Darvin Ham's really playing this thing like high school.
Right.
He's really playing it like I'm going with the hot hand.
Right.
Which gives him that freedom. But either way, whether it's D'Lo or Lonnie Walker, GP2 would have to shut them down.
Right.
And that's why. What you go? So when Poole's been playing, who's he been guarding? Schroeder?
Yeah, hasn't been working out. I mean, the Lakers have attacked Jordan Poole at will
because Schroeder is flopper number one, and Jordan Poole is the worst defender. He falls for it.
He falls for it.
It's just not a good combination.
He doesn't defend with his hands up. I hear you. I'm trying to think. How do you jumpstart Jordan Poole, and how do you freak? Because if you get Poole out there, I think it does create a little more space for Klay Thompson. Look, you need Klay. You need Klay to step up here. Warriors World had a tweet the other day, and I'll find it here. Where I think the first two games they combined for 83 points, and the next two games they combined for 29. I could be wrong there. I'll look it up there. But Warriors World had the tweet, and I looked it up, and I was like, damn, they were really bad in L.A. So we'll look that up in just a second after Jay in San Jose. Jay, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Morning, Jay.
Driving into the city on a beautiful day. So I got a couple reasons why I know Warriors will be winning tonight. Number one is that we're not going to see Lonnie Walker go and become prime Kobe again. I don't think it's going to happen. Number two, I don't know if we heard about Looney, but, he has been ill the last two games. I think that's been hurting us big time, not having him, to grab boards as much as he's been doing this playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Number three, we just need one good game from any of Klay, Poole, or Wiggins. I think we can get that easily. 1-3 made yesterday, in game 4, and that's the difference, right? It's a 3-point game. Steph was trying to do everything himself. He was 3 from 14 from beyond the arc. We got to hope that 3-point shooting is going to be better, and we're going to even it up tonight and take it back down to the crypt. So I'm feeling good. It's a beautiful day. Let's go, Dubs. Thanks, fellas.
Absolutely. No problem. No problem at all. Here's the stats, Alan. Games 1 and 2, Klay and Poole. This is from Warriors World. Shout out to Warriors World for all the dope gear. Got the Looney shirt last week. It was pretty fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Games 1 and 2, Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, 82 points and 2 turnovers. Games 3 and 4, 29 points, 13 turnovers.
Dang. It's not going to work.
No, it's not going to. That's a 53-point differential.
Yeah. It's tough. And you know what, Bonte? And I'm going to go there. Talking about, can we start Poole to I said yesterday I didn't really mind the opportunity piece. I thought saying opportunity, I thought it got blown out of proportion. Talked about it a little bit today as well. But I will say this in terms of do you have to start him, whatever it is, Bonte, Lonnie Walker gives Jordan Poole no excuses. And I know he went in Fuego Super Saiyan and he probably won't do it again. But I'm not going to sit here and say, do we have to start Jordan Poole knowing he's a liability on defense, knowing that you're going to go to him pretty quickly anyway.
Right.
So I don't want to hear it, man.
Yeah.
If you ain't got to get ready if you stay ready. And Lonnie Walker and really the whole Laker bench has stayed ready. So I don't want to hear it with Jordan Poole. And I thought that Lonnie Walker, even though he handed the Warriors the L, that might actually help. Because now you don't have a crutch Jordan Poole.
Right.
You don't have I'm better as a starter, and all of us saying he's better as a starter. Lonnie Walker don't care. He did not care, and he did it on Steph Curry. So I don't want to hear it about Jordan Poole's got to start in order to get him going. He started before, and he still ain't getting going, Bonte.
Yeah. No, you're right. And Tyrese Maxey with the Sixers has come off the bench. He started,
Exactly.
He played his ass off yesterday. Young man, I was like, damn, that's Poole.
Yep.
That's Poole. Christian Brown and Bruce Brown for the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
Stay ready. Stay ready. Stay ready. Jordan Poole has to wake up today. There's no doubt about that. Whether he starts or comes off the bench, I'm just thinking, and you know what? Now that I think about it, it's probably best to start GP2. You make sure D'Lo doesn't get rolling. I like that aspect of it. He went 1 of 10 in Game 4. But Poole is going to be one of the first guys off the bench. Can he have an instant impact? Can he have an instant impact offensively to offset some of the deficiencies defensively that he's had in this series? That's Poole. This is a big game for Jordan Poole. There's no doubt about that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HG1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. It's also a big game for Draymond Green. And I saw your tweet yesterday that went viral. Boy, you go viral every day.
It's been a good couple weeks.
Man, every time I open up Twitter, Alex Styles is going viral here, man. Damn. Now, I will say going viral can be fun.
Yeah.
Until you start getting comments and you're like, all right, I need to mute the conversation.
Each one that blows up, I mute quicker and quicker.
Yeah. No, it's funny. Dumas had a conversation about that 3 years ago. It's like, hey, going viral. No, that's great. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
You had a tweet yesterday about Draymond Green's intensity. And why you think his intensity has been lacking in this series. Now, I'll push back and say I think he's been intense, but he hasn't been the Draymond that we've grown to love.
Right.
And that's the barking. That's the talking trash to opponents. I haven't seen much of that. And I think you really captured that on Twitter yesterday, Alan.
Appreciate it. And look, it's not about, people take it to conspiracy. It was a lot of Laker fans were responding to me, which was weird, trying to act like I was using it as an excuse. I'm not using it as an excuse. First of all, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Warriors fans, all right? And second of all, there's no conspiracy theory. Does Draymond want LeBron to win? Nobody is going there, so don't try to twist my words. It's just legitimately when you see Draymond and his intensity and how he typically goes about his business, you cannot tell me that it's not different in this game. And I had a lot of people saying, well, that's because the respect factor is there. And I said, so since when has it been you can't talk trash to someone? Draymond says all the time, hey, we keep things between the lines and then we're cool after, right? But now you can't even talk trash outside, inside the lines because you have this respect for LeBron James. It doesn't make any sense. I had other people saying, well, it's because the Lakers aren't talking trash like the Kings were. Have you seen Dennis Schroeder?
Right.
He was getting at your MVP. He was getting at Steph Curry at the line.
Yeah.
And there has been nothing said. So I'm not saying, I'm not making any conspiracy theories. It's just the bottom line is Draymond hasn't been the same. He just hasn't. And the clip that I posted was Draymond going at it with De'Aaron Fox during that series. And when we talk about the respect thing, what did Draymond say after the series? Wow, I have so much respect for De'Aaron Fox. So he understood that, but it didn't stop him from talking trash or anything like that. So I do think that chippiness is gone right now.
Interesting.
And if Steve Kerr says, hey, we all need Draymond to be on that edge.
We need the second nasty, right?
Right. He's not there. He's not there at all.
See, I think he's been intense, but you're right. And this is when I was going crazy Monday. I know you were out Monday. Shasky was in. Monday, Alan, I came in here. I was running hot because Draymond was helping AD up.
Man.
You saw that?
You can't even fake it.
It was like, wait a minute. These are the playoffs. This ain't the clutch summer barbecue. All right, this ain't the cluch family reunion.
No, not your boys at the YMCA.
No. We're not doing that. We're not having our yearly clutch convention right now.
Yeah.
This is Lakers Warriors. This is second round. It's a fight for the fifth ring.
Yeah.
This is a fight for history to go back to back and to help AD up. I saw that and I was like, nah, man, I don't like that.
And I'm going to take it here, Bonte, and I'm not trying to get too TMZ and anything like that. My boy, shout out E. Warner, he sent me something yesterday about Bill Russell and Will Chamberlain and how everybody thought, the rivalry, but they were boys. They were outside
tight
of it. But on the court.
They would have dinner between games.
Exactly, at each other's houses. But on the court,
they were cold-blooded
about
killers.
That life.
Yeah.
So it's just weird to me because I'm like, you know who LeBron is and you know who Draymond is. And I'm just thinking Draymond joins clutch. How often is LeBron actually texting Draymond? Like, what are the dynamics of this relationship? I have absolutely no clue because from what I see, it's a bunch of Draymond praising LeBron. I don't ever see LeBron saying a lot of stuff about Draymond.
Well, that's the thing. The hell with the friends right now.
Exactly.
And I think you're spot out. Like, it's too much. It's too much. And he took a shot at Lonnie Walker yesterday to putt. You got to live with that. Well, you know what? The Lakers are living with Draymond Green with the ball in his hands in the half court.
Exactly.
They're living with him passing out of layups. They're living with him not looking for a shot. So I need to Saginaw Savage tonight once again. Your backs are against the wall. This could be it. We could be talking about the all season on Friday. We could be talking about how the season ended tomorrow. I don't think it's going to end today. I really don't. I think the Warriors will rally and win. But I need Draymond Green to bring that same fire. I think he's been intense. I think he's playing hard. But I need the Draymond Green that we all grown to love. The guy who's talking smack to everybody. The guy who's being chippy, throwing a couple balls, hedging some guys.
Right.
If you need to pick up a technical, damn it. I don't think he. How many points is he away from a suspension? I don't know how many points he's. I got to look that up here.
I feel like it hasn't come up. And that's another thing. That's how you know he doesn't have the same energy. It hasn't even been talked about on the broadcast, Bonte. It hasn't even been an issue. And when we talk about it, I'm not talking about chirping at the refs.
Right. I'm talking about chirping at the Lakers.
Get in somebody's face.
Pucking Schroeder. Schroeder literally smiled at him ear to ear after that last turnover. Looked at him in his face and was like, really? Really? That he's got to respond to that. He's got to look Schroeder in his eyes and say, you're a straight up punk.
Yeah.
I'm coming at you.
Exactly.
Schroeder's the same guy who tried to grab his knee in game 2.
It's all love, though.
We need to Saginaw Savage.
You helping up Anthony Davis, though.
Yeah, that's got to stop. That's got to stop. It's got to stop. This ain't the clutch summer barbecue, man. Rich Paul ain't there to represent you. He's there to represent LeBron and AD. He's a Laker guy. Come on, man. All these dudes are Laker guys. Don't fall for it. So we need Poole to step up. We need Draymond to step up. How ironic.
And I'll tell you what. When it comes to Draymond and if things don't go the Warriors' way, whether it's tonight or in Game 6 or even Game 7, the way that Draymond behaves after will really show whether Draymond wants to stay a Warrior or not. Because there is a line, and I can't read Steph Curry's mind, but we know Steph Curry's a dog. And Steph Curry, they call him the babyface assassin. We know here's the difference. Look at Steph and LeBron and how they interact. Yep. We know they have mutual respect for each other. But you can tell Steph wants this.
Yep.
You can just tell.
He wants it.
You can tell.
Clay wants it. He's just not playing well.
Clay wants it. He's just
Wiggins
not playing
well. Draymond, too nice. It's too much compliments for that other team. Too many, man. I know it's a brotherhood. But then this is NorCal versus SoCal. This is the Lakers. This is the Warriors. This is a chance to go to the conference finals. Talk that talk, man. We need that talk. Talk to LeBron. Yeah. Talk to AD. I don't care if they're good. I don't care if they're great.
They'll respect it. They know it's all in between the lines. So you're telling me this, Draymond. You will have no problem with LeBron being responsible for the two biggest losses of your postseason career, right? Because it would be 2016, and it would be essentially ending the dynasty here. And you're just chilling.
Right.
You're helping AD up.
Right.
You're talking about, man, Steph was trying to figure Braun out on a podcast?
I need the guy who was losing his mind in Sacramento, game 2. I need a guy who has Sabonis crying on the court.
Yeah.
That's what I need. I need him calling De'Aaron Fox, you know what, on the floor in game number 4. Remember that? They're going back and forth and he was talking that talk.
That's what I posted.
That's what I need. That's what I need. That's what I need tonight. Everything's on the damn table. You got nothing to lose.
No.
Literally, nothing to lose. So I want to see Draymond Green be nasty tonight. I want to see JP find it. And I think it's too much piling on with Jordan Poole. But you need Jordan Poole.
You need something.
You need something from JP. This is the night. I think he can't. He scored nothing in game 4. He scored nothing. That's rock bottom. He can only go up from here, folks. Can only go up from here. So 888-957-9570. If you disagree with us, let us know. Stan Van Gundy, 8:30. Stan Van Gundy, 8:30. He'll be on the call with Brian Anderson tonight on TNT. We have Rob Parker at 9:20 as we get ready for game number 5 tonight. Warriors down 3-1 in the series. Do they have what it takes to force a game number 6? We're all talking about it here. 888-957-9570. Roasters, where you at? Want to hear from you, and that's what's coming up. Sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky California, and also the Quest for 5, brought to you by Meriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, and together.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
For Mother's Day, Lucky has the prices to help mom feel like a VIP. Bone-in New York steak is just $6.99 a pound in the Max Pack. And raspberries, blackberries, and blueberries are $1.99 each for 6 ounces. Celebrate mom at Lucky.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure?
Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm feeling good on this Wednesday, man. I know Spadoni's a Laker fan, but he's got me feeling good right now. This rejoin music's on point. It's on point. Biggie Smalls, rest in peace. Going back to Cali. Well, we're going back to the Bay. We're going back to Chase Center tonight. 7 p.m. start. Get there early. Hey, Chase Center, Dub Nation. If this is the last game, let's go out with a bang. I need you guys giving the Lakers hell. It needs to be that college atmosphere. Mm-hmm. You need to be up on your feet. You got to get behind these guys, man. Get behind them for what they've done over the last decade. Down 3-1. Hell, man, you may get a Game 7 at home. Who knows? But it starts tonight. Dub Nation, step up. I want you guys loud and proud. And I think it has been a vibe for the first 2 games at Chase Center. But no nervous energy. Come in here and give the Lakers all they can handle. You got to be that 6th man for this team tonight. Will these guys, help these guys, give them a jolt. I want Dub Nation to stand up, and I think they will provide that tonight at Chase Center.
Bonte, do you think that, just talking about Chase Center and the fans, there has been a lot of talk about them? Do you think it's been overblown that Chase Center hasn't shown up?
It's been very overblown.
That's what I thought, too.
It's been very overblown.
Comparing them to Sacramento, who hasn't been in the postseason in forever, that's not fair.
Just look at the Lakers.
Yeah.
This is the first time they've had full capacity for a playoff game since 2013.
Yeah.
Since 2013.
So,
the New York Knicks, you want to compare it to Madison Square Garden? What have the Knicks done in the playoffs in the last 20 years? They haven't sniffed the conference finals. Mm-hmm. Hell, that crowd, I bet you that crowd today is going to be nervous at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
They're walking the plank. You know what I'm saying? So don't compare it. I was at Chase Center in 2014-15, Oracle Arena. That was the first time I started covering the Warriors, the second half of that season. And I was fortunate, I was blessed, I was lucky, all those things. And Oracle was loud then. But I was there in 2016, 17, 18, 19, where the crowd started becoming corporate. Because guess what? When your team is good and they're winning championships, ticket prices go up.
Yeah.
Ticket prices go up. Not a lot of people can afford that stuff, man, and I get it. You know, so we talk about Chase Center, man. There's no vibe. I sit in the tunnel. I stand in the tunnel with Bully in the first quarter and the second quarter. That's kind of my thing. I want to get a vibe the first half. I want to feel the game, right?
Yeah.
Before I go sit down and start. And I take my notes standing up, but really when I go to the back room in the second half, kind of just tally everything up. But I stand there in that tunnel, and I feel that energy. There's a vibe at Chase Center. Nobody was complaining about it last year when they went 11-1 in the postseason. Mm-hmm. Nobody was complaining about it. So now all of a sudden, that's the thing we do as fans, right? You lose a game, it's the referees.
Right.
The crowd was a joke.
I'm watching on TV and I can't really hear it. You know, the whole thing, it's just economics.
Right.
That is what it is. And you're sitting there and the whole, it's the same idea with the whole bandwagon thing, Bonte.
Right.
And we love our buddies up in Sacramento. We had a lot of fun with them.
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom line is
Casey and D'Lo.
Casey and D'Lo.
Hey,
Casey had something to say yesterday. Did you see what he said about Steve Kerr?
But you know, that's the problem with the Kings. That's the problem with the Kings fans. You know what? I was very nice to them after Game 7. I was very classy. I gave them the props. I gave them the respect. I didn't go. The old Bonte would have been empty in the clip. Mm-hmm. Trust me, people on the post, when I was doing the post-game show after Game 7, they were like, Bonte, we waiting for you.
Yeah.
What you got in the chamber? Because with the Eagles, when they lost that Super Bowl, I didn't wait. I went hard to paint.
Yeah.
It was like the Niners won the Super Bowl. But I took it easy on Sacramento. But now Kings fans are really rooting for the Lakers and hating on everything the Warriors are doing and disagreeing with everything that Steve Kerr is saying. Really, Sacramento? That's why I said you had SDE. You know, there's BDE.
I gotcha.
Almost slipped. But there's small, you know what, energy up there in Sacramento, the little brother complex. And it's looming large right now.
Yeah.
So they think they're going to get a Christmas Day game against the Warriors. Like, you ain't getting Christmas Day in Sacramento. Sorry. You're the little brothers. Ain't nobody going to Sacktown to celebrate Christmas. Definitely not ESPN or TNT.
Yeah. You're probably not. And especially if this Warriors-Lakers doesn't end tonight. And the other thing is this, Bonte, when everybody gets into, we talked about the economics and pricing out some of the quote unquote, the real fans or whatever it is, that's just a part of life. You know what else is a part of life? The whole bandwagon thing. Well, you guys weren't fans until this, that, the third. Be honest, Sacramento. Didn't you see more people wearing King stuff this year? And it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. If you don't have bandwagon fans, it's because your team sucked. And that's okay, too. This whole, you guys have bandwagon fans, yeah, that comes with the territory when you become a good team. That's just part of it.
2019, before Jimmy Garoppolo became the quarterback of the 49ers, there was nobody at that Seattle Seahawks game.
Preach it.
There was empty seats at the New York Giants. There was more Giants fans than Niner fans on that Monday night game. All right? When Nick Mullins was throwing passes. All right, so let's stop. And then all of a sudden it got packed for Tennessee and packed for Jacksonville. But there was $20 tickets in the 100 sections halfway through the season. So bandwagon fans exist. They're always going to be there.
And I don't care. I don't care about bandwagon fans,
Right.
but all these holier-than-thou fans that try to make fun of Warriors fans, look, it's because you're a fan of whatever crappy team and you're trying to put it on Warriors. That's fine, but when your team is good and now you have new fans, it's not a problem.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, again, Sacramento, SDE and little brother syndrome. Get over it. You had a great season. It was cute. But now the expectations are going to be higher.
Yeah.
And people are going to be looking at y'all and all the beam stuff that y'all did this year and all the talk. You better respond. And let me tell you what Sacramento's going to do. They're going to make a mistake and extend Sabonis. They're going to max him out. And in a small market, you can't do that. You got to be thinking ahead. Can Sabonis, imagine Sabonis in this series against the LA Lakers, going up against Anthony Davis. He would have got dogged.
Night.
He would have got dogged.
It would have been rough.
It would have been very rough. He would have lost a lot of money. All right? Jokic, Sabonis, please. Even DeAndre Ayton would have took his lunch. And I'm so down on Ayton.
Yeah.
You talk about just being soft.
You're not alone there.
Oh, it was awful last night.
Yeah. And that one play from a couple games ago where he was out of the play, he got asked about it, and he legitimately said, well, what do you want me to do there?
Well, he left the huddle yesterday. He got hurt, didn't come down on offense, and then gave up a 3 on the other end.
Who was it most recently that said, what was it Patrick Beverly who said 50% of the NBA players don't love basketball?
Yeah.
And I do think it's true. I mean, basketball is the one sport that you are the most predisposed to be good at.
Right.
Because you got to be taller than like 80% of humanity, number one, and then you also have the athleticism. So a lot of these guys don't love basketball. They just woke up and said, "Oh, I'm taller than everybody, and I can jump out the gym. All right, let's run it." You know what I mean? It's crazy, DeAndre Ayton. It's a waste.
Yeah, it is a waste. It is a waste. Let's get to Doug at Berkeley. He wants to get back on this game. Game number 5 tonight at Chase Center. Doug, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Great show so far. I just got something that came into my mind yesterday. All the stuff that you talked about earlier, all the deficiencies, Jordan Poole and the bad decisions and, not manning up. And think about it. We were in the first 2 games in Sacramento. We still could have won. This series, we actually could be up 3-1 if we closed instead of down 3-1.
Yeah.
It just occurred to me, and unfortunately, it's not available, but a shout-out to somebody that we don't talk about enough, and maybe somebody on the team has to man up. But Steve Kerr always said how valuable Andre Iguodala was, how he settled down the team. Picture, if you will, and I know you guys can picture this in your mind, the game's close, during the heyday, the game's close, going down the last 3 or 4 minutes, and you could almost count on Iggy slapping the ball away from somebody or getting a steal or doing that thing, that intangible thing. Actually, it wasn't intangible with him because he'd do it a lot. And Draymond would be there, and they'd smother the guy, and we'd close. We'd close. We knew we could close. Let's shout out to Iggy, number one. And number two, what you were saying about the fans and the 6-man. Somebody on this team needs to step up. Maybe a few people need to step up and be that 6th man and bring that fire at the end of the game. Because if we did that, we would be up 3-1, and the Sacramento series wouldn't have even been a series.
Yep. Thanks for the call, Doug. Good call, Doug. By the way, they do need guys to step up. Look at this. The Lakers have 6 players averaging double figures in scoring. You got LeBron with 23, AD with 22. You got D'Lo with 13.5. You got Austin Reeves with 12. You got Dennis Schroeder with 11. Hell, Lonnie Walker now is averaging 12 points a game just in those last 2 games.
Right.
But Rui Hachimura, he's sitting there with 8.5. The Warriors have 3 players averaging double figures in scoring. Now, It's been a lot of Steph with 25. You got Clay with the 20, but he's not shooting well. Actually, for the series, due to game 2, kind of inflates his stats. He's shooting 44%.
It's not efficient at all.
No, not at all. Andrew Wiggins actually shooting 37% from 3. Pretty impressive, but 15.6 rebounds a game. Probably need that bumped up to 18 and 9.
Mm-hmm.
They're not getting a lot of balance. They are so reliant on Steph Curry right now to do everything. And that's what happened in that fourth quarter. He was handling the ball. He was taking the shots. He was assisting. But he was also getting worked on defense, having to switch so much. I wish the Warriors didn't accept to switch so easily when Steph Curry gets switched on to LeBron. Let's fix that. Can we fix that?
But every team does that, though.
Every team does that. But how can you the Warriors, when they were playing the Cavaliers in the finals, Allen, LeBron would look for the switch on to Steph Curry, and they would stagger that switch, the Warriors would. They had a strategy where Curry would sag back, and that guy would come over, whether it was Iguodala, Draymond, or whatnot, and they'd be ready to help out Curry to make sure that he didn't get switched on to LeBron James. Well, they're accepted to switch so damn easily in this series. Maybe you run a little more zone. Maybe you run a little more zone to make sure that you don't get that switch on LeBron James. Maybe you muck it up a little bit like that, but Stephen Curry on LeBron, especially late in the game, LeBron's just too strong for him. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Curry's doing everything well, but LeBron's just backing him down. He's getting the body contact. Boom. 2 free throws.
And he made him miss a couple times, and not to mention LeBron, they played it perfectly. They did it at the end of the game, right? They didn't show their hand too early, really similar to what the Warriors did, even though the Warriors had a lot of success.
Right.
But they waited, they had their ace in the hole, and okay, now we're going to do it. And it didn't give, just like how in the second half, like you said, Bonte, the Warriors pick and roll, Darvin Ham said, okay, let's go about it this way. The Warriors had no time because LeBron, they started doing that, halfway through the fourth quarter or a little bit before that. Here's my thing, Bonte. We talk a lot about LeBron and how he, Stephen A. Smith loves LeBron because the load management thing, LeBron doesn't take a lot of games off. You know what LeBron has always done beautifully throughout his career?
What's that?
He's found a way, and it sounds crazy, he's found a way to load manage while playing.
Oh, no doubt.
LeBron.
He takes possessions off all the time.
Possessions off. He takes basically games off, even though he played. He is the best at doing that.
Yep.
And Steph Curry
can't do it.
He can do it. Steph Curry has not been able to do that, even though Steph Curry on paper has a better supporting cast than the Warriors. In a perfect world today, Bonte, I don't care about a Game 6 Clay. I really don't. How about a Game 5 Clay?
How about just a good Clay?
How about just a good Clay? How about a serviceable Clay? How about that? How about a Game 5 Pool or a serviceable Pool?
And by the way, let's kill the Game 6 Clay. Back-to-back Game 6, he's been awful.
Yeah.
So let's kill the Game 6 Clay.
Wearing special shoes, stop it.
The Game 6 in Boston, he was 5 of 20. You still won a championship, so nobody's tripping. Game 6 against Sac. Let's just stop with the Game 6 Clay. Please.
It's not organic anymore.
No, it's not.
It's not
too much.
organic.
It's overused. It's watered down.
So what I'm saying is, in a perfect world today, in tonight's game, Steph Curry gets to chill a little bit. And it's hey, Steph gave his all last game. We weren't there for him.
Right.
Because then you have, Steph had, 17, maybe 20 points, but, Clay did his thing. Wiggins was boogieing. Jordan Poole showed up. Now you have a recharged Steph going down back to L.A.
Yeah,
that's in a perfect world. I don't want, and I see you on the YouTube, I see you on the Comcast text line. I don't want Steph to drop 50.
No.
Because then you still got to go back to L.A.
Right. You need Steph. I like the double-double we saw in Game 2, 20 and 12.
Exactly.
Hell, I love the triple-double the other night. You just needed some guys to make some shots. 888-957-9570. What needs to happen for the Warriors to extend the series? Here's a great question. Comcast Business Text Line. This is perfect because we had an email about it yesterday. We actually talked about this after the show. 650. Bonte, what the heck are we going to talk about if the Warriors lose tonight? KC Schmidt, these terrible Giants? No. No. We made mixed system Giants, and shout out to Casey Schmidt and his family. That was a cool moment.
Yeah.
Again, I asked the question, why the hell wasn't he up for Yankee Stadium in game number 1? What was the point of waiting until the Nationals on a Tuesday night where we're all watching the Eastern Conference and Western Conference playoffs? Nobody was watching Casey Schmidt last night, but hey, good job. In the City Connect jerseys. What are they now, 19-7 in those? Whatever. What we're going to talk about. 20-6, Lubman? 20-6? Look at him. He couldn't wait to drop that. Sam Lovin, he's happy this morning.
I'm repping big time City Connect today.
Yeah, you are. He's not even wearing Warriors gear. Well, you were wearing Warriors gear earlier.
Yeah, but it's like 500 degrees in the studio, so I had to take it off.
Yeah. It is hot. I got this dry fit on. I'm sweating right through it. But what are we going to talk about? Allen, you know what we're going to talk about. The most exciting offseason we've had in the Bay Area in recent memory.
Wow.
The Warriors offseason will be fascinating. It may be tumultuous. We may be heartbroken. Somebody may be leaving. One of the core guys may be leaving. We don't know if Kerr's coming back. We don't know if Bob Myers is coming back. What the hell is going to happen with Jordan Poole?
Yeah.
What is going to happen with Jonathan Kuminga? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This offseason will be electric, so we will be discussing the Golden State Warriors. They're not leaving our lives, folks.
No, not at all. And I would argue, Bonte, to be honest, whether they win or lose, this is not necessarily about it'll be more tumultuous if they lose,
right.
Specifically if they lose this series. But either way,
right.
You would probably say that if you're Shams, Charania, or Woj, the Warriors are at the top of your list.
Oh, yes.
This is who we need to get this going. This is the number one team.
It's on their whiteboard, Alan.
Warriors.
It's on the whiteboard.
Yeah.
Warriors.
All
right. They're all strategizing right now. Action Sports, Athletic, ESPN. They all Warriors.
Yeah.
All season. We need to be all over this.
And we know, because Shams is apparently a clutch guy, we kind of know where he would get his information.
Well, and that's where Steve Kerr spoke of it. Do we have that sound, Spadoni? Steve, if you can. Steve Kerr was asked by Willard or Dibbs yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game. Download the Odyssey app and download that interview right now. By the way, the Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Our offseason is going to be lit up. And plus, you got the NFL schedule being released. You know we're going to break that down. Shasta and I can break down the schedule in one show, 4 hours.
Yeah.
I'll break down every single game. Got to have a game. Must-win game.
I'm so glad.
Rivalry game.
I'm so glad you love the schedule watch, because I do a lot of shows. When I'm filling in for different people. A lot of people don't like the schedule watching. I love schedule watching.
Dude, 2 years ago, Kate Scott, when she was running the show, she goes, "You guys really are ready to talk 4 hours of schedule?" And we went down every single game and broke down every single game and how the season was going to play out. Got to have it games, trap games, divisional rivalry games, must-win games, Super Bowl preview games, you name it. We're going to be all over it.
And it doesn't matter if you're completely wrong on everything. None of that even matters.
Right.
None of that even matters.
So look, we get another text, 954, Comcast Business Text line. Bonte, why is Skip Bayless on national TV speaking on how it's time for the Dubs to move on from Steve Kerr? Again, Fox Sports, whiteboard, Warriors. Steve Kerr. Draymond Green, Jordan Poole. It's all over everybody's whiteboard. So you better believe the home of the Golden State Warriors, 95.7 The Game, we're going to be talking Warriors. We ain't going to just pivot and do 4 hours of Giants. It's going to be 3 hours of Warriors, maybe 2 hours of Warriors, 2 hours of Niners.
Yeah.
Giants are distant third, homie. Don't worry. They're not leaving our vocab. Warriors. Get ready.
You know how I get down. I think the baseball season is way too long anyway, so holler at me when it matters. Holler at me after the All-Star break.
Right, no doubt.
To be completely honest with you. And I love baseball, but holler at me later.
I love it too. But come on, man. We were snoozing yesterday watching the Nationals and Giants.
You know what I'm excited for, Bonte? I'm excited to take baby girl out, and for the day game when they do the Lion King and everybody holds the babies up. That's the most exciting thing I'm ready for the Giants. Not the actual gameplay.
Oh boy, it's fun. And when you get your daughter, I know she's very young, so she can't run around the bases yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, baby Chaz is doing that. So
that's what I'm excited for.
Yep.
I'm not talking Giants before the All-Star break.
No,
come on now.
That's my guy.
And I do love baseball.
Shasky's cringing somewhere. You know,
I'm sorry,
Shasky's tapped
Shasky.
in. You know he's tapped in.
I'm sorry, man.
He's tapped in. He's seeing the numbers too. And he's like, damn, I'm missing out. You are missing out this week, buddy. Steve Kerr.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
It is for sale. Now, nobody wants any part of your body, Shasky, but, you can try to sell it. Ain't worth much. Shev Sarania got to tweet about, or he tweeted out that GP2 was starting the other day. Steve Kerr was like, wow. I wish, who's the leak? Well, here's what Steve Kerr had to say about that report.
Hey, Steve, I know you're out of the lineup sharing business, but is there...
It's okay. Shams is in the lineup sharing business.
Did you tell him?
No, we have a special correspondent within our organization who shares information with him, apparently.
Are you willing to share what kind of tone you want to set early in this game?
Gosh, that's a new one. You're taking a different tact. I like it, Monty. I think the main thing is we have to do a better job defending without fouling and keeping them out of transition. Those things go hand in hand. So
he was asked about it yesterday again with other Dibs, and he was like, "Yeah, it's just kind of weird. It's not cool." Somebody from the locker room just texting Shams, "Hey, I'm starting tonight," or "Hey, we got a different lineup," or is it an assistant coach? Like, what the heck? That would bug me as a coach.
And look, we're not here to speculate. We're not. But if Shams is he's been put in the category of a clutch guy. First, you got to look at the clutch guys that are on the Warriors.
And who is that?
There are a couple, right? Because isn't Kuminga now a clutch guy?
Is Kuminga now a clutch guy?
I thought he was. I thought the Warriors.
I can't keep up. I know Draymond is.
I know Draymond is, but I thought the Warriors had two.
Maybe is it Moses Moody?
Is it Moody? I thought the Warriors had more than one.
Maybe Moody.
Okay,
but you may be right. It may be Moody or Kuminga.
But either way, I mean, it's just a weird thing to happen.
Yep.
Right? It's just bizarre. And again, it's just more noise that the Warriors have had to deal with all season long. Even when we talk Niners.
Moses Moody.
It was Moses Moody. Okay.
Yep.
So it definitely wasn't Moses Moody.
Moses Moody is not singing like that. He ain't about that.
There's no way. There is no way. And we talked about how the Niners, oh my gosh, the Niners locker room and Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo, and how are they going to be able to handle this? We never thought we'd be having these conversations about the Warriors.
Well, it stinks, though, because it takes away the gamesmanship. Mm-hmm. Now, all of a sudden, Darvin Ham has a couple hours. Oh, they're starting GP2. Let's do this now.
Yeah.
Let's adjust. Instead, when the lineups come out, he finds out 15 minutes before the game, got to make some quick adjustments. Now, they're probably prepared for any combination.
Yeah.
This is the NBA. They got all the scouting reports. They know what time it is. But that was the first time that lineup had started together. So I do wonder. I mean, it does suck because it takes away that gamesmanship. Now that you're thinking about it, you're like, okay, now I got 2 more hours to prep for GP2. This is supposed to be a surprise. I was going to throw a curveball in there. So that's kind of lame right there.
Now, it didn't actually help them because GP2 went off.
GP2 went off. He had a great game.
But it's the principle.
No doubt. Let's go to Dan on Highway 4. Let's get these calls, Alan. Lines are packed right now. They want to talk some Dubs and Lakers. Dan, Highway 4, what's happening?
Bonte, what's going on? Alan, you're doing a hell of a job, man. A real 6-man.
There you go.
Appreciate you.
Dan. 6 Man of the Year. John Havlicek Award.
But anyway, last year's finals, Warriors down, I believe 2-1, game 4. Maybe third, fourth quarter, Kerr calls timeout. He says, you guys, you got to trust your teammates. Move the ball. Make the extra pass. So with that being said, I feel like Clay was very selfish the other night with the couple of threes that he took. He could have easily made an extra pass. He could have easily slowed it down. When you take shots like that, it hurts your team. Long rebounds. The Lakers are able to run. It's going to hurt your team. And all this about Poole being the reason Poole got 10 minutes. The closers were on the floor. They didn't get it done.
No doubt.
I would take everything else off the air.
Hey, it's a hell of a call, Dan. You're absolutely right. Clay was selfish. Mm-hmm. That's the worst shot I've ever seen him attempt. Now, he's had some bad shots before, young Clay. But I'm talking about prime Clay that's been winning championships. Mm-hmm. I was so disappointed watching that back. I was so disappointed. Now, again, he's capable of making that shot. They all are. Steph, Clay, that's what makes the Splash Brothers. That's what makes them 2 of the greatest three-point shooters of all time. But that shot in that moment, with that time on the shot clock, that was nasty work right there. It was a terrible shot. Terrible.
Yeah.
You're down 1.
Situationally, there's no excuse. And look, we talked about Steve Kerr going on to say, hey, we're going to live with it. And even Draymond. And then the video comes out because Draymond on his podcast, and yes, he did a podcast. A lot of people had questions to say. I listened to the clips. I didn't listen to the whole thing. But Draymond saying, I'm going to live with this. And it's just funny to me, but because there's a video of you clearly upset about it. Right. And maybe later, I only saw the clip, maybe later he said the timing, but he's like, I'm going to live with that all day. Didn't look like it at the time, Dre. Didn't look like it. And right. to Dan's point, I highlighted a text earlier from the Comcast Business text on the 408. Klay is better when he just catches and shoots, no dribble. When Klay starts dribbling to create a shot, that's not Klay, not his natural play. And I completely agree. Whenever Klay shoots off the dribble, Bonte, for as good as he is, I am legitimately surprised when that ball goes in because that's not who he is.
No.
Now, unfortunately, I've always thought that when these series go long, and specifically playing somebody like LeBron with his high basketball IQ, you get to know the offense a little bit. It's always been like that. So they start denying Klay, and he's not able to get loose the same way he normally does. So now he says, well, if I'm only going to get the ball and I have to dribble, I got to get these shots up one way or the other, and you don't feel good about it. And both of those shots, not only were they off balance and at terrible times in the shot clock, both of them were not even catch and shoot.
No, they were not.
So you know he didn't feel comfortable.
That was just a terrible shot. Now, that second one was a quick catch and shoot, but the spacing was off there on the sideline, and Steve Kerr and Draymond Green's like, no, maybe you get a couple more passes, you'd be a little more patient deeper into the shot clock, you get a better shot. But, I mean, did that lose the game? No. The Warriors turned the ball over 16 times and gave up 20 points off those turnovers. Lonnie Walker happened. You got Lonnie Walker, who scored 15 points in the fourth quarter. So Klay was... Look, they took away his airspace in game number 4. How do you get Klay open? How do you get him moving better off of screens? How do you get him? The Lakers are locked in on him. They understand when Klay goes off, man, the Warriors are a much better team, no doubt. Holding Klay Thompson to 11 field goal attempts, that's a win for the L.A. Lakers. That's a win. They'll live with that all day long. All right, let's go to Berna, San Leandro. Berna, what's happening?
Hi. Thank you for taking my call. Just real quick, I've coached for a long time, and I think that there's certain things that a coach can control. Can't control the execution oftentimes or the skills of players. They're going to have on and off and runs in the game. However, I think the thing with Jordan Poole, I know everybody says it's not in it. We can't just point at Jordan because there's other issues as well. I think that Jordan Poole's whole mindset, besides the punch, could have been, but I think his whole demeanor, being a young kid and going out with the girl, spending $500,000 on her. He's just flippant.
Berna. Let's do this though. We don't know if that's true.
I keep hearing that. Is it true?
And I don't know if it's true. And who cares if it is true? He's got $500,000 to spend on the girl. Then damn it, he's balling. Do what you do, JP. I don't care, but I don't think that report's true, Berna.
Steve Kerr should not play him in crucial situations because he's not going to come with it. Okay, you want consistency. He hasn't been. That's just my take on it.
Well, no doubt, it's a good take. But you know what? You have to play Jordan Poole.
But he didn't.
And he only played 10 minutes. And Steve Kerr felt it. Steve Kerr felt like, hey, he doesn't have it tonight, so I'm not going to play him in the fourth quarter.
He did not play crucial minutes last game.
And so he did not factor into the decision. He wasn't playing long enough to have a fact. Now they needed to be a factor. The JP from last postseason, you don't win a championship without Jordan Poole last year. Why is it hard for some people to admit that? But I'm also not going to pile on JP when he wasn't playing down in crunch time. It was the Hall of Famers. It was Moses Moody. It was Andrew Wiggins. They didn't make plays down the stretch. They didn't make plays. But the whole thing about him spending $500,000, do we know if that's true? We got to stop running with rumors on the internet.
And out of all those stupid reports that we've seen in this day and age, there's not one picture of them together.
No, not one.
And either way, like you said, it shouldn't matter. But there's not one picture. And actually, to be honest, it's been a thing on the internet of people pairing up random stars and saying they're dating. It's like a weird inside joke. Yeah. So I have no clue if it's true or not. But what I will say, just taking it back to actual basketball, is this. The thing about Jordan Poole is that you don't even really need him to go off like last year. You need him enough. We talk about Steph's gravity. Right now, Jordan Poole doesn't even have any gravity. Yeah. And that's affecting everything. That's affecting Klay's ability to get loose because Jordan Poole isn't pulling any gravity at all, Bonte.
No, he's not. The gossip is so bad. Again, if he wants to spend $500,000, he got it. What did Baby say from Cash Money Records? And if they ain't tricking it, if he got it.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne said that. It ain't tricking if you got it. And if he's got it, he's got it. The hell, some of you simps on the YouTube chat, I know if you had it, you'd spend $500,000 too. They'd take all your money. Some of you guys ain't got no game. Ramona Shelburne on the Poole report in the locker room from the other night.
He was sitting at his locker and he was facing his locker. So I don't know who was the reporter who said, "Are you ready to talk?" Usually you kind of ask them before you stick a camera in their face. It's a requirement to talk post game. You're supposed to talk every game after the game. If you don't do it, you get fined. I felt like with Jordan, without having been there for the entree of it, the beginning of it, I can't say how that started, but he was ready to go. He was dressed. It wasn't like I don't think he was. All he needed to do was turn around, and I think that's where things got weird because he didn't turn around.
So he didn't turn around. Here's a whole locker room vibe, according to Ramona Shelburne, ESPN on Willard and Dibbs yesterday.
I've seen bad locker rooms. That didn't feel like a bad locker room to me. That felt like, yeah, they were pissed that they lost the game. Like, they were disappointed. I think they were more mad at themselves. A bad locker room is when they don't think they can win or they don't think they should have won. Like, they feel overwhelmed. And that was not a bad locker room. That was like pretty much every Warrior road loss locker room in the year where they kind of, they get sloppy. They make some weird plays at the end. They're mad at themselves. I think they have a respect for the Lakers and what they're doing. But everyone I talked to last night in that locker room sort of felt like they gave that one away.
We all felt like the Warriors gave that one away. That's what made us so sick yesterday. That's why I was so damn depressed, because I knew they gave the game away.
Yeah.
They've given away many games this year. Mm-hmm. It's been the theme of the season. But as far as Jordan Poole with his back turned and, he's getting a lot of heat because he doesn't want to talk to the media. Think about his season. Think about what that young man has had to go through. I mean, people on Instagram yesterday were sending me all kind of videos and memes and mocking him. Animations of him getting punched again. That's what he has to live with. I've been pissed too. I wouldn't want to talk to anybody. I went 0 for 4, scored nothing. Got 10 minutes of action, and they got to have a game. Lucky he talked at all.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Because if he could spend, I'm not going to make a joke here, but if he could spend $500K on Ice Spice, he could spend $25K to not talk to the media.
Exactly.
And he still did.
Come on.
He still did.
Think about spending $500,000 on a first date.
Yeah.
What's the most expensive first date you ever had?
Woo. Most expensive first date? It wasn't $500K.
It wasn't.
I mean, I'm talking maybe $200.
Maybe.
$200.
I mean, my first date with Etta 6.5 years ago was outside Ledge. I got a free VIP pass from the former radio station I worked at. I got the freebie.
Come on. But then, okay, well, once you got in, you got to pay. Those food trucks will hit you, though.
Spent about 100, 150.
Okay.
If that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But our first few dates were freebies.
You got to
free airplane tickets. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah,
Ball it on the
out.
budget.
Yeah.
Figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Damn.
It is crazy though, man, and we're trying to focus here on Game 5, and I do think that the Warriors will come out and take care of business. But when you do think about it, there is literally no way, in my opinion, Draymond Green and Jordan Poole can coexist on the Warriors.
Right.
I just don't see it being possible.
Well, that's a topic of conversation once the season is over. Whether it's over tonight, whether it's over Friday, whether it's over in June. I don't think it'll be over tonight, and I hope it's not over tonight. I want to continue to talk Warriors basketball, the actual games. This is pretty funny. Early Chavez. Bonte was he was like Dave Chappelle at Half-Baked. He went on a date with MJ. Yes. Stole that money out the tip jar.
You got to do what you got to do,
man. You got to do what you got to do, man. If you got to go to McDonald's, you got to go to McDonald's. I don't care. Do what you got to do, man, to seal the deal.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a conversation. That's a topic that I want to touch on after the season, Alan.
Yeah.
Whether or not they can coexist. That's interesting. A lot of people don't believe they can. That's something we'll get into after the season. KT, Oakland. KT, what's happening? You're on a roast.
How you guys doing? Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to say that I think you guys are just really letting Jordan Poole off the hook, and that's the reason why. And you guys, man, he came into the game, and he's got to give you something. That's what he was paid to do. Play, Steph, and whatever mistakes they made, Jordan Poole is the third man. That's what they paid him to do. If he doesn't come with the mindset to do what he needs to do to help the team, then, that's on him. We can't keep making excuses. Oh, he's going through this, he's going through that. When you step on the floor, that has to go away. And you can see a lot of players who have a lot of stuff. Dennis Rodman had a lot of stuff before he got on the floor. But when he got on the floor, he performed. And
that's what happens, man. When you get paid the bag, you're expected to do that, and you can't have any excuses, and we can't give him excuses.
I don't think we are giving him excuses, KT. We're not giving him no excuses.
Mm-hmm.
He has to play better. We're just talking about what happened after the game. But during the game, he was not effective. And if they want to win another championship and go back-to-back, they need Jordan Poole to be effective. We've said that all along, these entire playoffs, KT.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. The guy was never the guy, and I've never been impressed with him because he was never consistent. Everybody's talking about he's the reason why we won the championship.
No, we're saying he was
the reason. But if you look at that whole playoff run, he was real spotty. And he did have a big game that helped us win, but he was spotty. He was never consistent.
What we said, but KT, do the Warriors win the championship without Jordan Poole last year? We're not saying he's the main reason. The main reason is Steph. All right, let's not get it twisted. Steph is number one, but you don't win that championship without the contributions of Jordan Poole. Come on, do you?
Yeah, you don't win it without. And that's what I'm saying.
That's all we're saying.
Now, and it should be the same thing going forward this year. And if he's not getting time to play, and that's because he's not producing. But when you get that bag, man, you can't be talking about, oh, I don't want to talk to the media. I don't want to do this. You got to get on the floor and perform. And the one thing I want to say about Steve Kerr is that you got to do. And I love Steve Kerr, and I don't think he should even everybody's talking that nonsense. Right. But you got to play some guys. You got to give Camille a run. Just the 2 minutes, just to see what he got that night. Go a little bit deeper if they ain't got to pull him, but give them an opportunity to contribute like the Lakers did with the guy who scored the 15 points.
Right.
We didn't know who he was, but he got the opportunity. And that's what you have to do every once in a while, just to give a guy to see what he got. Right. And, you make him go a little deeper in your bench. That's the only thing I have against Kerr.
Good call, KT. I'm not mad at your take.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at that at all. But it's unfair to say, hey, you don't win that championship last year without Jordan Poole.
No.
Straight up.
No. And if we're keeping it a buck, Jordan Poole, his whole swag and demeanor and production changed when Clay came back. Yep. And who was more of a bigger reason the Warriors won the championship last season, Clay or Jordan Poole? It's Jordan Poole.
You can make the argument. But even then, when Steph got hurt and Clay came back, Jordan Poole was your best player.
Jordan Poole was your best
carrying
player.
You.
And I just don't understand because, we sit here and we talk about Jordan Poole and we say, I don't know what else there is to say, right? I mean, we're saying it's unacceptable. We're saying he needs to play better. We're saying that if you needed Jordan Poole to win the championship last season and you don't have Jordan Poole this season, it's going to be a rough go, right? But the bottom line is when you're down 3-1, there's not one person to blame. It's a pie chart, and everybody gets some of that blame. Jordan Poole gets a pretty big piece. You know who else gets a pretty big piece? Klay Thompson.
Yep.
You know who else gets a fairly big piece? Draymond Green. So everybody is responsible for this, and I feel like we've been giving everybody their due.
Right. You need Jordan Poole. You need Draymond. It all fixed. It's all connected. It's all connected. It is all connected when it comes to him. So Jordan Poole, I hope he bounces back and has a good game. And don't forget, that bag doesn't kick in until next year. He's making $3 to $4 million this year. Mm-hmm. All right? So you're getting good value from him. Considering now the contract and everything looming, that kicks in next season. Now we're going to have a different conversation. But we'll continue with the calls. Bud, Marcus, Zach, E will get to you on the other side. But right now it's time for the injury report. Heat up 3-1 on the New York Knickerbockers, but tonight there's a chance they might have to do so and close the Knicks out without Jimmy Butler. The Heat forward is listed as questionable for tonight's Game 5 in New York City due to a right ankle sprain. This is the same right ankle that has hobbled Butler throughout the series. Didn't slow him down in South Beach, though, when the Heat tore apart the Knicks in Games 3 and 4. The expectation is that Butler will attempt to play through pain, but the Heat will await close to tip-off to make an official decision. They may have to wait until Game 6. We'll see. I think Butler's going to go tonight and try to close out the Knicks. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. I almost said Jeff Van Gundy. Stan Van Gundy. Stan Van Gundy, 8:30. Of course, former head coach in the NBA. Does a great job on TNT with Brian Anderson. We'll get his thoughts on this series. Plus Rob Parker at 9:20. But first, your phone calls. Bud, Mark, and Zach. We'll get you all coming up on the other side. And that will be sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
He's the GMOAT.
number 5 between the Warriors and the Lakers tonight at Chase Center. And oh, baby, this is going to be riveting. Will the Warriors survive and force to Game 6? Or will tomorrow morning be a morning of mourning, I guess? A funeral.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the Warriors rally tonight and win Game 5 and force a Game 6 down in L.A. What do you think? 888-957-9570. As we say, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. Good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift, truck drivers, longshoremen, plumbers, janitors, bakers, baristas, cops, California Highway Patrol. You know, we got to say good morning to the strippers. It's a big night for y'all, especially if the Warriors win. Business will be booming.
That's right.
People will be feeling good after Chase Center, ready to throw some dollars around. Hey, good morning to y'all. Go out there and step it up tonight, baby. It's a big day.
Wife.
It's a big day. By the way, some of the schedules are coming out here, and it looks like the Niners and Eagles will play Week 13, December 3rd, in Philadelphia.
You got to go. You got to go.
December 3rd? No.
You got to go.
Why do I have to go?
You owe him something.
I don't think he's allowed in Philadelphia anymore.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They got a big old sign at the city limits. Do not let this man in.
Dude, Shasky and I made all their websites. All their websites. And I got my best friend is from Philadelphia, Sean Singer, Philly Zoo. And this whole posse was like, yo, you know, Ponte was on the airwaves out here giving out his section and his seat numbers. Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Don't wait till December. You'll be in Philly next month, Ponte. Warriors Sixers NBA Finals.
Don't do that, Spinelli. Don't.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Don't do that. While he wears this Laker Kobe jersey.
I'm nervous. I'll say that. A lot
You're
of nervous
always
energy.
nervous. You're worse than Guru and Shasky. First 5 minutes of the game. Lakers don't have it tonight. They're done.
Lay off.
They don't win it by 30. They don't have it tonight. Oh, man. Alan, maybe you could come to Philly with me. What was your favorite cheesesteak out there before we get to the calls?
Oh, it's Ishkabibbles.
It's Kabibbles.
Yeah.
We walked there.
Oh, yeah.
That baby was nice.
Because I got married out there, and, we made a little website, and we had everybody go and try the different spots. But Ishkabibbles, that's the one.
That's the one?
That's the one.
Jim's' South Street was burned down. I've been to Jim's before.
Yeah, Jim's. And Ishkabibbles is never really a long line. It's on the under. It's on the under.
I did like Ishkabibbles.
So.
What about Steve's Princess Steaks?
I didn't have that one.
You didn't have that one?
Didn't
that was
have
in the
that one.
suburbs, I think.
Okay.
I know Pat and Geno's are the touristy one. I've never had Pat and Geno's.
There's a lot of different ways you can go, but the bottom line is
Reading Terminal,
but you get the pork out there. You get it's got the broccoli rabe. They won best sandwich back in a couple of years ago. So there's just a lot of good food out there.
Well, we walked in there with our Niners gear after getting shellacked, and they were mugging us, and I was still chirping. I said, I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
I'm still talking.
Well, specifically,
screw y'all.
After Brock went down, it wasn't like you won. It wasn't like it was a real beat down there.
Well, we told him, I was talking. Shasky wasn't.
Yeah.
He was trying to calm me down, but I was telling him, Kansas City's going to kick your ass. So enjoy this now, and in 2 weeks, you'll be sad.
Yeah.
And in 2 weeks, they were sad.
Looking at Jordan Poole and how, at the end of, he's basically... His meteoric rise has basically been a year and a half, right? Starting 2 seasons ago and then really just popping off last year. And Jordan Poole got the bag. Are we positive? And I might be going too far here. Are we positive that Jalen Hurts is that dude? Are we positive from one really good year? I know you have to pay him, but are we positive he's that dude?
Well, we're going to find out.
We're going to find out.
I think he's solid, but boy, he missed some throws in the Super Bowl.
Every list.
He missed some throws in the NFC Championship.
Best quarterback in the NFC. Now, I know the NFC is weak quarterback-wise, but people love to crown early, and people love to take it away quickly.
No doubt.
It's always been like that.
I thought you were going to go to Tyrese Maxey because how he's risen from the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah.
He's a problem.
Well, he's been a problem, though.
Yeah, he is a problem. He is legit. He's legit. By the way, Kate Scott, a lot of people saying, man, look at Kate Scott out there in Philadelphia. She's lucky. I saw her on the court yesterday after the game talking to Tyrese Maxey. She's feeling it.
She is.
She is feeling it.
They're feeling it right now.
They're one game away from the conference finals.
And
Philadelphia. Wow. James Harden.
Is this more about Philly or is it more about the Celtics and not having Ime Udoka
and Will Hardy? And Will Hardy, the assistant with the Utah Jazz, or head coach now with the Utah Jazz. They lost both of those guys. They look a little soft.
Yeah, and Jason Tatum, I mean, people have just been trying to push him to the next stratosphere, and he literally is just saying, Bonte, I don't want to go.
Celtics
don't make me go.
Celtics are blowing it.
Don't make me go,
Philadelphia
man.
Wells Fargo Center's going to be a madhouse tomorrow.
Yeah.
You want a hot take? Give me Jaylen Brown over Jason Tatum. I'm starting my franchise.
That's not a hot take.
Not anymore, right?
No, I don't think it's a hot take.
That's like
He's a better two-way player.
Who showed up better in the finals last year? It was Jaylen Brown. Not even close.
Jaylen Brown. He needs to get more shots. At one point, Jason Tatum was 7-21 yesterday, and Jaylen Brown had 9 shots. They both got to be around the same stratosphere when it comes to FGAs.
I think the Celtics are going to choose Tatum over Brown, too, and it's going to be a mistake.
They have to, though.
Dude,
I think they have to.
Boy, I'll take Jaylen Brown on the Warriors right now.
Who's going?
That's the question for the y'all season. That's why you want to stick with us in the y'all season. That's why you want to stick with us.
Wow, I'm just learning
Jaylen
from
Brown
Bonte.
did go to Cal.
Wow.
He did go to Cal.
Textbook tease from Bonte. I'm
Textbook
just learning
tease.
as we
Hey,
go.
No,
I'm
no,
learning
you're a
as
pro,
we
man.
go.
I'm learning from you, man. Hey, that's why you want to stick with us in the all season. There's plenty of names. Plenty of names. And Joe Lacob, I'll never forget this, Alan. He came to the studio back in 2017 or 18 with Larry O'Brien. And Joe Lacob sat in that seat next to me and said, I may not have the same 4 All-Stars on the floor, but I will have 4 All-Stars on the floor.
Wow.
That's what he's gunning for. And he's mentioned Jerry Buss many times before the finals last year. Well, how many finals, Raymond? Raymond Ritter, who's out there listening. What's up, Raymond? See you later tonight. Jerry Buss, 16 finals in 33 years with the LA Lakers. He aspires to be Jerry Buss. He aspires to be one of the top dogs. So he may have this core now with all these All-Stars and all this talent Hall of Famers. But once he moves on, he's looking for the next core, the next batch.
Right.
And so they're going to be in a business, or I should say in the business of superstar hunting.
Yes.
And they're an attractive destination.
They are. And realistically, if you look at the dynasties and the organizations that have had these long runs, there's always been 2 parts. The Kobe run had 2 parts. The Spurs run had 2 parts. So just thinking that, hey, the idea of the same requisite parts are going to get you through, that just means this dynasty is going to end sooner than you want to.
Yep.
And that's the truth.
That is.
There's going to be a phase 2. It's just a matter of when.
Hey, Spadoni, people are asking for Guru's speech tonight. We may need Guru's speech for Game 5. We may need it for 6 if there's a 6. We may need it for Game 7. But let me know when you pull up the speech, because we need to jack this baby up. We just spice it up a little bit. Bud in Oakland, what's happening? What's up, Bud?
What's good? What's good? Hey, man. Listen, the NBA has created a theme for this Lakers and Warriors series, and I've been listening to the theme song, The Big Payback by James Brown. Now, albeit we got to start with just one game at a time, and I'm saying it's a big payback because we were up 3-1 against the Cavaliers in the finals, and I know it's not the finals, but it's a payback to LeBron. We are going to pay him back, so, it's looking good for them right now. Lonnie Walker, he did his thing. He did what he was supposed to do, but now there's going to be a body on him. Now there will be a body on him, which it should have been because you saw what he did in the fourth quarter of the game. But it's a big payback, man. One game at a time. We start with tonight, and Jordan Poole will get his confidence back tonight. Everybody knows the others plays well at home. He'll get his confidence back, and he'll ride that confidence wave going down to L.A., and hopefully we can just, like I said, start tonight and force another game after that.
I like that. The big payback.
Big payback.
Little James Brown. I
like that, too.
The big payback.
Yeah.
Dun-dun-dun. Maybe they should warm up to that.
Jordan Poole, and we've said this before, Bonte, all you got to do, I just want to see one time, and it's been going around social media, his clips from last season. I think that's the most confusing thing about this. The shot is the shot. A jump shot's going to come, a jump shot's going to go. Hopefully it's there longer than it's not. But it's the hezzies. It's getting to the cup. It's Austin Reeves locking you down.
Yeah,
that is the stuff that is just confusing to us. And it's just like, and I'll tell you this much right now,
he's so
Bonte.
loose with the ball, Alan. Not to cut you off. He's so loose with the ball. Yesterday, in the third quarter, I watched him. He goes up and the ball just squirts out of his head. It's like, what is going on here?
Look, I'm saying, Bonte, he needs to sit down the same way, Clay, and I know we're kind of off the Clay Game 6 stuff, but Clay will say, I'll watch other Game 6s. Jordan Poole needs to watch his own highlight reel. And I seen Black Panther 1, and I seen Black Panther 2, and I'm going to go there. Show them who you are. Show them who you are, Jordan Poole. This is not who you are. Show them. Show the people.
Let's go, JP. This is what it is, Warriors. It's the big payback. Let that ride right there. Good vibes today, baby, on the Warriors Wednesday. That's how we're feeling today. Game 5. Warriors ain't losing at home.
No.
They're not going out like that. Come on. Let's go to Zach in Richmond. Zach, what's happening?
Hey, you guys, love the optimism from the last caller because the Warriors are not passing the ball like the Warriors. They're not shooting the ball like the Warriors, like we all know they can do. But they were still in that game because they were able to draw AD out. They had a game plan. They scored tons of points in the paint, and all we want to ask those guys to do is just be there with a shot to win in the end of the game. And if they can do that, they can win these. They can win these games. They gotta play within themselves, and they gotta keep the turnovers low. That last game was lost on just a string of like 3 turnovers. The inbound pass from DiVincenzo, all that stuff. If they can keep that down, the Lakers aren't going to do anything amazing.
No.
They're not. We've seen what they have. So these games are winnable. Now, I got to weigh in on Jordan Poole because I know you guys have been talking about this.
Right.
Jordan Poole, what's going on is not Jordan Poole's fault. Jordan Poole is a talented player. Jordan Poole does not fit in the Warriors' offensive system. Jordan Poole is not a two-way player. Jordan Poole does not know how to drive and dish. He's a great offense. He's a great player, and he played great for them last year. But I'm not going to say Jordan Poole fit into that offense last year either. And I was not pleased to see the Warriors give him his bag because he doesn't fit in the system. It's only a matter of time till the things that are happening now are happening. That's what I thought.
It's an interesting observation, Zach. Interesting observation. Go ahead, finish strong, Zach. I'll let you finish.
It's a personnel decision. But one last thing, and I got a bone to pick with you guys. Jordan Poole was not the second best player on the Warriors last year during that run.
We didn't say that.
Because you have to count.
No, we didn't say that.
Defense.
We didn't say that.
Well, okay.
We didn't say that. Nobody said that. Andrew Wiggins was the second best player in the postseason last year. All right? Clay, Dre, Jordan Poole are interchangeable, but Kevon Looney may have been one of your most consistent players as well. But I know we didn't say that about Jordan Poole being the second best player last postseason.
He might have been your second best scoring option, though.
Right. And maybe your second best scoring option in the regular season. But here's what I want. This is the guy.
Money time! Money time!
I need that JP back. We blew that button out last year. The button broke. We had to reset it.
Money time! Money time!
I need that Jordan Poole.
Well, last night was more about Moses and Gary. I mean, both guys were playing so well.
Sorry about that.
You know, I think he made a decent point, though, about it's interesting, Bonte, because I think there's a decent point to be made about fit with Jordan Poole. And I got an argument against it and for it. And the argument, I guess, for it is that Jordan Poole kind of reminds me, he plays way faster, but kind of reminds me in terms of fit when D'Lo was on the team. Now, D'Lo didn't really get to play with Steph, but we all knew that doesn't really look right?
Well, D'Lo played too slow. He needed the ball in his hands.
D'Lo played too slow. So I don't think it's that bad, but I understand where the caller is coming from. The reason I think you do need somebody like Jordan Poole is because we've seen this before, Bonte. We love Steve Kerr's system. It's got the Warriors 4 rings, along with obviously having Steph, Draymond, and Klay Thompson. We get all that. But there are times where late in the series, somebody like LeBron, other teams that you've played for 5 to 6 to 7 games, they know what's coming within that offense, and you need somebody to just get you a bucket. And that was the whole thing about getting Kevin Durant. Now, Kevin Durant is an elite bucket getter and one of the best bucket getters of all time, but you just need a bucket getter. And that's what the Warriors thought they had with Jordan Poole. Sometimes, specifically in the playoffs, you need somebody to break out of the system when the system isn't working and get a bucket.
And he's capable of doing that.
Right now, you just have Steph. This is not a slight on Klay. Klay can't really score outside of the system.
No, he can't.
He can't.
He can't. And here's the other deal. It's like quarterbacks, right? When we're breaking down the all-22 film and we're saying, well, Jimmy should have thrown it to this guy or that guy. We have no idea who the primary receiver is. We have no idea who the secondary receiver is. We have no idea who the third option is. I say that to say, I don't know what Steve Kerr's telling Jordan Poole in the huddle or each game plan. Today, I need you to be a facilitator. Today, I need you to be a scorer. We have no idea what his role is on a game-to-game basis. Hell, we don't even know if he starts or comes off the bench half the time, which is what happened in the regular season. But what I do know is when he started, he got to 25 points a game. His efficiency numbers were slightly up from when he came off the bench, not drastic or anything like that, but he was getting buckets for you, and he was getting to the free throw line. And that's one thing in the series that, man, a guy like that knows how to draw fouls. He does.
Yep.
I need JP, and I still think he could play within this system. Now, it's a great point you make about breaking the system, breaking out of the system. Well, that's why Jordan Poole's here, because he can go outside the system and make things happen. Hasn't done it in the postseason. I don't know if you can count on him tonight. You may have to because you have no choice, but it's like the Kuminga argument, right? Oh, we need to see more Jonathan Kuminga. I don't feel comfortable in Game 5 of a series in which you lose another game, your season's over. We're going to rely on Jonathan Kuminga after giving him all these DMPs.
Nah.
That's unfair to JK.
That ship, unfortunately, has sailed. But you can't afford to have the Jordan Poole ship sail.
No, you can't. You
can't.
need him.
Yeah.
You need him.
Because you're not going to get 30 from Clay these next 3 games.
Nope.
You're just not. And you're going to get the normal 15 to 20 you get from Andrew Wiggins, but you've been getting that, and you're down 3-1.
No
you
doubt.
need something else.
No doubt you do. Let's go to E in San Jose. E, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Bonte, I gotta talk to you about something. You put me in Alcatraz last Wednesday for some disparaging remarks I made about Jordan Poole. I want to give a shout out to Kim K for prison reform because I took my sentence and I waited until this Wednesday to call back. But
wait, so you paid the bail?
Put up 11 points.
You paid the bail?
You put me in Alcatraz on Wednesday.
All right.
It's Wednesday. I paid the week. I paid the week in Alcatraz.
I like that.
Shout out Kim K.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right.
But Jordan Poole's put up 11 points in 3 games, and I'm going to say something that I don't like that I'm even saying it, but the Warriors absolutely need Jordan Poole tonight. They 100% need Jordan Poole to figure out how to drive and kick, how to figure out how to finish at the rim, and they need to figure out how to get some fouls. And I think he's big enough when he's running around playing defense. I think he's big enough to put his shoulder right in AD's chest and show everybody how soft he really is. I hope the Warriors win tonight. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Nah, you too, E. Welcome back to the world. Welcome back to civilization. Welcome back to the
Good
roast.
to be back.
It's good to be back.
And the Warriors, I know different types of styles, and I know the Lakers are better at defense than the Kings, but it is crazy. I mean, last series, every game we were doing foul checks. Who's in foul trouble? The Lakers just are never in foul trouble. They're just never in foul trouble. And I know they're much better defensively than the Kings, but can we at least get a check one time? Can someone have 3 fouls in the first half?
Right.
One time.
One time.
At least make them think about it. I mean, dang.
One time. But, all this conversation about Jordan Poole still comes down to the Hall of Famers. I need a better Draymond Green and better Klay Thompson. I worry about Jordan Poole when he comes into the game. I need a better Klay Thompson on both sides of the basketball. I need a better Draymond Green. I need the intense Draymond Green. I need Draymond Green talking smack to AD. I need him talking smack to Schroeder. I need him pushing that line tonight.
Right.
You got to go out guns blazing. I need the Saginaw Savage, the one that we've grown to love here in the Bay Area. That's who I need tonight.
Right. Which is crazy because you don't even have to talk trash to LeBron. Well, nobody's actually even saying for you to go at LeBron because we know Lebron,
It's Teflon with that.
Yeah,
he doesn't care.
He's going to be fine.
Go talk to AD.
Go talk to AD.
Go punk AD.
Go talk to Schroeder. Do what you do. Somebody said yesterday on the tweet that I had, Bonte, well, it's because nobody's gone at Draymond. Since when did Draymond not be the instigator?
Right.
You're supposed to start it.
Right. That's what he does.
You're supposed to start it.
He's the enforcer.
Don't wait.
He's the enforcer.
Come on now.
He's the heart and soul. Right?
That's what you need, man.
All right. Does Dub Nation need this?
Listen, man, I don't know what's going to happen in this series, but I'll tell you what, we are champs, 3-time champs. And all I ask you is to look around, look at your brother, look at me, and give it your all. I don't care if we win or lose. You got to go out there and be tough, not just for you, but for us and our fans. I don't know what's going to happen, but we got to go out there and fight. I'm tired of getting pushed around. I'm tired of being asked why we're not fighting. Again, men, bring it in. All I can ask you to do is fight. Let's go out there and kick this Lakers ass. Let's go. Because at the end of the day, we're Warriors. On 3, kick their ass. 1, 2, 3, kick their ass. Let's go.
Put the phone down, Johnny. Damn. Let's go to Caesar in the city. That'll wake your game up. I don't know what will. Caesar, what's happening?
What's up, Bonte? It's your boy Caesar from the Chase.
What's up, Cease?
See you there tonight, buddy.
Let's go, Cease.
I'm going to tell you right now. Did you see Steph's look? He's going to bring it. Jordan Poole's going to bring it. But you know who I'm calling out? The Chase Center fans. That's who I'm calling out because they need to bring the energy. They need to bring the roar back. These soft-ass fans are keeping a little bit too quiet for me. I'm there every night, and I'm not feeling it. I want that energy here.
All right, Caesar. I like that. I like that. I don't think they've been soft, but you know what? Chase Center got to stand up today.
Everybody on notice today.
Right. Everybody's on notice. The fans, the players, the coaches, the owners. Everybody's on notice. Hell, I better bring it on the pregame show.
You are on notice.
Yeah, I'm on notice.
Everybody
We're all
on notice.
We're all on notice.
You know?
Marcus Pacifica. Marcus, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, I'm dying still. There was that Ed Reed at the U giving his motivational speech. He was going out on his sword, leaving it out there. Now, what I wanted to talk about, I know we've touched on Poole quite a bit. A lot of names have been thrown out there. You guys brought Wiggins up 2 conversations ago, which is what I was going to bring up. You know, we're not really talking about Wiggins as much as we need to. I mean, last year, if it wasn't for Wiggins, we don't win that championship.
I agree.
And, you know, he goes 6 of 14 last game, you know, 2 of 6 from 3. You know, my wife and I were sitting on the couch watching the game, and he put the wide open lane, and he gets the ball, and rather than driving to the basket and putting some pressure on the defense, previous timeout, Kerr was just telling them to drive, kick it out if you have to, for the open shot, get a better shot. He decides to pull up a 3, misses it. You know, he was 2 of 6, 4 of 8 from the field. Other than that, though, you know, we need Wiggins to start getting to the basket. You know, we're complaining / talking about the free throw disparity, but we're not getting to the rack enough.
No, you're right. You know what, Marcus? We got to run here. You're right. But part of the reason why he can't get to the rack is because AD's lurking. Because when Draymond and GP2's in at the same time, or Draymond and Looney's in at the same time, or if Looney and GP2's in at the same time, AD's like, I could just camp in the paint. I don't have to guard them.
It's true.
And so now that takes away Wiggins' space in the paint when he can go to the rack.
And if we're keeping it 1,000, Wiggins has shot free throws better this series. I don't think he loves going to the free throw line.
Yeah, that's another thing. But he there's no space to go to the rack.
Yeah.
AD's lurking. Have you seen AD this series? It's been a problem.
Yeah.
All right, Joe and Verducci, we'll get to you on the other side. Robert San Bruno, we'll get to you on the other side. We got Stan Van Gundy coming up next. So please, love him if you want to let him know. Stay on hold. We're going to get to everybody. Everybody's getting a call today. Everybody's getting their 2 cents in on game number Friday night. 7 p.m. tip-off. Get there early. We need Chase Center rocking tonight. Got to get behind this team. They've given us 11 great years. 9 of the last 11. They've given us some great times here in the Bay Area. I don't want to see it end. I don't want the season to be over tonight. Let's at least do our part and do what we got to do to help this team get over the hump. Game 5, Chase Center. Let's go, baby. Let's get this rocking. 1 game at a time. They can do it. This team has the talent to come back from 3-1, but you got to win tonight. Got to win tonight, and then we'll get to Game 6 and talk about Game 6. But Game 5 tonight, we need your crowd. We need your Dub Nation. Let's go. Let's get this team going here. What's coming up in the game sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS estate tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. And also the Quest for 5 brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Stan Van Gundy coming up on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
All right, man, I got to tell you guys about soda. making Anthony Davis pay on that switch. But watching that game back, he was marvelous. I mean, the assists, the 14 assists, the 10 rebounds, grabbing rebounds, the 31 points. He figured out a way to score 30-plus. First time he scored 30-plus in this series. He had 5 30-plus games against the Sacramento Kings. But he's such a floor general. The dimes he was dropping, the no-look pass, the boot. I mean, Steph Curry was at his big. He was putting on a show in Hollywood.
Yeah. And we keep on. I don't know about you, Bonte, but we keep on seeing, man, AD on Steph. Doesn't that remind you of 2016 Kevin Love on Steph? Kind of, but not really. It was a different situation. And against Kevin Love, it felt like he couldn't get by him. We know he had the knee injury and all those types of things. With AD, it just felt like he was spent, and he did so much, and he thought, you know what? This ball is going up one way or the other. Yep. And maybe if somebody else had did anything the rest of the game, I could have figured out another way, but I'm going out on my own sword. So it didn't really remind me of the Kevin Love.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. Let me know when we get Stan Van Gundy on the line. Should we take a call first? No call. We got SVG. All right, we'll get him on in a second here as we talk Warriors and Lakers game number 5 tonight. I'm hyped up. You see Tyler Miller on YouTube. He's ready to go. All it took was a guru speech. But you know what? This team has showed us so much heart, so much fight. I know they're not going out like that tonight. They're not. They don't have any quit in them. They're not going to lay down for the L.A. Lakers. So let's talk to Stan Van Gundy. He'll be on a call next to Brian Anderson, our good friend, B.A. He comes on the show a lot here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Stan Van Gundy, good morning. Obviously the pride of Alhambra High School in Martinez. And let's start it off like this. You lucky son of a gun. Bought a suite yesterday at the Giants game, took the TNT crew out, and Casey Schmidt, who we've been crying about all season long, saying, we want to see Casey Schmidt. You go to a Giants game, and you see Casey Schmidt hit a home run in his first game in his second at-bat last night. How cool was that, Stan?
Oh, that was so much fun. And they were showing his family and friends in their section. Stories like that are what makes sports so much fun. And we had a great time, obviously, beautiful park, and a good win for the Giants, but that was certainly the coolest part of the night.
Yeah, rumors has it that you went to a high school baseball game a couple weeks ago. I didn't know you loved baseball like this. Let me ask you real quick before we get into the series between the Warriors and the Lakers. Are you in favor of the pitch clock? Because I am.
Oh, absolutely love it. I mean, we were talking last night. The game starts at 6:45. We walked down from our hotel, so it's a little over a mile, walked back, watched a baseball game, and we were back in the room by 9:45. I mean,
wow.
Just unbelievable. I mean, and you're seeing the same amount of action in a half an hour less a night. I mean, it's really a big difference. I think it has helped the game. I think it's the best thing Major League Baseball has done in a long time.
No, I'm with you here. And for some morning show hosts like Island and I, starting the show at 6 in the morning, it is a dream to be able to go to bed on time and be able to watch a full 9-inning baseball game. So that's a plus there. All right, let's get to basketball because you'll be in the building for game number 5 where the Lakers lead 3-1. It's a closeout game for them. I think LeBron James smells it. Anthony Davis has been the best player in this series. So how do the Warriors get over that Game 4 blunder there in the fourth quarter where they get outscored 27-17 and they get Lonnie Walkered? How do they force this to a Game 6? What needs to change for the Golden State Warriors, Stan?
Well, number one, they've got to shoot the ball better. I mean, they shot the ball really well from the three-point line the first 2 games here in San Francisco, and then went down to L.A. and shot under 30% from 3 in both games. The Warriors are built around their shooting, so that's got to come back. And then it's it's a lot the same problems that the Warriors have had even through their 4 championships, right? I mean, they turn the ball over a lot, so we saw in Game 1 here, even though they lost a close game, they only turned the ball over 8 times, but since then, it's been 16, 19, and 16 again. With the turnovers. It's been an Achilles heel for them. And then the free throw discrepancy is a tough one to overcome if you're not shooting the ball well. I mean, when you have one team shooting so many more free throws than the other. I mean, the Lakers have shot double the amount of free throws.
Yep.
You know, that's 103 to 51 on free throw attempts. That's going to be tough to overcome, but it's not surprising. I mean, if you go in the year, the Warriors took the fewest free throw attempts in the league and gave up among the most free throw attempts in the league. And the Lakers shot the most free throws in the league and gave up the fewest free throw attempts in the league. So basically what has happened in this series is both of these teams have played very much to character, and the one team that can sort of, you know, overcome, I guess, their problems the best ends up winning.
You know, Stan, I think myself and a couple other Warriors have a bone to pick with you because we heard about the broadcast jinx, and that's normally at the free throw line. But you said something while I was watching the game, or we were watching the game, and I don't know if you remember or not, but the Warriors were going on a run, and you said, you know, it feels like the Warriors are going to break this thing open pretty soon here. And I'm sitting there watching on my couch thinking, Stan, why? Why did you say that? And as it happens, turnover here, turnover there, just taking a step back.
Yeah.
What do you think went wrong in that game 4? Was it more about, you know, a lot of people talk about the pick and roll and how the Warriors went away from it. Was it more about the Warriors getting away from that? Was it more about the Lakers addressing it better? What happened there besides you jinxing us a little bit?
Well, yeah, that jinx. I mean, but I really did feel that game felt to me like even though the Warriors were struggling shooting the ball, I didn't think they were having any trouble whatsoever getting good shots. They were getting great looks, and I just thought at some point they're going to make 3 out of 4, 3 out of 5, and this thing is going to blow open. So it was truly what I thought at the time. And then right after I said it, the Lakers actually made 2 threes back-to-back to cut that 12-point lead to 6. But again, if you go back to the fourth quarter, so the Lakers are leading by 7 going into the fourth, the Warriors have 6 turnovers in the fourth, and the Lakers shoot 8 free throws to the Warriors 3. So again, to me, it just keeps going back. There's all kinds of little things in the game, but it keeps going back to me to those 2 problems. If the Warriors take care of the ball and as much, because they're not going to get to the free throw line a lot. That's just not the way they play. But if they take care of the ball and don't foul, I think the Warriors, you know, are the better team if those 2 things are taken care of.
Yeah, it's a good point, Stan. And, you know, players play and coaches coach. But from your perspective and what you've seen, we've seen different things happen throughout the series and counter moves and moves. Who do you think is winning the coaching battle?
Oh, I don't think anybody's winning the coaching battle. I think they've both made great adjustments throughout the series. I mean, I think if you go back to the start, you know, Steve Kerr started. They were going to, you know, basically flow into their offense through Draymond Green and Looney at the top, and the Lakers dropped Davis way back in the paint on that and played on top of their shooters. And sort of took that game away from them. Steve made the great adjustment, started goals in the second half of game 1, and they lose a close one. And then game 2, the pick and roll obliterated the Lakers. You know, Draymond Green. Well, first Steve started JaMychal Green, and so they ended up putting Draymond, and he and Curry killed him on game 3. Darvin Ham makes the adjustment and puts Vanderbilt on Draymond Green, and so now they had to play through other guys. And then in game 4, Steve inserts Peyton as another guy who can roll behind the defense, because it's pretty clear now, no matter who Steve puts out there, Darvin Ham is not going to put Anthony Davis on Draymond Green. That's not going to happen. You know, Steve went small in the fourth quarter, and Darvin put Anthony Davis on Andrew Wiggins. Like, he just wasn't going to allow he was going to switch all of Draymond's pick and rolls so you don't get those 4-on-3 situations. And then what I think people are not giving.
Oh, let's pause, Stan, your phone's breaking up. We're going to give you a call right back here. He's making some great points. Stan Van Gundy, he'll be on the call from a head coach of the Miami Heat, Detroit Pistons, Orlando Magic. He's been to the NBA Finals. Stan Van Gundy, we'll get him back on the air in just a second as he breaks down Game 4 and look at some Game 5 adjustments as the Warriors are facing elimination in this series. They're down 3-1, but if they win tonight, force a Game 6, you still got to win that road game, and the Warriors have won a road game in the playoff series 28 consecutive times, 28 consecutive series. Can you do it again? And by the way, that's another good omen. Lubman's been asleep at the wheel. I should have known this as well. 36 years ago today, Sleepy Floyd was Superman. Scored an NBA playoff record, 29 points in the quarter against the LA Lakers to force a Game 5. All right, we got Stan back on. Stan Van Gundy, he'll be on the call tonight. Sorry, you broke up a little bit there, but you mentioned the third quarter there, how the game flipped, because I felt like, I was watching the game with Mully. I host the Warriors pregame show, pre- and postgame show, and it felt like the Warriors were about to break it open. And then a couple turnovers. Reeves hit a big three after the Warriors went up 12. And it felt like the momentum was the Lakers. Even though they went down 7 going into the fourth quarter, it felt like they had the momentum because they had a little tweak there. I don't know if you caught it. Maybe you did. LeBron James hits a small ball 5 against the Warriors lineup. I thought that worked really well for the Lakers at the end of the third quarter.
Well, they've been doing that quite a bit. I mean, the only big... Winion Gabriel a very little bit, but it's basically been when Anthony Davis is out, it's Hachimura and James in the game. So, they've been at that a lot. I thought the adjustment they made in Game 4 overall is they let James handle the ball as a point guard more. He's been playing off the ball in the series up till then, and I thought putting him back on the ball handling was a huge part of Game 4 for them. But still, in the fourth quarter, if there's not an 8-3 free throw discrepancy and the Warriors don't turn it over 6 times, including a couple of real crucial ones down the stretch, they win that game. Those 2 areas just keep coming back to bite the Warriors. Warriors fans know that those have been the Achilles heels for a long, long time. And Steve Kerr, every time they go to sound in this series, you hear Steve Kerr talking about making simple plays, hitting singles, not trying to hit home runs, and to stop fouling. I mean, literally in every timeout. But they haven't totally been able to overcome those 2 things. If they can, I think their chances are great of getting right back into this series. The Warriors aren't out of this by any means. After they lost Game 1, they're going to have to win a game on the road. That's fine. They've got 2 of the last 3 at home, and then they've got another opportunity to go down to L.A. and win. So this is still very much a series, and the focus just has to be on Game 5 tonight and playing a cleaner game.
No doubt. And Stan, we'll let you go in a second here. We thank you for the time today. I know you had a busy night at Oracle Park watching the Giants beat the Nats and Casey Schmidt hitting his first home run. You got a big game tonight, of course, at Chase Center next to Brian Anderson on TNT. But look, you talk about the timeouts and Steve Kerr in the huddle. Hey, don't be a hero. Don't be a hero. Well, it felt like Klay tried to be a hero late. Some bad shot selection there. And the Warriors, they lose that game. However, a big talking point here in the Bay Area. I don't know if you've been tapped in, but Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole is a player where if they don't have him last season, I don't think they win a championship. He was so instrumental in that season and the way they went through the postseason journey. This series, outside of game number 1, he's just been MIA. He goes scoreless in game number 4. If you're coaching the Golden State Warriors, and I know you're not, but how would you get Jordan Poole going? How would you jumpstart him? Would you start him? Would you put the ball in his hands more? How would you get him going? Because the Warriors can't go back-to-back if they don't get Jordan Poole contributing on this basketball team.
Well, I'd just say 2 things. Number 1, Steve Kerr knows Jordan Poole well, a lot better than any of us, and he'll make that decision. But listen, it's on Jordan Poole. He may be a young player, but he's got enough big-time experience here. It's on Jordan Poole. He hasn't played well. His body language has been absolutely awful. In Game 4, it looked to us sitting there watching it like he was a guy who just checked out in the third quarter. That's on him. He's a professional athlete. This idea that we're going to blame Jordan Poole on Steve Kerr, that's absurd.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're going to give him credit when Steph Curry goes for 50 that's Steve Kerr's coaching, then he handed me Jordan Poole's problem because of Steve Kerr. Like, it's got to go both ways.
Yeah.
It's got to go both ways. Either Steve Kerr got Steph Curry 50 and Jordan Poole's his problem, or both of them are on the players.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stan. It's been a lot of chirping. We heard Jonathan Kuminga. He's not happy. It just feels like a lot of individual agendas. And so far through 4 games, it feels like the Lakers are the more connected team, and which is why they're up 3-1. Should be a fun game tonight. And as you said, it's not over yet. It's not over. You can never count the champs out, but they got to win tonight. Stan, we thank you so much for the time. Glad you had a great night at Oracle Park last night. Casey Schmidt and his family going crazy. We'll see you tonight at Chase Center, man. Have a good call.
All right, thank you very much.
Anytime. Stan Van Gundy here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, battling through the phone line there, but a lot of good stuff there. In the end, we talked a lot about Jordan Poole today. He's sitting there courtside. He's calling the game. He knows a hell of a lot more about basketball and basketball players than we do, Alan. The body language.
Yeah, man.
I'm a big body language guy. I don't know if you are. Shasky, I think Shasky the same way. That's why we got on Brendan Belt for so many years, the body language, right? Like, yo, dude, you slumping the shoulder. Dude, what's up? Swing the bat.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole's body language. Did you hear that? In the third quarter, looked like he checked out. And I would be sitting here lying if I said I didn't peep his body language when I watched the game back. Because I'm a sucker for that stuff.
It's woe is me. It's woe is me. And look, again, going back to the Lonnie Walker situation, nobody's going to feel sorry for you. Nobody is going to pick you up when you're down. You got to pick yourself up. That's what it is. And, Bonte, going back to the Lakers being connected and the Warriors being disjointed, this is how I look at it. You have Kuminga, who is a lottery pick, right? And there are expectations. You have Jordan Poole, who just got the bag. We know it kicks in next year, who has expectations. Besides AD and LeBron James, there are no, which you don't even have to worry about. You need to worry about them playing too much. There are no playing time expectations on this Lakers team. They know, hey, if I get hot, it's literally like a high school team. If I get hot,
I'm going to play.
Coach is going to ride with me. So I just got to stay ready. And we all joke LeBron, but he said he told Lonnie Walker, we're going to need you at some point. And it's so much easier for Darvin Ham to work through those things because he knows that everybody is on the same page and they know if they play well, he's going to ride with them. Meanwhile, on the Warriors end, I just got the bag. Why are you taking me out? Even though I'm playing poorly, or Kuminga, I'm a lottery pick. I did some things this season.
I need more opportunity.
So they're not excuses. It's just the facts. So all these guys, they got to grow up. Okay, they got to stop with the temper tantrums, and they got to figure it out.
It's crazy because I remember last year during the playoff run, somebody asked Jordan Poole after a game, what have you learned throughout your first postseason? What have you learned thus far? And he said, I learned it's all about winning. It's all about the team, and it's all about sacrificing. Those are his words.
Yeah.
It's all about the team. Now, I still think he's that guy coming out of Michigan. I still think he's that team guy. But what I saw Game 4, obviously it was rock bottom for him. You don't score. You're getting pulled. Steve Kerr felt it. He didn't have it. We all felt it. But to hear Stan Van Gundy, he's got no agendas.
Yeah.
He's not with the Warriors. He's not with the Lakers. He doesn't care who wins. He just wants to call a game and watch good basketball.
And he's actually from the Bay.
And he's from the Bay. There you go. His vantage point was it looked like Jordan Poole checked out.
Yeah.
And that is sad to me. And you go watch the game back and you just look at his mannerisms on the bench. That was unfortunate, man.
Yeah.
That was unfortunate because I think highly of Jordan Poole. And they need Jordan Poole. They need him. So all he has to do tonight is get hot. Get hot, help you get to 6 games. Help you get to Game 6. He does that. And then all of a sudden we get to Game 6. We said, okay, JP had a good Game 5.
Yeah.
Let's build on that.
Right.
Let's build on that. Let's get his confidence back up because I'm tired of piling on the kid. I really am.
And that's what it is. And when we get texts on the Comcast business text sign or the YouTube chat or calls, we all know he needs to play better.
Right.
We all know that. And what happens, Bonte, and I don't think he would ever go here, but if you've played high school sports or any type of competitive sports and you're on the bench, right? I'm not going to sit here and say that I've never rode pine. I think the only people that have never rode pine, a lot of them are in the league, right? So what it turns into is, and I don't think anybody would go here, but then it turns into, well, I hope so-and-so doesn't play well, so I get another opportunity. And I would hope that it isn't to that point. I don't think it is, because at the end of the day, the only reason they're getting an opportunity is because you messed up. You had the nod. You had the opportunity, and you tricked it off by losing the ball and doing things that you're not supposed to do. So at the end of the day, nobody is going to feel sorry for you. But I will say this. Fans can be fickle, and the media can be fickle, and in a good way. Because if you go out and ball out today, nobody cares. Nobody's talking about your body language. Nobody's talking about any of that.
You know what it is?
It's what have you done it for me lately?
Yeah, you're so spot on. It's an excellent point, because we'll be taking calls tomorrow. Boy, Jordan Poole, I never lost faith in him.
Yeah, I told you
back
he'd be
and
back.
forth. I told you
he'd be cooking.
The same thing with Draymond Green.
It's a pool party again.
It's a pool, and it hasn't been a pool party for a while. I need this. I need to play this tomorrow.
Money time! Money time! Money time! Money time!
I haven't played that much this year.
Nope.
I want to play that all day tomorrow. But also, Jordan Poole's not the only one who needs to step up. And I thought Steph Kerr was perfect after Game 4. We could point out at Jordan Poole, but it's not just him. It's not just him. It's on Draymond Green, too. It's on Klay Thompson. It's on Wiggins to be better.
Yeah.
They all have to be. Steph has to shoot better. He has to shoot better tonight. He played his ass off yesterday. I can't criticize him after that triple-double. He was a wizard on the Hollywood, under the Hollywood lights. He was special. He was running the floor. He was barking. He was looking. He was doing his thing. But he missed shots. He was 12 of 30, 3 of 14 for the three-point line. And as Stan Van Gundy said, and we said it this morning, 21, 21, 13, 12. That represents the made threes the Warriors have had in this series. 21 in Game 1, 21 in Game 2, 13 in Game 3. And really, 3 of those came in garbage time. So really 10 if you're going to be keeping a buck.
Right.
And then 12. You got to hit your threes. You got to make those open shots, but you got to make them count.
That's who you are. And the Lakers, they know they want to get to the free throw line, right? Whether it's legit or whether they're doing a little bit of flopping, they know who they are. And when they don't get to the free throw line, they know they're in trouble. The Warriors shoot threes. So when they don't make threes, they know they're in trouble. Here you go, Bonte, Comcast Business Text Line 707. Hey, Alan, Jordan needs to sit the bench. Are you guys saying the Warriors can't win if Poole is sick or absent? That's absurd. Well, I'll tell you this, 707. Jordan Poole has basically been sick and absent, and they're down 3-1.
Yeah. So you don't win no championship without Jordan Poole. I'll tell you that much.
And the only thing I could also go off of is, okay, if you're not going to have Jordan Poole, you better have Klay Thompson turn the clock.
Right.
You better have DiVincenzo remember what the bottom of the net looks like.
Well, how about this? Klay Thompson took 2 horrific shots in the last 3 minutes of that basketball game in game number 4. 3 of 11, 3 of 9 from the three-point line. Klay Thompson is getting paid a lot of money, and we get why, because he got paid before the injuries, or before the Achilles injury. He got paid after the ACL injury. But, man, Klay Thompson's not been good in 3 to 4 games in the series.
No.
He hasn't. And so when he's forcing shots like that, I wonder if Coach Kerr could live with it. Because it didn't look like it in the video. He goes, oh, my God. But here's what he had to say about that on Willard or Dibs yesterday.
100%. He's going to take some bad ones, and so is Steph, and that's okay. It's ideally you want guys taking good shots every time down the floor, but when Klay had 38 in Oklahoma City in Game 6, a lot of those were really bad shots, and he made them, and that's the only reason we won. So. What you get from Klay is the swashbuckling attitude, the aggressiveness, the confidence, and part of that package is some bad shots, and that's okay. Yeah. You live with that.
All right, let's go to Verducci in El Dorado Hills. Verducci, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Dub Nation, I hope that you are woken up this morning, baby. I am ready to go. I'll be at Chase Center tonight. Bonte, I will see you pregame and postgame, but it starts with Chase Center. It starts with us setting the tone, bringing it back to the Whirlpool days. And you know what? When they put those damn shirts on the seats, you wear the damn shirts. You get in your seats early, even after halftime. I'm tired of seeing empty seats, and it needs to be loud. We need to throw it back to where those opponents feel us. So that when we go on that run, they get the anxiety. They get the doubt that, no, man, they're into this. We can't come back. They are bringing the thunder. And you know what? You are right. It starts with the connectivity. All of us need to be connected, from the fans to the players to the management. We all need to be locked in tonight. And I'm not going to be surprised if Kerr throws out Kuminga and gives us our Lonnie Walker moment tonight. So anyways, Bonte, we're going to be holding that sign. We're going to be up in 213 saying, we'll see you Sunday. So Dub Nation, get ready, baby. Strap it up. Let's go.
I love the confidence. And maybe, just maybe, on the video board before the game, they show a montage of Sleepy Floyd breaking the NBA record for points in a quarter. Maybe they show the Sleepy Floyd is Superman game and gets everybody hyped up. Now, that was game 4 to avoid a sweep against the LA Lakers. They lose the last game in the series, but maybe that works. Maybe that works. Verducci. And by the way, I don't know how you feel about the gold shirts. Fans want to wear them. They can wear them. If they don't want to wear them, I don't have a problem. As long as they're wearing Warriors gear. Some people want to show off their jerseys. I mean, whether it's a Wilt, a Mullen, a Curry, I'm not going to shame people for not wearing.
If you got on a jersey, you're trying to swag up a different way. As long as the color scheme is right. I mean, look, I'm out the game, so I'm not tripping. But if you're trying to swag up in a different way, you don't want to wear a double XL shirt. I'm not mad at you. Just be loud.
Right.
Just be loud.
Just be loud. Just be loud.
That's all that matters to me.
Let's go to KC and Moran. KC, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
3 quick points. Bonte, good job by you, man, dropping the weight. Keep it up.
Thank you, brother.
See, second point, it is all about the team. We can't individually pick players and stuff. And, the last call is right. And what you guys are saying, it's about connectivity. We all got to do our part. But lastly, I got to say this. If we lose this series, just from a bad mojo point, Game 3, AD falls down at our free throw line. We're inbounding the ball. The ball's in play. And Dre's picking AD up. I hate guys when they punch down. He's always talking against the Grizzlies and the Kings, but against the Lakers, he's turned into the heel, and that's not okay.
It's a great point. We talked about it earlier, but it's easy. It's easy to bully the guys who haven't done it.
Right.
It's easy to bully the little bros. It's easy to bully Sacramento. And Kenny, we saw you on Twitter. We know you listed in KC. We love
KC,
you.
Oh, well, Sacramento thinks we're
love
worried
you.
about
We love
them.
you. We love
We're
you.
not worried about the Kings whatsoever. Y'all still talking about us and talking greasy about the Warriors, rooting for the Lakers. How dare you guys root for the Lakers when they gave you the most devastating blow you've ever had in franchise history?
That's unreal.
You lost Game 7 to the Lakers. The biggest game in Sacramento history, y'all lost.
Yeah.
Because your boys were airballing. Worry about that.
It's easy to talk bad about the Grizzlies and Dylan Brooks. That's easy. All right, where are you at when it's the King? Okay, where are you at when it's AD? That is so spot on, and it's not about being dirty, right? Going back to Draymond, it's not about getting a tech. It's just about understanding that in between these lines, it ain't clutch. In between these lines, we aren't boys. In between these lines, we aren't dancing at our wedding. I'm not helping taking pictures of LeBron with fans. This is basketball war. And my legacy is on the line. That's what it's about.
No, yeah, it's about being a Saginaw Savage tonight. It's about talking that talk and walking that walk and being the Draymond that's going to the Hall of Fame one day. That's what you need. You need to fire. And if you need to talk a little trash, talk a little trash. I don't care. This may be your last game in Chase Center as a Warrior. It may. He's got an opt-out clause. He can opt out.
Right.
We don't know.
And you gotta go out the same way you came in. And I saw Schroeder. So when everything went down, and I believe it was the Lonnie Walker flop that Steve Kerr talked about.
The moving screen.
Yeah, the moving screen. Or it might Schroeder was taking the ball out on the side, and Steve Kerr was talking to the ref, and you could see Steve Kerr mouth the word flop. And Schroeder starts talking to Steve Kerr. Schroeder's been talking mad
way
crazy.
Too much.
Mad
way
crazy.
Too much.
And I would go on to say that he's talking more than the Kings were.
Yeah.
Because De'Aaron Fox, he seems pretty mellow to me.
He'll talk if you talk to him.
He'll talk if you talk. Schroeder, he's been clowning.
Talking.
He's been trolling the whole time. Grabbing knees, and you just get 2 knees. Not just Draymond.
2 knees. Oh, yeah, no.
And you just letting that fly because your boys, we're not even say anything to LeBron if you just can't bring
talk.
yourself to do it.
I need you talking. I need you punking out.
Right now,
I need you in the mix.
The only voice that these guys are hearing, that's why they're falling in line like good soldiers. The Lakers are only hearing LeBron's voice.
Yep.
And maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't work at all. But you need to at least put another voice in there.
No doubt.
Did you see this, Bonte?
I did see it.
And I put this out too. Moses Moody was taking a shot, right? And Schroeder
just said, whatever.
He puts his hand out.
You trash.
As
you
if
trash.
As if Schroeder's
right.
Jay ain't broke.
Right.
We ain't even guarding you, Schroeder.
No doubt.
And nobody is checking him. It's unacceptable.
No, it is unacceptable. We need to talk. He just waved off Moses Moody like, yeah, he's whatever.
It's
I ain't tripping off you.
unacceptable.
Who the hell is Dennis Schroeder? Again, these guys are front runners. This is what the Lakers do.
They were up 30 when he did that.
They're front runners. When they get up big, and Antonio Daniels said this early in the broadcast, early in the season on the Pelicans broadcast. He works with Joel Myers on the Pelicans broadcast. And they came back and they were in the game. And he goes, this is what the Lakers do. They've done it for years. For years. When they get up and they get a lead, they start dancing, they start clowning, they start jacking up threes. They try to embarrass you. That's what they do. But when they're down, they start complaining. Like, they lost one game in the series, and they were complaining to the referees, yeah, we can't win if we don't get to the free throw line. It's a joke. Like, what? Like, what? This is what they do, though. So you need to do it back to them.
And it was even when they complained. After that game, too, the free throws were even.
Yeah, it was even, and it was still ticked off.
Unreal.
Steve Kerr, by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. We're going to get to the calls in just a second here. But Steve Kerr credits the Lakers for their, quote-unquote, gamesmanship.
I think the Lakers are smart. They've got a lot of gamesmanship, and they're running into the screens. And the Walker one with about 3 minutes left was just a complete dive.
Yep.
And he was laughing as he got up because he knew he got away with it. And it's frustrating when that happens because I don't think guys should be rewarded for flopping, but at the same time, you got to do what you got to do to win the game. And so I respect the fact that those guys are doing whatever it takes to try to get a call, and they got a few of them last night.
No, and that's what they've been doing. They've been flopping all day long. And here's what Steve Kerr had to say about flopping. He thinks that they should implement a rule from FIBA. And I'm kind of into this. Check this out.
What FIBA does is the referee has the ability to call a flop. And if he sees a flop, he calls it, and it's a technical foul. A couple free throws on the ball. It's very penalizing. And the result in FIBA is that the players just don't do it. And I think there's a feeling in the league amongst a lot of coaches and executives that it's something that's much needed in the NBA. I mean, you guys see it. That most of the regular season is just about players trying to fool refs to get to the line, and then when it happens in the playoffs, it's usually less frequent because the refs are less likely to call some of that stuff. But still, it's stuff still gets through, and the remedy is right there for us if we want to go that route as a league. We just do what FIBA did and penalize guys for flopping, and they won't do it anymore.
I'm with that.
Yeah.
I'm totally with that. Eliminate this from the game.
I felt like a couple years ago there was conversation about that, and I don't know if it just went away or whatever the case is. And the thing is, Steve Kerr is saying this, and we've said it. He probably could have said this earlier. He's saying it now. And when Steve Kerr talks about this stuff, he's also talking about his team. Everybody is saying, oh, well, he's just saying this now. If his team flops, it's going to affect his team too. And we know sometimes, I think the hardest ones to call, Bonte, will be the charges. Because you're falling over.
Right.
I think those are the hardest ones. It's the embellishing the moving screens. It's the I didn't really get held. It's just literally falling on the ground for no reason. That's what you got to get rid of. I think that the charges won't change that much because they're just too hard to call.
I saw Steph Curry grab D'Lo's arm, and his neck went back like he got elbowed in the head.
And Reeves did the same thing.
And Reeves is a big-time flopper.
And Reeves, he's also talked about it.
He's the leader of the bunch.
He has said, and look, credit to him, credit to the gamesmanship.
I'm telling you guys, these guys are fake actors down in L.A. Dude, this is what the Lakers do.
You said they're on Tubi? You said they're on Tubi?
I don't even know if they're on Tubi. They're on the free YouTube. I don't know what the hell they're on. But this is what they do. They're auditioning for movie roles in the offseason. It's a benefit of being a Laker, I guess.
And it's weird because people will say Jordan Poole does the same thing, and I don't know if it's about reputation or what it is. Jordan Poole does do the same thing. But he doesn't get the calls.
Right.
He does not get the calls. Real quick on the YouTube chat, Bonte, going back to the Draymond piece, I thought this was a good point. Lucado says, Schroeder is obnoxious. He should get Draymonded. But I'm afraid that's what he wants, to provoke a suspension from some of the players. I just think there's a way to do it, right? And maybe Draymond thinks, I
Maybe it's
don't
not
trust
Draymond.
myself.
Maybe it's a Jermichael Green.
That's what I was going to say. If you ain't going to make those slow three-pointers.
Maybe it's a Jonathan Kuminga.
Make yourself useful somehow.
Make it Jonathan Kuminga.
We can sacrifice you if you ain't going to make the threes.
By the way, 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Morning, homies. Throwing shade on Kings fans for rooting for the Lakers. When the Niners lost to the Rams, you guys threw your allegiances to the Bengals. When the Dodgers knocked the Giants out the playoffs, you threw your allegiances to the Braves. Stop being hypocrites because the Kings are rooting for the Lakers. Here's the difference. Kings fans are rooting for their number one rival, the LA Lakers.
Yeah, you have real beef with them.
Right. We don't have any beef with the Bengals. They're in a different conference. and by the way, the Niners are 2-0 against them in Super Bowls. So if anything, we like the Bengals. They've been good to us out here in the Bay Area.
The fix job cost you a ring. What are we talking about here?
Kings fans are
Warriors
so petty.
are now enemy number one in Sacramento. I think that's what we've learned this last 2 weeks.
They're so
hate
petty
the
up
Golden
there.
State Warriors.
Hey, Sacramento, have fun with the SDE. All right? SDE. The little brother
there.
syndrome. Jesus Christ. Let's go to Coach
we got the
Vallejo.
King.
Coach and Vallejo. Kings are going out sad, man. They're going out sad. The cute little story is actually turning out to be a sad one. Coach, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. And, first of all, Bonte, I would like to say that I guess I'm a bigger Warriors fan because I think that the Warriors can win without any of their players except Steph Curry. Steph is the one that they have to have.
Yeah.
And I think they can make up any other position other than Steph. Okay, so with that being said, if you look objectively, you got to go, this last game, you got to go with what's known and the unknown. Now, Darvin Ham rolled the dice. He didn't know. He knew what he had in Malik Beasley, but he knew that wasn't enough. So he went to Lonnie Walker, okay, and that unknown came through, okay? I think Steve Kerr this last game is going to have to push his chips. He's going to have to play some of the unknown maybe to see he may get something great from a Kuminga. He may get some outside shooting from an Anthony Lamb for 5 or 7 minutes. But he's got to empty. I would hate for the Warriors to go down and not use all their weapons, okay? I think they should try to use some of their other weapons because what's known is what he's been doing has not been working. So that's the known. So I would like to see some of the unknown get a chance.
That's
what do you think, guys?
That's a good call, Coach. Maybe it's a day. If you fall behind, maybe you're desperate. Maybe you just push all the buttons.
Yeah, you hope it doesn't get there. But, I mean, Coach, it's a great point, and I hate to say it, Bonte. I know it's the Warriors mantra, but the Lakers are looking more
strength in numbers
than the Warriors are.
Yeah, at least in this series so far. At least in this series. Lonnie Walker, I still can't believe that. Lonnie Walker, 15 points in the fourth quarter. Didn't even take a shot before that. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Can you guys hear me?
Anytime. Yeah, we got.
Yeah. So my point is the Warriors, I think, are the better team. The problem is control what you can control, and other things that is out of your control, you just can't control. I'm okay with Klay Thompson taking those shots, as long as he don't turn the ball over. I'm okay with that. So if the Warriors can cut down on the turnovers, they have a really good shot at beating the Lakers. And I just think their problem is they can just cut down on. They're beating themselves basically.
They are.
And then the other point I want to make is that when Draymond Green hit his head on the court.
Yep.
That was a really hard hit on his head, and I don't know if that affected his decision at the end of the game when he turned the ball over. But in the NFL, they have strict
protocols, concussion protocols.
They're not going to let a player come in.
Well, you know what was funny about that? After that play, he actually went around the back to himself.
Yeah.
And hit that fancy layup over Anthony Davis and then stared at the crowd and ran back there. So I was like, okay, he's fine.
Yeah.
He's good.
Everybody said he hit his head and woke up thinking he was Magic Johnson.
Oh, my God.
And it's hard to tell because, I mean, watching. I'm not going to be here. From watching from TV, obviously the head hit. And I didn't know if there was some gamesmanship on Draymond's part trying to get a flagrant or something like that. I just couldn't tell. His head definitely hit.
Yeah, it was a hard hit.
Just
it bounced
from TV,
off the court.
I couldn't tell how bad it was. And then he went out and did that, and I'm thinking, okay, he tried to get. And we all knew LeBron wasn't going to get a.
He woke up and thought he was Magic Johnson.
And he was for a hot second.
Man.
He was.
Oh man, what a series, what a season. Game 5 tonight. I believe the Warriors can come back and win in the series. You got to win Game 5.
You
I'm not going to
Game
get in my
5,
head as myself.
You start. It seems obvious because if you don't win Game 5,
Right,
it's a wrap.
you're done. You're
but
done.
The palms get a little sweatier,
Right.
And the role players. We know LeBron's going to show up, and we know AD is going to show up, and that's where we go back to the talking trash. You get
gotta
this
pump
done.
these other dudes.
You get this done, and
Yeah.
you get back to LA, and now you start getting in their heads.
You talk to Schroeder. You talk to Schroeder because you know what? Not to cut you off. Schroeder was making some bonehead plays in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he tried to throw behind the back
and threw it out of bounds.
You
He
gotta
was
be on his helmet.
The ball should not have been in his hands. Schroeder started feeling himself. Make sure he continues to feel himself by talking a little bit, getting into his dome. All right, coming up here, Rob Parker, great friend of the program. Catch him on Fox Sports all day long. He's going to talk about the Golden State Warriors and Lakers. He'll also share some love for Vita Blue. Maybe we'll do that right off the bat before we get into the series. That's what's coming up on the game, and it's brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together, and sponsored by Save Martin Lucky, California.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at
7 p.m. Get there early, folks. Get there early. Want to make sure it's not the last home game of the season. Warriors have been really good at Chase Center this season, 33-8 in the regular season. Now, I know they dropped a couple so far in these playoffs, Game 6 to Sacramento, Game 1 to L.A. Lakers, so they need to rectify that and get their home court back. But, Dub Nation, time to stand up today. Get there early. Get there early. Cheer this team on, man. Cheer this team on. Let's go. Down 3-1 against the L.A. Lakers. And 36 years ago today, Sleepy Floyd is Superman. You ever hear that call? Sleepy Floyd is Superman. He lit up the L.A. Lakers, dropped the 50 burger on them.
It's time. Because you know what Lonnie Walker did on what Kobe did as well.
Superman. 26 years ago to that day.
So now it's the Warriors' turn to match it.
Yeah, you got to match that. Sleepy Floyd, by the way, of Georgetown University, a good dude. Of course, that was probably his highlight in his NBA career. He was dynamic in those 87 playoffs. 21 points a game, 10 assists, 2 steals. Of course, lighting up the L.A. Lakers there. That was a great, great, great basketball game. I love watching those highlights. Still holds the record for most points in a quarter with 29 and in a half with 39. Guy had 39 points and a half.
Somebody's beating it today.
Wow.
Got to.
39. He hit 12 straight field goals in the fourth quarter, finished with 51 points as the Warriors prevented a sweep of the L.A. Lakers. Of course, the Lakers have won 6 straight series against the Warriors in the NBA playoffs. However, they hadn't met up since 1991 when the Lakers beat the Warriors in 5. All right, Rob Parker, Fox Sports 1. We know all about him here in the Morning Roast. I don't even feel like going through his titles because of the junk he's been talking lately, but check out his website, MLBBro.com. Does a great job there. The founder and editor, covers black and brown players from around the major leagues, chronicling the past of both the path of both past and present black and brown players, highlighting their achievements in the game right now and from a historical standpoint. Inside the Parker podcast every Tuesday, of course, with Chris Broussard on Fox Sports 1. He does everything. But, Rob, I want to start it off this way. And good morning to you. Thanks for coming on. I want to start off with your thoughts on Vita Blue. I know you're tapped in with baseball. I got to work with Vita Blue a couple years, about 8 years ago when he was doing that. Analysis for the San Francisco Giants, and he passed away and left us. And it's tough to speak on him because he was such a great dude, fun-loving guy, and we lost him. And one of the most disheartening things about his death is he's still not in the Baseball Hall of Fame, which is a crime to me. When he won 3 straight World Series, a Cy Young, and MVP award, was one of the better pitchers in the 70s. Vita Blue, your thoughts, Rob?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely one of the most colorful and tremendous pitchers that we saw and a part of that dynasty with the A's. That's always the thing that I talk to like younger people and some of my students I teach at USC when we talk about the Oakland A's and just the history of that franchise and how many great players played there. I think, people think of the A's now and don't think too much of them, but my God, when you think that Reggie Jackson played there and Catfish Hunter and Vita Blue. But Vita Blue, that 1971 season was just tremendous. When you look at some of those numbers for people who I know have probably looked at them with the passing of Vita Blue, but 24-8, 24 complete games, 8 shutouts, over 300 strikeouts. I mean, won the MVP and the Cy Young. That doesn't happen very often. That was a tremendous year. And if you look at the 3 years that they won the World Series, he was a big part of the dynasty that the A's had. So, rest in peace, Vita Blue, a true baseball legend.
Yeah, and a better dude. He was a great guy off the field as well. Got to know him very well, Vita Blue. Our memories of him, may you rest in peace, as well as his family. Condolences go out to them. All right, let's get to basketball here, Rob, because that's why you're on. I know you wanted to come on, and you love coming on. You still owe us some wings, by the way. We haven't forgot about that.
I'm coming June 6th.
June 6th.
I know June 6th. Don't worry about the finals. There won't be any finals to be worrying about. So you guys can meet up with me.
You talk about
June 6th.
You must be talking about finals in college, right? Because we graduated already. Those are the only finals. I mean, the NBA finals. You mean the Warriors Invitational? You think the series is over, huh, Rob?
Yeah, all right.
You already think the series is over.
Good luck with that. That's all I'm saying.
Warriors, you don't think the Warriors have a shot to rally back from a 3-1 deficit, Rob?
No, I don't. I really don't. They're not a good road team. Haven't been all year. I don't see them winning 3 games in a row. I don't know what they're going to do to combat Anthony Davis and the size difference that they have. And God forbid you need a big shot at the end with Steph. That's not happening. So if you do that, it's a disaster for a recipe for disaster. And this has always been my pushback. You know this. We've had this conversation. When you talk about somebody being the greatest of all time, you nitpick. You got to look at their entire career and resume and look. And now Steph missing those 2 shots, end of Game 5. He's now 0 for 12 with a chance to tie or win a game in the playoffs. And that's just that number hits you squarely in the face. As great as he is, all the logo threes and 3-quarter shots and the circus and the confetti and all the other stuff and the shimmy and all those good things, he has not knocked down one of those shots. I think that's incredible. And when you talk to NBA players, former players and people, and you ask them, who would you rather take the shot at the end of the game? Steph Curry's name never comes up. That's why he can't be considered the greatest shooter of all time.
So you're not even giving him greatest shooter. First you went from greatest of all time, then you went to greatest shooter.
No, it was never greatest of all time. Shooter, I'm talking about. He was never in the greatest of all time conversation.
Well, here's the thing, Rob. So we all saw this, and it's very specific, this 45 seconds that ESPN put out, right? Because Steph is 6 of 13 on those same shots from the minute to 45-second mark, but nobody is talking about that. So my question is...
because he's 0 for 12.
But my question is...
You can't run from that number.
I'm not running from it, but my question is, number one, what would be acceptable? And number two, what are the numbers that... If you're saying he's not the greatest shooter of all time, who has that number that's, he's beating Steph in here, so he's the greatest of all time? Who is that?
No, I'm just talking about when you try to crown somebody that, and you can't use the idea that people would take Reggie Miller or Ray Allen at the end of the game, or even a Robert Horry at the end of the game over a Steph Curry, when you add all of that together. So maybe you can't really call him the greatest shooter because of that. If he had, I'm not saying he had to be 12 for 12, but if he had some signature baskets in those moments, then I think you could look at it differently. That's all I'm saying. When you go out of your way to say somebody's the greatest shooter of all time, and you can't come up with the shot that he made that was heard around the world, that's a problem. I think that's the argument. Is you could call him whatever you want, greatest 3-point shooter, whatever, or greatest 3.5 quarter shooter of all time, whatever you want to call him. But when you talk about calling somebody the greatest of all time, which is always debatable and a conversation, there's no math to it. I'm just telling you why I have always had a problem dubbing him the greatest shooter of all time. Because when I ask former players and people, who would you want to have the ball at the end of the game when you need a bucket? Nobody says Steph Curry.
So if Steph has the regular season stats and you're putting a Ray Allen or a Reggie Miller in the area of the clutch shots, right? Even though, putting Ray Allen there, we can agree to disagree. So the answer is there is no greatest shooter of all time?
I just think that for me, it would be hard for me to do that, to name him. My problem is, if you're going to dub somebody that, the resume has to include some of those clutch shots. And that's what he does not have, okay? And that's what I think, that's what hurts his resume.
See, Rob,
that's all.
Rob,
but we talk about cherry picking the 45-second mark.
Well, Rob,
so
we're going to sit down.
A minute to 45 doesn't count.
You could call it cherry picking. That's a clutch shot at the end of the game.
Rob.
I was in Cleveland when Michael Jordan made a shot at the buzzer to win a series, not to win a game, to win a series. If he missed the shot, they lose. His team goes home. So you could say it's cherry picking, but there are a lot of great players who have made shots at that moment. I just brought up Robert Horry. I'm not saying he's the greatest. He was a reserve player, but he came up clutch and made big shots in big moments. All I'm saying is you can parade all of the Steph stats you want and have a parade and a party, but you can't be mad at other people who look at his entire body of work and say, I'm not on that ship. I'm not on that parade. I'm not throwing any confetti is what I'm saying. That's all. You can have your opinion. I'm not going to tell you what you value, but to use like, you guys are just cherry picking because it's 45 seconds.
No, that's a real stat. 0 for 12.
Well, this is how great. This is how, and we got Rob Parker on. We love Rob Parker. A couple of Chris Broussard. I always have him on. I can't wait to see you June 6th. Jason Dumas will bring Alan Styles. We'll bring the whole crew. Because I think you need to get educated. You need to get educated on who Steph Curry is. Obviously, you haven't watched a lot of Steph Curry. Rob, maybe you sleep watching Maybe you're too.
No, I did watch. I watched when they were up 3-1 in the NBA final. The first team to ever choke down a 3-1 finals in NBA final history was the Golden State Warriors. I watched. Do you remember that? No, you guys forgot that.
No, we remembered, and then 2 weeks later we forgot because Kevin Durant came to town, and we knew that was done. We knew those championships were coming back to the Bay Area, but we don't make excuses. Even though Steph Curry was playing on one knee, we're not going to make those excuses. You get on the court, you play bad. You played bad in Game 7. He'll admit it. He played bad, but you're forgetting about OKC in Game 6 of that same season. Everybody gives Klay Thompson all the credit, and he deserves it. He was dynamic, but Steph Curry hit the go-ahead 3. He put the game on ice when he took Serge Ibaka one-on-one for a nice little dance and banked it off the backboard to make sure that it was a Game 7. We forget that he scored 30-plus in Games 5, 6, and 7 of that series to rally from a 3-1 deficit. What about Toronto Game 5 to send the series back to the Bay Area? And then, Rob, you know my favorite, Game 4 in Boston when he dropped 43 to even the series up. He carried the team.
How did they choke down a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals the first time in the history of the NBA? Steph Curry had 2 home games, and the greatest shooter couldn't win one
know what
game
happened.
in the last 3. What happened?
We know what happened. Kiki Vanaway did a solid to the NBA, to all the NBA fans who were starving for basketball, and suspended Draymond Green for Game 5.
One game.
And then Bogut gets hurt in that same game, so he's out for the rest of the series. So now you're playing Varejao and my buddy Festus Ezeli, who weren't getting a lot of run. And then Game 6, Iguodala gets hurt. We know what happened.
Go look at the Warriors' the first championship and see how many great players were injured on the road to that championship.
Well, we don't make excuses, right?
Run and go get Kevin Durant. You wouldn't have the other.
Well, Kevin Durant wanted to come here to play the best basketball he's ever played.
No. They went to Hampton to go recruit him. Are you
Why
kidding?
not?
They begged him.
Hey, what would the Yankees do, Rob? What would the Red Sox do? What would the Niners and Cowboys do in the 90s? It's all about getting the best talent, right? Best talent's out there available. Let's go see what's up. Let's see if we can get them. This is what the big dogs do. You think the Lakers will sit back if they had all the money, say, oh, Kevin Durant's in the Hamptons. Yeah, we don't need him. He's too good of a player. This is what the big boys do, Rob. You know that.
My point is very simple. There's only one player who's choked down a 3-1 lead in NBA history spot. This is one.
That's fine. They can have that.
It's just funny how when Steph wins, it's a team game, but when Steph loses, it's Steph. That just was funny to me, Rob.
What? Rob, let me ask you this.
If he knocked down did you think he was going to make that shot when he put up those last 2?
I did, but here's the thing. Though, Rob.
You couldn't have because there's no track record for it.
No, I thought he was going to make it. That's a good material, Rob. You're running good material. But the triple-double he dropped, the mastery of him, he had his fingerprints all over that game. If Steph Curry doesn't drop a triple-double, the Warriors get blown out. Why? Because Klay Thompson's 3 of 11.
It's not about that. It's not. You could use that argument about, he was playing by himself, and if it wasn't for Steph, they wouldn't. No, they were there. They were there to win the game, and they got the ball in the hands of one of the greatest shooters who ever played in the NBA.
Rob,
and he had 2 open looks. Come on now.
He is the greatest shooter. First of all, Rob, look, I know you don't do it. But let's be real. He is the greatest shooter of all time. If Reggie Miller, Ray Allen know it. We all know it. He's the most devastating shooter and the greatest shooter of all time. Yeah. That's why everybody sends 3 guys at him.
You can't make a big shot.
But that's what it is because
the Bang game, that was a big shot. But Rob, the Bang game.
But Rob, you just said he missed 2 open looks, but then I'm also hearing that AD locked him up. So which is it? And I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying because he missed, it's an open shot, but other people are saying it reminded them of Kevin Love and they got locked up. So it just keeps changing, Rob. But since Steph is so pedestrian, can you help us out, Rob? Who needs to help Steph tonight for the Warriors to get the W?
I mean, they need a lot. Everybody needs to show up. Are you kidding? I mean, the Warriors have had an uneven season. I know the whole Jordan Poole situation has happened there, and it's Draymond Green and Klay, of course, had the clunker. Klay needs to redeem himself and have a big game. Of course, it has to be more than Steph, but I just don't. I picked the Warriors in the series. Okay, I want you to know that.
We're surprised. That's a surprise.
No, believe it or not.
Why would you bet on the guy who can't hit a shot in the last 45 seconds?
What?
Why would you bet on the guy who can't hit a shot in the last 45 seconds?
Well, because I was expecting that they wouldn't need the last 45 seconds to beat the Lakers. How's that? And I was so wrong, but we'll see. I don't think they're going to win 3 games in a row. I don't think they're built like that. I just don't think this team is the same as the team that won a championship. I don't know if it's fractured from the Draymond Green punch or whatever happened here. But it just doesn't feel the same to me.
What does it feel like from afar before we get you out of here, Robin? We do appreciate your time. We appreciate the laughs, even though you're dead wrong in this conversation. I know Chris Broussard is probably somewhere shaking his head. But Jordan Poole scored nothing in Game 4. Instead, Van Gundy joined us about an hour ago and said he noticed the body language. Looked like a kid who checked out in the third quarter. Can you get him back on track here? Because it has been an uneven season for the Warriors, and it's been an uneven season for him. How can it not be after what happened in training camp and having to see that everywhere? You go online, social media, you're getting memed, you're getting laughed at. How can you get Jordan Poole? Because they don't win a championship without Jordan Poole, let alone the series against the Lakers.
It's a great point, and it'll be interesting to see if Steve Kerr can reach him and get him to refocus and understand how important he is. But the Warriors did him a disservice when they didn't even penalize or suspend Draymond Green. I mean, and then passed it off that Jordan Poole was cool with it. I thought that was one of the worst things I've ever seen because the Warriors wanted Draymond Green at the ring ceremony to start the season. So they didn't want to suspend him. I just can't get over that was, how you started your season, and here you are in dire straits, and you've lost a player who you didn't stand up for at the time when something that should have never happened, and on their watch. So now they have to deal with it. So I don't expect them to rally. I expect them to lose, and I expect the Lakers to move on.
By the way, one of our great roasters here, Rob Jermaine Tyrone, tweeted at me saying, didn't Steph hit a game-tying shot over Anthony Davis when Anthony Davis was a Pelican in Game 3 when they rallied from 20 in the fourth quarter? He did hit a shot to send the game in overtime. He should have got the and one, which would have been a game winner. But, hey, Steph doesn't get calls. Rob, June 6th. We may be in Philadelphia or Boston for the NBA Finals, so we may miss you in the Bay Area.
You'll be home, and you'll be buying me some ribs or some wings or something. You will not be at the NBA Finals, so you don't have to worry about that.
Dumas and I and Alan Stiles and the rest of our crew will call you from the 215 or from Boston, man. You'll be without us, man, during the Finals. But we'll talk to you before that. We'll talk to you when the Warriors do make that happen, Rob.
All right. Always a pleasure, my man. Thank you, guys.
Anytime, Rob. Rob Parker here on the Morning Roast. It's a good dude, man. MLBBro.com, of course, the founder and editor, covers black and brown players from around the major leagues, chronicling the path of both past and present black and brown players, highlighting their achievements in the game right now from a historical standpoint. Inside the Parker podcast, and, of course, the Odd Couple with Chris Broussard on Fox Sports 1. He definitely got the roasters. He's got the roasters fired up.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to come on here and Slater Curry like that. There's a lot of body of work.
We
needed the Pelicans. That was a great pull by Jermaine Tyrone on Twitter.
And I think that's good, man. Look, we need to get our blood boiling a little bit. Everybody's talking about Chase Center. It's been a little bit too cordial. Kind of like what we talked about with Draymond, right? We needed the roasters. We needed people to get fired up a little bit because a lot of people are doing a little bit too much assuming that the Lakers are going to roll over. We know Greeny on ESPN talking about sit the starters.
Dude, I saw that this morning on Kid Up.
Absurd.
There's a headline with Doris Burke.
Absurd.
Should the Lakers rest game for Game 5?
Yeah.
Just put a playoff game?
Yeah.
That's what's killing society right now. And that's killing sports media when you do stuff like that. That's disgusting. That's the stuff that bothers me. Yeah. Let's just punt a game so we can get rest for Game 6. What?
But then you also complain about load management. So you can't do that. And what's weird to me is that you can have this conversation without it being obvious, right? it can be, hey, do the Lakers, literally what they did in Game 2, do the Lakers call off the dogs if the Warriors get momentum? But the idea that the Lakers would sit a whole game is just, why? Who even came up with that headline?
I don't even know. Gen Z, man. I don't know. I'm blaming Gen Z. Who came up with that? Why would that even be a question?
Especially when you're going up against the defending champs and a team who's got a bone to pick because they lost a 3-1 lead to the ringleader of that team in LeBron, and you're going to give them life?
It's unbelievable.
LeBron already said this. No offense to Memphis, but this ain't the Grizzlies. They're coming tonight.
Right.
They're not. Look, if it's the beginning of the fourth and the Warriors are up 15, they'll probably say, you know what? Let's get ready to go to L.A. But don't let it be close in the fourth. Don't let it be close in the fourth. I'm telling you that right now.
Oh, my gosh. I just can't believe that was a question. Should LeBron and AD rest for Game 5? But, like, what? Well, why? All right, let's go to the calls, man. Let's get back to the calls. We got about 14 minutes left on the show. We got full lines here. Let's get to them all. Shout out to the roasters out here representing everybody on YouTube, Comcast Business Text Line. I know people are like, man, why did you book Rob Parker? Why did you book Rob Parker? It's a little bit different.
He's the GMO.
It's all good. We like people saying things like that. I mean, he's dead wrong. Steph Curry's the greatest shooter of all time.
As far as trash talk goes, he brought some good stuff there. Yeah, it was all wrong, but he brought it in a very good way, I thought.
It's recycled. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And that's why I hope. And that's why if Chase Center and if the Dub Nation want to feel good about this, if the Warriors pull this off, honestly, Bonte, I don't even really care if they win the whole thing, if they pull this off. If you avenge 3-1 against LeBron.
That'd be sick.
And let's say, what if Steph did it on 5 seconds left to win Game 7 at Chase? Rob's whole universe has exploded.
Yes, it has. Dub Nation has kept receipts. Twitter's keeping receipts. All right, let's go to our main man, Calvin in St. Louis. Then we'll get to everybody. Jordan, Rob, Daniel, Randy. We'll get to y'all. You all getting some airtime here. What's up, Calvin? What's going on?
What's up, Bonte, man? You know I keep it real, man, but give me credit for everything I've been saying because everything I've been saying is still going on. But let me give a shout-out to my boy Drew Down. I love your music, man. But my thing is, why are we blaming the players for the coaching flaws, man? That's the truth. The Warriors can never keep a lead in the last 3 minutes of games. That's up to the coach. They got away from the pick and roll. All they had to do was keep on doing the pick and roll. But, man, I don't think it's fair what everybody's saying about Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson shot them back and gave them lead. Steph Curry and Draymond Green, man, they lost the ball 4 or 5 times in the last few minutes of the game. That was on them, too. Klay shot the ball that gave them the lead. And here's another thing. Everybody, remember Ben Simmons? Everybody says, oh, he don't want to play? Dude. Kuminga wants to play. I want a player who wants to play. We cannot sit up here and say won't work, what won't work when Walker's sitting up here doing the same thing in L.A. You can't say won't work. Put him out there because Kuminga was doing good before Steph Curry got back and Klay Thompson was doing good before Steph Curry got back. One last thing. If this is Nick Saban and he won more championships than Kerr at Alabama, and he kept saying, hey, we're going to get it together all year long, and then you lose like this, dude, you don't have a job left. Y'all, let's just keep it real, man. If they sit up here and they just play the game instead, Kerr stop doing layups and do jump shots, and then everybody want to blame Klay, what about Looney? What about Draymond? That dude can score 20-something points if he wanted to, man. If they got 5 players out there, they need to play 5 players instead of 2 on 5 or 2 on 8 when you count the referees. That's the truth, guys.
All right, Calvin. We'll hear from you tomorrow, man. He's on fire.
Yeah.
Kuminga, I don't know.
It's maybe
that ship is hell for me. If he plays, great. But it's unfair, I think, to Kuminga. It's unfair to Steph. It's fair to everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, Kuminga, elimination game. Go make something happen.
It just wouldn't be fair because you're going to have to put him under the microscope.
Right.
And look, Calvin's talking about the turnovers from Steph and Draymond. Calvin, those shots from Klay may as well have been turnovers.
Yeah.
Okay, and I got the play-by-play right here. What happened was Klay literally, and I joked about this yesterday, Bonte, did Klay making that 3 actually hurt the Warriors? And it sounds ridiculous, but Klay makes that 3.
Right.
He makes the 3. LeBron gets fouled. It's now 99-98. Klay, those next 2 possessions, the Warriors got another stop. Klay fired up the first bad 3, fired up the second bad 3 after Lonnie Walker had them take the lead. Right after.
Here we go. Many players are undefeated when on a team with a 3-1 lead. Here are the undefeated players with 12 such series wins or more that have had a 3-1 lead. Bill Russell, 12-0. Scottie Pippen, 12-0. Shaquille O'Neal, 12-0. Sam Jones, 12-0. Robert Horry, 12-0. Magic Johnson, 13-0. Derek Fisher, 14-0. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 16-0. LeBron James, 17-0 when his team has a 3-1 series lead.
Hey, streaks were meant to be broken.
There you go.
They were meant
That's
to be
the
broken.
perfect follow-up to that one. David Tella, producer at NBC. What a joke of a stat. Jordan, Union City. What's happening, J-Dub?
Good morning, fellas. First off, I want to say the Greeny suspense. I didn't realize it was that much more humid up here in the Bay than it is down in L.A., so maybe that's why they got to take it kind of easy for Game 5. But I don't understand. Why did we decide, this is kind of going back off Rob Parker's point, why did we decide, or when do we decide to nitpick certain things to say someone isn't this or isn't that? Like, he even said it, right? He's talking about he picked the Warriors because he didn't think that the game would be close late. Well, why do you think the game would have been so far apart? Because Steph is the greatest shooter ever. Like, I just don't understand from like a bigger media point as well to what you said earlier, Bonte.
Yeah, it doesn't
like
make
why
sense.
has it gotten to this?
It doesn't. We're not looking at the entire body of work.
No.
I mean, we're not talking about the go-ahead shots. We're not talking about the greatest overtime in postseason history when he lit up the Portland Trailblazers in the I'm Back game. What about that one when he scored 17? Was that clutch?
Yeah.
Was that clutch?
And I don't know if they have this stat yet, Bonte. I'm sure they do. They got stats for everything. Is there a dagger stat? Because the Steph daggers, I feel like he's got some of the most in NBA history. And when you have the Steph dagger and you break the other team's heart, you don't need a clutch shot at the end.
And this daggers sometimes happen in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Where he's chilling in the fourth.
Exactly.
You've already been daggered. You've been killed already.
Bye.
We haven't even got to the fourth quarter yet. You're done.
Mm-hmm.
You've been wiped out. So that's that. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast. What up, Rob?
What's up, fellas? Man, hey, Bonte, we got to keep it real, man. The stat is real. Steph don't hit big shots when it matters most, man.
Rob,
let's
don't
keep it real.
do this,
Look,
Rob.
Look, no player is perfect, man. But he is a 4-time champion, so I'm not going to hold it against him. He is one of the all-time greats, but we got to keep it real on that. But I just want to say this. Look, man, the Warriors got to come out blazing. I told you a couple of games ago, if the AD keep playing the way he's playing, the Warriors will not win because they don't have the size. The Warriors can't get easy shots. They're running around screens trying to get 2 points. Like they're literally running their hardest to shoot a 30-foot jumper, and the defense is waiting on it. They know it's coming. So my thing is this: if they're going to win, they got to win going their style, man. I'm starting Jordan Poole. I'm saying Jordan Poole and Klay, get off. Ain't no way in hell that Klay Thompson should have 10 shot attempts by the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
He needs about 25 tonight. I don't want to see Klay Thompson out there in the first half just spacing the floor and not getting touches. You know why he shot them shots last time? Because he wasn't getting fed when he was supposed to get fed. I watched Stephen Curry, even when he threw the ball out of bounds, he looked at Klay Thompson behind him and threw the ball to the other side. Like, what are you doing? So I'm going to need Klay to get his 25 shots. I'm going to need Curry to get his 25 plus, and I'm going to need Wiggins to do what he needs to do. And I need Draymond just to play defense and get the ball out of his hands.
Don't you want to see Rob? Don't you want to see Draymond talk some trash?
I want to see Draymond just play hard and stop acting like they friends out there. This ain't about company time. It's about the people you work for who pay you to do what you need to do. So I need Draymond to go out there, play defense, get him off the ball, and allow Poole, Klay, and Steph to do what they need to do because this game is going to come down to Warriors. Need to play their style. Shoot the three ball, run and gun, shoot the three, and hope they come out and win because slowing it down, running that pick and roll with GP is not going to work in the fourth quarter because AD takes that away when he wants to. He's been the most dominant. Look, I'm going to tell you like this. It's the first time the Warriors faced a dominant big that can move. This ain't Nurkic. This ain't, who else they play? This ain't, Sabonis and all the other scrubs. This is a real big. So let's do it.
All right, Rob, let's do it. Let's get to Daniel. Daniel, San Jose. Daniel, it's all about you, callers, and then we'll finish off with Randy before final thoughts. What up, Daniel?
What's up, guys? Good morning. Hey, I've been listening for years now, right? And I never felt the need to call in until I heard Rob Parker on the freaking radio. Hey, man, they love to hate on stuff, right? I swear to God, these guys be going to sleep with a picture of Bob Cousy or Bill Laimbeer or something because this is ridiculous, man. It's not going to be until after he retires or something that we're going to look back and realize what we really were watching,
Well, the good thing is,
at the end of the day, Dubs and 7.
There you go, Daniel. I like the optimism. Look, at the end of the day,
we smoking Laker Pat.
There we go. Listen, the great thing about what Rob Parker said is that it will get back to Stephen Curry.
Mm-hmm.
Everything gets back to Stephen Curry. I think Steiny Guru confirmed that. Talking to people at Chase Center, he listens to everything.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't listen, it will be brought to him. So I know everything. Yeah, he does. Those are facts. He's not lying.
I know everything.
So Rob Parker, another one, he's going to hear that again. Like, okay, again.
Thank you.
We're going to talk about that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Not that he needs motivation. I mean, the guy dropped a triple-double the other night. He was masterful.
Yeah.
I know he shot that poorly, and he missed the 2 biggest shots, so he needed to hit the 2 shots. But it's tough for me to get on Steph Curry at that point. When he's got the ball in his hands, he's carrying that offense. He's setting up everything. He's getting switched out on defense on LeBron James, and it's tough. And Lonnie Walker hit some tough shots into the shot clock. Tough. I thought it was solid defense.
Yeah.
Contested shots.
Good for him.
Tip your cap.
You know?
Tip your cap to Lonnie Walker, man. He did that. All right, Randy and Hayward. Randy, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. I was calling because, man, I just feel like coming into Game 5, we're going into Game 5, yes. Steve Kerr can't get out-coached the way he got out-coached in Game 4. He is dedicating way too much in trying to stop Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is a Hall of Famer. If he beats us, he beats us. We can't let Lonnie Walker beat us. We ran that pick and roll. We went away from our motion offense, and Klay Thompson and Wiggins wasn't touching the ball at the beginning of the game, but then you expect them to hit shots down the stretch. Second half, all Lakers did was switch Anthony Davis to Andrew Wiggins, so Anthony Davis was able to sag back into the key. Now Wiggins is too tired to hit an open three because he's been guarding LeBron James the whole game, which he's been doing a very good job at. We have to go back to running our offense, playing our game, and if Anthony Davis and LeBron James beats us, then they beat us, but we cannot let Lonnie Walker beat us. That's ridiculous.
All right. You're right. You're right. It is ridiculous. And with that said, what a show. Just flew by. Game 5 coming up, 7 p.m. at Chase Center. Cannot wait. Steiny and Guru will take you up until 2 o'clock. Willard and Dibs will be live from the Warriors team store at Chase Center. They'll be catching a vibe. May stop by there. We'll see. I got to listen to Dibs for the first hour. I can determine whether he's spicy or not. If he's spicy, and I don't need those vibes. So, Dibs, be on your best behavior. But, hey, just got to win a game. Win a game. You extend your season. Then we get to Game 6. We'll break that down. But win tonight. Just win. I don't want to come in here tomorrow talking about what a season it was, because it wasn't that great of a season if they lose tonight.
No.
It wasn't. But you could rectify everything with the win tonight. You could extend this bad boy. Get hopefully another home game for 7. But
make them sweat.
Make them sweat a little bit. Make them sweat. All right, Alan, let's get into our final thoughts.
Bonte, we're sitting here looking at Drew down like we talking about the music and what he has to say. See you on Friday in LA.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about right now on the YouTube chat.
I like that.
That's what we're talking about.
I like that. Spadoni, what do you got?
The worst thing that could happen to the Los Angeles Lakers tonight is a close loss. And I think that would happen. They would be tired heading back to LA. Lakers, if you're down late, just back off. Let them win. That's all I got to say.
Lubin.
Yeah, a guy whose name hasn't really come up on the show today, Dante DiVincenzo. I'm calling you out, man. You were great during the regular season. You were so fun to watch out there, so much effort. You've been a turkey in these playoffs so far. I need to see more from you. I need to see more rebounds, see more shooting. This dude couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat right now. Give me more DDV.
He had 10 points last game.
I need more from Dante DiVincenzo. I have spoken.
Yeah, so I have 4 turnovers and a rough closeout on Austin
Don't
Reeves
pick on
4-3.
the Italian. Come on.
I'm not picking on him. I'm just spitting facts, Spadoni. My final thoughts, of course, it's going to be about the Golden State Warriors, but shout out Casey Schmidt, Shasky's boy. I know he went crazy last night. Nobody replied to his text. Thank God. I feel so validated about Casey Schmidt. Well, Casey Schmidt better hit 300 this month, okay?
Yeah.
1 home run ain't going to do it, but it was a nice start, a great start for him, his family, and the crowd. That was awesome. NFL schedule's being released. NFL schedule. Niners going to play the Eagles in Week 13, but tonight it's all about the Dubs. How can you get to a Game 6? I'm not going to guarantee anything, but I expect the Warriors to not go out like suckers tonight.
I think so too, Bonte, and I got one more for you. I got it on right now for the YouTube chat. Hold on.
What's going on?
I got on the Purple Rain, the Prince, because we got Purple Tears tonight coming from Chase Center.
I didn't know where you're
Purple
going.
Rain, the Purple Tears from the Lakers. We got a Game 6 coming on Friday. Let's get spicy.
Yeah, I like it. And I'll see you Friday. You'll be back on Friday, Alan, talking about a Game 6. We ain't talking all season. We're talking about how the Warriors are going to win in Hollywood on Game 6. That's right, baby. That's it for us. Steiny and Guru next here on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
What's up, everybody? Let me tell you about SOTA. That's SOTA, the nationwide weight loss program that is done 100% over the phone and from the comfort and convenience of your own home. And right now, folks, I'm down a good 20. I got to get down to 230 by the end of the week. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go for a nice little walk, nice little run. We're going to make that happen. But basically, my eating habits have been so much better. I'm not eating after 6:30. We have monthly weigh-ins, and they're completely free. And the nutritionists, they always check in on me. Hey, how's it going this week? How you feeling? How's your energy? My energy's never been better. All right, I'm skipping mid.
All right. First thing I got to do today is give a shout out to Warrior fans.
You're smiling.
You guys are crazy. I'm thinking about this today, all right? I'm thinking about the guys in the station who love the Warriors and all the fans who live and die with them. And so I'm thinking, okay, Lakers tonight, Game 5. I'm like, you got to be nervous. You got to be nervous.
It's a drug.
You got to be nervous and like, oh my God, intense, and you got something on your mind, which I don't have to worry about because I just like to watch the game. But why I'm shouting you guys out is, and what you really want is 5 more days of this tension and this stress.
More than that.
Well, let's get through this series first. Because you win this series and the tension will drop off, at least for a couple games.
But you understand what you're saying is what you're missing out on. It's a natural drug, Steiny.
I know.
And we get to talk about it. Look at you. What are you saying, Steiny?
It's like, I tell you, what I'm saying is I admire fans who live and die, and it reminds me of the old, the Scarface, when they sent Scarface. When they sent Scarface to kill the ambassador who was giving the speech at the UN, but then the UN ambassador came out with his 2 kids, and Montana was only wanted to kill the grown-up, and he's like,
I ain't doing it.
I don't want to kill kids. This was about killing a grown-up.
Okay.
And he said, I don't need that in my life.
I'm gonna give you a 1, Scotty.
I don't need that kind of stress in my life.
But you're missing out, man.
Well,
every market, the guys that are on the air, 90% of them, they're blessed because they live it.
Yeah. No.
And Guru, you feel like you play. I do.
Oh, well, that's too much. See, that's where you go too far and you lose me completely. Mac Life CEO paying $5
early
for a YouTube chat. He says, sure wish the Lakers would draft players and actually win a championship with some homegrown talent. They're going at it on the YouTube chat line. If you want to jump into that conversation, there's some Laker fans in there. Keep it civil, please. Please. Be grown-ups.
Anyway, tonight, Steiny.
Yes, it is. How do you not talk about tonight's game without acknowledging the specter?
Well, that's what we do. It's why we're professionals.
Ghost of
what could be.
Could this be the end?
No, that was the title of the jam before the season's tipped. That's what we've been talking about. And now, it's uncomfortable in a sense, but we'll get there. I'm going Andre Iguodala. We'll get there when we get there.
I gotta talk about him later. Yeah.
Oh, they messed up.
I'll be there when I be there.
If you want to tell me, Andre, okay, behind Kerr, keep that behind door number 2 when you're ready to unveil, because I'm ready to go in now on them, and I have. I've been consistent. Can I brag a little bit?
Oh, I thought you were going to follow up with a.
Oh no, I just want to brag before we get into it. Got a text from the boss last night.
What boss?
The only boss I have.
No,
well, I got 2, the wife. Yeah,
exactly.
But anyway, I put out a video of the sequence, the play of Draymond Green when I wanted him to go up and shoot the ball off the Curry miss.
Okay.
Got 1 million views.
Those are probably impressions. They're probably not views. It's probably more.
No, it says 1 million views.
Well.
Why are you trying to take my moment? And what moment is it, you loser? But I'm tickled that it got 1 million.
Did it really?
100 and some retweets. Like, go get in the field.
Seen a lot of information out there on text that I may need to double check.
No, the boss hit me with he saw the score, but I don't know why that makes me feel good. Anyway, go ahead,
good for you, man. Good for you.
But I didn't do it for likes.
Good for you. You got 1 million views from making fun of a person, namely Draymond Green. That's great. And that's everything that's wrong with us.
I've never looked at it like that, but I wasn't making fun.
No, yes, you were.
You got to go up with that rock.
I need my power forward. That East in a layup.
That's a 3. Yeah, that's all I wanted. But I never knew it would. Put it in the hole. Oh, my goodness. But yeah, Steiny, tonight, man. Like, honestly, okay, you're not a fan, but you've been here.
Well, the reason
you're mentally invested in this team and what happens.
Needs somebody who's not a fan.
Dude, I just don't see them losing tonight, man.
Well, I wouldn't say that
I mean, I could see you saying
this is the finale. You ever see a good series? MASH, The Jeffersons, All in the Family. They come. Cheers. The Sopranos.
Well, then it's not the finale.
To an end.
Is it the finale or is it not?
If they lose tonight, it is. That's what's scary, and also at the same time, just injected in my veins. Curry will not. He needs help. That's the bottom line. That's the theme of this series. I know he was 12 for 30. It was the best 12 for 30 you ever see because it was culminated in a triple-double.
Of course, because it was Steph Curry.
But we are scared. The fans are scared about
not as much as you.
What a loss means.
Well,
it's Joan Rivers on line one.
Do you really?
A facelift, Steiny.
You know, I mean,
that's my girl.
That may be a little bit, just a teeny, weeny bit overstated. Maybe this isn't. Maybe this isn't the end.
Why would you say that? I'm asking.
Because I'm gonna give you something to feel good about in a minute. Because Steve Kerr was asked about that. Hey, Steve, do you worry that tonight might be the end? Steve?
No, never crossed my mind. You know, I mean, I played on those Bulls teams, you know, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think these guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come. So I never even have stopped to give that a second thought.
Now, I love Kerr. It's kind of different because he played.
Two very important things there that we will hit on.
A lot of people don't have that depth that he has. He was part of it, so he's seen it. But to the others and the fans,
right.
They're having a Bloody Mary right now about the possibilities of what's on the table, good and bad tonight.
Okay, but why? Like why? Steve Kerr just said
watching what we thought was the next Steph Curry or Steph Curry light, Jordan Poole. We're watching him go through something. He's going through something. And this will be, real quick, the second something he's gone through. He got Joe Frazier before the season started in front of America. And all we said was, oh, how many points is he going to get? How many rebounds? We never once thought what his day in and day out was. Now he's talking about Jesus, rightfully so. We love the Lord, his mom and dad, and how difficult this journey's been just to play basketball after going through that. And Draymond's doing podcast left, podcast right. Nothing's changed on his end. And now he's pouting.
Don't you get it, though?
Okay, so I'm Team Jordan in the sense that this is not what he signed up for. Maybe this is why he's been MIA.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. Did you just hear what I heard Steve Kerr say, the hell with Jordan Poole. The hell with Jordan Poole.
No, never crossed my mind.
Last game.
I mean,
Big three.
I played on those Bulls teams, you know, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think these guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come. So I never even have stopped to give that a second thought.
I mean, right there it is. Right there it is. And the reality is he's saying, well, Draymond is under contract for another year if he wants. Steph and Clay are going to be here. Like, why would it end if they get beat tonight? Like, why would it?
I'm not saying it's
playing devil's advocate.
I get you, and I don't agree with Steve in this sense. There is no, and I know you and I disagree about Krause and his part in why it was breaking up.
You can apologize
for that. But Steph Curry's not going anywhere. Okay. So remember,
but he's saying the other two aren't either.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, he just said it. He just said they have a lot of basketball left.
Well, they're going to be playing hoop regardless. Now, is he going to be in the Golden State?
I mean,
Draymond said out of the horse's mouth, the handwriting's on the wall.
All
now
you're telling me is Steve Kerr was asked if he ever thought that this is going to be the last time the big three plays together, and he goes, "What? Like, I get it. If he's lying, he's lying.
No,
if you don't believe him, you don't believe him. But even if you don't believe him, that's fine. But what he's saying is, I didn't think that at all. I'm not thinking that at all.
All right, well,
I'm
I
under
wonder
the
what Draymond
impression
would have
that
asked about his
Draymond's
Warrior
back.
future.
Draymond's back, Clay's back, and Steph's back.
Well, okay, because Steiny, I can't believe you're not being
I'm
naive. That's
playing
coach's
devil's
speak.
advocate.
Okay,
That's
gotcha.
all I'm doing.
Right,
I don't know what's happening.
We would go to Twitter and Draymond would have a press conference. I'm coming back. No, those are big obstacles that will be handled in the offseason. But you and I know what time it is. Shout out Morris Day. It's a possibility he may be gone. There could be trades. He could be part of a trade. We don't know. And that's why we don't want this to end. I don't. And I'm very nervous about tonight. I just don't see LeBron coming in here ending what I believe is the Warrior dynasty is currently constructed.
I guess that's what I'm saying. You know, a lot of times this year we talked about what happens if, what are they going to do when, if they don't win it, what happens? And we have been, yeah, guess what? If they don't win it this year, and I just think it's interesting that Steve Kerr is saying, you know, if we don't get it done this year, we still have the big three. So I'm just saying there were a lot of fans out there over the course of this season that have said, you know what, you guys, stop trying to end this thing.
Yeah.
Even if they don't win it, quit trying to end this thing. Draymond said it, I believe. Quit trying to end this thing.
Enjoy
and there have
it.
been a lot of fans who've said, yeah, you guys, if they don't win it, and Steve Kerr's basically saying that now, like the big three has plenty of years left. So maybe it's not a big game. I mean, it's a big game, a playoff game.
Yeah.
But I guess the possibility exists that if the Warriors lose to the Lakers, Steph, Dre, and Clay will be back. Looney will be back. Maybe Wiggins will be back. Maybe they'll move Poole. Maybe they'll move Kuminga. But the big three ain't going anywhere.
Okay. And I know, and I get you, Steiny, because you're saying you're Al Pacino. You're devil's advocate. That's what you're doing. But that's not what you really feel. Because this whole season, the theme has been not just you. This has a last dance feel to it. So we'll see.
But
because I told you
what
on my
I
record,
feel, what I feel,
Curry is the mainstay. If he's still here, ain't no last dance. The music's still playing.
That's right, but that's not what Kerr said. What I feel does not matter one iota. What I'm saying is, man, I just heard the coach say these three guys have years left. Maybe this is the Warriors' way of saying nobody's going anywhere with the core, even if we don't get it done this year. Maybe that's what they're setting the table for.
Well, that would be music to Dub Nation's ears.
Would it?
Yeah.
See, that's the catch-22. That's the catch-22. I don't know that all Warrior fans would want, and the guy is Dre. Yeah. I mean, Clay's under contract. Nobody wants Steph going anywhere. But if Draymond Green, if Draymond Green opts out, the Warriors can say, we wanted to keep it together, but Draymond opted out. Yeah. And then Draymond's going to say, well, I wanted to keep it together, but they didn't pay me enough.
Gotcha.
But at that point, each side can say, we wanted it to continue.
Yeah, no doubt.
It just didn't work out.
Gotcha.
So.
And he's no longer here.
Well, not if he opts in.
Yeah, no, gotcha.
Maybe he's just going to opt in.
Maybe
Draymond goes in and says, tell you what, I'll opt in, get rid of Jordan Poole.
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt.
Okay.
There is no doubt.
Then it's not over. Then maybe this is just one of 175 playoff games that the Warriors
and
are
now
playing.
we're just talking about, I'm going Curtis Blow. Now we're just talking about basketball. If you lose in the second round, then the question becomes, what do you need to get back to being kings of the hill? And if I'm telling you, if Jordan Poole is confess you something, I just, if I could talk to Jordan Poole right now, I would just tell him, man, I don't know what's going on, but for you not to have a field goal in 3 games, you had that cathedral, which was Chase, on fire last year when Clay was gone and Steph was watching you get down. I don't know what's going on, but he can fetch you something. But, man, I thought he was going to be a lifer, Steiny, and maybe that still is on the table, but tonight is about taking care of business. And then you got Friday, because you mentioned this in the green room to Evan and myself. We could be talking about a Game 7 on Mother's Day here at Chase Center. Yeah. And, oh, my gosh. I told you yesterday, James Brown.
Here we go.
The big payback.
Oh, boy.
to LeBron James for the 3-1 and 16.
Okay.
If somehow they could exercise that, and it would be Kevin Costner, revenge. It would be the ultimate revenge.
It'd also be an unbelievable story if LeBron ends the dynasty.
Oh, he's 4 quarters away from doing that.
Well, I think the script's going to be pretty interesting either way.
Because this will be their first loss under Kerr in a Western Conference playoff series. 19-0. This is, do I dare say, historic, monumental if they were to lose this series. Not tonight. You know what I mean?
No, it wouldn't be monumental.
They have never lost to a Western Conference opponent.
And show me the dynasty that's ever lasted forever.
Oh, no.
Of course it's not going to last forever.
Keith Sweat.
The question is, have we been making too big a deal out of it ending after this year? Maybe, honestly, when I heard Steve Kerr say that, my first thought was, you know what? Maybe they might just run it back and tinker, regardless of what happens. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 5 tonight. We can stick to Game 5, but we all know the specter of what could happen. So 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot to talk about. Here's where I'm going to start with tonight's game. I was going to start with pool, but I'm not gonna. I'm going to start out with what's been the most surprising thing. I'm going to ask you this question, but then I'm answering first.
All right.
888-957-9570. What's been the most surprising thing in this series for you if you're a Warrior fan or Laker fan? For me, the most surprising part of this series has been the Lakers' ability to erase leads in the snap of a finger. I thought the Lakers were going to slow it up, and they are, and they do to an extent. But the biggest surprise to me in this series has been every single time the Warriors, it feels like, have gotten up 7, 9, 10, 11, that they lose that lead so quickly. They're getting done to them what they used to do to teams. I didn't think the Lakers had that kind of explosion offensively and defensively. I didn't know they had the ability in short stretches, with the Warriors' help, of smothering them defensively. So that's been the one thing that's really surprised me about this series.
And I don't want to steal your thunder, Stoney, but I'm going to go what you say to me when I say things like that. We've kind of saw that all season long.
Yeah.
From the Orlandos, the Detroits. So I'm going to answer your question, Stoney. It's the fact that Stephen Curry is not getting help offensively, what I deem enough help. And the two culprits to me, they're not playing bad, but they're not playing up to their standards, and it's Clay and Andrew Wiggins. Steph Curry needs help, and I got, oh my goodness, and Jordan Poole. So to me, I was going into this series thinking Clay would be a flamethrower, Wiggins would be aggressive, and Jordan Poole would give you 15 to 20 points and maybe 25 on a given night. And those three, I don't believe are playing up to their standards. And Steph is playing 40 minutes a game damn near. He's got to do it all. He needs some help, and he's not perfect.
888-957-9570 is the number. Game 5 tonight at Chase. It starts at 7 o'clock. And is it the start of a comeback, or is it the end of the season? It's really that simple. And then the other thing I'm wondering is, does it matter if the Warriors can't get by the Lakers? Does it matter when it happens? Does it matter if they lose tonight or lose Thursday? Or is a loss a loss a loss?
The loss is a loss is a loss.
All right.
Because I think you told me with the Steinmetz metric, if I'm correct, you know, hey, if you lose in the Western Conference Finals just as a team, the Warriors, then you could make an argument, okay, you just won last year. The dynasty's not over. But to go out in the second round, and now we're all watching this movie, Steiny, the Warriors do not seem connected. The Kuminga, the pouting, the speech in the first round in Game 7. And I'm not sounding negative, but these are nuggets that have come out to the public, and it's starting to bother me. And I'm going J.J. Evans. You think about the good times, Dynamite, but you can't really think about and enjoy the good times knowing that there's some guys on the team that are not happy for how their roles have changed or whatnot. So, I mean, it's hard to ignore. And I give Coach Kerr all the credit to tell Willard and Dibbs, if that's how he feels, Steiny, he said it into the mic. You know, we ain't got time to babysit. We got a game to win tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. You right on the money. They got to win tonight. Plain and simple. I was thinking, who's the most important player for the Warriors the remainder of the series? And to me, it's easy. It's Jordan Poole. And the reason I say Jordan Poole is because I think Clay, at this point, is who he is. He might have a couple more good games in him, but he's going to have more bad games in him or more tough shooting nights in him. Like, I think that's who he is now. So the only way, to me, the Warriors can win this series is if Jordan Poole becomes that guy who can give them something when they need it. And you hear all the stuff about what's going on, and he's disconnected. It's hard to imagine Jordan Poole waking up this morning saying, you know what? I'm back. I'm back, and I'm back for good, and I'm going to go out there, and I'm going to kick butt, and I'm going to be the player I was for the rest of the playoffs. Like, that's kind of hard to imagine.
It is, and you set it up perfectly, but here I go. We'll have Bob Myers tomorrow, Stoney on the executive show. Am I wrong to think, okay, game one, we had a speech game 7 in Sacramento going into that Sac game. We don't need to talk. Game 2, Jordan Poole, kind of a no-show. Game 3, somebody's got to try to get to him, right? Does Steph have a one-on-one with him? Because if you just set it up to where he's going to wake up, words are powerful. I'm wondering who's that person or persons that are going to just say, hey, Jordan, man, I know you're getting the raw end of the talk to me.
Okay, I will. I will.
But who is that?
Well, you know what? I don't know who it is, but I'll tell you who it isn't. Apparently. It's not Andre Iguodala.
Oh, man.
So let me get this straight. And I haven't done this all year.
Wow.
Let me get this straight. Andre Iguodala occupies a roster spot all year long.
I'll be there when
barely
I be there.
plays. Okay, but he's a mentor. But he's a coach. He's compared to Udonis Haslem. He's a mentor. Oh, okay. Who's he been a mentor to? Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole. The two guys right now who are lost. They're lost. Plain and simple.
Wow.
Kuminga and Poole are Iguodala's guys.
Oh.
And they are lost right now.
We see it.
So, someone explain that to me.
I can't.
I'll try to take it a step further. Andre Iguodala is he's total professional, but he's also cynical. And he also is the number one proponent that basketball's a business. It's a business. It's not a game. It's a business. You get your money. You take care of yourself.
Yeah.
You don't let the system use you. You use the system.
Oh.
That's what he's been telling Jordan Poole the last 2 or 3 years in an effort to get him his bag, which he got, which Jordan Poole ended up getting.
Wow. You preaching now.
I'm done with it.
No, you preaching.
No, I'm just explain to me how he's benefiting Poole and Kuminga right now.
He's not.
Okay. That's all.
And they gave him a scholarship, and we were told at every turn, these were the situations where he would show why he was still on the team. And then, to me from afar, Andre, you ain't fixed the Poole Draymond issue. You ain't brought them together. Because when that all popped off, remember I told you, I'm not going to say double agent because it's basketball. You put out a tweet, y'all can't talk about my rook. Then you put out a tweet the same night, y'all can't talk about my guy, Draymond. Well, which one is it, Dre? You're supposed to be the union steward. Get this stuff fixed. And now Curry, game 6 against Sac, where they didn't even show up, has to chastise or whatever he said to Jordan Poole. Steiny, they got cartoons circulating on the internet about Draymond and Poole and how he's being talked to in the Splash Brothers. I don't know what his job was, but it looks like he's checked none of the boxes. And the one box you ain't checked, Dre, is getting on the court.
Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente. They're happening right now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representative standing by. A lot of people saying, how do you know, Steiny? You don't know.
A lot of people saying you're preaching.
You're right. I don't know. So you explain to me how Iguodala is a mentor and a coach and a helper and an advisor to Kuminga and Poole, and they're lost. You explain that to me. I don't need to go down that road. I just wanted to get it off my chest.
Oh, that's real. I hadn't thought about
we can absolutely talk about offense in the fourth quarter. We can talk about late game execution. We can talk about how it's just about winning one game. We can do all that. I just need to get that off my chest on 95.7 The Game.
I'll be there when I be there.
tired of getting pushed around. Kick your ass.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
And some people can hear our conversations, man.
I'll just repeat it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Guru said, so I may have to give you that $100 back.
Right.
I had the field in a bet earlier in the season. I didn't need the hassle. That's why I didn't make production. I'm
no
sick
doubt.
of all that.
People been at me.
So at one point, Goose said, Wiggins is out, so you should cancel the bet. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. But then I was like, I don't want the hassle of rooting against the Warriors in the playoffs just to win a bet. And I'm that competitive that's what would end up happening. So I said to Goo, here's $100. The bet's off, which is what he requested.
Yeah.
He requested that.
Yeah. I told Steph.
Now, I could have just called the bet off, but I was actually thinking if I end up winning it, then I'm going to look bad for calling the bet off. So here's $100.
Yeah.
The bet's off. Guru says to me, I might have to give you that $100 back.
I'm a good dude.
I said, hey, Goo, I'm not taking $100 back.
And I looked at you.
I'm taking nothing back, or I'm taking $200 back.
Then that means the bet wasn't off.
Well, exactly. That's why I'm not taking $100 back.
Because that's all I would give you. Because you said, Goo, the bet is off. I told Steph. He said, Steph asked me, you took the $100? I said, yeah, I
the
did.
bet still would be off.
Right, technically.
Yeah, okay.
But your 100 was to Dub Nation. Remember, you were paying for the membership. Remember, you were like,
well, remember, you didn't even break that 100 out when we went out 2 days later.
It's in the safe.
It was like a Casey Schmidt at bat. It was gone.
Dude, he crushed that ball.
Let's go to D in Walnut Creek.
Dub C.
D, what's going on, man? Let's go. Let's get this going here. Warriors, one game. That's all they need to win.
I called you a few months back and you laughed at me and hung up on me because I said they should have got Dwight Howard at the trade deadline. Now, he could have been the one stepping on AD, don't you think? And I think you owe me an apology because they could have got him for his song and the dance. So we're playing the blame game. We're blaming the wrong person. We should be blaming the brass. They didn't do enough.
Well,
everybody else improved at the deadline. The Warriors sat on their thumbs.
Guru's not going to need to apologize to you because he's always wanted Dwight Howard, and I'm not gonna. And I'm not apologizing to you because he stinks.
They just needed height, man.
He's playing in Vietnam, for goodness sakes,
but he loves the game.
Mongolia or Burma? Is he in Burma? Myanmar?
Might have been Taiwan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard would be pouting right now because he wasn't getting minutes.
I'm sick of that word.
Yeah.
God, Jordan, we need you tonight, man.
You haven't seen Dwight Howard on World's Toughest Test? He's doing like a CBS show now.
Nico's in Sacramento.
Wow, I ain't seen
Hey,
that.
Nico. What's going on, my man?
Hey, guys, man. I wanted to call in yesterday, but I kind of wanted to let it breathe. That loss, it was kind of hurtful. But then I heard Guru talking, and it got to me like he finally realized who the Warriors were. And he made that analogy about his kid going to school, and I was like, finally, Guru, finally, man. It took forever. Man,
Don't forget to tune in tomorrow after a Warriors win.
Let's talk about I know. It's been terrible. But let's talk about coaching. Because Guru, you've been hating on Ham this whole time, and he made adjustments in this series that look like they're going to win it. He switched up, put
Nico.
Both coaches have made good adjustments. I don't think anybody's getting out coached. It's just the bottom line is, what did Raymond Ritter tell us or tell me? It's a make or miss league. And right now, the Warriors in crunch time, the shot selection is questionable, and they're not making them, and the Lakers are. And to be honest, have the Lakers had another player step up and do what Lonnie Walker did? Has any Warrior player of the others had a Lonnie Walker moment in this series? No. And I would tell you no.
Of course not. Not even close.
And that's a problem in my JD voice.
Huh? And the Warriors used to always have a guy like that.
Man. It ain't too late. Starts tonight.
What's not too late?
For
to
others
make
to
up for
step up.
7 months of bad habits?
Or your sixth man, if somehow he can sit Steiny. We're not talking about one bad game. He has not made a field goal in 3 games.
Get this. Here's the biggest problem. Jordan Poole, you love him, you hate him, he stinks, he's good, you can play, you can't play, comes off the bench. Guess what? You scored 17 points in the fourth quarter. 17 points in the fourth quarter against the Lakers. Oh, you're right. Jordan Poole wasn't on the floor. That's the price you pay if you write him off.
Oh, man, hey,
it's the price you pay if you write him off.
I've never been an advocate for that.
So they're stuck. They've got to get something out of Jordan Poole. They have to.
Now, how many series in the past, and this is what's concerning me about tonight, and if all the reports are real and what we watch with our own two eyes, where a team is down 1-3 because the other team's better, but the team that's down is connected. There's no Jerry Springer stuff going on behind the
nope.
The Warriors, they got some stuff.
If the Warriors were connected, they wouldn't be down 3-1. Right? Come on.
Well, Jordan wouldn't. Yeah, Jordan would be
Jordan. If the Warriors were connected, they would not be down 3-1. I can't see how. The one thing I'm also thinking about with this series is, and maybe we all fell for the banana in the tailpipe, but we actually did it for the Sacramento Kings series. Why do we assume at this point, and I know why, but why do we assume at this point that the Warriors have an advantage if it comes down to late game execution? Why would the Warriors have an advantage in late game execution over a half court team like the Lakers, who are sitting with LeBron and Anthony Davis? But yet, hey, close game favors the Warriors. Championship pedigree.
Well, it doesn't have to be a half court game, Steiny. Like
if you can't get stops.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, like, they've struggled late in games all year.
And to your point, even the one close win against Sacramento was a game that they let the Kings back into and survived more so than played well down the stretch.
Yep. I also think there's a little danger in just expecting the Warriors to win tonight. I think they're going to win tonight.
Now, what does that mean when you say expect? Like, it's
a home game. You're the Warriors. You should be playing hard. It's an elimination game.
No doubt.
The specter of what happens after the years probably plays into it to some degree with some of the players, I would think. I mean, I find it hard to believe that Steve Kerr's not thought about this is the last game. But he said, no, I haven't thought about that. It's going to be the last game. Well, I don't know if I believe you or not. I was playing devil's advocate, but I'd be surprised if the other players haven't been thinking. You think Draymond Green doesn't know this could be his last game?
No doubt. Kerr, all of that's heavy. Now, they're professionals for a reason, so now it's about the mental part of it. Can you go out there tonight and shoot a 3, or can you be down 6 early and still know, okay, I'm not – to me, that's what's scary. That's why you got to give the Lakers credit. Whatever they do tonight, they know they got 3 wins already. The Warriors know if we do not win this game, it's a wrap. And when you go up to shoot, Steiny, I always think about, what's in your mindset, your psyche while you're playing. And I can't remember the last time I seen Steph or Clay or Dre playing tight. Like, I'll be watching for that tonight, just because of the stakes.
I thought they were tight in game 4, the last 3 minutes. I mean, just because Clay takes a 35-footer with a hand in his face doesn't mean, okay, yeah, you know what? I'd rather he be tight than loose.
Yeah.
Ain't the time for loose. David's in Denver. Ooh, Nuggies. Nuggy Nugs. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to, my guru said earlier, the stakes feel super high tonight. It's not because I don't think that the Warriors can win and take longer. I do really think that, but if they don't, I do think, man, we're watching the end of it right here. I mean, Steve Kerr, he doesn't dictate how the big 3 or who stays together. We know how that stuff goes now, man. Guys leave, stuff happens so quick now that, I'm not saying that they're all done, but things change so rapidly that if they go out tonight, that's kind of the nervousness of me, is it ain't going to be like this anymore. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think that's kind of make the stakes high for me. The other thing I just want to say is I'm kind of troubled a little bit by the significance of what Jordan Poole, how much he's in the conversation of us needing him. And
right.
I appreciate him. I know he's done some good things for us, but honestly, the risk versus reward, man, it always troubles me. Like, he's done some good stuff, but there's so many times where I'll put a game on and the dude's just like, it's so risky with him, it feels like, out there sometimes. Like, I don't know if the good that he does or the potential way outweighs the fumbles and the turnovers and all the crazy shots that he takes. And so the fact that we're saying so much is riding on him showing up, that's kind of scary to me, quite honestly.
Let me ask you this. Would you said that about Jordan Poole last year? What you just said, and I don't disagree with you. I don't think you would have called and said that because it wouldn't have been the case. He was balling, and they paid him.
He was. No, I mean, he definitely was, and that's a good, but I don't know that there's been and this is kind of going into another direction. I don't know, though he was, has there been a long enough body and consistency of him doing that during these periods to say, oh, man, we need him now so bad. I'm not even saying that he can't do it. I'm saying the fact that we're in his position with him, that kind of bothers me because I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if he could bring it.
Well, let me ask you this. Could the Warriors have won it last year without Poole?
That's a hard one, man. No, I mean, because we saw what he did. So, I mean, there were definitely times where he stepped up, in. And I will say what I appreciate about him, and this is another point, is that he's one of the few we've had who get to the hole. I have enough to get to the hole. And I know he was one of those few. I always liked him for that because even when he got kind of crazy with it, he'd be a dude who would just go for broke in there. And we don't have guys doing that enough. So that's kind of the other side of it. But anyway,
good call.
I hope for a long series, man. Game 7.
Good stuff.
Wow.
Good call.
Steiny, I'm going to put it right on the table, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. This may be one of the most serious questions I've asked you during our friendship. And we're on radio and it's being recorded. Do you really believe the regression of Jordan Poole is strictly all basketball or what happened before the season started?
No.
So why are people giving up on him? I don't believe
because it's not just basketball. It's more than that, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't believe it's ever any one thing. It's all intermingled. He's in his own head, and now his game stinks, and now he doesn't know what's going on, and he's like,
lost.
Linda Blair in The Exorcist. Can he get it back?
Quit texting. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. That will not be.
So wait, are you giving a speech?
Steiny,
I'll give it if you don't want it. You know what? This is maybe when I should step in as Steph Curry.
Yeah,
because the team's getting tired of your voice.
No, but
like Draymond.
But when you do something like I did last year, Steiny, it's just hard to top it. Michael Jackson had Billie Jean.
It's not. You can script it a little better. Script it a little better, then the words will come.
But that was off the top. Jay threw to me and I went.
Well, this
now
time
there's expectations.
This time, use some bullet points.
But then I'm writing it. Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go to Richard. And Richard's somewhere in California.
We need positivity.
Richard's going to be positive.
Right. I'm in San Francisco, born in Oakland, hardcore Warriors fan. Watched Tim Hardaway, Mullen, and it's just sad because I honestly feel like we're the way better team, and it's one of those things when you play LeBron, he finds a way to beat you, and I feel like he has a way of beating us, and it's by fouls, by foul calls. I mean, if you have 37 to 12 or 17 free throws, I mean that's a lot of points of free throws. And if you watch the game, they're not even trying to shoot baskets; they're just trying to get a call. And so if you watch the Warriors, like the last game, all of our baskets are actual made baskets, 3-pointers, 2 shots, and they're most of their baskets of the Lakers they're like free throws. So they're not even trying to make a shot. They're just trying to get a call. And so I noticed that with the Sacramento series too, the Sacramento Kings. Once you notice you can't beat the Warriors, what you do is you give free throws, and that's how you win the game. It stops momentum, and it just mucks up the game. And so they're not a better team. It's just they're just free throw calls. It's not good basketball to watch. If you watch every other series in the NBA right now, they're shoot shot for shot, shot for shot, shot for shot. When you play the Warriors, you can see they're not even shooting the basket. They're just trying to get a call. It
All right.
doesn't look like
right.
it doesn't look like good basketball to me.
All right. I appreciate it, but
Kerr gave him
I
credit
disagree
for
with
their
everything you say.
gamesmanship with Willard and Dibbs. Steiny?
The Warriors are way better, according to the Warriors are way better, according to Richard, but it's essentially the refs.
I love you, Rich. Come on, Steve Kerr.
See, that's the first part. You think these teams aren't at least evenly matched?
Well, let's do a 2-on-2 draft. It would be AD and LeBron after who would be the second Warrior to go. And that's a problem when you just, I know it's a team game and it's 5 guys on the court, Steiny, but Anthony Davis and LeBron James are different. You take Curry on the Warriors. Would it be Wiggins? Would it be Clay? Like, the Lakers are formidable is all that I'm saying.
Of course they are.
Steve Kerr told Willard and Dibbs you got to give them credit for their gamesmanship because he's played the game and been around. And fans are I'm fighting them off on Facebook because Jordan Poole is the he's just a whipping boy. They don't want to look at I've turned into you on my Facebook page.
Which is what? I don't respond on Facebook.
No, I'm just in regard to.
Are you starting to write stories on the website?
Stop. In regard to I'm going the other way. Everybody's whipping Poole. I'm not. He's to blame, some. But if you think he's 100% the problem, then you're Ray Charles.
There's always more than one thing. I think it's a lot going on clearly with Jordan Poole. Obviously, the question is, can he?
Any speech tonight from the Warriors?
No.
We don't know that.
You can't break that out 7 times a postseason.
You're facing elimination.
So what? They're going to give it what about?
I don't know.
What about? Yeah, I'm saying no. I'm saying you asked me,
No,
do you think there's a speech tonight? I said I don't think so. Again, I might be wrong. They might have all the speeches lined up. One might be from Obama tonight. I don't know. Tomorrow might be, or
what
Friday
if
might be.
Jordan got up and gave
Michael Jordan.
No, Poole.
Oh. Let's go to Lift Timmy. Lift Timmy. What's up, Lift? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Long time listener, first time caller.
Cool.
I just want to talk to you guys a little bit about Steve Kerr's comments last night. I was actually listening live to the Willard and Dibbs show while they were saying it, and when he came through and he mentioned that he didn't feel the same way as he did with the Last Dance team, that kind of gave me a lot of hope and a lot of hope for the future. Because look, you got to look at it generationally, right? Sports science has come such a long way from even the 90s to the to the early 2000s and the 80s. Things have changed a lot, and I think these guys rehab better. And so what ends up happening, and something that we're close to, is the whole Klay Thompson thing. He takes the double injuries, right? And then he comes back and he's still able to contribute. He's obviously not been doing super great recently, but he's able to contribute afterwards. I think these guys have a long time to play together. I think Jordan Poole is a locker room cancer and he's a liability. I think he's one of these guys that comes in and he plays well for a short period of time. He contributes in a huge way for a short period of time. And then because of all the stuff that's happened on and off the court, the guy's got to go now. Going forward, though, I think if we keep the core 3 going, make some changes in the offseason, no matter how tonight goes, I think that we have hope for the future going forward. And I like the way that things are going. You asked earlier what the biggest surprise to me has been in terms of what's going on with this series. It's been the streaky, both offensive and defensive play from the Lakers bench. The Lakers bench has been red hot on both sides of the ball. It's been a bit of a shocker, but I think that if we make the appropriate adjustments tonight, moving forward, force a game in their house, do well enough to survive that game, I think we still have a chance.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
And I
don't know if I'm that optimistic about the core, but
if you're telling me this is the Clay we're going to get,
we don't know. We don't know, but okay, if you're Bob Myers, you think Bob Myers knows? Is this going to be Clay forever? Is he going to get better? Is he going to get worse? What would you bet on? I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That is my answer.
Okay, well, you're going to have to make that decision the next year or two.
This series is scaring me. This playoff run is scaring me.
The year didn't scare you?
No.
Okay.
Because when Curry was out, Steiny, Jordan Poole, and Klay Thompson, Klay showed us he was back to If I get hot, it'll be red hot.
Offensively.
You keep hitting me with that.
Is he going to get better defensively in the next year or two? How about Draymond Green? See, the fundamental problem the Warriors have, moving forward.
And maybe that's why teams are coming back
is,
from those
to
10-point
me,
leads.
they have it's kind of like a tough win-win situation. You've got Draymond Green and Klay Thompson on the end of their contracts, and they're getting up there. You have one of two choices. You either pay them to keep them around,
right?
But we know damn well they're declining. We have to acknowledge that. Or you don't re-sign them, and you just get worse. And you just get worse. Like, that's the conundrum that I'm worried about with the Warriors moving forward.
Well, they're too smart to do that then, because you would re-sign them to avoid getting worse.
Right, but they're getting older. But they are getting worse.
There's no doubt, Steiny.
So that's what I'm saying. Solve that for me.
What is somebody
solve that fundamental
I know they
issue?
got a big game tonight, man.
Well,
but I'm
we
looking
can
at
talk
the
about the big
Knicks.
game.
I'm looking at not the Milwaukee Bucks. I'm looking at other teams, the Clippers, that would love a knockdown shooter like Klay Thompson.
Maybe.
No, seriously.
No,
so
I'm
what
not
if that
disagreeing.
were somebody were to come knocking? And I know
I'm
nobody,
asking
the
you that.
diehards don't want to hear that.
What about you?
But
I would trade him if somebody came knocking and I liked the deal. Would you?
If I liked the deal, I would.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe that's the route they go.
But maybe the season, the airplane took off from the airport this year, not thinking the team would be where it's at right now, Steiny. And I'm thinking now, behind closed doors, we all know what we're watching. Lake Up Myers, the rest of the gang. So it's no indictment on Klay, but Lake Up's got a job to do for years to come to fill that building. So if you could get past or get something different for Klay or whoever, I do think you entertain it. Anybody but Steph.
Hey, Spanone, would you trade Lonnie Walker for Klay Thompson?
Lakers say no.
I kid you not. I said the exact
Are you serious?
same thing to Evan just now.
But no, that I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do that?
I wouldn't do that.
No, neither would the Lakers. I'm kidding. I don't know if they would, but that's yeah.
What if you could get a Nas Reed? You would do that in a second, man. That's all. No shit.
I need to do a lot more work on Nas Reed because
you ain't sold yet.
I don't know. You guys, you need to figure out before guys get here whether they can play here. And as long as Steph Curry's here, they have to fit a profile.
Yeah.
And some of the players that the Warriors have brought in don't fit the profile, and now they're in a little bit of trouble. Yeah. So you want to move off Curry and the big three, then go ahead and bring in anybody you want that you think's going to work. But as long as those guys are here, you better get somebody who's smart. You better get somebody who knows how to play. You better get somebody that knows how to win.
Giannis. I've been holding on to that.
You're among the Warrior fans. Not all of them, but the small percentage.
Curry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You mean Evan and Spadoni can fill out the roster.
Yeah, Milwaukee's going to get. You know what? I think Milwaukee would give up Giannis for Poole and Draymond Green. Yeah, sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a great show today. Nick Friedel, ESPN, is going to join us at 12:30. And then Ben Golliver, Washington Post. We had him on about a month or two ago. Really like him. Ben Golliver, Washington Post, coming up at 1:30. I see phone lines are jammed, as Pete Franklin would say. We're talking Game 5. It's just a game. Just one game. They got to win one game. One game. Dub Nation. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me.
That said, I'm a hater.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The segment is sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. Game 5 coming at you tonight. We can talk about the game, which obviously is a must-win for the Golden State Warriors, but it's hard to think about this game or talk about this game without thinking about the consequences of a loss. All that said, how do the Warriors win tonight? I was talking to JD, and he said they got to be more patient offensively. They've got to be more patient offensively and turn average shots into good shots. And I thought that makes a lot of sense. I agree with that, but I'm trying to think a little more about that. And it's a double-edged sword. It just is. The reason it's a double-edged sword is, to me, the more patient you're going to be. That means the more passes you're going to throw against a team like the Lakers, you become more susceptible in a way to a turnover or a bad shot the more you get into the shot clock. Now, obviously, you get the double team, boop, 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 and you get an open three. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you're trying to be patient and all of a sudden you find yourself a little late in the shot clock, and now they're kind of smothering you. So the Warriors have to be really smart about, if they're going to shoot early in the shot clock, it's got to be a good shot. It has to be.
Yeah, and I'm not mad at JD's assessment, but we saw it. Like, Klay's getting he took some bad shots in late in the fourth quarter, but there was one sequence where he was on the right side, standing, and just threw it up because the Lakers had extended him, smothering with that defense that you talk about, and he just had to chuck it. To me, it's shot selection. You have to close. They had a 7-point lead going into the fourth, Steiny. You got to execute. So we need better execution. So maybe that's the same thing as being patient. But, man, your moneymaker's got to come up big. And as great as Curry's game was, Steiny, it wasn't his best, because the 12 for 30 is just what it is. 18 missed shots. But, damn, if they were to go in tonight's game and you were about to tell Kerr and company, hey, Curry's going to get 2 shots at it to give you the lead, you would give your right arm for that.
I don't know, because the other part of that is, but Anthony Davis is out on him. Ain't Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
Who's pretty good at that, but
I looked at that first shot off the one leg. That wasn't a bad. We seen Curry make that millions of times.
Seen him make them both, but how often? Yeah. That second shot, that was.
No, that was the one. He let him off the hook. I'm going Diddy Green.
I know, it's so easy, but I'm thinking about, why didn't he just drive? They were only down 1.
Or Steiny, you need Petro to drive too.
That's right.
And he was using
fatigue.
a lot.
That could be fatigue. Absolutely. The other thing I was thinking is, the one issue the Warriors do have long-term in terms of the series is the Warriors are in a must-win.
There's no doubt.
But
for
the
rest of
Lakers
series.
can be very strategic about tonight. I think one of the things we're going to see with the Lakers, and there's nobody better at coasting than LeBron James. Nobody.
He's 38.
But he has to.
Yeah.
He has to. I see a game tonight where if I'm Darvin Ham, I go, hey, Austin Reeves. Hey, D'Angelo Russell. Hey, Lonnie Walker.
The fourth.
Why don't you guys go out tonight? All right? And try to take a pound of flesh from the Golden State Warriors. See if you can stay in the game and force them to have to be super competitive to beat a team where LeBron and Anthony Davis are really thinking about Thursday. Not load management, because that's too ridiculous. But those guys can kind of see what the other guys have to start off the game and see if those other guys, the role players, can kind of carry them into the second half.
I hear you, man. And I'll tell you what.
Warriors have to play, and if this game's relatively close,
I don't like that.
Steph, Clay, and Dre are playing 40 minutes.
Maybe more than that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let's go to Jimmy in Dublin. What's going on, Jimmy? How you doing?
How you guys? I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to touch on a few things. The first thing, man, is some caller called in and said that the Lakers aren't even playing basketball and it's boring to watch. They're just going and getting out and not shooting the ball. I mean, if the Warriors were doing half of that, we wouldn't be looking at a 3-1 series. The Warriors are shooting off balance 3-pointers. They're not in the when they're taking these shots, like I think one of you guys had said that like the shot clock is always under 7-8 seconds. Like they're rushing the shots. Clay's shooting off balance. You know what I mean? And it's just no good flow of the offense going on. The second thing that I want to say is that nobody has tipped their hat off to the Lakers that are just playing great D. When was the last time in the playoff series Steph Curry has averaged 23 points a game? You know what I mean? Like that's a great average for most players, but for him, that's bad. And then my last thing I want to say is if the Warriors don't show up tonight, I mean they're going home. And one more thing that I also want to say too is that Jordan Poole, everybody's pointing the finger at him and this and that. But you guys could both answer this question off the air. If Steiny punched Guru, or if Guru punched you, would you be able to continue working with him like that? Hey, you guys have a good day.
Yeah, it'd be really hard. It'd be really, really hard.
No doubt. And I'll tell you what, Steiny, because I've taken one across the face. If I was mouthing off and said something about your lovely mother, Mary, or I said something about your family or your girls, I could process you hitting me because I know I had something to. I was poking you, but we still will never probably know what Jordan Poole did to get that response from Jay, but that's neither here nor there. I'm going to say this, and I told Spadoni and Evan, everybody knows this, my boy Dodger Pete, Laker Pete, Steiny, since the trades, the Lakers have been one, or if not, the best defensive team in the league. And that's why they can win a game when Bron doesn't score 40. This is not Miami Heat, Bron, Steiny. Their defense is suffocating. And that's why Clay had to chuck that shot. And you are right. If you're a Laker fan and you're looking at Basketball Reference like I am, and you got the chef averaging 23 points a game through 4 games in the series, that's an A-. That is an A, like, man.
Yeah. Can't disagree with anything you're saying.
There's something else I wanted to tell you.
Nick Friedel. Friedel, we're moving him to noon.
Noon.
He's got other responsibilities at 12:30. Nick Friedel, ESPN at noon. And the executive show, which usually occurs on Wednesdays, Bob Myers is not going to be doing the executive show today, but it's not because he's gutless.
That's our guy.
He'll be on tomorrow.
I don't see it, Bob.
Speaking of tomorrow, he'll be on tomorrow.
This one I remember.
Bob Myers. Yeah. Win or lose.
That's a real
Win or
one.
lose, Bob Myers. Tomorrow, the executive.
What else is happening tomorrow, Steiny? I can't wait. I thought about you in the shower.
What?
The schedule release for the NFL tomorrow.
Let's go back to Nick. Oh, we got Skinny Bob. Skinny Bob.
Yes, sir.
Skinny Bob wants to talk about whatever he wants to talk about. Hey, Skinny,
Bobby.
how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys.
Thank you.
Good show. I'm listening to you on earphones, doing my work in the garage and yard. Hey, 2 things I like to point out. I'm 78, and I've learned some lessons in life. And I had one taught to me a few years ago, and this applies to Jordan Poole, I think, in the end run. But here it is, real quick. That Cleveland series that we were up 3-1, I had a $100 pre-ticket preseason for them to win it all, and I was counting my chickens before they were hatched. So I would have won like $1,100 or $1,200 on that $100 ticket, and I was surely disappointed. But guess what? I don't have money on the game anymore. I don't gamble. And like I said, I don't drink anymore.
Yep.
But we got a chance to turn the tables on Cleveland now. They're up 3-1, and I'm optimistic. Now, in regards to the young players and the turmoil on the team, it's just like the young guys who have jealousy in their heart. And jealousy is a hard thing to discuss with young guys, and that applies to playing time. They're shooting around and all that, but that's the two things I want to say about. And also, life is a wonder, and you don't chase happiness, you chase wonder, and you wonder what's in store, what can happen, and anything can happen, and it's happened to me many times, and I like bringing joy to people. So you guys have a great day.
Hey, Skinny Bob, you ever thought of doing audio books?
Oh, hell no. I don't. I'm not computer oriented. I got a husky, and I walk the beach every day, and I collect wood and shells.
Beautiful eyes on those huskies.
Like
Skinny.
golf balls. Did you get those golf balls?
Oh, no, I didn't. Did you send them here? Remember, we were going to come pick them up.
They arrived at the station at 12:49 yesterday.
Oh, wow. We got to go look. Yeah,
that's when Talk said you had a package.
No, it was a book, though, that I received.
Oh,
and I have to thank the
Yeah,
person.
we got to go down.
All right,
Yeah, we'll go
hey,
look.
Skinny,
Yeah.
obviously, we love you. You're one of our new you're one of our new favorites, so don't be a stranger.
Oh, I won't be. Like I said, I got nothing but time. My next appointment is July, and I get my teeth cleaned.
Nice. Nice. All right, Skinny, have a good one.
Yeah. Avoid the deep cleaning. Yeah.
That's the Skinny Bob. Here's one for you. So I got this. I have a Volkswagen, right?
Yeah.
You've seen it.
The Batmobile.
Nicest car I've ever had. And there's 2 recalls on it. One's the door and one's something
Lord.
else. Okay, yeah. Make the call.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 2 kinds of I need to schedule an appointment. Okay. The woman says, yes. Well, okay. The earliest we can get you in here for that is August 2024.
Well, they did not
I
say.
swear to God.
Wow.
2024.
That's what's wrong with the world, man.
I'm like, well, whatever's wrong is probably going to spring up before then. Anyway, I'm like, well, okay, just for kicks, go ahead and schedule one.
No, that I
might
would
not
have
even
demanded
be.
a manager.
I'm not going to be here. I don't know.
You going to tell me 2024.
And then the other
you
one.
got a recall.
And I'm like, well, what about the other one? And they're like, well, the other one, we're not ready to start fixing it yet because the parts haven't all arrived.
Oh, my
So
goodness.
somebody will call you in 10 days with an appointment in 2024 for the one, and hopefully in the summer.
Yeah.
For
That's
for the
incredible.
other one.
Well,
So there you go. Nico's back.
Macramento.
He's in Sacramento.
Macramento.
And thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'll be really quick. What I was saying about the adjustments is Ham's adjustments have won him 2 games this series. Kerr's adjustments have won him none. And you can't say game 2, he made an adjustment and won that game. That's cap. That didn't happen. And the most surprising thing that I have seen in this series is Curry hasn't dropped 30 points only one time. Steiny, you brought this up last series in the Kings series, and I want to bring it up again. Curry hasn't made an impact in a single game this series at all. Happy 5-10 day to everybody out here in the Bay Area. Y'all know what it is, man. Love you guys.
I think Steph made an impact
I mean,
last
I was
game.
waiting for you to get him, but come on.
No, he.
Yeah. May 10th, happy birthday to my Aunt Cora from Fremont.
May 11th is one of my daughter's birthdays.
Dude, you're man.
I'm
You're
what?
growing. I
What do you
didn't. I didn't have you for a calendar guy. Up stop.
Well, she just called and reminded me that she
there it is. 'Cause
hadn't
I heard
gotten
the phone
anything
ring.
yet.
Yeah, I got you. What you gonna get her?
She got a care package. A lot of fun stuff. She's
got
in
some
London.
golf balls now.
She's in London, and so she.
A couple documentaries.
We gave her a lot of
Dude.
stuff with like the Bay Area and things that remind her of home.
Some green guys. I know.
An Oaklandish shirt, for example.
Yeah.
David's in Concord. Hey, David, how you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Doing well, man.
Need a win.
Hey, so, when I watch the Warriors play, it feels to me like they have some kind of force field around the basket. Like, when I'm watching the other series, it's like these guys could get to the paint, they could get an easy layup. It just feels like the Warriors just got something there that they cannot get past. And I'm not sure what it is, and also when they drive down to the other side of the court, it's like when I watch these other series, when it comes down to, the 3-2-1 shot clock, they'll get their shot, they'll make it, but it feels like the Warriors just keep throwing up bricks consistently. So I'm just really frustrated to watch this.
Yeah, I think David, No, it's Anthony Davis.
Oh, there's no
You
doubt.
can't take it too far in. You got to take some mid range, and you got to knock down threes when they're open. But I don't know that there's much of an advantage to trying to attack Anthony Davis unless it's somebody with a full head of steam with a little bit of an advantage.
And I know Warrior fans don't want to hear this, but Steiny, it's just, you know me, I'm old school. I miss the block, the Zach Randolphs, the low post Hakeem. But how refreshing is it to have a big down there to where a guard, a ball handler could beat your man, you go into the paint and get it out of here. And that's what Davis represents. And the last time this year I will bring his name up, Wiseman, that's what he was supposed to be. Nothing like it, man. Robert Parrish, Kareem, get that out of here. And that's called an anchor.
I can't stand that.
The anchor, the Admiral David Robinson.
I mean, the poor kid.
Oh, Wiseman.
But just think what you just did. Wiseman was supposed to be David Robinson.
This is James Wiseman.
Or he was supposed to be, who are the other guys you mentioned?
The Admiral, Hakeem.
Tim Duncan. Hakeem Olajuwon.
Chris Webber. Yeah, well, the whole point is not be them in just a low post presence.
Maybe they should have drafted a guy who played a game.
He played 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. We were doing pandemic radio when they drafted him. And we were like, ooh, I don't know. Not a lot of footage. And look how it ended up.
Ernest D. Steiny, I'll bet you a round of golf at Silverado in Napa. Klay Thompson has 20-plus tonight and hits some big shots. Either way, you win. No. I don't win if Klay gets 25 and I got to pay for a round at Silverado.
But the Warriors would win.
That's fine, but I can't be rooting again. Ernest D., I love you. You're putting me in a spot where I'm going to have a rooting interest against a player. I can't do it.
I'm going to do something from the text line, Steiny. Ask you and I a question. Steiny Goo, why are the Warriors, and I'm going to tell you this now, let me stop. Age cannot be your answer. Why are the Warriors so bad at the start and end of quarters? Can you please diagnose this? That used to be their forte.
Can't. I always believe that sometimes you ask questions and there are no answers. Hey, why'd the Warriors only win 11 on the road, but they were really good at home? I don't know. They play better at home. Let it there. Just let it there. You're never going to figure it out. Sorry.
But
you're just
that doesn't mean there's not a problem.
No, absolutely not. But not all problems are fixable.
Well.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I need an apology.
From Evan?
From you.
For what? Oh, Lord.
From you.
Let's hear it.
You ready?
Yep.
I can't find it.
Oh, good God.
No, never crossed my mind. I mean, I played on those Bulls teams, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think.
Now,
apologize for saying Jerry Krause broke up the dynasty.
No, but Steiny,
apologize.
He was saying that it was so bad that they knew it was a wrap before they even started.
Thank you.
But why was it a wrap? Krause
because
had
they
his
were.
hands in it.
I didn't hear Jerry Krause's name once.
Rest in peace.
Jerry Krause, yeah.
Remember, we got into a fist fight over that one.
Right, because you didn't know.
No,
remember when we had Casey Johnson
This is
on,
where I'm growing.
who actually covered
And wrote the
that
book.
team.
And wrote
that
the
was
book.
Sam Smith. But I know him too. And Sam Smith realizes there were many factors at play. So to say Jerry Krause was the reason is incorrect. That's all.
I've so grown at my job.
Well, no, you haven't, because you haven't said, Steiny, you're right. I'm sorry about that.
No, Kerr, on more occasions this year, on a few other occasions, has said on this station that there was no Last Dance feel to this Warrior team.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with you apologizing
Right.
to me about the Bulls and their Last Dance and why it came to an
I don't feel
end.
one is warranted.
What, are you
Steiny.
kidding?
Yeah, I don't feel one is warranted.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody's paying $4.99 for, and it's our guy Chengers. $4.99 he paid to tweet or to text you, "We need that speech from Guru."
I'll give you one before I get out of here, Stoney.
I may too.
I think that's worth $9.99.
I could probably do it
if you
right
paid
now.
that. Go ahead. Let's hear yours.
You know what? Give me the break to think about it.
See, it can't be.
It can't be what?
When you freestyle, the beat drops and you go or you don't.
Well, that's why you'll never be a good coach, because you don't think things out and
What
bring
you
things.
said?
No,
I'm ready now.
the bottom line is your speech is going to be off the cuff in a million directions, and it's going to get guys confused. I will make 3 bullet points to emphasize them, and that will sink in, and we're going to get a win tonight.
Well, there it is. That's all that matters, baby.
Bernard's in Antioch. What's up, B?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, Dynamite. What do you got, buddy?
What's up, baby?
Yes, sir. You're on.
Hey, real quick. Hey, what I want to touch on, if you look at the Warriors, right, isn't basketball really a tall man's game, essentially?
Bernard, you got to call back. The real problem with your
AirPods, it sound like.
Your fave five head paid $1, and he didn't even tweet anything.
Dude, that's a man.
You just paid $1 to show up.
Blue. He must have forgot to type. God, I wish we got the proceeds.
It's
every dollar counts.
We're getting no proceeds. All right. 888-957-9570. It's game 5 tonight.
Let's go.
And the Golden State Warriors, they got to win or they're eliminated. And what happens after that? Who knows? If and when it happens. It's all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
I thought about you in the shower.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. Game 5 tonight.
It's big.
All right, so are you giving a speech at some point today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, I'm going to do it.
And
Keep
I've
my
decided I'm going to too. I'm going to do it right now in about 3 or 4 minutes.
You're juiced, too. I can't wait.
I am kind of. I'm excited about it. Nick Friedel, ESPN, coming up at noon. And we've got Ben Golliver, Washington Post at 1:30. 1:30. The phone number, 888-957-9570. That is also the Comcast Business text line if you want to text in some information or some nuggets or knowledge. But Game 5 tonight, and the two questions we've been kind of throwing out there today is what surprised you so far in this series? Is there anything you didn't expect that's happening? And then secondly, how do they get a win tonight?
You got to close.
Yeah. All right. You ready?
Yeah. Oh, the speech?
Yeah.
Any music, Evan?
No.
They gave me Chariots of Fire.
No. Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
Let's let's gather up, guys. Where's Jordan and Kuminga? You get those guys in here. Oh, they're in the back room. All right, get Jordan and Jonathan. Come on in here. Join the team. I'm going to have something to say. First of all, if we get beat tonight, exit interviews begin at 11 a.m. tomorrow at the facility. So be mindful of that. Let's work on those two things that we talked about in the last day. One is, I know you guys it's been a long season, but let's use that Chase crowd. Let's use that Chase crowd, kind of feed off it to get started tonight. I think we got to come out. We got to come out ready to play. So let's use that crowd to our advantage. And then, of course, our other point of emphasis, Jonathan, you probably know our two other points of emphasis, right, Jonathan? What are they? Oh, you're not sure? Okay. Let's do what we talked about yesterday at practice. It's about ball movement and being decisive. Guys, we got to be decisive. If you find yourself holding the ball, get rid of it. Get rid of it or make a play. Or try to make a play. All right, let's go, guys. You've been here before. That's it.
Wow.
It's about execution. It's not about rah-rah.
Lakers 120, Warriors 90. Why are you singling out the youngsters?
Well, they weren't.
You don't
I'm
know
trying to
them?
gather the team together, and they're not there.
Oh, man.
I just sent Chris DeMarco out to go get Kuminga and Poole.
That was pretty good. Have you ever given a speech, Donnie?
Yeah, right there.
No, besides that one.
It's all about execution, not emotion. It's not about emotion. It's about execution. And if you know anything about professional sports,
that was pretty good.
It's not the coach's job to motivate. Mm-hmm.
Somebody on YouTube just said, I quit the team. It was from our station, though. Somebody in the Max Madonia area.
Oh, the
Could be the boss.
415 with the greatest line on the text line in a while. Steiny just wrote another obituary. That's how I started my career.
No, I remember.
Way back in the day.
I remember.
All right, 888-957-9570. And that's the number. Way to point it.
Well, you did good, though, Steiny.
Just kidding with
you. You had me. I was all ears.
Just kidding with a young guy. Yeah. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple. They got to win one game tonight. They can't win the series unless they win a game tonight. Just go out and win a home game against the Lakers.
See, that's easier said than done.
Why? We were 33-8 at home.
We're resigned to the fact that Andrew Wiggins is okay for him to be K-Wig. He has so many gifts.
Now it's
That's
him?
why. No, yes, he can do more.
Well, so can everybody.
I would tell Andrew, go Allen
you're gonna
Iverson.
have a chance.
20 to 25 shots. Like you're laughing. That's what it is, man.
How the hell can he get 25 shots on the same team with Klay Thompson?
Well, I'd have a
And
talk
Steph
with Klay
Curry.
too.
What are you saying to Klay?
Just facilitate a little bit more.
I'd sacrifice an S. I said that 10 years ago, Chief. Justin's in San Francisco.
Oh, man.
Nah, I'm just messing.
Yeah, I'm not forgetting about it.
What's up, Jay?
What's going on, boys?
Hey.
Hey, listen, I want to say something real quick, man. Why is
a sweetheart all of a sudden. Dude was talking all this rah-rah stuff.
Who?
To be a sweetheart against his buddy LeBron. Draymond.
Yeah. Hey, you know what, Justin? I'm going to be honest with you.
Justin, I heard
I'm gonna
people
be honest
calling the
with you.
roast this
Exactly.
morning with Bonte and Allen, and Allen even.
We haven't really talked about it, but you know what? I'd be lying if I said there weren't a million texts about it.
Go ahead.
Draymond's not playing hard. Not playing as hard against his buddy LeBron.
Now, I'm not saying that.
Well, it's been said.
Oh, yeah. No, it's everywhere you
and
look.
it's been inferred. And
Did you
it's
see
been
the other night?
intimated.
They were at the free throw line. He was next to AD, and there was just, too much teeth for me.
So you don't get to say this and then say, I'm not going there. Are you going there or not? Are you going there, Goo?
No, he balled out. He tried Draymond. That intensity was on 1,000.
So his intensity has been pretty normal for a playoff series? Or has it been
neutered? It's been neutered a little bit.
Uh-oh.
So
is it because they're friends?
I don't know. But I understand. I'm the type of guy, I might not agree with you, but when you bring up a point, I'll say, you know what? I get that thought process. What do you want him to do? Go Kurt Rambis and Core?
That's what he usually does.
No, I want him to go up with the ball. 1 million views. I hate that I'm happy.
I know. It's
like I did nothing but post it.
And
Evan, you're
I'll bet,
85 on the
and I'll
back.
bet you didn't even post it by yourself. I bet you needed Whitley's help.
Oh, no. Now that hurt. And that was real.
Why? Do you know how to post something on the company account? I don't.
No, I was on my personal account.
Yeah, he got like 1 million views.
Impressions.
I want to wrestle you.
I don't even know what an impression
But
is.
whatever it is, you want to wrestle whatever I think is something. When I feel good, I'm right here to knock you down. Steiny, honestly, the Andrew Wiggins. Come on, man.
This is okay. Honestly, I'm not singling out anybody. Andrew Wiggins, you haven't been good enough. Poole, you've been terrible. Clay, you ain't good enough either right now. Draymond, sorry, you've taken a step back. It's Steph, as much as you've given us, can you give us a little more?
So something needs to be said before. Sometimes it's more than X's and O's. So
we're going to execute
We're going to
tonight.
find out tomorrow, or maybe after the game, hopefully in a win, that somebody did something different with their volume of their voice. So
they got to play better.
They had a 7-point lead in the fourth.
That's nothing, Goo. And it was gone by the 11:05 mark.
That went right. That I couldn't believe that. It's like a firecracker.
Ain't no Newt Rockneys here in the NBA.
Well, they had one.
Play the game.
Saturday before Game 7. Get sacked.
Right. And I don't get the sense it was Newt Rockney. I get the sense it was measured. And I get the sense Steph Curry said with a very passionless voice, don't get on the bus if you don't want to play. I don't think he yelled. That's not Steph's style. It's not my style. So, just saying. I'm just saying.
So you believe these guys are
free to hell in 20 minutes.
Self-motivation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're champions.
So we're down 3-1.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, they haven't been down? Like, to me,
it was 7 years ago.
See, here's what
last year in the finals.
Here's where I think you're missing it a little bit. The champions in that locker room, they don't need a rah-rah speech. They've been down 3-1. They did it. You all of a sudden start right. It's like it's almost disrespectful to think a rah-rah speech is what's going to get it done for Steph, Draymond, and Clay.
But it's not just those guys on the court. You're dependent on the others.
Right.
And last year, I get you because the Warriors were more connected. But now we got Jerry Springer
Ain't
stuff
no
popping
speech
off.
connecting
We got
them.
agendas possibly. We got departures
Well, that ain't being solved
possibly.
in a speech. That's
But
what I
maybe
was
you could just say it to Andrew. I need you to be a little. Well, maybe they'll say that and shoot around. But Steiny, I know we come from different parts of the world, man. They had the game in their hands.
No, they didn't. When?
Down 1 with the ball.
That's
twice.
not a game in hand. You're down 1. You don't have the game in hand. You got a coin flip. Like that's
I
it.
ain't
Like
mad at that.
That's
Up 7. You had a game of runs. I get it. Well, okay, tell me what do they got to do to close the deal?
You got to execute. You've got to be more decisive with the ball. if you're going to take a shot early in the shot clock, it's got to be a good shot. It has to be. If you find yourself holding the ball, get rid of it. We're trying to make a play. We got to keep things hopping. Maybe they have a strategy of, we're not taking it into Anthony Davis. We're not taking it into trouble. You get into that in-between area, Steph, Clay, Jordan, you know what? Pull up at 15. It's just the way you got to do it.
Who, Kuminga playing?
No. He doesn't even know the points of emphasis. Didn't you hear my pregame speech?
1,
2, 2. Why would he play now?
Because he's. Why would Lonnie Walker play in the fourth?
Because Lonnie Walker was ready, and Darvin Ham knew he was ready.
No. I can't argue with the results.
I think that's part of the problem, is I'm not sure Steve Kerr knows if Poole or Kuminga are really going to be ready.
Do you think their candles are lit? Poole and Kuminga?
No, I don't, actually.
Oh, no, there isn't. Yeah. No,
there isn't. That's a good point.
And as much as
I got to trademark that.
Who did it? Somebody did it. We pointed him out. The candles lit. Oh, it was Lonnie Walker. Yeah, talk to him. Moody surpassing, or what I deem to surpass, Poole and Kuminga heading into the playoffs is good for Moody. I'm proud of him. But when you look at this team in totality, it's almost the worst thing that could have happened, because what it signifies to me, Steiny, is two guys going south, and the two are Poole and Kuminga. And if you would have told me 2 months ago that this would have been what we're talking about, and Moody would be getting 19 minutes and JK would be getting DNPs and Poole would make a field goal in 3 games, I would have told you need to go to Napa State. That's the crazy hospital. Like, you need to get a room. Like, I'm happy for Moody, but in the grand scheme, this is a nightmare, because one that just got a bag, the lights just went out. I'm just telling you how I feel, man. And if you're telling me Kuminga with that athleticism is just not even an option.
Yeah. What if that's what I'm telling you?
I know
what would you say if I'm saying no? We can't play him.
It's not what anybody thought.
I know, but I know
that hurts us. It hurts us. Now we can get into the whys. We won't, but it hurts us, man.
I know. I hate when you call me Matt. I don't know why.
I don't know when I'm trying to be.
Actually,
wow. Let's go tonight.
I hate Gertie way more than Matt.
Well, don't lose by 30.
Okay, I'll take that. Lorene is in San Francisco. Hey, Lorene.
Oh.
Hello. We always give hey, Lorene.
How you doing?
You don't give that an extra
Good,
split
good,
second.
Doing great.
Talk
Love
to us,
you guys. It's a entertaining day always.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was listening yesterday, and Sonny, I heard you say something, which is, these guys deserve to play.
Oh, the big three.
It was,
yeah.
Yeah.
I said, and for those who weren't here, I said, how can you, this is an elimination game. Let me tell you what, you got to let Clay, Dre, and Curry, they've got to play. They have the right to get beat, if you know what I mean. Yeah, that's what I said.
So was Wiggins included in there?
It's a good point. I did not include Wiggins. I don't believe, but it's fair.
I'm hearing you. Where you going?
On that point.
Well, wait, say it again.
I'm wondering how do you feel on that point?
Well, I mean, I meant
Wiggins, because
I meant mostly the 4-time champions have but you're right about Wiggins, but I wouldn't play Wiggins at all costs, but I'd play him probably.
Okay. Yeah, it's just interesting because I'm feeling like that's the point of view that Steve Kerr's coming from. But so is it about deserving or is it about winning? Because I'm kind of looking like Draymond's looking kind of tired. I think why not rotate him?
Okay, so
why not,
Like maybe play Clay less than 41 minutes and see if you can get somebody to come in there for 10, 12 minutes and be better than Clay.
Well, look, it's about trying something different.
No,
I mean, give him a rest break, give him a little time to think, give him a little time to get the momentum back, whatever it is.
Gotcha.
It's about trying something different, right?
Yeah.
And we got the talent. Like, why not give someone a chance? I just haven't seen it done a lot. Like, who got us here when Wiggins was gone? DiVincenzo? Like, who got us here?
Oh, man.
Kuminga, DiVincenzo, and a Gary Payton II a little bit. Yep. Laureen, you bring up a great point. And I'm not saying the Warriors have to do this. I'm just looking at it really, really big picture. And if you lose tonight, you're eliminated. So everything we know about Steve Kerr, we've watched him coach for 10 years or whatever it is. What do we know about him? He's going to go down with the champions.
And nobody's saying he shouldn't.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I don't know if tonight's the night where Clay's going to be, where you only play Clay 27 minutes, because this is finally the game where you're going to say we can't have you shoot 3 for 15.
I don't think we've taken a call, and I hope you don't think that's what the message I was trying to convey to you. No, you go down. Right. What I'm talking about is the others that need to help the big three. And right now, Steiny,
well, they're not going to have a big role
playing
tonight.
A violin, the string is broke.
Well, there's only 6 guys who are playing, essentially 6 or 7. So, the veterans are playing as much as Draymond's going to play till he fouls out.
Like Peyton over Moody. I mean, Moody over Peyton at the end of that game.
Okay,
I'm just. That's why Lonnie Walker IV is going Dwayne Wade on us. Like, that's questionable.
Well,
and then he said it was for shooting, and ain't nobody giving the ball to Moody to shoot. Curry was shooting, and Clay is shooting. So I would have had him in there just to defense.
What if he wasn't healthy?
Now, hey, okay. But we hadn't heard that.
But he wasn't, Peyton could have, you realize that Peyton could have played in the game, gotten 2 shots, missed them both. And it's like Kerr was like, I should have gone with Moody. Like, he didn't make a mistake.
But that's okay. I think we could understand that more than that didn't add up. Now, if you're telling me he's sick.
He couldn't shoot. He passed
the game again.
a wide open wing shot.
But I thought he passed it too. No excuses, Steiny. I got 2 marksmen I could give it to.
Let me tell you, the first thing.
Stay in your lane.
Yeah, exactly. The first question the media would have said was, you haven't had a lot of success playing 2 non-scorers at the same time. Why did you elect to play 2 non-scorers in crunch time? Well, Lonnie Walker was getting to us. Okay, well, you only scored 17 points. So,
yeah, those are I'm with you in the.
I don't think, you know what?
I thought the young lady was alluding to what I was saying about somebody just whispering to Wiggins, "Hey, you're not playing bad, young fella, but we need you a little more tonight." Okay. Aggressive, ultra. We got a donation real quick, $4.99 from Blanche from the Bay. Lester Quinones is ready for his Lonnie Walker moment. Dude is legit and ready! Exclamation point.
Are we allowed to give money back?
I mean, what would make it? He got some chicken. Steiny, this is we don't know who's starting tonight, and that used to be cute, and maybe it's GP2.
It won him series in the past.
Yeah,
it was.
But you were strength in numbers then, and now let me Poole and Kuminga are on island, and it's their fault to a degree. But, man, this is not what we thought the Warriors were going to be at this juncture.
Why would you say that?
Because Poole
this is where I got to fight you on everything.
Poole was looking like he had the goods, man.
When was he looking like he had the goods?
All last year.
Yeah, and he's been completely inconsistent this year. And he's been the guy who's catch the brunt of it.
And Kuminga just
what?
I don't know.
There's nothing manifesting itself right now that kind of we haven't seen. And I don't think the Warriors can flip a switch and beat the Lakers 3 games. But
it's one game at a time.
Because they're the Warriors, I can't rule it out.
And I'm with you.
But I'm also not going to
I can't
play
rule them
into
out
this
being
folly.
down 3-1. I didn't think it would. I had Warriors in 7. 3-1. I never. And on your home court tonight, Warriors will be in the white, Lakers in their gold. But damn
what?
I'm nervous.
Well, hopefully you'll be nervous for 5 days.
And you can. We can say this. I'll say it. This will be an off season unlike any other here in G State during the run.
Please explain.
Bob might, but we don't know what's up with Bobby. Bob Myers, our guy.
Okay.
Draymond. Now Poole. We don't know if he needs a change of scenery. Kuminga. There's all the stuff I wanted to fight
Just
you on.
tinker. They're just going to tinker.
Say that what makes him think of agendas and words like that? It all manifested. We're staring at it. The Lakers don't got this stuff. They're all one. Win or lose. We got pss. Somebody told Shams who was starting. Who did that?
Anybody want to bet me?
Somebody leaked the secret to Shams. That ain't all on the same page.
Okay, well then why do you have any hope for him? Dead serious.
Because you got Curry, Clay, and Trey.
Right, but they're not on the same page.
No, they're
not. Clay is not on the same page. Clay is part of the problem right now, not the solution.
Well, his game. It's about his game. He could come out tonight and go 8 for 12 from 3.
Okay. Now what about next game? You think he's going to go 8 for 12 again?
I'm a hope. But
why would you do? Why? Because
that's all you got at this point. That's why you said you and a young lady. You got to go down with
is, and it's semantics. But what I'm saying is, you don't have that because he hasn't shown that all year. He's a 39% shooter, but he's got huge games. He's had an 8 for 11 in this series.
To be honest, Stein, he's averaging 19-4 with 1 assist.
Oh, he's getting that many assists a game? What are his turnovers? How many turnovers has he committed?
8 in the series in 4 games. So 2 a game. Curry's got 13.
I think you're wrong there because he had 6 in a game.
I'm looking at it. Klay Thompson turnovers 8.
How many's got in the whole postseason? 22.
I'm just looking.
He's got
at
22 turnovers.
Yeah, that's a lot.
He had 10 turnovers in the entire playoffs last year.
That's a lot.
Right, that gets you beat.
And his thing now is by default he's trying to create on his own, Steiny, and that's not his game.
Big 3 got to be better.
Now, I won't argue that.
Got to be better. And then you know what? Wiggins has to be better. And Poole's got to wake up.
Well, damn, we're at 5, dude. Now we're at 6.
Exactly.
Keep going. You left Kuminga off. Well, he ain't.
Well, why would I put him in there?
DiVincenzo, 7.
Well, he's got to play.
And Looney, 11 minutes.
Okay, now, who's he taking? Whose minutes are he taking?
I hate that you put Kerr. I don't know.
Exactly.
But I know Looney and the Warriors should never play a game where he only plays 11 minutes. Oh. That's what I'm telling you, man.
Okay. Well, I think you got a lot of nerve for saying something like that. Seriously.
We were just
right against the Sacramento Kings.
He led the league in offensive rebounds.
Yes, he did.
All season.
Right. And Draymond got one for him the other night and kicked it back out. The big 3's got to be better.
I'm not disagreeing with you there.
Their top 6 guys got to be better.
They are the closers.
They got to be better. If they're better, you can come back and win this series. It's not going to be about Jonathan Kuminga putting 9.
So Kerr is just nobody. If somebody,
put him in there if you want.
I'm going to put it.
But,
it's just,
like the one thing that bothers me is you just like, if something doesn't work out, it's like, that was wrong. If you would have done this, that's right. It's like, it doesn't work like that in the way I look at it. But that's just me.
All right, what else, Nick?
Yeah, we can do that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Nick Friedel, ESPN, coming up on the other side. And at 1:30, we got Washington Post, Ben Golliver, great guest. Game 5 tonight. It starts at 7 o'clock. Is it the start of the comeback or is it the end of the season? It's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Nick, you know you my boy.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, let's get right to it. ESPN's Nick Friedel. He covered the Warriors out here for a while. Just a basketball savant. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
Our guy.
I mean, Steiny, I felt like I knew a bunch of stuff, and then I laughed at the idea of James Harden being able to drop 40-plus still in that Sixers series. And every time he plays, aside from games 2 and 3, I get angry Sixers fans screaming at me on social media. So that's knocked me down a step, but I persist on.
Well, the bottom line is Harden, like Klay Thompson, they still have great games in them. They're just not coming as frequently. What have you been seeing with the Warriors and the Lakers?
That is 100% what I feel when I watch this group, guys. Because you know what Steph is going to give you every time. And having watched it day to day for 3-4 years and now seeing it from a distance, not only in this postseason, but throughout the last year plus, this is the best I've ever seen Steph play. The issue to me is you just don't know who else is going to be there for him night to night. And it's certainly within Klay to still be a great player and have great moments. But the thing, as all three of us know, is what defined Klay prior to the injuries was the consistency. Every time he stepped on the floor, even if that shot wasn't going down, defensively, he was a game changer. He set a tone on that end that everybody else could follow. And now you just don't see that. And that's what's worrisome. I'm not buying that, all right, the Warriors lose tonight or they lose game 6 and it's all over and you close the book. On this iteration, maybe. What happens with Draymond? What happens with Poole? What happens with Bob Myers? You guys are living it day by day. But the thing that scares me for the Warriors is, as beloved as Klay is, I just don't know if the consistency within his game is going to be able to return. And as you move forward, with Steph still in his prime, he'll always give you a chance. I just don't know if that cast around him is nearly as strong.
Man, Nick, I missed you. I know we text, but, man, we got to talk. And I agree with you, but I got to ask you about that cast. So Wiseman, as you know, is no longer here. They drafted him. He's gone. Kuminga 2 months ago or by Christmas, Nick, if I sent you a text, you would have thought, and I'm asking, I was thinking, okay, the light's on. Jordan Poole, 6th man of the year maybe, but that's what we were looking at, like, okay, they're going to help. But, Nick, all of a sudden you're reading, you're looking, Poole's pouting, Kuminga's unplayable or not playing, and again, Wiseman's gone. I'm trying to be positive. Who does that fall on, Nick?
Goo, that is an organizational failure. That's just what it is. I mean, it would start with Kerr and his staff, and the thing that I would come back to is, you remember like a year ago, everybody was like, oh my gosh, they changed out this coaching staff and the development is at a much higher level and everything is different and all these guys are coming along. Let's go back in time when they actually won. When they won the bonus title, who was winning those games besides the Stephs and the Draymonds? It was like Otto Porter and Gary Payton II and these veteran guys who had been through this before and been through moments. I mean, this is what scares me again for the Warriors looking ahead. It's that the Kumingas and the Moody's, I know Moody's gotten back into the rotation. He showed some moments here, especially in the last week or so. But, Goo, that is an issue. Where are you turning? Poole has gone from 6th man of the year, right near the top of that conversation, to almost unplayable. The confidence that defined his game, you can't see it right now. I don't think there's any question that the Draymond punch altered the chemistry within, and as much as you could cover it up when they were winning, at least at home this season, it's clear that it's come back to the forefront. And the fact that, and I'm watching this from a distance, but Poole, who could be outgoing and you know, feel real great about what was going on. He's not even answering questions now, barely, from the media. That is a huge red flag. So that blame, goes up and down the organization. But when you have guys that you can't develop or who haven't developed the way that you thought they would, to me, that's on the staff, and that is from Bob Myers and Steve Kerr on down to the coaches that just haven't been able to turn these guys around the way they thought they could.
Nick Friedel joining us. He works for ESPN, used to be in the Bay covering the Warriors. Now he's on the East Coast, but still has his finger on the pulse, no doubt about it. When you're watching the fourth quarter the other night and you see Lonnie Walker do what he does or do what he did, like, what's your first thought?
Holy bleep.
But why?
Steiny, I can't figure out why a Warriors team that is so not just well coached with those veteran guys and have been through it so many times, but how they can allow a guy who didn't even get a shot up prior to that point to just roll over them like that. On top of the Lonnie Walker stuff, the thing that made me just shake my head, and I'm looking at Steve going, what the hell is going on out there, is they've, for the first time that I've seen in a long, long time, that is a Warriors group that was swayed by the moment, by the emotion of the game. And you saw it in the shots that Clay was taking. I mean, what in the world? Yeah, and the immediate reactions from Draymond, from Kerr, you could tell they're going, Clay, what the hell are you doing? And Steph not being able to call the timeout and throwing the ball around, and then Draymond getting the ball popped out by LeBron. I mean, there are so many missteps for a team that has such a mental advantage usually over the other group that they're playing. So it just seems like all is not well. And I'm not in there day to day anymore, but I'm talking to enough people that I trust that'll tell you that this has been how it's been throughout the season, in that everybody just feels like, oh, my gosh, there's just a lot. It just felt like there was a lot of drama within this group, and it started with that punch. I mean, that is the reality of the season. The entire tenor of the season changed when that punch the Draymond threw hit Poole, and it hasn't readjusted the way everybody felt. And it's not to say that that's the only reason why. Of course not. There are a lot of reasons why. But to see such a team that lived for the moment get knocked down and potentially knocked out by another group like this is just, it's mind-numbing.
Wow, Nick, I hear you talking, and here I go. I told Steiny during the break, you know what? I know it's been strength in numbers for so many years. Curry, I understand they're getting older, but he's still playing. But if you're going to tell me it's the big three and they're getting older, you know what, Nick? To me, they need help. And we saw Kevon Looney look like Moses Malone against the Kings. I know the Lakers aren't the Kings, but now I asked Steiny, I told him, Nick, I don't like we don't know who's starting tonight. And that you got away with it in the past, and that was a feature of your team that gave you advantages. But I'm asking you, with all that said, do you think the two non-scorers, because they had to fix it against the Kings without the two big lineup, do you think that's run its course, and maybe the big three need some more offensive firepower in that lineup?
Absolutely. I mean, Goo, I am right there with you, because as much as that group has earned respect, it feels like the run for that group, for that lineup, just needs to change. And there are a lot of reasons why. I mean, Draymond, of course, is just not close to the same offensive player he used to be. But again, for me, it goes back to Clay. I mean, when you're relying on someone so long to carry you on both ends of the floor, and they're just not able to anymore, that's where you run into some major issues. And this is where, and again, you guys live it all the time. The name we haven't mentioned yet is Wiggins, and he was dealing with a situation which is understandable to anybody. But what are you going to get from him the same way moving forward? Where are you going with this Clay extension that will be on the horizon? And Woj has already said he wants a max deal. I mean, I know how much Joe Lacob loves Clay, and I know that he doesn't want to see him in another jersey. But with all the financial implications that are going on within this team, Goo, this ties exactly to your point. They need help. Absolutely they do moving forward. But what do you turn what you have into the pieces that you're going to need? And in that regard, the Warriors are like every other team that are going through it, trying to figure out what's going to happen with the new salary cap and the new TV deal. And that ownership group has proven time and again that they'll spend. But you spent in this case. Like, Poole got his money. Clay potentially could get a lot more money. You paid Wiggins. You've got Steph on the max deal. What happens with Draymond? I mean, these are all hard questions, but they're questions that now come back into major focus in the moment, because when you win, you don't have to worry about it as much. When you lose, and you lose the way in which they seem to be about to the Lakers, then everything comes right back up to the front.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, thank you so much, man. Great stuff.
Thanks, buddy.
We wish you nothing but the best. We're
looking at you on TV now, Nick.
Let's go get out here. Let's go out here and have a couple at some point.
I'm getting out there this summer, guys. I can't wait to see you, and it's always good to hear y'all's voice.
All right, that's Nick Friedel, ESPN.
Keeping it 100, Steiny.
Let me ask you a question, Goo. I got a question for you, too. I think the Warriors are better than the Lakers?
No.
Okay. Well, then we shouldn't be mad if they lose this series.
Well,
they're 2-6 against the Lakers.
Yeah, and this was the team that I was telling you I was scared early on. But let me tell you why I picked the Warriors in 7. Because I thought in lemon booty situations, high leverage, like the game just the other night, that if it was that close, that old blood and moxie would come out. And it's not happening. And that's what's concerning. And now when you ask me, do I think they're better man for man, they're not. And you know why I said the Lakers are better? Because they're not dealing with the shenanigans that are going on with 2 of the Warrior players. I'll just leave it at 2 with Kuminga and Poole. But I got to be honest. He said something to me about Klay Thompson, who I love to death. But I wonder if Joe Lacob is going to be like, what's my ROI if I give you this max return on investment?
Talking about that? Nobody's giving Clay the max. Can we?
He's going to ask for.
Come out of dream world. What are you kidding?
No.
You're going to give Klay Thompson a 4-year deal upwards of 180 or 200? What are you, high?
Some said
how drunk are you?
Wow.
Like that? Oh, my God.
Oh, so, all right, okay. But how's Clay going to process that
care. Like, I don't want to be a jackass, but...
No, I hear you. Like Dre wants to... I get it.
Like, that's part of the problem.
People would be lined up for Clay.
Not at the max. The reason Clay was a max player... The reason he was a max player for a period of time was because he was the Warriors' second best offensive player overall, and he was their best perimeter defender on the ball. He was, and that's, Nick talked about that, and I mentioned this a long time ago. Klay Thompson used to be able to guard guards. Harden, Westbrook. It would be D'Angelo Russell in this series. You just wouldn't have to. It'd be D'Angelo Russell and Schroeder. You wouldn't even have to think about it. But he can't do that anymore. They don't ask him to do that. So now he's playing off the ball, guarding people, and he's not as good of a defender guarding guys without the ball as he is with the ball. So he's not the same defensive player. He was a defensive anchor for the Warriors.
And offensively, it's up and down, Steiny.
But I could even live with the offensive end if he were the same player he was defensively, guarding those point guards. Right. I would not have nearly the issue with Clay.
So now you've given me, and you're not blaming him, nor am I. But if you're telling me that's where the slippage is, That's why these leads are evaporating like they haven't before in the past.
There's slippage everywhere.
Remember the Warriors, when they got you, Steiny, you were like, you're done. A boa constrictor.
Not this year.
Wow.
Remember all the year I was like, every year's different. They're still defending champions for 12 hours.
No, I feel like...
I'm kidding.
No, I know. I feel like...
But I mean, think about the whole, like... I mean, just think about that. If they lose tonight...
They're not.
You thought all year. People thought all year. They just, no big deal.
Oh,
yeah, man, nothing to see here. Flip a switch. It's a different year. They're going to have to figure out a way to do what they did in Oklahoma City back in the day.
But everybody was on the same page. I hate saying that.
So I heard you say earlier, Steiny, I thought that the Warriors would be better in these critical situations. Okay. So if you thought
steal.
Okay, I
First
need
2 games in sack.
I need you to be precise, because when you say I thought, that means you don't think it anymore and you know they're losing. You got to say I think they will come back because of their pedigree and win close games. Where are you at?
I'm a little lost.
Okay. You said you thought the Warriors would be able to win these close games.
Those two bothered me still.
Okay,
they won at 7.
Do you no longer think that?
No, they can lose those games now. I've checked myself. So now I'm just Bob. I'm hoping now. That stuff that I told you and was selling you, guy, I'm hoping. And it's scary. And
well, then you've kind of given up.
No, I have
not. If
not.
You're just hoping.
No.
I would need evidence to stay the course.
Well, the other night wasn't evidence. Monday night.
That's what I mean.
I was sitting there like, oh my gosh, let's go. Up 7. And I'm going to tell you something, because you know who I am, man. You know I'm a good person at the core, Steiny. Something symbolic happened to me that the average bear is not going to say means anything to them, and you can be one of them. Winnie the Pooh, because you got your yellow shirt on. When Curry threw that pass to Klay Thompson and he veered off to go to the corner, and to the naked eye, it was just a turnover. But Curry's reaction, it's his reaction. He doesn't owe me anything. But the guy that is the chef, that knows everything that he's doing and he's calculated, when I saw his reaction to that one turnover, I said, oh boy.
Oh boy, what?
It ain't all good in the hood. Because Steph years ago would have smiled like Obama and got back on D and we'll go get him. But that meant something more. And I'm the last man holding on to the past that he was signaling. We got some issues because that was foreshadowing. That was so when here we go. The fourth quarter. 32 minutes, 1 minute. They didn't show up. And now, like a jar of ketchup, when you got that last corner, I'm wondering how much of the moxie is on E, Steiny, of that Warrior pedigree.
To have not even thought about that. That surprises me. I mean,
they can win by 20 tonight, I could text you at half and they're down 12. Like, right. I don't know how to read it anymore.
Well, if they win, you'll read it as they are going to win the title tomorrow. Oh,
I hate that you go there. What makes you go there?
You're not here tomorrow, right?
I am here.
Oh, it's next. Oh.
I am so.
No, I got the weeks mixed. No, I got the weeks mixed up.
Evan,
I got the week mixed up.
Yeah, that hurt a little bit. And listen, I got it behind the scenes. Bonte texts me they're going to lose tonight by 30. I go.
He did not want you to say that. I'm sure.
No, but there's a reason I'm saying it because I wouldn't have read it. He goes, that was if they had Steiny's speech. So that team would have lost by 30.
Zualo Campbell.
That was him reacting to your speech.
Steiny, you are not prepared for Guru this week. You're right. He's right.
We need some more.
He's right on the money.
No,
He's right on the money, Goo.
I don't have a jersey, Matt.
But you say everything you say is a contradiction. You don't have a jersey, but that's why I feel like I'm playing, Steiny.
Yeah, no.
So do you have a jersey or not? And are you playing or not?
You're missing the
No, I'm not.
FEEL.
You're missing the incongruity.
I can feel all the way. I feel like I'm playing, but I have no bearing on what's going to go down tonight at 7.
Oh, I know that.
So
I
if
know
they
that.
win, I feel like you're telling me Goo can't be happy.
No, you can be happy. But what I just don't like. We've been through it.
I love this.
We've been through it a million times.
But go ahead, tell me.
I don't know. You just like, I don't know.
I'm going through it over here. It's a roller
no. It's
coaster.
It's our thing. It's our thing that we can't
No,
really put our.
it's your thing.
No, it's like it does.
You know I'm a real one?
It just does. It does affect me a little. That doesn't affect me.
Because you know I'm not.
So all year
I'm
long,
a diehard.
all year long, you get to.
I was wrong.
You get to crap on me saying you know what, Goo? Maybe this isn't the year. And
I told you take the victory lap, Matt.
No. But why now? Why do you get to do it now?
Because the end is near and nothing is changing. So finally, I see the light.
Well, but they're still alive. They still aren't. They're not eliminated.
But they're down 1-3.
So all year long, you say pedigree.
And I was wrong at every juncture.
They won a game 7 against Sacramento.
But
wasn't that pedigree?
Right. But what did I say after the game 1-2 loss in Sacramento where I was in the house? I said they wouldn't. They're going to fix it. So I'm at AA meeting as you. Is my person. My name's Daryl. I got a problem. I predicted
What's
the
your
Warriors
problem?
wrong.
What is the problem?
I have no my pulse for the Warriors. I need help. I'm an addict.
Right.
I admitted that to you, and I told you were right.
It's not about that. It's about like
it is.
No, it's about.
Tell me.
You're wrong. You've been wrong about the Warriors.
Okay, gotcha.
And then because you've been wrong, now all the things that you didn't believe might be happening, and you get to rip the Warriors because you mistakenly thought something that might have been plain as day to everybody else. So now you're saying, Draymond, you got to put that ball up. I want my power forward. And it's like, but it's been like this all year.
I got hit with a meteorite named Jordan Poole. I didn't know he was going this way. Jonathan Kuminga. We told our guy, Mateo, the high flyer.
We haven't talked about Kuminga all year long.
All that happening. I had a vision. My puzzle had all those guys being a part of it. It's not hard, Matty.
No, it's really hard for me.
I'm having a hard time.
It's really hard for me for you to scoff at some of the stuff I've been saying for 6 months. Now you get to.
I called you the doctor. I called you the doctor.
But like
I called you the
you
doctor.
You don't have a right to get mad at the Warriors. You don't have that right.
Not a doctor.
Not now. You don't. You've got to. No, you've got to ride. You have to ride it out now.
I'm riding
it
out.
Because that's what bothers me. It's like all year was championship pedigree.
Lose.
No, but all year was like try.
I got you.
Okay, so now they're down to their. You're the fan that you're down to your very last game,
and I'm scared crapless.
Right, and you're essentially like saying it's over, or now I'm worried.
No, I'm an hour away from giving a speech.
888-957.
I love you.
I love you too, but I can't. I do know you, and this is the
I'm coming to you butt naked, but it's not good enough.
No,
it's like I stabbed myself, but you want me to get hit by a train.
All year you've been talking about pedigree, greatness, this, that, and the other thing, and now push is coming to shove. Their backs are against the wall, and you've given up on them.
You're taking giving up.
I'm worried, and now I don't know about their championship pedigree, and maybe Draymond can't do this.
Monday night, Steiny, and crunch time when they had a chance to win the game?
Well, they had a chance to win.
It was another.
Right.
Exactly.
All year long, it's been like that.
Exactly.
Okay. Well,
so
how come you weren't paying attention?
When is Dum Dum gonna finally figure it out?
Right, and I'm saying
Dum Dum is halfway.
I'm saying Dum Dum could have figured it out 2 days ago, and Dum Dum could figure it out 2 days from now. You can't figure it out now.
But Dum Dum ain't gave up.
Now you're at the finish line. We're at the finish line. Hang in there. All right. 888-957. The quest for. By the way, have we just forgotten about the title in 75. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. In the next 10 years, Guru and I will figure out what it is about this kind of an issue on 95.7 The Game. Don't go.
What is going on here?
I need help. I'm an addict.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. We are on the verge of Game 5. Warriors-Lakers. Warriors have to win 3 in a row to win this series. And I'm Matt Sigmund Freud Steinmetz, and I got my patient across from me, Daryl the Guru Johnson. And
Daryl LaVale Johnson.
People need to understand that this is all very good-natured. I'm trying to I've worked with my guy. How long have we worked together?
5 years.
5 years.
Right.
I feel like I know him, but there are corners of his mind that I can't get to. And so let me just let me put it this way.
Doctor.
You picked the Warriors to win in 7.
Yep.
Okay. Do you think the Warriors are going to win in 7?
It's critical now. I'm not saying they're not. I'm nervous as hell. It looks bleak. So,
do you think the Warriors are going to win in 7? We all know how it looks.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, ask me before, Doctor, the prediction. I thought they were going to win in 7.
I am asking the questions. Okay, so you picked the Warriors in 7, and now you're saying, Steiny, I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, that's fair. The thing that I don't get is why would you pick this particular moment to give up on something that you've been maintaining for 8 months when it is the precise moment where everything you said about this team, pedigree, might come to fruition.
And
you might be right.
Right. So the words that they can't get it done have not come out of my mouth. But because my partner, you or my doctor, is so literal, you are trying to make it sound like I'm giving up. I'm not. I'm being real. It has become bigger than just the Lakers and Warriors now. We're talking about the odds of teams coming back from 3-1. So I told you, Quentin Tarantino, the Hollywood script is right there for the Warriors to run off 3 in a row and come back and stick it to LeBron James. I think now is highly unlikely. And let me tell you why I am where I'm at briefly, Doc. I didn't see this Jordan Poole episode that I feel like you were dismissing.
You didn't see about
I didn't
17
see it coming.
episodes.
No, not this. Not everything that
we didn't see
Kerr
Wiggins
is reporting, Marcus Speed, all the talk and the stuff going on behind the scenes. Allegedly. I didn't see that coming. And Jonathan Kuminga turning into a bump on a dill pickle, I didn't see that coming. So I am dealing with some stuff. But then there was Monday night, Doc. It was right there. The Steph went for a triple-double. The game was right there. And another road quest for another road victory left me with blue balls. And, Doc, I'm just telling you, I'm tired. So I'm rooting and I'm watching.
What I'm telling you is, if the Warriors come back and win this series, you're wrong. You're wrong. You gave up. You said they didn't think they were going to win.
My prediction is on paper, in print. It's in the clouds.
No, it's not.
Whitley Sandretto, the beautiful Whitley Sandretto, has me in my stunner shades and Warrior hat and Iggy shirt. Warriors in 7.
Would you change it right now?
That.
Would you change it?
It's
if
not
you could?
about that. It's not a fair question, Doc. Why would you want the answer to that question when I'm telling you I'm on my heels? I'm fighting for my life. They're down 3-1. And I'm giving you my panic, like Bonte does the panic meter. I'm doing the guru meter.
It's just
it's broke.
It's the strangest time. And I mean, we're kidding around.
Okay.
It's just the strangest time to not give the Warriors their flowers for being champions for the last 10 years. It's looked bleak before. They've overcome before. Most of the time, they overcome. Sometimes they don't. But, I would never, at this particular time,
just the words have not. You're saying I'm giving up. I have not. Those words have not come out of my mouth. Now, I'm nervous. I'm scared. I can tell you that. But I am from Missouri for the rest of this playoffs. Show me. Show me Warriors. Because at every turn, your boy was
If they win tonight, if they win tonight, the Warriors, which I think they're gonna.
They got to win
and
two
you
more.
say anything tomorrow about winning the title or Steiny, I think they're coming back. I'm quitting. I'm walking out of the studio. I'm really not.
Yeah.
But I'm out.
I don't know why you would.
Because you don't get to be back on. This is this is the last decision. You're in or you're out right now. You in or you're out on the Warriors right now. No middle ground. You in or you out.
Warriors in 7.
Okay, then you're in. Then you're in.
I would
Antoine
love to
in the
do
Bay
a case
Area.
study on you.
I know. I'm the guy who should go to
Because what
Freud.
you're doing is the fan. You're not a fan, so I'm.
But you're
I
not
represent,
either.
I'm
You're
a
not either.
I'm a diehard.
Well, no, fans don't
I'm a
act like
realist,
this.
but
Fans
I'm not,
don't give
I'm
up
not-
on their team.
I'm 30 minutes from
on
a
the-
speech.
Fans don't give
I'm
up on
30
their
minutes.
team when they're on the brink of elimination. That's the last time you want to give up on a
But
team.
who's giving up?
You.
I'm watching. I'm ready.
You know what I mean,
I'm
Bay Area?
being real.
Help me, Bay Area. Help Guru. Then
I
help
don't
me.
need no help.
I need help, too. Antoine, what's up, man?
How y'all doing?
Oh, dynamite.
Man, I'm going to go ahead and try to give a objective perspective to this whole situation. Full disclaimer, I'm a Lakers fan. I'm a LeBron fan. But I'm a truck driver, and I've been coming up here to the Bay for like the last 6 to 8 years. So it's my first time calling in. I like this series, but I feel like you guys up here, y'all are being too hard on Clay and Steph and Drake. Like the problem came in the offseason. That's why Poole got punched. So it's because he got the money, and then he started to feel himself a little bit, kind of like that 30, 40-foot shot that he took in game 1. Notice Steph keeps saying, I can live with the shot that I took. I'll live with that. Draymond said himself, we live with that. I can live with that. Because they've earned that. Like, up here in the Bay, y'all been so spoiled for the past 10 years that you're giving up on Clay, Steph, and Dre for Jordan Poole and the new guys. And that is the main problem. I tell you what, if y'all give up on Clay right now, he's going to come down to L.A. with a chip on his shoulder, and we're going to take it gladly. Gladly. That's the pedigree right there. They can't deal well right now because of what Poole is doing. It all falls on Poole right now.
Hey, Antoine. Antoine, thanks for the call. You know what you sound like, Antoine? A real fan. Antoine, to me, sounds like a real fan.
Well, I don't know how. You just 40 minutes ago said the big three got to play better, and he said we're being too hard on the big three, and you agreed. So I'm asking you, which one is it?
No, because he hasn't given up faith. It's got nothing to do with the team or the players. He still believes the Warriors are going to do it because he's a real fan.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah,
he says he's a Lakers fan.
But he said that he thinks the Warriors are going to go down there and win Game 6. And we're being too hard on him, and that this team can still win it.
I got Warriors in 7.
Very, very unconvincing.
Wait till my speech.
Very unconvincing. By the way, give that at 2 o'clock because I'm out of here at 2 today.
So we're both are.
Oh, you're leaving at
and
2?
they're on remote. They're from the store today.
No, they're not. I just saw him. I just saw Willard. Was he going to the store? Maybe I'm wrong. You know what? Sometimes you're right,
Evan,
Goo.
did
You're
I get that
Goo,
right
You're
or did-
right.
No,
No, you're right.
did I mess that
Sometimes
up?
I'm a horse's ass know-it-all, and I deserve to be checked. I don't know where they are. I just saw Willard and assumed. You probably know more than me.
But now you got me
Such a
going back.
jackass sometimes.
Look at
I
this.
get it.
Go ahead. Get it all out. Like
Are
we
they
all
at the
like
team
you.
store?
Yeah, they are.
Okay,
Mark
they're at
is
the
here,
team
but he's headed to the team store.
Okay,
shortly.
gotcha. Look at Mark.
Thank you.
Our dog.
Bernard's in Antioch. What's up, Bernard? How you doing, man?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Talk to us.
Real quick. First of all, Drew, they don't need no speech, man. This is professional basketball, and they champions. They don't need no speech. That's not going to do no good.
Wow.
And the thing I wanted to bring up too, in essence, basketball has always been a tall man sport, right? And I look at these commentators. They talk about how Davis is dominating. You look at the Warriors lineup. If they just drop you down from anywhere and just say, "Hey, line up the Warriors squad. No names on the back of the jerseys or nothing. Line up the Lakers squad." If you look at their 15 guys, I mean, Anthony Davis looks like a giant when Draymond is on him. So he's going to be tired. They have nobody else that can guard him. Looney's a little bit too slow. He plays his butt off. And look at LeBron. LeBron is bigger than everybody on his Warriors team. So it's a bad matchup, just like fights. It's just a bad matchup. And it's not like the Lakers were a bad team. They just had they a lot of times it's when your team is playing well at the right time. The Lakers just are playing better than the Warriors right now. Not necessarily that they're a better team, but they're playing better. And it's a bad matchup. And Guru, you're saying 7 points. 7 points. 7 points is nothing in the NBA, especially if it's early in the fourth quarter. That's nothing. Teams come back from 10, 15 points in a blink of an eye. And one more thing. The Warriors knew they needed to get bigger, but they just missed on the Wiseman pick.
Yep.
I mean, they needed to get a big man. Maybe they could have got that player in free agency. They knew they needed to get bigger, and they've been excellent shooters for so long. That's not what's happening now. And against a team like the Lakers, they just have to shoot well. If they don't shoot well, they're not going to win.
Good stuff, Bernard.
Yeah. And I told you that, Stoney. I take solace in the fact that Joe Lacob and company, I know you said forget his resume. They tried to get some size. It didn't work out. And now when you do look at this Laker team, the Vanderbilts, I mean, the Hachimuras, they're balling. They are all making contributions, but I'm looking past the Warriors' big three. And why I'm disturbed and concerned is now you got two dudes in Pelican Bay on the – like, hopefully we get the good Jordan Poole tonight, Steiny.
All right. What was that?
I thought it was another Steiny. It kind of scared me. He said, I do.
Okay.
He said they don't need a speech.
They don't. It's kid stuff. Say Mighty Mites, Goo.
Last speech you gave. Got him a couple wins.
Yeah. Well, damn, Evan, since you reminded me. Bonte was saying your speech would have made the Warriors lose by 30.
I don't think that's correct.
That's what he was like. I was like, B's negative. He said,
tell B the last time I gave a speech like that, measured, we won. And I say we because I'm on the team. I'm coaching.
I know.
It was about execution.
I made it.
Totally.
It is about execution.
Boy,
It ain't about me. It's about the Warriors, dude. They're down 1-3.
It's about you.
I know what you're doing.
What am I doing? You're just a fascinating study.
Yeah, but no.
You just are.
But I got one head. It's a big head. But you're putting all the fans on me, Steiny. You're putting all the because you came in today about fans, Bonte, Shasky. How do you guys do it? And I'm part of that clique.
That's a good point.
And what you're doing, and I'm here for it. You're putting the whole sector and definition of fanness on me.
That's a great point.
And I'm being as honest as I possibly can. If I saw you getting your ass whooped and I couldn't help, and somebody said, "Stop the fight," who's winning? I'd be like, Steiny's getting his ass kicked.
But you'd be like,
but I hope he comes back.
But you'd be like, Steiny has looked like he's gotten his ass kicked 6 times in the last 10 years. Boy, he comes back and wins somehow.
Right.
So why would you give up on me this time?
I didn't give up. Why are you
doubting me? Why are you doubting me this time?
Because your eyes are black and your nose is bleeding.
I've been hurt before,
right?
Dude.
And I'm not saying
Just
you can't do it, but
2016. You always talk about robbing people. Like, don't rob this guy.
Are you going there?
Don't rob the Warriors.
7 years ago.
Don't rob the Warriors of their chance
now you're talking my lingo.
to put all right, and the kind of exclamation point on this dynasty that would make it maybe the most.
I'm not.
Don't be scared, dog.
I'm nervous.
You took it to the limit. You're like Costanza. You finally made it to the end of Long Island. Don't turn back now.
I'm going to give you a 2.
Oh, boy. All right.
Steve Kerr needs to be. I'm asking you a question before you go to the calls.
Okay.
Because we don't know where we're at with the bet, but we technically do. I think we see Kuminga tonight.
Okay.
I really do.
Great question.
All hands on deck.
Renee in Oakland.
Hey.
It's a guy. What's up, Renee?
Oh.
Hey.
Hey.
What's up?
This is the first time I've called in, you guys. I love this. Guru is so emotional.
Renee, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
My girl.
She's getting everything she wants. See? Jesus. I'm wrong again. I think I'm a know-it-all. We have a caller, Renee. It's a guy.
I like
you always go, hey.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's Renee, but it's a new Renee.
Yeah.
So again,
shout out Renee Noriega.
in my face.
New Renee.
Yes.
There we go.
I'm a woman.
All you.
Anyway, Guru is so emotional. But I think that's part of the problem that we've been seeing is that, at this level,
this is a mental game, and it's who can mentally lock in to the game plan and execute. And that kind of hasn't been happening. But we have to go with the core three. We have to go.
No doubt.
Because they're the ones that have done it in the past. They've been there like for 10 years. They've got to lock in to the game plan and execute. And I think Wiggins is part of it. And whoever the role players have to be the ones that are locked in. And Jonathan Kuminga is not one of them. So they have to play with joy. The Lakers are playing with joy.
And confidence.
And we're not.
Yep.
We're not. So I trust the core. I trust Steve Kerr. I trust that they know their backs are up against the wall. They're going to lock in tonight.
Let's go.
And they're going to execute.
Thanks, Renee. You don't get to let's go that.
You don't control.
You don't
have
get
a
to
remote.
let's go, Renee. You've given up.
She just talked about my excitement level.
See, Renee believes that they're going to win this game tonight.
I'm hoping.
You know what I need you to do? I need you to be the Eagles right now. We need you to be the Eagles. We need you to take it to the limit. Take it to the limit.
I'm going to give you a one.
To the limit. One more time.
I've done that.
No, what? No, it's not the time.
You're having a moment. I'm here for you.
I'm having a show.
No, you're having a moment. Well, my stuff is on paper. It's in print. It's in the clouds. Warriors in 7.
You realize on paper and in the clouds are two different things. So if they're on paper, they're on paper. If they're in the cloud, then they're in the cloud.
Do you know
but
what
if they're on
both those equate to?
Yeah, that they're both ridiculously accessible.
No, they're everywhere. That's where both of them. When you cover that terrain.
I can't stand this guy right now. Let's go to Andre. Andre's in Oakland. What's up, Dre?
Hey, how you doing? I'm a Warrior fan.
Let's go.
I believe in the Warriors. I'm from the We Believe era.
Yeah.
And I feel like this. I tell my kids all the time, we came together, we leave together. And I believe they should take Poole along with them and let Poole play. If he mess up and he's turning the ball over and not making his points, and then let him hit the bench. And I believe we should let Kuminga play. You know, I believe that he is a good defender. I believe we can use him for that purposes to help defend. Not let him play 20 minutes or whatever, but let him play enough that he can slow Anthony Davis down or LeBron. So I believe they can win tonight. They do not. The Lakers does not want to go back to L.A. with their heels backwards, and because that would be the bad thing to do is come back here for Game 7. So I believe we can win tonight, go to L.A. and win, and come back and win again. I believe the Warriors is one of the only teams that can do that.
Andre, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I wish my partner were like that.
Well, I just said Kuminga. Two great minds think alike.
I'm
about Kuminga right now. Hey, remember the regular
him?
season, he was picking LeBron up 94 feet. But to be honest,
No,
LeBron has not been bringing the ball up this series much at all. But, man, just, Stoney, give him a couple minutes to see where he's at.
You know what it is? Elvis, of all the days, this is the day we need your optimism. See what I'm saying? We need it today.
My name is not Richard Pryor.
Dub Nation needs it.
I'm going to give a speech. That's where it all come out. But damn. You want me with pom-poms in here when I don't feel it?
Yes.
No, you don't.
I just don't want you throwing your pom-poms away when we have a chance to make history.
Not a premonition, but you had a dream. You watched the documentary on fandom because you came in and shared it with us.
Yeah.
You're like, how do y'all? And this is what we get, and I'm here for it.
I was telling Bonte before the show, I'm like, dude, I couldn't do it. He's like, what? I'm like, dude, you just take it to the limit. You know, you're like, if the Warriors lose tonight, it's like, dude, you're going to be miserable. And I'm like, I can't look at it. And he's like, hey, I'm a fan. I embrace it. You want to be a fan, but you don't want to pay the ultimate price. Like Bonte. See, Bonte sells out. He sold out his fandom. And there's a respect for that.
Bonte's not a homer.
That's not.
Shasky's not a homer.
It's not what it about.
That's
it's about.
what you're describing.
No,
I'm sharing with you my insecurities.
I'm going to get him pissed today. I'm going to get him pissed today.
Now you lost. You never will because I did. Dude, I'm sharing with you my insecurities, and this is because they lost 3-4. You know, I did some math in the caddy coming in. Let me give you a record.
Make sure it's right.
I'm a getting boy.
Oh, I'm the guy who's wrong today.
Warriors 5-6 in the playoffs.
It's like you're taking everything I say.
No, it's just that's why I'm at where I'm at. Like, I know you can't do that good. The series is still going. They're 5. This is what they've been. Show me tonight. I'm gonna be. I'm worried.
You don't.
Missouri. Call me Missouri the rest of the show.
You don't get to be shown tonight.
Yeah.
You're out.
No,
you're out.
To you, doesn't matter.
You're out.
I'm watching.
No, it's like
I am watching. Jack, show me.
No.
I'm tired of putting my heart out there, waiting on the girl, and she don't come home. I'm sick of it. Show me. Yeah.
You know what I mean, Bay Area. Warrior fans, Warrior fans right now are like, listen, what, Evan?
Oh, what'd he do?
I didn't do anything.
Oh, I was
yes,
like,
he did. He went like this. He put his head in his hands.
Your optimism is throwing me, Steiny.
And we're almost up against it.
Yeah, we're probably making too much.
Dude, the phone lines are packed. You love the lines.
No, we have.
This little new thing you're doing.
About what?
It's just me. I got Warriors in 7.
I've earned so much respect this year for Shasky and Bonte. Man.
Hey, and you did that earlier. It was getting me mad.
Who we got on the other side? Oh, no, we have nobody. All right, I see.
Gulliver at 1:30.
That's right. We got Ben Gulliver, 1:30, Washington Post. That's a big boy newspaper, ladies and gentlemen.
Man.
He knows what he's talking about. All right, I'm going to get to your calls on the other side. I promise. Dub Nation, they're gold-blooded. Well, all but one guy. Most of just about everybody else is gold-blooded. Mm-hmm. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente. They're happening right now. Single game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOPS. Representatives standing by. Next segment, sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Don't do that, Goo.
Hey, Skinny Bob, you ever thought of doing audio books?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this segment brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services. Steiny, why are you obsessed with destroying the legitimacy of Guru's fandom?
It's
hoping
incredible.
the Dubs win, but fearing the likely end aren't mutually exclusive and doesn't make you lesser of a fan. It's because I've got an issue. It's because I've got a major personality flaw. It's because I'm a horse's behind.
And
but
a
there's
non-fan.
Something there.
Yeah.
There's something there
And
with
you came in here
Guru
with this week.
and his fandom that there's a scratch. There's a scratch that hasn't been itched. There's a scab that hasn't been picked. I just haven't gotten to the bottom of it.
Well, I'll
but
tell
I got
you what.
5 more years if we sign a new deal.
You know how the Brady Bunch, every episode they would have a title? This one for us is the Spider-Man meme. Pointing at each other because you're being me and I'm being you. I'm just telling you, dude, I'm nervous. I'm going to save the speech for the changeover. I just texted you.
By the way, if you're tuning in right now for the executive show with Bob Myers, he's rescheduled just till tomorrow. He's on a flight back up here from L.A.
That's big of him.
And
he don't know the outcome, so he could come on tomorrow.
I know, yet another indication that we care more than they do.
Are we going to be conducting the exit interview?
I don't know. I wouldn't. You know what? I wouldn't even joke about that. But
you did.
I didn't see it, Bob.
Well, there it is. We
All
got
right.
calls, Donnie.
Yeah, we do. Let's go to.
I'm going to pick Bud.
You want to pick
I like
Bud?
what Bud's saying. Oh, no,
Okay.
I don't.
Hey, Bud, you asked for it.
Bud Rock.
What's up, Bud? How you doing?
What's good?
Hey.
What's good?
What's baby?
Hey, listen, Guru, you said you tired of waiting up for the lady to come home and she doesn't show up, but I was trying to figure out how you're not used to that. You're a Cowboys fan. You should be used to that already. And Steiny, with that being said, that's the reason why his heart is the way it is. He's a Cowboys fan. At the beginning of the season, they're hoorah, hoorah, and by the time they get knocked off their rocker, they're walking around sobbing, and there's soap operas all over the place.
But
You know what I
listen,
mean?
listen, you got to be able to differentiate. Okay, I deal with that, but then I have the euphoria of the Dubs, 4-8, parades, Lake Merritt, downtown. So I get the good part of the basketball aspect of being a Warrior fan. Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to be the Fonzie. Sometimes you just got to be Fonzie and put the leather jacket on and say, "Hey," you know what I mean?
Wow,
In all seriousness, man. When it comes to the Warriors, man, I called the morning show. I told them this series has become a theme, and the theme song of it is James Brown, The Big Payback. And not to just reiterate on that, but just somewhere down the line, it just starts with one game, and that's all everybody knows.
Yep.
One game at a time. We come back here, we take care of business. If we can take care of business, then just like the game show, man, you just got another lifeline. Now it's all about who wants to be a millionaire. Thanks for taking the call.
Appreciate it.
That's real. And you like you know what? I've been talking to Evan without you. We're going to incorporate some of that for you.
Incorporate
the game show music because you like us to. It ain't Jockpardy, but you like to be asked questions.
Yeah, why you
and
have
like
some for me?
Not right now. It's coming. Stay tuned. Fighting for my life.
I don't know when the speech is coming, but again, just a reminder: at 2:00, I leave.
Oh, okay.
So don't start it at 10 of. I'm sure it's going to go till 10 after.
No, that last one. Did we ever time it? I just couldn't believe they didn't play it at the parade. I never shared that with anybody.
See, and this is he wants to be part of the parade. He wants to be able to give up on him now, but then wants to be on a float a month from now.
I ain't giving up. You know how I do it. Hey,
I do know.
But can you? I need you to get my back. Yesterday I said James Brown. You go what, Goo? I said the big payback.
Mm-hmm.
So the caller did call Bonte and Allen this morning to say that, but it originated with your boy yesterday.
Congratulations.
Now you kind of
let's acknowledge.
Dude, I'm talking about the million views. Like, what am I looking for?
You're looking for validation that doesn't come with fame.
I need a drink. Boy, I will have something tonight before the game.
Let's go to Jordan. Jordan in Oakland. What's up, Jordan?
Yeah, what's up? Thanks for taking the call.
Sure. We got
so every time this is my first time calling in, but every time I call, I mean, not every time I call, but every time I listen to the show, it sounds like one is in reality and one is in La La Land. The Warriors have been a horrible road team all year. They've been a horrible defensive team all year, and they have not proven that they can win against the Lakers on the road. So I don't know why Guru keeps thinking that this is going to go 7 games. Even if they win tonight, they're going to go back to the Lakers and lose, and that's the end of it. And another point I want to make is you guys keep talking about Jordan Poole this, Jordan Poole that. You cannot base the failure of the Warriors off of a player that comes off the bench and only plays 10 minutes. That's crazy to me.
Well, Root, before you go, we're not talking about the failures. If his name was Tony, we're talking about what he represents and what he represents and where he's at right now with his personality. He's despondent, and there's a disconnect within the Warriors. That's why we're talking about Jordan Poole.
I think there's a disconnect because Jordan Poole is on the bench, and he's looking at Draymond Green, and Draymond Green is sitting there talking on his podcast like he's on the same level of Steph Curry,
I agree.
LeBron James.
Wow.
And Jordan Poole is like, dude, you can't even score more than 6 points a game, and you're sitting here talking shit to me, punching me in practice.
Almost, Jordan.
Wow. But
this
wow,
Stan Van Gundy.
He was good this morning. All but his phone. Yeah.
What happened to his phone?
No, he had little clicks.
Stan Van Gundy.
But listen, it's on Jordan Poole. He may be a young player, but he's got enough big-time experience here. It's on Jordan Poole. He hasn't played well. His body language has been absolutely awful. In Game 4, it looked to us sitting there watching it like he was a guy who just checked out in the third quarter. That's on him. He's a professional athlete. This idea that we're going to blame Jordan Poole on Steve Kerr, that's absurd.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're going to give him credit when Steph Curry goes for 50 that's Steve Kerr's coaching, it's got to go both ways.
I love Stan, but he's in the coaching fraternity, so he had Kerr's back. Not that Kerr needed him to have it, but this is on everybody. Just like Ferdale said, this is on this. To me, what's so shocking, Stoney, is this is a hit. It's not somebody on the culture. And the fact that Steph had to give that speech, and part of the speech was, hey, there's an option not to get on the bus. That wasn't good.
No. Chucky's in Oakland. Hey, Chucky.
Hey, good afternoon, man. I appreciate both you guys, man.
Right on, Chuck.
Couple of things. First, I want to just say, man, Wiggins and Jordan Poole, man, I think everybody can recognize, man, that they got their own little partnership, man. They cool with each other. If it's anybody Jordan Poole get along with on that Warrior team, it's Wiggins, man. So I just hope Wiggins pull that boy aside, man, and talk to him, man, and get him ready to play, man. Tell him, to get his head in the game, man, and hopefully he'll listen to Wiggins. But I really want to call, man, to give Guru his flowers, man. Guru, I got to give you your flowers.
Why?
What's up, baby?
And reason why I got to give your flowers, and Stein, you say why? Reason why is because I heard you guys, last week talking about Guru's speech. Guru's, he needs a speech, and you say it ain't speech time. But I'm listening to the morning roast this morning, and Vontae played your speech, man. And Guru, you made my day, man. You made my day,
That's
man.
all I'm trying to do,
I mean,
Chuck.
you went all the way back to 6th grade with the 1, 2, 3, whoop they ass, man. You had me rolling.
All right, Chuck. I'll do what I can.
Anybody that don't have no heart in there, the only reason why you can't like their speech is if you don't have no heart in your chest. If you got a heart in your chest, man, Guru, man, they need to bottle that stuff up like Avion water,
there
man.
You go,
Chuck. You hit my spot, man. You guys have a good day.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a wife.
Why does it bother me that Guru made somebody's day?
Dude,
and it wasn't me. It's not easy living like a jackass all the time.
How, Evan?
I don't think he knows though that was an old speech.
It was, hey, Stoney, hey, I'm tired of getting pushed around. Dude, wow.
But he's got. We'll see if he's got a new one.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's got a new one.
What are we? 6 hours from game time.
Yeah, it's a 7:00 start.
Yep.
That's usually what, 7:10. There's probably a first game, right?
Yeah, Miami, New York.
So
Could be the end of that.
What
series.
I want a 7:20 tip off. I think they can't push it back any later than 7:20.
Warriors will be in their virgin whites,
And
home whites, traditional.
I'm gonna go
Lakers
out and
will be in their gold.
play a few holes, and then
today.
Yeah, it's Wednesday.
Dude, I told you, look like you could be a second base
Wednesday.
grounded. If you went out and played in this Warrior World tournament with us, it's not your body. You're not decrepit. Your legs you got young man legs. It's upstairs. And that's why when you share it with us, your game days when you were the sideline reporter, it's like the reason you ain't shooting hoop is because of that, not because of your body. So you still got time to come out of retirement, Stoney. Some people don't have that choice.
I heard a stat today that was unbelievable. It's not really a stat, it's just a fact. How about this? This is a word-for-word text from John Dickinson.
Okay.
By the way, the Warriors will now play every other day, either until they are eliminated or they reach the NBA Finals.
Oh, hell no.
Holy Toledo.
So that would be, wow.
That means, what's today? That means Wednesday, Friday, Sunday,
Mother's Day,
Tuesday, Thursday,
Mike, stop,
Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday.
Now, if they were to win
Holy
and sweep whoever they played next in 4, then they would get some rest.
By the way, John Dickinson said,
okay,
the Warriors will now play every other day until they're either eliminated or they reach the NBA Finals.
Wow. JD.
Not 6, not 7.
That would be...
Yeah.
That's daunting. That's all I'll say. That's daunting. Especially because they've already played 6 games in 12 days?
I'm not being real. I got to be honest. I don't see them gas from that. I wish I could say that's why they're kind of losing. And I'm looking at the Lakers, too. LeBron, he looked super gassed, Donnie. Went out for 20 seconds, came back in. But I can't say to you
what
they're tired from the just one day
What are
rest.
they tired from?
No, I'm telling you they're not.
Oh, they're not tired.
I'm not seeing
Fatigue
it.
has not been a factor in this series.
Fatigue makes cowardice of all men. I'm just telling you execution.
I can't,
because we hadn't even talked about it.
I can't disagree
I'm sure
with you
it's
more.
killing them players.
Okay.
But it ain't tangible on my TV to where, Clay missed that shot. And it's probably the truth, but no competitor is going to say AD.
I don't care what they say.
Oh, right. Well, then you can't
I
be
just
proven
relayed
wrong.
to you that
No, that's a bear. But nobody's gone to that card. The
But
Warriors
card's
or Lakers
obvious.
have.
Denying that, that's the one problem that bothers me. Denying that, trying to repeat. Why can't teams repeat?
Yeah.
Because it's 2 years of being in a grind. Okay. But now they're here, and they're older, and they've games spaced out by 1 day. It's it may be the reason could be the reason they lose. And to say, I just would never.
But I get okay, and
they only have 6, 7 playable guys, and I'm telling you, if they want to make it work, they got to win. Yeah. They got to play 8 games at 15.
But they're still fouling the Lakers. You know what I mean? That's just what the Warriors have been. They led the league with the most fouls. Those habits
that'll
are
slow
still
the game enough, so they're not going to get tired.
No, I'm not saying. I got you on the tired. I'm just saying nobody's went to the mic when they win or lose and have said that because it's obvious. It's probably killing them. But I can't tell you, Stoney, are you saying that's why Steph missed those 2 shots?
Maybe.
But we could do that with everybody in the game then.
Right. And they haven't made plays down the stretch. Yeah. They haven't made shots down the stretch. Maybe. Do I think? Yes.
There's no doubt
fatigue is an issue. Yeah. I think. If fatigue.
I'm not.
So you don't think it means okay, let's say just hypothetically, LeBron and Anthony Davis don't play tonight. Just hypothetically.
That would help them like holy. That would be it would super help them.
Well, I'm telling you right now, they are not going crazy tonight.
Wow.
And the only reason they would do that is so they're feeling better on Friday. Twain's in Oakland. Twan, what's up?
Hey, real quick. I had called earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and finish now.
Mm-hmm.
I really personally feel, let me just ask you guys this question real quick, and this might help. Do you feel like this team would be down 3-1 right now with Mark Jackson?
Thanks for the call, Twan.
Wow. And now, let me go first. Because I was watching the Phoenix Suns play.
They wouldn't have gotten to the postseason.
And the Phoenix Suns are playing like the Warriors under Mark Jackson. I had that thought. Devin, you go. Steph, you go. And, right now, unfortunately for the Suns, that's what they're doing. And I just don't think that's sustainable. But I don't believe that there's meat on the bone that Kerr's not eating to where Mark Jackson would be the coach and they would. This is about height. This is about execution and length and characteristics and traits. One team is the bet. One team goes to the line more than any other team, to the free throw line, and one team commits the most fouls.
So
that's playing out right before our eyes. Those are facts.
So why'd you spend so much time ripping Kerr for not playing Gary Payton II if it's not a coaching issue? Let's go to Robin in San Francisco.
My girl.
Hey, Robin, how you doing? What's up, Robin?
Help me out, Robin.
Help me.
What's up, Robin?
Hi, you guys. Thank you for taking my call, because I know I called in before. But see, when a LeBron fan calls in, it triggers me.
Uh-oh.
Just like Kerr. Well, because they don't have an interest in the team. And so I feel like, their say-so about the Warriors, from a broader perspective, really they should keep their mouths closed, okay? The fact of the matter is that the Warriors, the Lakers, besides the usual stuff, height, length, and all that, the Lakers bench has outplayed the Warriors starters. That's a fact, with the exception of Curry. We can nitpick all day, people call in and think they can coach better than Kerr, they can play better than these guys. But the fact of the matter is that the stars, because, see, the bench, and I've told you guys this, they're Pookie in them. We can sit up and scapegoat Jordan Poole all we want, and because of his behavior and his flaws, and psychoanalyze all of that. But the fact of the matter is, and he got paid and he showed up. The fact of the matter is, your big boys have to show up, because the big boys make the big money to show up. And if Klay Thompson had scored at least 7 for 15 like that boy did coming off that bench, it's not really a big deal. We might have won that game. And that's all I have to say about that. And in terms of Mark Jackson, no, we wouldn't be in the postseason, because we would still be playing that ISO offense that didn't get us anywhere. Enough said. Bye,
Robin, no.
See you, Sugar.
No, Robin.
Bye, Sugar.
Is she there, Evan?
No.
God darn it. I need you to quit talk blocking. I'm trying to get to Robin. I let you do that when I wanted to ask. She gave an update on her son. I was getting out the car the other day.
Yeah, so we
got
got
come get your damn dog,
right,
but I didn't get to hear it. She was gone.
Yeah, he's out of the house.
Oh,
there's your update.
So they're good.
Oh, yeah, relatively speaking.
Don't slow your roll, Sugar.
By the way, let's
that
put
ain't the update. I think there's more.
You know what? Put the
update.
rat on the table.
Brought to you sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They're awesome.
Bottom line is this. Lakers don't win game 1 without Schroeder, and they don't win game 4 without Lonnie Walker. She's got a great point about the bench for the Lakers.
No doubt.
They've held him. They've helped the Warriors.
And there's no shame in that.
Twice. Well, there is if you're not getting anything out of your bench.
Oh,
you know
no,
what I mean?
Well, your bench is...
Exactly.
We got Jerry Springer and...
Yeah.
What do you call Kuminga? I'm team both of those guys. I'm sorry.
What does that mean?
I know
I'm not team Jordan Poole right now. I've been a supporter all year long. What he's doing right now is unacceptable.
And Evan, you could crack it too. I told Evan that. I've been Team Jordan Poole for putting his best foot forward. But what he's doing now, if everything is real, and I didn't like how he came out the game last game and stood there with the look, just a stun. I'm with you, Steiner. You said that well. But when it's all said and done, I just feel like the young guys, and Wiseman included, and I told Nick Friedel, you heard it, I just feel like they could have been seasoned a little better.
Yeah, I think he's been in a tough spot to start the season, but he's making it real hard to stick in his corner right now.
And it almost makes you think.
Yeah, both of them.
It's almost like, Steiny, I'm being real here. Tell me if I'm going too far. It's almost as Jordan's mind is made up that he knows he's playing his last basketball here.
Maybe.
But he doesn't control that.
Well, he does if he keeps doing this.
Right.
Sorry,
I'm laughing, but I ain't laughing. You're right.
That's the NBA these days.
You keep doing this, no doubt.
Jamal's in Detroit. It's called the Motor City, and he wants to rev up Guru.
What's up, Jamal?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Jamal.
Talking to you guys. Guru, man, I understand, the way you're feeling about the series, and, you're a little down with your emotions and stuff like that, and believe me, I get it, Like we were just saying about Poole, how we can't control that. But, we can't control, let's forget about, I know we can't think about Game 6, we can't think about Game 7 or even the finals right now. But all we can control is right now is Game 5.
Yep.
And, all I know is Dub Nation, Guru, they need you right now. Dub Nation's not going out like no punks losing at home in 5 on the home court.
Let's go, baby.
No.
I got you at 2 p.m.
No, you don't.
I got you at 2.
Thanks, Jamal.
D-Town to the Union to Frisco.
Thanks, Jamal. Nothing but love for you. Nothing but love for you, Jamal. But Guru doesn't get to do that.
Please, I'm about to talk to Dub Nation at 2.
I'm about to walk out.
You are, but you can get it on the Odyssey app.
Daryl. Daryl's in Atlanta.
How's he spell it? With
E-A. They spell it
D-A-R-Y-L.
They spell it anyway. Our producers and screeners write it down. What's up, D? How you doing, man?
How you guys doing?
Trying to get a win, man.
As much as we would like Jordan Poole to perform better, it's just, that's not the reason we're losing. Like, we're in these games. So it all comes down to the big guys. It's execution, If Klay is going to go off script, if Draymond's going to go off script, if Wiggs is not going to be aggressive, that's what's going to be. Just, everyone has to be on the same page. So until everyone gets on the same page, which I would like to happen tonight, since we're at home, let's make sure everyone is on the same page. But, they're writing their own story as of right now. And right now it's not looking so good.
Good stuff, D. That's D in the A.
Look at you. I'll keep going to this card.
It is.
Before the game started, if I told you Klay was going to get one of the last 3 shots and Curry was going to get 2 of them, we would sign.
That's what I said.
So
remember, I said I said Draymond, Steph, and Klay. They all had 2 plays each to make when the game was on the line.
Well,
and all 3.
Let's be fair.
Failed.
Let's be fair.
Is that too harsh?
Klay had to chuck one on the shot clock. That was the Lakers were in their space. Yeah, because he was almost at the scores table on the other side.
He had a shot. He missed it. They had their chance. The big boys. Curry choked on 2-20.
Let's just look at the real Stein.
No, but I'm dead serious about that.
No,
as a
I would
Warrior
take that
fan,
all day, every day.
What was the game where Jordan Poole took 2 shots that we discussed?
Game one.
Would you rather have had something like that where we're talking about, Looney missed that half hook, or, you know what, Wiggins had a hand in his face. I wish one of the big 3. Hey, you had it. Big 3. Right there. Draymond, turnover, didn't put up an offensive rebound. Klay 0 for 2, Steph 0 for 2. You're down 3-1. Coming up on the other side, we've got Ben Golliver, Washington Post. Let me tell you something. He covers the NBA, and he is darn good. And it's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz Dow, the Guru Johnson with you. This segment is sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services. And let's go out and talk to Ben Golliver of the Washington Post. We had Ben on a month or two ago and thought he was terrific and wanted to catch up with him in the NBA playoffs. Ben, thank you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure, guys. Wish it was on better terms for the Warriors, though, right? I mean, it's staring at elimination. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I guess what I always like to do when we have a national person on is, the Warriors are down 3-1 from somebody on the other, side of the country. What'd you notice? What have you noticed?
Well, yeah, going to every single one of these games, the thing that stood out to me the most is that Anthony Davis has consistently been the best player on the court. Watching a lot of Lakers game, living in L.A. the last couple of years, you can't really say that consistently, right? Half the time he's not out there, and the other half of the time he's not really scoring offensively, but he's been a major two-way force, and I think his defense has really been, the key to the series. You see Golden State adjusting more to Anthony Davis than you see the Lakers adjusting to Steph Curry, and we have not seen that a lot throughout this dynasty run for the Warriors. Typically, they're the ones who are winning all these chess matches, and this time I think it's really started with Davis. The defense was phenomenal. We got that great head-to-head situation at the end of Game 4 where Curry's trying to shake him a couple times, and Davis is kind of sticking with him and forcing a couple shots that were tough and missed for Steph. But to me, he's been the story of this series, and he's really unlike any player the Warriors have had to deal with, since their rise in 2015. I mean, they got Serge Ibaka back with the Thunder. They had a big front line against Toronto in 2019, but they've never played a guy like Davis as long, as experienced, as smart, as quick on his feet, and as locked in as he is right now. He's playing, arguably the best basketball of his career, and I think that's really what set the tone here, and that's why LA has a 3-1 lead.
Ben, I told my partner and all the fans of Dub Nation coming into these playoffs, I really thought the Warriors had a chance, and a big part of that reason was being Jordan Poole. But for whatever reason, I'm sure you're hearing and watching and seeing, he just looks lost right now. Talk to us about how shocked you are about what the Warriors aren't getting from Jordan Poole. And, Ben, if it doesn't improve, can they overcome it?
Yeah, I hope you're selling your stock, man. I hope you're running the other way. I hope nobody's coming after you for that recommendation. Unfortunately, he's just had a terrible series. I didn't think he was that great against Sacramento either. But, one thing I've noticed in the playoffs over the years is, if you're rolling, if things are going well, you can't wait for that next game to come up. And if you're struggling like Jordan Poole is, you can't get your shot right, you're not really running the offense, you're just kind of all over the place with your decisions, the games, they come so fast at you. They kind of speed you up, and you feel like you're never really comfortable and at your own rhythm, and that's exactly what it looks like. He just looks overwhelmed by the moment. The wild layups, I'm sure, drive a lot of people crazy as they're watching from home. He just can't get his jump shot right. To me, that's the most surprising part because we know he's a better shooter than this. All the numbers say, over the course of his career, he's been able to shoot the basketball at a much higher clip than he has been in this series. But, that goes back to the Lakers' defense a little bit as well. I mean, the shot quality the Warriors are getting here against the Lakers is so much worse than the shot quality they were getting against the Sacramento Kings. It's a lot easier to be attacking guys like Domantas Sabonis, and I think even Sacramento's guards just really weren't as good and as long as LA's perimeter players. And that doesn't mean there's not opportunities for good shots. You saw Gary Payton cutting to the hoop, getting layup after layup after layup in Game 4, but consistently, play after play, the Warriors are just not getting as good a shots as they did against Sacramento, and that's part of the reason why they've struggled late in games. I mean, Clay's forcing shots, Draymond's forcing a pass late in Game 4, Steph Curry's taking some pretty tough jumpers against Anthony Davis late in Game 4. The easy stuff that they really thrive on and that help role players get comfortable, it just hasn't really been there against the LA, with the exception of that Game 2 blowout win where everything came easy because the Lakers didn't really bring it.
What kind of effort do you think the Lakers are going to bring tonight?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, I think my first instinct after Game 4 was like, they're just going to take Game 5 off and come home and do it on Friday night in Los Angeles in front of all the celebrities. I mean, everybody's been going to these games. Kim Kardashian and Jack Nicholson, Adele, the list goes on, and that kind of felt like, the closeout moment. They had a really nice closeout win against Memphis in the first round as well, but part of me is starting to wonder, we know Steph Curry's going to show up tonight, right? We know he's going to get it done. There's no question about it. He pulled them through some really tough times in the first round against Sacramento as well. But it's not just Poole who hasn't been there riding shotgun for Steph. There's a lot of guys, to me, it's kind of a gut check moment for these Warriors. Klay Thompson needs to step up and be better. Draymond Green needs to step up and be better. Poole, obviously, needs to step up and be better. And they could really use a nice breakout night offensively from Andrew Wiggins as well, a guy who kind of keep the defense honest and shoot the basketball a little bit too. I mean, somebody's got to, this can't just be the Steph show. If this just turns into the Steph show and it's kind of a one-dimensional, he's got to do everything type of deal, I could easily see the Warriors, losing tonight if the Lakers are smelling blood.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Ben, I don't know if you had this thought, but I did. Offensively, I felt like the Lakers were hunting Steph Curry a little bit at the end of the game because he was spending so much energy just to keep him in the game. What are you seeing from LeBron James, and do you think he was looking for Steph and using that big body to kind of, exploit him?
100%. Look, I mean, it's a war of attrition here. I think the Warriors have been trying to wear down Anthony Davis, make him work as hard as possible, try to run LeBron James a little bit, try to wear him down. And the same thing is true on the other side. The Lakers have so much respect for Steph Curry's offense. They feel like they've got to keep him as actively involved defensively as possible. And there's nowhere to hide in the playoffs. And you saw LeBron James. He was absolutely hunting Steph Curry possession after possession. He got himself, I think, 4 free throws down the stretch of the game. On fouls by Steph, kind of matched up in one-on-one scenarios. I give Steph credit, man. He battles. He is a textbook, fundamentally sound defender. When he's guarding bigger guys, he holds his position as best he can. But sometimes there's only so much you can do against guys when you're giving up that much weight and that much size. And for sure, they were trying to make Steph Curry work as hard as possible in Game 4. That was, to me, one of the X factors with that blowout in Game 3, though, when the Lakers just ran the Warriors off the court. It was tough because that allowed everybody to rest up for the fourth quarter, right? LeBron got to rest. Anthony Davis got to rest. And I think that extra rest really carried over and gave them more energy to help finish things out in Game 4. You saw what happened when they had to, really work hard in Game 1. They were kind of gassed out in Game 2. The Lakers were. And I just felt like they had a little bit more in the tank, and they were able to press their advantage late in Game 4.
Ben, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the game tonight. Obviously, you're in the Bay for Game 5.
No, I can't wait. What's your guys' predictions? Are you feeling like it's going to be a funeral on tomorrow's show or what?
Well, I feel like I'd never count against the Golden State Warriors. They've just earned too much trust over the last 10 years. My partner's given up.
Ben, we have a dynamic on the show. I was asked before the series started. I got Warriors in 7, but Ben, I'm telling the people I'm nervous, man. And hopefully the Warriors get it done in 7, but we'll see tonight. And the first quarter, first half, Ben, from a Warrior standpoint, will tell me, if we got a game or if they kind of packed it up. So we'll see how it goes.
I hear you, and I've been hearing a lot of nerves from people today, just kind of running around errands. I would just say this. Here's my challenge, Crypto.com Arena is a lot louder than Chase Center in this series. So I think if you're nervous, you can make up for it as a fan. You got to be out there and be cheering loud, because I think there's been a real home court advantage for the Lakers over the Warriors, and that's the first time I could ever say that across a series for the Warriors. I've been covering them since in the 2015 Finals run. So I think channel those nerves positively, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Ben, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it, man.
Enjoy.
All right, take care, guys.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Ben's fired up,
Ben telling Warrior fans, you stink. Ben Golliver, Washington Post, national writer, basically, hey, Warrior fans, you stink.
And he said he's never heard the Laker fans like that at the crib. Around. I know. It's going to get rowdy tonight.
I've got – you don't know that. See, why do I do that? Why don't I just say, well, Warriors hope so?
Because you're Matthew Steinmetz. Steiny, this is it. If you think I'm nervous.
This is it. It's be a miracle.
Michael McDonald.
Is that who it is? Yeah.
I think it's Michael McDonald. Yeah.
All right. On the other side, Willard and Dibbs. They're coming to you from the team store. And I swear to God, I got a stat that's unreal. I'll tell you on the other side on 95.7 The Game. you by the California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Let's welcome in Mark Willard.
They got shirts on,
Dan Dibley. And here's just where I'm going to start. And by the way, we're both out of here at 2 today. But
give me
I got this.
Break, He's got to be kidding me.
He's got a tea time.
Absolutely
it's
not.
Standing Wednesday tea time.
The Warriors are facing elimination.
We stayed till 2:20. We stayed till 2:20 Monday.
You kidding me?
Stayed till 2:12 yesterday. Night.
They
face elimination
you and
4
Dennis
times
Schroeder
a year.
Are totally insufferable.
Wow.
Go. Just stay till 2:20.
I'm not going to have a voice, Willard, so I can't.
There's
I'm out of here, too.
team, but there's a couple in Steiny.
I'm not going to have a voice, Willard.
Do you realize I got this text from JD that and I know it's getting a little ahead, but he said if the Warriors will play every other day until they're eliminated or get to the Western Conference Finals.
Well,
after the Western
NBA
or
Finals.
finish the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
So there's a crazy scenario in which the Warriors would play 17 games, some of these already been played, in 33 days.
Wow.
It's incredible.
I don't know. Does that doesn't hit me the same way it seems to be hitting you guys? There's no back-to-backs.
I know,
bet if
but
they go to the regular season, they probably do that all the time.
Yeah,
I know they sit a bunch of games out, but I don't know, man. Somewhere
These are
in
very
here,
intense
adrenaline
games.
has got to be a bigger deal. I understand the whole recovery aspect, but they've been doing this for a decade.
Exactly.
I'm with you, Will.
Nowhere in my mind is the final analysis of whatever happens tonight and beyond that the Warriors ran out of energy.
You're ruling out.
I can't.
You're ruling out
what I told them.
You're ruling out
They
fatigue.
wouldn't be here if that were the case.
You're ruling out fatigue or age.
Fatigue.
You're ruling fatigue out.
Yeah.
But it's for both. I told them both teams are dealing with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of these games might be in Denver. Whoever it is that goes, that adds into it even more. But they can summon the 3 hours necessary out of every 48 to go play a game. I don't worry about that.
I mean, it's not even 3 hours. It's 42 minutes out of every 48. And Steve Kerr, who we had a
Great
chance
interview.
to talk to him yesterday.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I still got a chuckle out of Steve, even though they're down 3-1. But he mentioned, Mark actually talked about the end of days, and he said, no, Mark, it's not the end of days. And I said, are they too tired to maybe rally up for Game 5? And he said, no, they'll be ready for tonight. I don't worry about tonight, guys. I worry more about Friday. But there is no Friday unless there's a tonight.
Right. No doubt.
Man.
And let me ask you this, because I've been asking Steiny.
So gutsy and confident.
This show, man.
Wow.
You know me, Steiny. You know that I do gutsy and confident.
Willard, are all hands on deck tonight? And what I mean by that, is everybody available, or what we've been seeing, the theme, I hate that I can't tell you the Warriors starting lineup. Years ago, that was a plus. Now I don't think it is. And is Jordan Poole not going to get a chance in front of the Chase crowd? Kuminga going to be a bump on the pickle? Those things concern me.
It's a 3.
I think, and I do know what you mean. First of all, is everyone available? Of course. But is it all hands on deck? In my mind, no.
No.
This is not.
Oh, my goodness.
This will sound weird.
It's not Madison Bumgarner, right?
This is not panic time.
Man.
The Warriors are a huge favorite tonight, and they should come out and do what they do. Do not Avery Johnson this series. Do not just show up and suddenly do something different than what you do. So, no, I do not expect to see Jonathan Kuminga. Yes, I do expect to see Jordan Poole. And, Guru, if you hate that you don't know the starting lineup, just stand by. I'm sure Shams will be by with it here any minute.
That's a 4, Willard.
That's a 3 or 4.
That's a 4, Steiny.
For absolutely sure. The one thing I do think that's on the table, and, again, I am not saying it's going to happen, but if the Warriors are fragmented, like at points it appears, and we're really talking about Kuminga's lost and Poole is checked out, and, Clay, they could get beat bad tonight, actually. If it's that, tonight shows me how it either was extremely dire and we didn't know it, or it's still in the category of we can overcome this, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that in terms of all hands on deck, I think it's fewer hands on deck is the way that this goes. I think it's more likely that you see, well, I mean, Kuminga's not going to play. I can't imagine that Steve Kerr decides to, in case of emergency, break that glass. I think the interesting one is Jordan Poole. If Jordan Poole comes out and plays like he did in Game 4, that's a wrap, guys. Like Saran.
Wow,
Guru,
man.
I'm going to give myself a 2 because I stole from you. But
look at you.
I do think you're getting GP2. You're going to get Dante Adivincenzo and that restaurant quality. But I think the bench gets shorter, not longer tonight.
Wow.
So
I mean, that's the way it usually works in an elimination situation.
Sensation.
But it is, but I just
It is.
I don't know. Look, we all know the Jordan Poole story. You gotta do what you do and just do it with a quicker hook. Same thing. If he's completely ineffective, then you're ready to go a different direction. But why would you basically hamper yourself before you even start? Because you know you are better with a good Jordan Poole. And so maybe you get a good Jordan Poole. I will say this. First stoplight that I pulled up to this morning, taking my son to school. Shout out to my buddy John if he's listening. He pulled up.
Who the hell is John?
Well, he's a man who pulled up to me at the stoplight, and he rolled down the window, and he gave me that motion. He said, roll your window down, Willard. Roll the window down. I rolled it down.
Like anybody rolls a window down
Exactly.
anymore.
Yeah,
but-
push the button.
Thank you.
Push the button. You got to unlock it first, then push the button. And then I said, hey, what's going on? He goes, you know what tonight is? And I'm like, oh, God, is he going to say elimination sensation? I go,
That's a buck.
no, yeah, what is tonight? He goes, it's the Jordan Poole redemption game.
Wow.
So that was being yelled out in the streets by my house earlier this morning. And you know what? Maybe it will be. Maybe it will be.
Are you saying a start, Willard?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Nobody. Okay.
I wouldn't do that. I would if I had to guess. I think they go back to the Jermichael Green starting lineup.
Oh,
tonight.
wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's what I think you'll see.
So I guess Guru wants to give a speech.
Well, people have been asking for it. Let
I've
me
been
know when you're
begging
ready,
for it.
Evan.
I texted the goose, Steiny, offline,
yeah.
and I said, please save it for 1:45.
Well, let me tell you, if
because-
this thing goes up till 2, just cut and then play the intro.
No, you can just leave. Steiny, just go. We
Sit
don't.
back down,
Yeah, I
Steiny.
wanna hear
Sit
it. No.
The
back
faces on
down.
you guys.
Yeah. There's only two
Here
things
we
I
go.
want on a Warrior Shop day, and it's a Guru speech and Steiny singing. We already heard you singing Eagles, so now it's time for Go.
Yeah.
All right.
Close the door, gents. At E4.
Wait, Kuminga's not here, and neither's Poole. Hold
Where?
on. Okay, go ahead.
We got it. I love the E40 choices. Men, I failed you. They're talking about us. They're saying we're not connected. And when I say I failed you, I let you down. But how we get out of what we're in tonight is these 48 minutes. That's all we got left. Any loose ball, any shot, do not second guess yourself. It's us against them. Tomorrow is not promised. All you can do is your job. We've done it before. One game, one quarter. Just be your best. Don't do it for me. Do it for you, your family, and Dub Nation. And if we don't get it done, leave nothing on the table. No looking back. I don't care about how many minutes you play. I don't care who you're playing with. We're Warriors. 4-time champs. They think we're not connected. That's my fault. But I need you to help me. Help your brother. Look in the mirror. Michael Jackson, man in the mirror. And play your asses off. And we'll be here Friday night in L.A. If you can't do that,
Still going.
we can't win. Bring it in. 1, 2,
What are we saying?
3. Warriors. That wasn't good as the first one, but that's all I had.
Lakers 119, Golden State 102.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I
People are
tried.
flipping over displays of Jordan Poole jerseys in the Warriors shop Oh, there's been a run on Steph Curry memorabilia.
We got employees here who are doing flexing.
My God.
Flexing upstairs right now.
Rowdy towels are flying off the shelves.
Yeah, people.
Oh, my God.
Dude, but you ain't been
Guru.
listening to the show. Steiny thinks because I'm nervous, I'm out on him. Well, I'm just nervous.
We kind of run that one into the ground.
Yeah,
and,
No.
Let us allow it to be a revitalization sensation.
That's a buck.
Steiny,
all right, gents.
I'll tell you. No.
I gotta
if
go.
you want to leave, just
I got
leave.
it. I got it.
We'll take care of it from here. If you want to leave, Goo can stay. Yeah, you got somewhere to be that's bigger than this. You go ahead and go. I'll say this, Goo. I think, and this is actually your number one strength as a radio host, which is that you have a great job of being a reflection of what the fans are feeling, and there's no getting around that tonight is a nervous energy game. Right. The last time we were here at Warriors Shop, it was a party. It was overconfident, and I was at the front of that list. We all thought coronation sensation, bye-bye to the beam.
I hope you brought your wallet.
Man, I'm ready, okay? Facing elimination tonight. I'm putting it all on the table. But that's what the vibe was here, and that's why on our way to Chase, you guys were singing the whole time. Now, you're reflecting where a Warrior fan is again today. This is not going to be a game where the fans lead the Warriors into battle in the first quarter. It's got to go the other way around.
Right.
The Warriors need to lead the fans into battle tonight because it is a nervous energy game. They are facing the end of it all.
We had Ben Golliver on from the Washington Post, and he talked about how the Lakers are playing with joy. And I can't ignore, guys, that the fact that Jordan Poole dibs is a big my prediction was predicated on him giving 15 to 25 points a night, closing. So the Jerry Springer aspect, because it's true of this Warriors stuff of what's going on off the court is real. And I just wonder, can they punt that and not even focus on it? Or is that going to be the title of the 2022-23 Warriors, that they couldn't get past the stuff we don't see, but now it's leaking out?
You are listening to a Steiny-free 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Goo, I think that what you said is probably the rat on the table. I don't have the sponsor read in front of me, but you're free to
brought
get
to you
that
by
in.
Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. Pest of the month is Gopher. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, nice. I don't have gopher issues, although I caught sight of a termite earlier today, and so I was thinking, man, I need to put a rat on the table so Guru can give me that promo code so I can maybe make it an eradication sensation, cha-ching, of my termites. But Goo, you got me so fired up. I actually was about to flip the table here at the Warrior Shop, and I looked over at Tim Jordan, the great chief engineer, and Tim gave me a look that said, dude, if you flip over this table, you can forget about moving to the new building.
Tim looked at Dibs and goes, we're not playing hero ball. We're not playing hero ball, Dibs.
I was excited, dude.
Down.
Hey,
I was ready to flip this whole thing.
Let me ask you, too, about that. When they had Kerr mic'd up, and I'm trying to be positive, Pete, but did you guys find that interesting, the fact that he used that word, hero ball?
Well, I think
that blew me away. Like, he's telling you what we're watching ain't a lie.
Well, I think that's what that group always needs to be told. Like, this is not the first time we've heard Steve Kerr talk about shot selection, and he's well aware of what he's going to say after the game, which is that's part of the DNA of Steph and Clay and Jordan Poole, not so much any of the other guys. That's part of who they are. Turnovers, bad shots. You're going to get a few of them every night. But I think the reminder comes because when you get to the end of a game, in that situation, that's when it's so important to be authentic and be buttoned up and make the right play. And they didn't. So he gave them the warning, and they didn't listen. And so now you get what you get. You get a 3-1 deficit. So, sometimes that lesson doesn't sink all the way in until it's potentially too late. Although, it's wild. I'm sure they've been listening to that lesson for 10 years also.
No doubt. Dibs, I don't know if you heard the great Greenie Mike Greenberg this morning. I watch too much TV. He was saying, do the Lakers look at this game like load management and kind of give a half-ass effort? But again, I haven't played in the NBA. But guys, I got to believe what Steiny was talking about. If rest is really that important, they're going to come out with reckless abandon and try to end this so they can get some rest.
No, I disagree. I think it goes the way that Greeny talked about, because the Lakers know that, even if they rest now, they're only getting, 5 or 6 days until the Western Conference Finals. But I think tonight, based on what they exerted in Game 4, LeBron played 42-plus, and Anthony Davis played 40-plus. I think tonight, if it looks like it's going south early, if the Warriors are up 31-17 after one quarter, I do think the Lakers go into shutdown mode, and they realize the Warriors are bad on the road. The Lakers are undefeated at home, by the way, in the playoffs. The Lakers feel like they're going to win at Crypto on Friday. So I think the Lakers are up for it tonight up to a point. But if the Warriors get the lead, I do think that the Lakers will likely load manage their way into Game 6.
So I think a little bit less than that. I think it's more of a third or a fourth quarter decision. I think the Lakers have done too much work to build up a 3-1 lead to decide that it's now only about one game and that they have to win it on Friday or else they lose the series. That would be giving up too much of the advantage that they've built, in my opinion. So I think they go as hard as possible. This is a team that's led by LeBron James. This is not somebody who's going to be passive. So I think they're going to go as hard as possible tonight. If it's not working and you get to the late third, early fourth, and you're down 15-plus, then sure, which is what both teams have done this series. You pull the plug. But, no, the Warriors are going to have to be ready for an effort tonight. And, by the way, I'll say this. If the Warriors can't win tonight, they don't belong in this series.
Well, damn.
This is you can't lose tonight. This is and yes, the Lakers will give you effort, but your effort has to be desperate. You're at home. You're champions. You're defending that. All of the things that go into this one. If the Warriors can't come up with a buttoned-up winning effort tonight, then this series is not what we thought it was cracked up to be.
You know what? Those are great points by both of you, and I'm just looking at Basketball Reference for the series, and nobody can defend the last two shots by Klay Thompson, but you wouldn't believe he's averaging 19 points a game in this series. And I'm not saying that's anything to write home about, but people are coming down his road as if it's 9 points a game. And I look at Andrew Wiggins and Dibs. I don't know if it's a speech, but I was so ecstatic with Dub Nation that he came back that I forgot to judge him versus himself in last year's playoffs. And we knew he missed 2 months, 2.5. But I'm just wondering, is that like somebody's got to get in his ear and say, Klay Thompson shouldn't have 21 more shots than you in this series with your ability to go to the cup and get fouled and shoot. So I say all that to say is tonight he's my key player, Willard and Dibs. Andrew, we need ultra-aggressive K-Wig on super loud.
Right, but you can't really, I guess, expect that Andrew Wiggins to be the player that you get. Because you only got it in a very small sample in the NBA Finals. And I don't know how you got that Andrew Wiggins when you needed that Andrew Wiggins, but since he's come back, he's been mostly this guy. Back to Andrew, back to Wiggins, 6 of 13, 4 rebounds, 1 assist. He has not really exerted his will on the series. Now, I'll say this. He's played great defense on LeBron James. LeBron has not had a LeBron James takeover game. It's been Anthony Davis. And Goo, the big problem last game was that Lonnie Walker IV went absolutely dumb in that fourth quarter. If he misses 2 or 3 of those shots, we're not having this conversation.
I point to more of a collective, though. I'm not pointing at one guy tonight. That, to me, that's road Game 7 stuff. That's why Steph had a speech and said, get on my back and I'll deliver you a win. This is a home game. The role players should all play well. I'm not looking for one guy to go be Robin to Steph's Batman. I think Clay's shot needs to fall. I think Wiggins needs to be aggressive. I think Poole needs to be a factor again. I think people like DiVincenzo and Moody and J. Michael Green, their three-point shot should hit. They should hit some of those. Like, this should be a game where everybody gets back to their comfort zone and they exert a home court dominance over the Lakers and win this by double digits. That's what tonight should look like if the Warriors are just buttoned up.
And it adds to the excitement. I can't wait, and I'll say this because I've never been to the Crypto in L.A., but from a TV standpoint, they were loud. Willard Dibbs, what do you do, or what do you got to tell to the Chase Center crowd? You think they'll be crunk, rowdy, what's the word the kids use, knowing that this could be the last game of the season?
Well, I mean, I'm going to say to you what I just said 5 minutes ago, was that it's on tonight, it's on the team. I personally have sort of rejected all of the fan talk all throughout these playoffs. I don't like it when people are like, man, Chase Center is not loud enough, and it's not full enough, and it's not Oracle. Sure, all that stuff is completely normal and understandable and obvious. But I don't come in the day after games and analyze a game by thinking that fans didn't yell enough.
Right.
That's just not. It's a non-factor for me. This is going to be a Warrior crowd, but it's a nervous energy. It's on the team to lead the fans tonight,
exactly,
as opposed to the other way around.
You can't expect the fans down 17-8 to be, chanting "Let's go Warriors." The fans are going to respond to what goes on the floor. It's like when you go to a concert or a musical theater performance. If the concert is good, if the actors are good, you're going to be loud, you're going to be engaged, and that's how it works. And Mark's right. You can't expect the fans to lift this team. Steph Curry's not going to be thinking, oh boy, the crowd's not loud enough. I don't think I can make this three because I'm not feeling supported by the Chase Center crowd. It's just not the way it works. Now, it definitely works to the detriment of the road team, but the Chase Center crowd has not done that in large part because this team hasn't provided those moments.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait, man. We're, 5 hours away?
Yeah.
And guys, I'm being real. The vocals are done. So I'll see you tomorrow.
You say no more,
okay.
Goo. Say no more. Hit the showers.
Okay, there you
Hit
go.
the showers.
Great speech, Goo. Thank you for the
I love you
speech,
guys.
dude. We all
Go
needed
Dubs.
it. We'll be replaying it constantly throughout the show. All right, Goo.
I'm tired of getting pushed around. Kick your ass!
Yeah, it's a little bit of a motto that we play with here at 95.7 The Game. It's called Win the Big Days. And this is one of them. We don't come to Warriors shop on small days.
You got to say it the right way.
No, but we don't. I'm just saying, we're here.
Win the big days.
And today is one of them because we do not come to Warriors shop for small days. So we are here, and we let you know right now, those of you who are on your way either to the game, passing by, whenever you get here over the next 4 hours, it is on you. We're going to put it on you to come over here and say hi at Warriors Shop. And then, of course, if you'd like to also make a purchase, make a little bit of a, get some good juju in the direction of Jordan Poole. We had a loony party last time we were out here, and it went crazy. I'm calling for a pool party tonight. And I don't mean that he's going to go score 30 points. I don't want him to play hero ball.
But he'll at least get his swimsuit on and he'll get to swim.
Yeah, I
he's
think
going to get wet.
I think so. That player is wet. Yes, exactly. I think
you can't have a pool party unless your swimsuit's on and you actually get to be in the pool.
And the sun is out, which it's actually working its way out right now over the top of Chase Center right now. So I really believe that. I think this is a collective type of a game. When we go into big games as NBA fans, we make it all about individuals. We had some fun with the text exchange from Rob Parker yesterday. He was on the Morning Roast today. And of course, one of the big things I don't love this about NBA
They took
culture.
your guy?
Oh gosh. Well, I'm glad
It's
they did.
war.
Listening to him say what he said. I mean, there was one point where he sat here and talking about that 0 for 12 stat in the final 45 seconds of a playoff game
for Steph Curry.
And he goes, you guys are not looking at the whole resume. You have to look at the whole resume. I'm like, you're the one who's sitting here fixated on one stupid tiny stat. And you're ignoring an ocean of accomplishments.
Shout out, Billy.
But I don't necessarily love in the NBA culture that we make games like this about an individual, because it's not. Steph can't do this.
It can be.
It can be.
And I said this at halftime of Game 7 against Sacramento. Steph can't do it himself.
Yeah, but then he was like, watch me.
Exactly.
Hold my beer.
So
Yes,
you're
I
right.
can.
It's not about the individual, except those rare times when it is about the individual.
But I don't think you go into a game like this and want that. Tonight, when you people say, who do you expect to play well? I am the maniacal person who will answer and say, everybody. Everybody. These are professional athletes in their home building facing elimination who have achieved so much and should be completely locked in and able to find a very high version of themselves tonight. I think the Warriors win going away, and I think it's because everybody, just about everybody, plays well. If you can't play well in a situation like this, there's a problem.
Well, then it is over, and then it is washed. And it might have been Steiny who said that before he dipped out for a 3 o'clock tea time. But if you can't play well in this spot, if you can't win this game in this spot, if you lose to this team in this building in 5, then it is over. There is no run it back. There is no, well, if we tweak this and we tweak that and we do this and we do that. No, it's over. If you lose in 5 to the Lakers and you lose this game in this building with these stakes, I do think it's over, Mark.
Well, I think that the series was not what it was cracked up to be, if that's the case, and I agree with you. Look, I can tell you right now, each and every one of you listening, and by the way, we should welcome you all in. YouTube, Twitch, thank you so much for being with us. 888-957-9570. Let's hear, and I know it's kind of a nervous energy. It's not one of those excitement days where you want to scream into your phone, but let's go. Let's hear what this one is all about through your eyes and in your mind. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls throughout. We'll let you hear Steve Kerr, who we talked to yesterday, obviously, a little bit later on in the show, and we'll let you hear bits and pieces of it coming up in moments, because I do think that's really important. But that's part of the conversation that at some point, whether it's tomorrow or whether it's still weeks away, Steph Curry said it last year, the way you finish this season is going to have a very, very big determining factor in terms of what's going to happen next. Now, there's two things that are at play here, because I'm with you. Round 2 in 5 games is not enough to justify anything with regard to keeping it as
to run
is.
it back, yeah.
However, wasn't it maybe one of the most fascinating things that Kerr said to us yesterday when we asked if it had crossed his mind that tonight might be the last time he coaches the Big Three? Grandy, do we have it? Let's hear how Steve responded to that question.
No, never crossed my mind. You know, I mean, I played on those Bulls teams, you know, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think these guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come. So I never even have stopped to give that a second thought.
Lots to give.
He put you in your place.
Yeah,
with that
he did.
question.
I got served. Is what happened.
I was about to say that, but sounds better coming from you. Mark, I don't mean to serve you, but no.
But no. Lots to give for years to come. Now listen.
Right, but lots to give for years to come together? Or...
Well, I don't think... I mean, he's talking about the team concept. He's saying
yeah.
the Bulls were done, and this team is not. So I think one thing that is very relevant right now, whether they lose tonight or whether they've got weeks left to go, very, very relevant to consider if they do not win a championship, is the reboot of this team if there even is one. Look, if they win a championship, there's no reboot. It's a redo. But if there's any sort of a reboot, is it including the big three or not? So in other words, do you rebuild by breaking up the three, or is the fix for this team to fix what's built around the big three? It sounds to me like that's what Steve Kerr is suggesting.
Well, and I don't think that you can sell it as a rebuild of the big three if all three aren't here. So if Draymond opts out, then you can turn the page on whatever this was, and now you're going to start a new thing. And your new thing might include Jordan Poole. It might include somebody else. It might just be the Splash Brothers and young guys. We don't know. If you don't have all three of Steph, Clay, and Dre, then it's not a rebuild, in my opinion. So based on what Steve said to us yesterday, it feels like he thinks that three has more life left in them, which means if it ends tonight in this fashion, ignominiously, and you're looking to make moves around the big three, your guy, number 3, Jordan Poole, is the number 1 target for somebody who won't be a part of what the rebuild looks like.
I mean, Poole would be on the table. Kuminga would be on the table. Wiggins would be on the table.
True.
Okay, if you're doing something big, that's a lot of salary that you can start to push around. And those are 3 young pieces that would get you a lot. And I know, for a lot of people, oh, wait a minute, hold on. You can't totally break down the future.
2 timelines, bro.
Well, no, we know that now there's one timeline. We know there's one. Here's why I agree with Steve Kerr. And this season is not over yet. So this is a conversation that will evolve in the weeks to come. But here's what I would say. First of all, you are still alive in round 2. You are down to a final 8.
Life support.
Yes, but you are still here. You are in the top 8. That's not great. It's also not nothing, okay?
It's better than 22 other teams.
And if I asked you this, what do the Warriors have? What do you feel better about? Now or the future?
Oh, now.
Exactly.
And by the future, you mean 3 years, 5 years.
Steph era.
Which is, I think Steph has 3 more years under contract. So if you talk about 3 years from now, Steph, Clay, and Dre, how many of them will be on the team? Probably 1.
I mean,
it'll be Steph who's getting a grandfather contract to please don't go.
Here's why Steve Kerr is right, though. Think about what has frustrated you with the Warriors this year. Think about what is working. Does anybody have any problem with Steph Curry? No. Does anybody have any problem with Draymond Green? There are going to be a lot of answers there.
Yes,
but it's rare after a game or after a series that we're pointing at Draymond saying you're the problem.
I have problems with Draymond Green, and then the next game, it's like, oh my God, thank God we have Draymond. But he's the ultimate, if he shot even par for 18 holes, it'd be 9 birdies and 9 bogeys. That's Draymond Green.
I'm with you, but also, wouldn't you say the problems you have with Draymond are the same problems you had before the year even started?
Right.
I mean...
And as soon as I want him out, he goes 14, 11, and 12 and leads you to a game in a win where he locked down the best player in the league and you win by 11. And it's like, God, Draymond, I hate you. I love you.
Yep. And
that's Draymond.
I know Klay Thompson is drawing a lot of ire right now, but let's remember the season that was. Led the NBA in 3-point shots, okay? The most 3-pointers made. Whatever he was doing in November and December, and people wanted him to the bench, well, that went away. He was the best player in the NBA in February. Remember that? So you can get upset about what we've seen this week, and that's fair. But I would continue. I would back Steve in the idea that if we ask what has worked for the Warriors this year, the answer is still Steph, Clay, and Dre. That's still your answer. And in fact, the young core that everybody was excited about coming into this year, my gosh, it's actually been kind of a disaster, to be honest with you.
Well, and we talked about this yesterday.
Gone. Kuminga doesn't play. Poole has got everybody yanking hair out of the side of their heads.
Moody plays.
And
Moody's
been
great.
Nice for 10 minutes a game.
Moody's been great.
Yeah.
But in terms of the 2 timelines, the second timeline is in fire.
It's gone.
It's completely incinerated. It's an incineration sensation is what it is, Mark.
Yeah, it's expensive.
And it's a lot of bucks flying around. The one thing that you said that you didn't pay enough credence to, and I know you didn't do it on purpose, but the other piece of like what's gone right this year, Kevon freaking Looney. Sure. So if you want to go Steph, Clay, and Dre, and you're right, the next step down is Kevon Looney is the leading offensive rebounder in the association. Kevon Looney is incredible. He is maybe the best contract in the league now overnight.
I mean, he certainly was in the Sacramento series. This one feels and looks a little bit different. I don't know about sickness or whatever it may be, but the matchups, they haven't been great for Kevon, obviously. But I tell you what, I think there's a few things that we as fans, we have to listen to. I don't buy this like, what do you all know about basketball? You know what? We and you listeners, we know a lot about basketball because we're huge fans and we watch a ton of it.
I got cut twice in high school.
That's right. And I watched a lot of games from the bench. But anyway.
Shout out the Bearcats.
That's right.
San Mateo High.
In the pit. So,
thank you.
Which doesn't exist anymore. But anyway, point is we all, everybody listening to us, you all know a lot about basketball. We all know a lot about basketball. But there's one thing we don't know. And we can't know, and that is we don't know what it's actually like in that locker room.
Ooh, tense,
frosty. We can guess, but you know what? I think we think that. I don't think it's as bad as we think. Listen to the people who are in it, okay? Whether you want to believe Steve Kerr or not, he's telling you, I was on the Last Dance team, this doesn't feel like that. We talked to Ramona.
Yeah.
She's in the locker room. What did she say? She goes, that was not a fractured, broken locker room.
Angry.
It's an angry locker room. It's a locker room that thinks they blew it, but it's a quiet, still confident, excited locker room. That's what the people who are in it are saying. Until I see one more loss, I have no reason not to believe that right now.
What I picture the locker room is like the city of Berlin in the late 70s, early 80s, where you've got the big giant wall and you got the one side. And I'm not going to paint the veterans as east or west or the rookies, but you've got this side, you got that side, and you got poor Kevon Looney sitting there.
And Wiggins. Wiggins the only one with the key.
The two of them are at the gate going like, hey,
smiling.
Hey, you got Kuminga and Poole over here, and, and we've got Moody over here, and, PBJ and Ryan Rollins with crutches, and over here we've got Steph and Clay and Dre, and those poor two guys are stuck at the wall.
Yeah, I
tear down that wall, Gorbachev.
I mean, the question becomes when Steve Kerr says this group still has a ton left in the tank for years to come as teammates. Do you buy into that? Yes or no? We'll take your calls on that. 888-957-9570. We got some crazy Warrior trade, not rumors, ideas that have been circulated today as well. We'll have that for you coming up. We are at Warriors Shop, where the gear is beautiful and plentiful and ready for you. Come on and say hi. We're sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program. It's Game 5, Chase Center, all lit up and ready to go tonight. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Let's change this
See if Wiggins can steal this. It's going to be hard with Davis there. Ball tipped out. Curry's got it. Curry lost it. It goes out of bounds. It's going to be Laker ball. He tried to flip it to Mooney and couldn't do it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're sitting here at Warrior Shop talking to Julian from Germany, who's got inside Dennis Schroeder knowledge.
It's my new friend.
I'm telling you,
Dude.
that was one of the more fascinating Warrior-Lakers series conversations I've had yet.
I'm a man of the people, Mark.
I tell you what, Julian.
All people.
So wait a minute, Julian, you came here from Germany just for this game? Is that what you said?
That's true. He's been here for 4 days.
Been here for 4 days.
Yeah.
You'll be here for 4 days. So you're planning on Game 7 as well? Okay. Not yet.
Yeah,
not yet.
He's got to leave on Sunday, so.
All right, so bullet points. Dennis Schroeder's a jerk. Sometimes.
Good dancer, though.
Good dancer, but yes, flopped at his wedding the same way he does in games. Is that correct? Okay.
100%.
So what was it? Your girlfriend went to his wedding? Is that right? Can we get him a microphone or no?
I mean,
here, grab this.
We are joined by Julian live.
We're joined by Julian.
Live Julian here. This is incredible.
Best friend of Dennis Schroeder in Germany.
We got live German audio here. Thank you,
Only
Tim Jordan.
because of the German accent.
It's incredible.
I got to hear this. So wait, is it your girlfriend or your wife, Julian?
Oh, I'm so unfortunate, man. This girl dumped me.
Oh, she dumped you.
So the thing is,
this just got a lot better.
This is an amazing story. I tell you guys.
Tell me how it all ended,
Julian from Germany, who knows Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want the whole story? I can go on.
Please, we got time. We're here till 6.
Okay, perfect. So 5 a.m. in the morning, I go to McDonald's and I see this amazing girl, and I'm like, "Yo, can I have your number?" And she was like, "No, my number. No, I don't want it." And I said, "Okay, 3 chicken nuggets. I want your number." I give her 3 chicken nuggets. She gives me her number.
You traded chicken nuggets for the girl's
3
number.
chicken nuggets for the number.
Only 3.
Yeah,
just
3.
a 3-piece. Okay.
Yep.
3 ridiculous.
All right.
Anyways, yeah, we went out like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and it went great. Best dates I ever had in my life.
Nice.
I tell you, like it was perfect.
Thank you. Let him go.
Exactly.
Julian eat. Let him eat.
All right, go ahead, Julian.
But there was like one thing that wasn't good. I think she was 31.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm 25.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think, and I'm not 100% sure that was like the thing that killed it in the end.
Okay.
So one day I'm opening my phone and I'm like, why is she not texting? What's happening?
Yeah.
And then I get a text from her like, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Oh,
it's over.
She couldn't rob the cradle anymore.
Yeah.
So wait,
he liked barbecue sauce. She was honey mustard.
And she knows Dennis Schroeder, or she knows the girl who knows.
Yeah,
Dennis?
she went to school with the girl from Dennis.
Okay.
So she was at the wedding.
At the wedding.
And she saw like everything.
And he flopped on the dance floor.
I don't know if he flopped, but he danced a lot. That's what I've been told.
Okay.
And it was a mad party, same style of music, whole evening, and full mode party.
And you did say, and I don't want to just sell you out the river here,
No.
You did say that, and don't say the word you used with us, but Dennis can be a what? What was
a pain in the ass
okay,
sometimes?
Dennis,
that works. Julian's from Germany.
Schroeder the shooter can
ice
be a
in his
pain in the
veins and
ass.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
But he's a good guy. He gets back to his people. I think he's amazing, and I want to be in his vlogs. You know, he's doing vlogs after every game when they win.
Vlogs, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to text him. I told the girl she should text the girlfriend from Dennis, but let's see how it works.
But he didn't respond.
Not yet.
Because he can be a pain in the ass.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
He can be
All
there.
right.
It's Willard Dibbs and Julian live from Warrior Shop.
Wonderful to meet you.
What a performance. Thank you, Julian.
Welcome to the United States.
Is this recorded somewhere? I have to tell my friends, my parents.
95.7 The Game.
.com.
Download the Odyssey app.
Yeah. It's all there. YouTube. You can go to our YouTube feed. It's all there.
Oh my gosh.
And thank you for appearing. You'll also get a copy of our home game to take with you, Julian. Thank you so much. Julian from Germany.
What did you just say? I didn't understand.
I'll explain it to you in post-production.
Okay,
Julian,
let's
thank
go.
you so much.
Dennis Schroeder's lawyer will be in touch.
Just made history. It's all recorded.
That's incredible.
Thanks,
Have a nice day.
You're the best.
Julian from Germany, live at Warrior Shop.
Thank you.
With insider knowledge on that jerk Dennis Schroeder.
You only get that
flopping.
at the Warrior Shop.
Julian flew all the way out here because he heard our show yesterday and how much I hate Dennis Schroeder. I think he's insufferable, Julian.
Yeah.
I think he's insufferable as a basketball player. You play hoop, right? You don't fall over when no one touches you, do you?
No.
Okay.
That's how the conversation started because Julian walked by at 6'4".
Seriously, it looks like he's about to dunk.
That's what I'm saying. So I said, "Where did you play?" And he said, "I played in Germany." And I said, "Oh, okay." And we're on to something.
You know Schroeder the shooter.
And that's how it all went. I've actually just been told if you come to the Warrior Shop and you bring 3 Chicken McNuggets, you get 7% off a purchase of a Dennis Schroeder jersey.
And I have another offer.
Wait, there's
Today
more.
only.
Today
only. If you come to Warriors Shop and you have negative information about a Laker, you get to come on the show.
Oh, there you go.
You get to come on the show. That's it. So if anybody knows that Rui Hachimura one time left a girl, broke up with her by text, please come share the story.
Lonnie Walker IV parked in a disabled parking spot without a blue placard.
Exactly. That Austin Reeves guy one time offered to help a lady across the street and then just laughed and walked away.
Oh, man.
So if you've got anything like that,
thank you.
You get to come down to Warriors Shop. By the way, speaking of Warriors Shop, Willard and Dibbs will go to the phones here in just a second.
Incredible.
But through midnight tonight, same offer that we gave you last time we were here. Fans will receive 20% off their purchase and free shipping at shop.warriors.com by using the code THEGAME at checkout. That is just today, okay? Same as the rule if you've got bad news about a Laker.
Yeah.
Just today only through midnight. If you go to shop.warriors.com, get 20% off your purchase and free shipping by using the code THEGAME.
And if you happen to be watching us on YouTube, you know that Mark and I are wearing matching shirts for the first time ever. They are Warriors Shop released, limited edition Under Armour Curryfornia. Curryfornia knows how to party.
And by the way, I'm going to show you, those the YouTube audience, I'm going to show you the back of it right now because it's Curryfornia on the front. Join us on YouTube right now if you want to see these limited edition T-shirts. You do the rest of the thing.
Well, you have a headset, so you can actually keep talking, but I like the way that this is working. You can get these Curryfornia tees ahead of tonight's game, available in-store only. The Bay is still here on the backside. These T-shirts are great. I won't tell you who's wearing a large and who's wearing an XL because that got uncomfortable in the pre-show because, our concierge, Jeff, said, what size? And I tried to whisper it.
Which is always a very, very dicey question when you just walk into a group setting. It got uncomfortable, but they are pre-shrunk and everything is...
Unlike me, they're pre-shrunk.
Exactly
Thank
right.
you.
All right, we're streaming live on YouTube, as we said, so youtube.com/957 The Game right now. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it, especially if it's in German. Like and subscribe for all the 957 The Game content on YouTube and take a look at the limited edition Curryfornia tees ahead of tonight's game, and these are available in-store only. So if you want to get down here to the Warriors Shop, you can check it out. All right, so to the phone shortly at 888-957-9570. It's essentially your opinion on what Steve Kerr said yesterday. Steve says Steph, Clay, and Dre are nowhere near done. Nowhere near done.
Right.
Nowhere near done as a group. There is a lot of meat left on this bone. Yes or no?
Yes, but I'm
Yes,
going
but.
to. My yes, but is that I still stand by my statement that Jordan Poole and Draymond Green won't play another season together. So if it's a yes, then my but, he's got a big but. My but is that Jordan Poole will have to be elsewhere. And honestly, Mark, if I look at next year, and I'm not looking at next year yet, but if I take a glance around the corner at next year, Steph, Clay, and Dre back, Jordan Poole's got to turn into something else because this team, I don't think that this core, as we're seeing it now, is good enough to win a chip.
It's a tough spot right now because for those who are on the trade Jordan Poole train, you're selling low. You're selling low unless something different happens here in the next few nights. But right now, this stigma that you're feeling as Warrior fans is known around the country because it's happening in the playoffs. If this were happening in January, then this would not really be getting out. But this is happening in real time against the Los Angeles Lakers in the playoffs. You're putting up a goose egg in 10 minutes in a vital, vital Game 4. So value in theory goes down. But it can go game to game. Even the Warrior fan base, I know a lot of you, and I'm with you, feel one way right now, but what if there's 27 points in his box score line tonight and the Warriors win? What then? You still want to trade Jordan Poole? You know how fickle this
totally,
honestly,
so fickle.
I'm going to call ourselves
like a bump on a fickle
all year long.
Thank you, Goo.
Nice job.
Thank you.
All year long, if I'm going to hold all of us, the fan base, sort of accountable for one thing, it is that we put way too much into what we saw most recently. We put way too much into what we saw last night. Like, Jordan Poole is unplayable. He was in Game 4.
Yeah.
He's best player on the Warriors in Game 1.
Yeah, Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, though, it's been a slide. Good. It's been a slow slide.
No, overall not good, for sure.
Yeah.
But what we saw last time out was the worst of him, obviously.
Yes, yeah. But Game 2 was bad, Game 3 was worse, and Game 4 was, oh, my God.
Game 4 was off the
0 for 4 and, like, slippery slope out of your hand, and it felt like Steve Kerr in that moment, when Jordan Poole gets another chance to go in there and the ball flies out of his hands, they call timeout and he comes out of the game and he doesn't go back in the game. That felt to me like a statement about not only now, but also about the future of the core. So if the core, Steph, Clay, and Dre, we know Kovan's back, and Wiggins is very tradable, by the way.
For sure.
If this thing goes south, and I know Colin Cowherd, you shared the link to a tweet that Colin had on his show where it's Jordan Poole and Wiggins in a trade for
Jaylen
Brown and Malcolm Brogdon,
which I know
the Warriors would have to send a pick. I think at least going the other way.
Maybe Kuminga too. I mean,
right.
that's like.
But if it was those three for those two, I think Steph, Clay, and Dre would all say, I
think right now, the mood we're in now, everybody loves that trade.
Well, they want veterans.
And the reason it's even being brought up is because of what happened last night, not because of what happened the night before last. You got to remember.
Jaylen Brown.
Right. If you want to, the Celtics lost at home, going away, a game you figure they absolutely should have, could have. You thought they were going to win.
We talked about it on the show at the end.
I thought they were a double-digit win last night, and they were practically a double-digit loss the whole night. So very surprising. And if the Warriors and Celtics both suffer the same fate, which is go from the NBA Finals to second round out with home court advantage, that's a mode of change.
Yeah.
And so if the Celtics want change, and Colin's premise was Jaylen and Tatum are a little bit too Batman and Batman, and you can't figure out who's the best player.
I'm Batman.
It says
we're Batman.
Right. So could Jordan Poole and Wiggins go be Robins, and then it could be Tatum's team.
Yeah.
And Jaylen Brown.
Wiggins, honestly, he's Aquaman.
Well, he's a superhero though.
And I love Aquaman.
He's a superhero.
If you get in the ocean, absolutely need Aquaman.
I was a big Aquaman guy. Exactly.
If you get in the deep water, and that's what happened against Boston, down 2-1, you're like, we're in the deep water. We need Aquaman. And Wiggins went, and he channeled his inner Aquaman, and they got it done.
Then he should be really good tonight because the Warriors are in some deep water.
Seriously,
the Warriors
right?
are in some deep water.
If they're in deep water and Wiggins is Aquaman, it's 22-15. It's Ezekiel 25-17, as I borrow from Pulp Fiction. That's the kind of game you get from Wiggins
tonight. Is that
tonight.
the sign that you brought tonight? Did you bring a sign for the game tonight?
I've been trying to teach my baby sign language, and I'm getting ridiculed at home. I'm trying, Mila, are you hungry? And I give her the sign for yes, and she looks at me like, what is wrong with you, dude?
What man is not ridiculed at home? That's our role. That's what we do. Yeah, come on. Are there any men who are not ridiculed at home? That's what we're doing.
I got ridiculed by the nanny today in a nanny interview.
And you haven't even hired her yet.
No.
She probably got hired on the spot when you
I'm
left.
like, wait, are you ridiculing me? You're hired.
Yeah,
You're so right.
888
You'll fit right in.
9570. All right, let's hear from you. Okay, Big Dave in the city. Hey, Big Dave, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Well, first of all, I'm out in the city. I'm in San Leandro. It's called the Dro. Come on, man.
Well,
I love the Dro.
All I can do is read this teleprompter in front of me, okay? I'm kind of a big deal.
It's all good. But, what am I doing? Yeah, I appreciate hearing the chicken nugget story because I'm actually making chicken nuggets and fried chicken nuggets and waffles for my kids tonight.
Damn, you're ready for Game 5.
Yeah.
Don't ask Big Dave if he's ready. You're ready.
The game, all right, my prediction the reason why I'm called, the Warriors backed against the wall. I 100% agree with Draymond Green. They're going to come out today guns blazing. I expect the Warrior win tonight. And then, we'll see what happens next. But I think Game 7, it's going 7, and then we'll see. But the reason why I wanted to call, I've listened to all your guys' shows throughout the however long time. I haven't heard anyone bring this up. the younger generation, right? I appreciate the Pulp Fiction reference, right? I took my wife to the Up and Smoke tour back in the day, so I'm from an older generation. But the younger kids today, they trip out about social media, right? So I don't know if you guys read this report, but there's a show out now. Cameron and Mace have a show, right, on the radio.
Yeah.
And like about 5 days ago, they completely, this has gone viral, they completely roasted Jordan Poole.
Right.
Supposedly he took out this up-and-coming rapper, Ice Spice, on some sort of $500K date.
Yeah.
My goodness, they went after him, and I had to look it up on Urban Dictionary to see what it even meant. But they're calling him a munch, and, like, you cannot tell me that this Jordan Poole did not see this, and it's not feeding in, playing into his mind and affecting his gameplay, because this was about 5 days ago.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. And I'm familiar with the story. I talked about it this morning with Sarah and Vinny on Alice, our sister station, and honestly, I don't thank you.
Yeah.
I don't think that Jordan Poole's alleged $500,000 date is affecting his play in this series. I think it's more of a reflection of his relative immaturity. He's a young man. He's got the bag coming, and he's feeling some kind of way about his newfound celebrity. I don't think that what he's doing off the court, like Jimmy Garoppolo and porn star Jimmy.
That's a good comp.
Porn star Jimmy did not affect what he did on the field.
I just,
It's-
this
what are we doing, Mark?
It's already hard enough to do what we do without prying into other people's business, but stuff
And
like
who
this.
among us hasn't spent $500,000 on a date?
Well, exactly.
I mean, come on.
No,
I call that Tuesday.
I just
thank you, Grandy.
Listen,
you know me, Grandy.
Listen, stuff like that.
500 Grandy.
It pops.
That's a
Nice
2.
job. No, it's a
I'll
3.
take it.
It's 2.5. It's
I'll
early in the
take
show. Anyway, I like you that kind of stuff always pops our eyes because certain people live in a different financial sphere than we do. But Jordan Poole doing $500,000 on a date might be equivalent to you or I doing a $700 date or a $1,000 date or a $500 date.
Good Lord.
Have you ever done that?
No.
I've done that.
I got supper a large popcorn, and she should be happy.
Brother, I took.
I was thinking medium.
Years and years ago, I took a young lady to dinner. I took
this story.
I took a young lady to dinner.
Yeah, you
and it was
did.
just a dinner.
Yeah.
It was a decent dinner.
Yeah,
but, whatever. $150. We're in. Glass of wine. Probably.
Cloth napkins?
Might not have been white, but
was
anyway.
there a salad fork?
There was a salad.
Damn,
'Cause
classy.
You always want to look like you're versatile, and
Sure.
you don't just go with the meat.
Okay.
Well, then we end up at a fancy clothing store,
Yeah. Oh, I
just
love
walking
this.
around after the restaurant, and the young lady is just going crazy on this pair of boots.
Ooh.
She's looking at this pair of boots, and she loves these boots. Well, what am I going to do? I'm like, you got an opportunity right now. You can either turtle up, right? You can Jordan Poole this thing and go 10 minutes, put up a goose egg, and never see her again.
Money time.
Or without even asking, you could just step in, grab those boots, and walk right over to the checkout lane.
You pulled out your Discover card knowing you're getting 1% back on all purchases.
And then while I do that, she goes, see those brown shoes right over there? Those would look amazing on you.
Oh, God. She hasn't seen your feet. It's a first date.
$900 later, we're walking out.
Oh, my God,
We're
dude.
walking out with 2 pairs of shoes.
That's like $500,000 for Jordan Poole.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it was stupid. However, the shoes were great. They lasted years. Wonderful experience.
Tell me how the date ends.
The female
I feel
did
like
not.
Chuck Woolery.
The female did not last nearly as many years as the shoes, but it happened. And
tell me, you at least closed. I mean,
888-957-9570.
Don't talk about that.
You should have had 3 McNuggets on you. It would have worked out.
In what is a transition, in what I wish was a transition I could have planned, let's go to Sister Agnes, who's on the line from North Carolina.
Me, sister.
North Carolina. What's up, Sister Agnes?
Hello, Willard and Dibs. I really like that Ezekiel 25, so I'm going to stay on a positive line here.
Thank you.
Let's go.
I was showing the kids a YouTube today that was part of their curriculum, and they saw my history of YouTubes, and it was all Warriors. So they said, "Oh, sister, are the Warriors going to win tonight?" And I said, "Well, if you pray, it's going to require a miracle, but I think Steph Curry and Steve Kerr deserve it." And so they're praying, and I'll tell you, we really take Steve Kerr and it's not just his brilliance in coaching. It's the just man that he is, and I can say that too about Wiggins and Curry. So nobody wants to watch the Lakers the rest of the way. Everybody wants to watch the Warriors. It's skill versus who knows what. But you guys do a great job. I enjoy listening to you. God bless you, and let's hope we're around on Friday. Huh?
Blessings to you as well, sister.
God bless you, sister.
Sister Agnes. Yeah, that was.
Could you get the kids to pray for the Warriors to cover the 8? Or
I mean, I'd settle for the kids to eat their vegetables, but yeah,
sister,
that'd be nice. I got it at 7.5, so I've been praying a lot. But anyway, I will say this: I think her comments do give us an opportunity to say a thing real quick about Steve Kerr. I understand the way professional sports works, and I understand how people get fatigued about the same teams and the same people over and over. For my tastes. And I'm not saying he's perfect. There have been games where he's been outcoached. There have been moves that have not worked. I think that's just par for the course. But for my taste, there have been too many articles, too many tweets, too many comments dismissing Steve Kerr in this playoff run, which I just find so simplistic, dismissive, and sophomoric, quite frankly. After what this organization has been through, first of all, being a great NBA head coach when you've got great players is as much about managing those egos as it is doing X's and O's.
Taking the words right out of my mouth.
And Steve Kerr is masterful, has been. This man coaches Draymond Green. Does that sound easy to you? He coaches Draymond Green.
To championships.
To championships. And you've all decided that he's along for the ride and that he doesn't know basketball.
The only thing harder than coaching a team with no talent is coaching a team with unbelievable talent.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Because at my little high school level, I've done both. I coached a team that went 0-26. I coached a team that won 3 straight championships. And I can tell you, my 0-26 team, that coaching job was not difficult because we knew going in, we were going to lose every single game. When I coached high-ego, high-talented high school kids, it's a whole lot harder because you're juggling this guy. I should get this and I should that. So many more eyes when you're winning, let alone a Draymond Green. And by the way, I had my own Draymond Green in my little run.
Don't you always? Yeah,
Shout
absolutely.
out to Han.
I would just say this. Listen, we said it. Going into Game 4, I said, this is Steve Kerr game.
Yes.
And did he make the adjustment that worked or not?
He did, Mark.
And was it his fault what happened in the final 3 minutes or not?
Yes, it was, Mark.
It was?
He missed 5 shots, Mark. He turned it over.
Literally is on a microphone going, don't play hero ball. That will kill us. They go play hero ball. It kills them. Steve made the moves that needed to be made the other night to win the game, and the players let him down in the final 2 minutes.
Today at 5, Kerr replay, and you'll hear me rip Kerr start to finish over all the mistakes
he made. It was uncomfortable. It really was. It was hard to be in the room with you, too. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Many more of your phone calls coming up. And, yes, you'll hear from Steve Kerr throughout the show, but in full coming up in our 5 o'clock hour. We're at Warriors Shop, and it's a big day on Willard and Dibbs.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by...
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
Looney, let's go. Would love to see maybe he gets back into the starting lineup tonight. We'll ask Shams. Actually, we won't. Quest for 5 is brought to you by Meriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Speaking of today, we're here at Warriors Shop. We only do it when it's a big day. Getting ready for Game 5 against the Lakers in town. While we're on that subject, if you are going to Game 5 tonight, tip-off at 7 p.m., all fans in attendance will receive a custom 2023 gold-blooded T-shirt. Then as far as Warriors Shop, Thrive City's West Plaza, which is open daily from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., this 10,000 square foot dime that we're sitting in right now is offering you all kinds of special stuff today. The limited edition Under Armour California tees, which we are modeling right now. I'm sure California's company and Under Armour wanted better looking models, but this is what you got. So go to youtube.com/957 The Game if you want to check out what these t-shirts look like in size L and XL. And you that hurts. Well, I didn't say who was wearing what. Anyway, if you want to check those out, youtube.com. Also, Under Armour Curry 1 Retro Special Mother's Day Edition will launch this Friday at Warriors Shop beginning at 10 a.m., available while supplies last. And maybe most importantly, if you shop online by midnight tonight, 20% off your purchase and free shipping at shop.warriors.com. All you got to do is use the code The Game at checkout.
And do that because there will be a Game 6, and you can say that I said it and say that I told you so, but they're going to win tonight, Mark. I like where the Warriors are coming off of Game 4. There was no sense of panic, no sense of dropping their head. All the reports we got, Steve Kerr himself telling us that they had a good film session and they looked at what was wrong. And if you look at the two of the 3 games they've lost in this series, they were right there. They had great opportunities to win those games. So I do think you come home here, you win this game, and then come Friday, who knows what happens.
Yeah, you worry about Friday. There's no doubt that if it plays that way, if the Warriors win tonight, Friday is going to be one hell of a challenge. But this is the Warriors we're talking about. They have faced a number of those big challenge games, such as just a little bit less than 2 weeks ago when they played a Game 7 in Sacramento on the road and came out with flying colors. So worry about that when the time comes, but I'm with you. I very much like the vibe and the opportunity that's in front of the Warriors tonight. 888-957-9570, the number. Let's keep going with as many of you as possible today. We're here for you. Jonathan in the city. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm just trying to contain my excitement because unlike most Warriors fans that are scared, not me, Mark, Dibbs, I'm not scared at all. Just, you know what I see in front of us, in front of the Warriors? USDA prime opportunity to come back from the dead. And you know what, too? Losing 2 road games in L.A., it's not that surprising for me because, newsflash, this version of the Warriors, well, they're very bad on the road. So that said, I don't think it's too much big of an ask for them to win 3 games in a row, especially if you're telling me those 2 out of 3 of those games are going to be at home. And I also don't think that's too much to ask for this Warriors team to just win 1 game in L.A. That said, Warriors in 7, there's no other choice. We're going to do it. Don't stop believing, people.
There it is,
Thank
Jonathan.
you, Steve
Thank
Perry.
you very much. Yeah.
Just win, baby. Just win 1, and then we worry about Friday on Friday.
There you go. So here's what I think, and this goes for great professional athletes, and maybe it just goes for people who are great no matter what they do. You know what I think people who are great at what they do well? They stay in the moment.
Right.
So what I'm not doing when I watch these Warriors play right now, what I hear too much of is people saying the Warriors need to win 3 in a row. Of course that's true.
Right.
But there's all kinds of different outcomes based on how you mentally approach things. And I promise you, the Warriors are not going, we need to win 3 in a row. No, you need to win tonight. Don't worry about anything else.
Yeah.
You need to win tonight. And then, actually, this is kind of just a mind game you play with yourself. If you win tonight, which everyone expects them to do, well, then a 3-1 deficit is irrelevant because it's not a 3-1 deficit anymore.
It's a 3-2 deficit.
It's a 3-2 deficit, which people do not look at the same way. In other words, look at Boston right now. They have
a 3-2 deficit, Mark.
Does it feel like Boston is out of the series?
Yes.
It does?
They're down 5-2.
Okay.
The way they gacked that thing away last night in a game that they should have won, if the Warriors win tonight, their 3-2 would feel more shallow than the Boston 3-2 that they're facing.
But it's all the same. I'm with you, but it's
the same 3-2.
It's the same thing. So it's just funny. I know I'm playing a mind game, but I think there's something to it. If you think Boston is still in it, well, then in about 6 hours, 7 hours, it's likely that the Warriors are still very much in it.
Right.
Because if the Warriors win tonight, they are the identical 3-2 deficits, both of them headed on the road for an incredibly challenging game. I'm not working my way around that. I'll admit that the Warriors are probably not going to win this series. They are less than 50-50 to win this series.
Well, you know what they are,
But
Mark?
what does that have to do with anything?
They're 4.7 to win this series. The historical math tells you that only 13 teams have ever done what the Warriors are trying to do.
Right, but as soon as they win tonight, which I believe they will, then that stat becomes irrelevant because they're no longer, I know people will still look at it that way. They'll say, well, they were down 3-1, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Now they're down 3-2. And you can go to those metrics, which are much more favorable.
It's a little more favorable.
It's all a mind game. The only thing that matters is the day that's in front of you. You worry about Friday when they get there.
Of course.
If you're optimistic about tonight and it goes the way we think, then there's no reason that we actually, in a few hours, shouldn't be looking at this series very differently.
And it is very different if you just look at the math. And I know that sometimes the math is not your favorite, even though it reminds you of your father, who is your favorite. Shout out Ellen and Tom, who I love but haven't met. But it's okay. I can love them without having met them because I love you, and they did a great job with you. So far, so good.
That was a very roundabout setup. I love it. Go ahead.
It's true because, I don't know your parents, but I know you pretty well now, and I know the way they raised you to the extent that you are who you are, and they get however much credit they get, more credit than some parents get because I know they've been very involved in who you are and who you continue to be.
Very, very nice of you to say. I will let you know they're not in town anymore, so they can't hear you. But
never mind there.
No, but YouTube.com is everywhere.
In that case, they're not dead to me,
Exactly.
but in that case, I'm going to take back my Happy Mother's Day that was coming for Ellen. It's Ellen, right? I want to call her Carol.
No, it's Ellen.
Anyway.
It's Ellen. And I'm just excited because I got her Mother's Day card in the mail already today.
Big.
I'm feeling like if we're going to ask the Warriors to be buttoned up, I figured we did too. So sometimes I'm like, I do the 48-hour mailing.
Yeah.
And that's risky. And then especially if you miss it, now you're really up a creek. I got the 72-hour mailing in today.
Yeah.
And I feel very good about myself.
So I'm back in the crosshairs of Mother's Day because I now have a wife who is a first-time mother, and it's her first Mother's Day.
Yes.
Because my mom, Sue Dibley, rest in peace, coming up on 6 years, she's not with us. So, there's not a lot of Mother's Day cards you send to heaven. Shout out Sister Agnes who joined us.
That takes more than 2 days. Yes.
Seriously. Of the teams up 3-1 in the NBA playoffs, 60% of them need 6 games to win the series.
Okay.
So, and we know that 96% of them win the series eventually, but the majority of these teams have to go into a game 6.
I just find each one of these to be so mutually exclusive. Do you know what I mean? Like, we do this where it's like, well, teams who are down 3-1, this is what usually happens. Well, most of those teams, when you're up 3-1, have home court advantage still the rest of the way. Most of them are playing game 5 at home.
Right.
That's not the case here. Plus,
or in New York, by the way, also down 3-1,
right.
Also with game 5 at home tonight.
But we're also talking about the Warriors. So when we bring in a 3-1 deficit stat, we're bringing in the Seattle Supersonics from 1982. This is a dynastic run and great future Hall of Fame players. So for me, all of those stats kind of get thrown out the window. The Warriors need a win. The second they win one game, no matter where it is, watch the optimism build. And that's my prediction. My prediction is not only that the Warriors will win tonight, but that each and every one of you are going to feel differently about where this series sits by the end of the night, even though all the Warriors are going to do is go do what everyone's predicting them to do. But as soon as they do it, I guarantee you everyone's going to go, oh, hold on a second. Now the pressure's on the Lakers on Friday night. That changes everything.
It changes enough. I don't know if it changes everything, but the pressure will be on the Lakers because the Warriors are really good at home and they're really not good on the road. And you saw it in the Kings series until they won a road game. You saw it in the regular season, and you see it in this series where the Lakers, by the way, are undefeated at home in the postseason. So you're in a spot where the Warriors have to get to Friday to make Friday even happen. You got to win tonight to get there. But if the Warriors do win tonight, going into Friday, the Lakers won't be 9.5 or 10-point favorites.
Coming up next, Steve Kerr's comments yesterday as to the future of the Big Three. Also, the somewhat thrown out there trade idea between the Warriors and Celtics. We'll get to all of that. Take plenty of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Hint Water, and we are live at Warriors Shop, Willard and Dibbs.
Hint Water, delicious fruit-infused water with zero sugar or diet sweeteners. Hint is water with a touch of true fruit flavor. More than 25 delicious flavors.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570. Shout out to Danny, who just stopped by our booth to say hello. Came all the way from Vancouver, British Columbia. Our second international listener who's come by and said that flew in just for the game.
Yeah.
I'd love to say, Danny, that you flew the furthest, but we've already had somebody here from Germany.
Yeah. Julian from Germany.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
He says Dennis Schroeder's a jerk, by the way.
I'm going back to the Zennies, Mark.
Go back
Good
to the
luck, Zennies.
Those are championship glasses.
Thank you.
So, although didn't you wear them last time we were here?
They won the series.
Yeah, they did win the series.
The Zennies were on delay.
Listen, if you're a very, very faithful listener, you do know that Dibs and I are sitting in the opposite seats in which we sat a little bit over a week ago when we sat here and sang Phil Collins and acted
that was
like
awkward.
The series was over against the Kings. And then the Warriors went out and had maybe their worst performance of the entire playoffs so far.
Turns out we couldn't feel it coming in the air tonight.
No, we felt it, and it felt like gas. It's pretty much what it felt like. So
shout out Bubble Guts.
Anyway, definitely expect a different outcome tonight, and then we go from there. So that's kind of the thing. I think it is. It's a funny little mind game, but I've thought this all along. It's like, if you're so confident that the Warriors are going to win tonight, well, then it's not a 3-1 deficit. It's 3-2 deficit.
Right.
That's going to feel very, very different. Not like it's easy, but it's going to feel very different. So I would predict a very different level of optimism tomorrow. Today is Nervous Energy Day. That's what today is.
Yeah.
I felt like Guru had to apologize for that for his entire show. That's how everyone feels today.
Well, and that show is always going to be a little bit of
Guru apologizing for whatever he says?
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a sublimation sensation is
Very
what
good.
it is, because you got to sublimate your enthusiasm when you are with a partner who is less than enthusiastic. So it's a little bit of the pull, the push and the pull, the tug of war of emotions, as opposed to our show where, we get along until I fly off the handle and then we try to make amends and we move on from there.
Once a quarter, and then it's fine.
Yeah, I'm on a nice little streak. It's kind of like when you go to like an industrial building. It's like 17 days since we've had an industrial accident. That's kind of our show.
You're like Moses Moody right now. You're on a run. You're on a run of just solid performances.
Heavy on the Moody, light on the Moses. Thank you. Shout out Sister Agnes.
Stepped into that one, but it's a pretty good. It's a good.
I'll
nickname.
take a 4 for that.
Let's go to
and
Steve.
An amen.
Steve in the city, and then we'll get you what Steve Kerr said yesterday and this wackadoodle, except I kind of love it, trade idea. Hey, Steve, what are you doing?
Hey guys, I'm running around. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I'm getting errands done before the big game. I was calling in to say I'm hoping for the $500,000 restaurant quality DiVincenzo tonight, and I want to add pool to that dinner reservation. I think, as you say, Willard, sports reveal quality and character. And if Poole is a man of character, he is going to be able to bounce back from his rut, and he's going to be able to prove himself tonight. And I think that's what we need, and I think that's what he's going to do. I've got faith in him to turn it around.
Well, Steve, here's one thing I'll say.
Thank you, Steve.
And I'm going to use a famous quote from our show, which is that you don't know Jordan Poole.
Ah, man.
Is Jordan Poole, and I'm not going to say.
Shout out Priest.
He
know Jordan Poole.
Thank you. And you know what? Priest was right. We don't. Now, is that to say that I'm suggesting that Jordan Poole is not a man of high character? No. But I am saying that within the framework of team sports, within the framework of the Golden State Warriors, do we know that Jordan Poole is a man of high character? I don't know. I don't know how he's going to react to this. That doesn't mean I think he's a bad guy or anything
I know
like
this,
that.
Mark. You don't know Jordan Poole.
I don't know.
No, none of us do
so
at that level.
When we say, hey, he's a man of high character, he'll show it. I don't know. Here's the arc of the history. All I know is what I thought last year. I thought Jordan might hesitate to sign up to be with the Warriors long term because Jordan was not going to want to be a guy behind two other guards for 3 or 4 years of his career. Now, I think I was right about that. However, he wasn't going to turn down the contract because you don't do that as a young player. It's guaranteed money.
That bag?
You sign it when it's put in front of you, no matter who is offering it to you. So you take the deal. But I think the question is still out there as to whether or not Jordan wants to be here and wants to be Steph Curry's bench guy. I don't know if he wants that. And so how he handles that frustration, I don't know if he's going to do a good job. I don't know if he's doing a good job. I know that twice he's had awful body language just in the last week and a half on the bench.
I don't know if he'll be given the opportunity to do the job that he needs to do. And this is no slight on Steve Kerr and Jama Malalela and the rest of the coaching staff. I got my Jama in early in the show. But we don't know if he'll be given the opportunity to do the job that he is being paid next year to do. In terms of his character, right now what we've seen over the course of these playoffs has not been good in terms of what we have seen of his character, his ability to bounce back. Moses Moody, you don't have to get ready if you stay ready, and he has stayed ready. Lonnie Walker IV stayed ready, and he made a major impact in Game 4. He was the MVP of Game 4. He won the Lakers that game. So can Jordan Poole pull himself up by the bootstraps and come in tonight? Because he will play, and you're right. And I said yesterday, I was emotional saying, I've had enough of Jordan Poole. Well, Steve Kerr is going to play him. When he plays him tonight, can Jordan Poole play like the player that is getting paid for the next 4 years? Because if Jordan Poole comes in and in his opening 6 or 8 minutes, he goes 3 of 4, he scores 8 points, he doesn't turn it over, and he looks engaged, well, the Warriors are going to win this game, and they might still win the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really, I love when you hear what the Warriors have said. They don't refer to it like a fan does, where we're sitting here going, this is a nerve-wracking game. They refer to it as an opportunity. And professional athletes and whatnot are maniacal that way. I've told you that story before of Pete Carroll on the sideline with USC. They're going against Aaron Rodgers at Cal. The USC's up 23-17. That's right. He's over there chewing gum. He's chewing gum, and Aaron Rodgers is throwing completions. It's the fourth quarter. Cal's down by 6, and Rodgers is picking the USC defense apart.
We need to stop.
They're gassed. He gets all the way down to the 9-yard line, 1st and goal. Pete Carroll chews gum and goes, timeout. Calls the whole defense over to the sideline, and this maniac looks at everybody and goes,
that's a 4.
He goes, isn't this great? Isn't this great? Do you guys realize the opportunity you have right now? And the defenders are all looking at him like this.
Totally.
They're gassed, and Rodgers did not have one incompletion on that drive. And then went out and threw 4 incompletions in a row.
Game over.
And USC won the game.
Tupu.
So sometimes, very good.
Thank you.
Very good. It's not quite as fun as Jama Malalela, but it's good.
Yeah.
Sometimes the athletes who do this at a high level are the perfect ones to handle the emotion of this moment. Because it is an opportunity tonight. Because if they do win and Jordan does play well, it changes everything the rest of the way.
Everything.
If he finds his mojo, Dibs.
His Game 1 mojo. And it's not that far removed, Mark. It's not like we're like Jonathan Kuminga. If we're going to say, all right, we need Kuminga to come out and go 17, 9, and 5, that's out of nowhere. If Jordan Poole comes in and plays like Jordan Poole did in, wait for it, Game 1, which was 8 days ago, it's not that much of a leap to expect Jordan Poole to come out and play like Jordan Poole has in this very series. He hit 6 threes in Game 1. He had 21 points, I believe, in Game 1. So can Jordan Poole find a way to channel that player, especially if there really is a flu bug going through the team?
Yeah.
GP2 did not look great in terms of his health, and Kevon Looney has been getting back to being in full health. They might need Jordan Poole tonight.
Let's go to Dave in El Cerrito. Hey, Dave, you're on with Willard and Debs. What are you doing?
They might need Jordan Poole tonight.
Yeah, they might.
They might.
Yeah, I think they might. I
I think you can't trade this guy literally for anything. I look at his body language and his face, and the idea that he has value right now to me just doesn't really seem to equate. I mean, certainly the guy can shoot and score from time to time, but a lot of guys can shoot and score from time to time, and some guys can even defend. And I think this guy is a product of a team that has a lot of great players in the system around it, and he can fit in as the 2A, 2B, 3 guy. But any realistic observation of this guy over the past year tells you that attitude-wise, energy-wise, hopefully he gives them a game tonight. But he ain't the guy, and I can't imagine another team wants him as their guy.
Yeah, Dave, I think you're overstating this to a massive degree, and I understand why. I'm gathering you're a huge Warrior fan.
Yeah,
and I think that you have a lot of negative emotion built into this right now, which, speaking for me, I totally understand.
I second that emotion.
I get
Smokey Robinson.
Smokey,
yeah,
man, have you seen him lately?
No,
he's good. He's good.
Oh my God. I thought we were ready to
He's just had a lot of work done. Yeah,
well, yeah. I mean, who hasn't?
The smoke.
I mean, you're not really this good looking. Let's be honest.
All the smoky.
Anyway, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm kind of with Dave on that emotion, and I won't fully second that emotion, but I know what Warrior fans are thinking and saying because Jordan Poole has gone from, hey, are you a splash brother, to, oh my God, we got to get rid of this guy. Is the reality somewhere in between? Yes, it is. But right now, in this series, in these moments, Jordan Poole's got to be closer to what we thought that he was. And I'm not going to blame the punch and give him that pass for everything that's gone on. But this year has been a weird year for him.
Totally.
You're a starter. No, you're not. You got punched. He's not suspended. We need you. We don't really need you. We got to have you. Well, now you're not playing. It's been a little bit of an up and down for a 23-year-old guy.
And it was that last year, too, because of injuries. It's been that way his whole career. But I'm going to push back on this idea that, his body language and things have been weird all along, as they put it for the last few years. That's not the case at all. No one thought this about Jordan Poole 2 years ago. Nobody thought this even last year. There might have been some people who did whatever, like, he's a little too cocky, and that's fine. But the drama surrounding this guy, that's a this year thing. And also totally dismissive of the idea of somebody who now, over a 2-year period, has averaged almost 20 points a game in the NBA.
Right.
You can't tell me that doesn't have value, and don't say anyone can do that because they're next to Stephen Clay, because no one else has done that. And by the way, he's done it over a 2-year period where Clay was out for, quite frankly, most of it. Steph's had major injuries. I'm not trying to build up Jordan Poole into something he's not. I think there's all kinds of problems. But don't take it from he's a future splash brother to now the league hates him and no one would want him on their team. That is not. Jordan Poole is an asset in this league.
For sure. For sure. Now, is he an asset for this team going forward? That's another. And we don't have to answer that question now, and hopefully we don't have to answer that question for a long time, because if you look at all of his big games, most of them are when either Steph or Clay is out. There's not a lot of games where Steph and Clay both play where Jordan Poole has one of those games. Those are fewer and further between, and that becomes the bigger question, I think, going forward. But tonight, small sample size in a game like this where, I mean, you need to do something special here. The Lakers have had your number. Steve Kerr said it on our show yesterday to you and I. Forget the refs, forget everything else. The Lakers should be up 3-1. And they are up 3-1.
Well,
they've been 3-1 better than the Warriors.
I think he says that because he has to, because he was pairing it with all of his FIBA comments that he made to us.
I'm with you, but I do think that
he knew the world was not going to like, because it sounds like you're complaining about refs, and you're calling the Lakers out, which he was, and he should.
Yeah. But honestly, if you looked at this, like if there was no scoreboard,
I thought the Warriors outplayed the Lakers in Game 4, and they blew it. That's what I think.
No, you're right.
Yeah, I think the series should be 2-2.
They outplayed the Warriors the Lakers got outplayed by the Warriors for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're playing 48.
Right, I understand that, but if you're looking at that from when you say, as he said, it should be 3-1, as if to say the Lakers have been the better team 3 times, I disagree. The Warriors blew it.
Right.
You can't say the Lakers were the better team in Game 4 and then also say the Warriors blew it. You have to do one. You got to pick one, and I'm going to pick the Warriors blew it.
I think the Lakers were the better team.
Okay,
and the way
that's fair. But
the way I always look at it is in terms of if there was no scoreboard, if you had to watch the game without a scoreboard and you weren't keeping score, you're just watching the game like you watch a musical theater production, and you watch a movie. You watch a movie, and at the end of the movie, you go, what did I think of that movie? Good movie or bad movie? If you watch a game the same way and you don't know the score, that Laker-Warrior game, that thing was a damn toss-up.
Yeah.
And I think you get to the fourth quarter and you think, who is that Lonnie Walker, the fourth guy?
There's that, yeah.
Because when he did what he did, that's when the Lakers, to me, were the better team in the fourth quarter.
By the way, my review of Game 4, the movie, great setup. Horrible ending.
Terrible ending.
Horrible ending.
What would be another movie where you would liken Game 4 to that?
Gosh.
Where you watch a movie and you're like,
really,
oh my God.
Really good movie and then a crappy ending?
Well, Game of Thrones is it's a series, and I know you didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it, yeah.
The last season of Game of Thrones, everyone is like, oh my God, that was the worst ending. You mailed it in. It was terrible. It stunk.
Seinfeld, the way Seinfeld wrapped. But nobody likes the way long-running TV shows end because there's no good way to end them. And I could liken that to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Like, there's no good way. There's no soft landing here. Whenever it ends, whether it's tonight, whether it's 2 years from now, this is going to be an angry, bumpy landing.
Yeah. Did you ever watch The Sopranos?
A little bit.
Because that ending is one of the most famous endings of all time.
People like that one, though.
They liked it, but they hated it.
Right.
Because there wasn't actual closure.
Right, and it's going away, and it's something you love. You don't
know whether or not Tony got whacked or if they continued on and had breakfast, but because it just ended.
He's in the mob. He got whacked. There. I took care of it for you. Spoiler alert.
Dude,
yeah,
that got ugly.
Yeah. All right, 888-957.
You need to take that out of here, man. Although I respect that she's got the correct Kobe on. She's got the Kobe 8.
Which one of you is paying for whatever you're buying today?
Yeah.
That's all I want to know.
My man's paying for it. He's gold-blooded.
You're gold-blooded, sir.
3-1.
Yeah, 3-1. Whatever.
Take your bubble championship and go. Come on.
Exactly. Yes, mister. We'll be fans in the building tonight. Watch out for the Lakers. 888-957-9570. Before we go back to the phones, here's Steve Kerr's comment yesterday when asked if he had considered that tonight might be the last time he coaches the Big Three, and it is very relevant, his answer with regard to the Jordan Poole question.
No, never crossed my mind. I mean, I played on those Bulls teams, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think these guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come. So I never even have stopped to give that a second thought.
I mean, I think of a line you've drawn in the sand a few times the last couple of months, which is that you don't believe Draymond Green and Jordan Poole can be, should be, will be on the same team next year.
All of the above.
So if I take that comment and I take Steve Kerr's comment, it does feel like shopping with Jordan, because Steve, to me, the way I translate what he just said is that he either believes or he is stumping for the Big Three to remain in Warrior uniforms next year.
I think it's both. I think it's that he believes, but he's also stumping for, because Draymond decides. Draymond has a player option. He can opt in, he can opt out. And if he opts in my opinion, he's only going to opt in if the team says, all right, you opt in and we're going to give you 2 more years on top of it, 2 years and $50 million on top of it, or whatever they're going to do for him, he's getting more. And if he is going to do that, then Klay Thompson's going to say, okay, if he's in, then I want in, and he wants the max. He's not getting the max. But he might get 3 years and 75 to stick around. And if that happens, you can't afford Wiggins, Jordan, Steph, Klay, and Draymond. And I don't know if the fit with Jordan Poole, the way he plays, young, precocious, me-centric, I don't know if that fits with the core three. So if you're keeping the core three, I don't think you can keep Jordan Poole. And if you don't keep Jordan Poole and you want to get something for Jordan Poole, maybe Wiggins is a part of a trade as well. And
no doubt.
And it's not an original thought, but it's a possibility that the core three could be here, but the other pieces may not be.
Well, I wonder if everybody has considered what is on the line tonight, at least starting tonight, because there are different ways for this to end. And if it is to end in the finals, if it's to end in the Western Conference Finals, if it's to end in round 2, I even think there's a difference in terms of what day this week it ends. If you lose this one,
today,
if you lose this one
tonight,
you lost on your home floor in 5 games.
To who?
That's a steamroll. I hate to tell everybody.
Oh no, you can say it, Mark.
That's a steamroll. You got blown off the building.
You got motorboated
by the Lakers, a 7 seed.
Oh God!
In the second round. That is not let's just huddle up and tighten the screw
yeah.
and come on back and play basketball. That's going to be a furious Joe Lacob and a very, very different scenario next year. Even if you were to lose this weekend, I feel like there's an opener.
Even Friday.
There's a more open conversation to what happened in that loss than if you lose tonight. Tonight is not just a must-win game because they're eliminated if they lose. Tonight is to avoid embarrassment.
And avoid dismantling.
Yes.
And if you lose Friday by, like if you pull a Memphis and you lose by 40 at the Crypt.
That's also bad.
Then you might as well have lost tonight. So
agreed.
I agree with you in terms of how this ends.
And lose by 3 on Friday.
If you lose like you did in Game 4.
That's different.
I totally agree with you. I don't know how different, and I don't know if it's different enough to change the course of events, but it is different in terms of the palette for the owner.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls next. Plus, if you missed the wild trade idea that was floated today and made a lot of rounds on social media, we'll have that for you coming up next as well. We're at the Warriors shop getting ready for Game 5. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by... Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors Shop, that's where we sit. We get ready for Game 5. You got to come say hi. And remember, 20% off your entire purchase plus free shipping at shop.warriors.com by using the code THEGAME at checkout. That goes till midnight tonight. Shop.warriors.com, 20% off your purchase and free shipping. Just use the code THEGAME. Plus, join us on YouTube right now, and you can see the limited edition Under Armour California tees. Ahead of tonight's game, these are hot off the dang presses and fresh out the box.
I burned myself.
Yeah, they are. Well, you put that on, you look hot.
Thank you.
But they're available in-store only here at Warriors Shop, and you can see us, two unfortunate models, showing them to you here on youtube.com/957 The Game. But they're looking good, and would love to see you in one of those.
Well, we're modeling how you think you're going to look, followed by how you actually look.
That's right.
That's the Willard and Dibs.
Well, there's the what's the thing on social media? How it started and how's it going?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So how it started and this is the how's it going?
Yeah, how's it going? Is your boy Dibber Claus?
Quest for 5.
It's not going so great, is it? Down 3-1.
Well, that's the same as the series. Yeah. How did it start? How's it going? Quest for 5 brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Oh, here come the Giants fans coming into Warriors Shop. No,
dude, Casey Schmidt. Can we spend 30 seconds on Casey Schmidt?
Sean Mania, what are you doing? What did you go to the game? You went to the game, right? Yeah.
Let's focus on Casey Schmidt. Forget Sean.
Hey.
I told you about Sean Mania,
I know
bro.
you did. Listen, can I say?
Farhan, hey, I got a great idea. We're going to sign some former A's. Farhan, no, bro.
Raw striplings.
No.
Anyway, I got 14.
Casey Schmidt,
14 seconds on Casey Schmidt.
Which means a minute and a half. Go ahead. It's not my first time.
4 of the seconds are already gone.
Clock.
What happened last night that was important with Casey Schmidt was not the homer and the single.
Look.
What happened with Casey Schmidt, did you see the post-game interview? Oh, he's got a personality.
He does.
Oh, he's fun.
He was really fun.
He's got a personality.
Did you see Ryan Leong in the dugout waiting for him?
Dibs, that might be the guy they're waiting for.
He is.
He might be him.
Best rookie personality since Pablo Sandoval?
Yeah.
Because Pablo had a lot of rookie personality.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of,
I do my Buster Posey, but it sounds like my Tiger Woods.
The rookies that have come up through the Giants system are not huge personalities. I mean, Tim was a freak, but he didn't talk a lot.
No.
Mad Bum was just mad.
Now he's a bum.
Matt Cain was fun, but
not until much later.
Chill. Yeah, he was just chill, right? Brandon Belt, kind of sarcastic. Brandon
Baby
Crawford,
Giraffe.
quiet. Pablo.
Connor Joe.
No. Connor, no.
Todd Linden.
Good player now, Connor Joe.
Yeah,
He's got
is
hair. Yeah. Anyway.
I saw I know you're 14 seconds up. I saw the post game. It was really good.
I was like, uh-oh.
And then I saw him walk down the steps to the clubhouse, and all I could think is, he's going to get it
He's
now.
going to get it,
He's gonna
yeah.
get it.
Yaz was waiting for him, and he went into, man, did you see when they opened the doors? It looked like he went into a rave.
Yes.
It was unbelievable.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it was fun.
First career homer. Good
there
for
you go.
you.
Yeah, congrats to Schmidt. And I tell you what, if anybody's listening who's part of that traveling party, 40 people came up from San Diego for his Major League debut. That's been the highlight of the Giants season so far.
No doubt.
Watch the joy coming out of that portion of the stadium when Casey hit the ball over the fence last night. And speaking of which, the joy. I heard a caller, I'm going to forget her name, it might have been Renee, called Steiny and Goo today. And I want to shout her out because, man, she caught my attention with something. The Warriors have been defined through the years for playing with joy. Steph Curry was often called the anti-Kobe in that Kobe played with a scowl and Steph played with a smile. And we've adopted that, and we love that. And I didn't even notice what Renee noticed. But she pointed out, she was watching these games. The Lakers are playing with joy. And the Warriors look like they're playing with fear. And to me, those are the two opposites. Those things are opposites. There's love and fear, or joy and fear, however you want to say it.
Joy and anger. And I sense the anger, the fear and the anger, I think, are next door neighbors.
Yeah, well, we know where this season has been. We don't need to go through it again, from the punch to all of the frustration. But Jordan Poole, when he's pulling up for a shot right now, looks like he's praying for it to go in before it even releases out of his hands.
And the fans have fear when he goes up for a shot.
Klay Thompson is unsure. Draymond has always played with an angry streak, but there just appears that maybe this is the weight of the dynasty. It's understandable, but there appears to be a lot on these guys' shoulders. Meantime, the Lakers, who were just born at the deadline, are sitting here going, this is great. We didn't even know if we were going to be in the playoffs. Right. Now we're up 3-1 on the Warriors. That's what has to switch tonight. That's what has to switch tonight. This is going to sound stupid, but you know what I want to see tonight? Smiles. I want to see smiles on the faces of the Warriors, because that's what I'm used to, and that's what works.
Right, but it's hard when you're down 3-1 and you have all of these expectations and you're shouldering the burden of what has not been a good year. And you can go all the way back to the punch, all the way through a 44-38 regular year that was beset by load management, and Klay's not playing back-to-back. Steph got hurt. Draymond Green, he played a lot, but he got some technicals, and he had some incidents, and Andrew Wiggins missed 2 months, and Jonathan Kuminga's no longer playing, and James Wiseman was unplayable, and he got traded, and now Jordan Poole feels like he's not a part of this, and GP2 came back, but he failed a physical, and he couldn't play, but now he's playing, and Kevon Looney has been the glue guy, your understated rebound machine, your underpaid glue guy, has been the one guy to maybe exude what you're talking about in terms of the joy. Even Steph Curry, Mark, from a joy standpoint, he threw his mouthpiece. He has been overt in many of his celebrations, like barking at opposing fans. We haven't normally seen that.
He lit the beam. The air beam, but he did it.
But even in Game 4, you saw him, like, to the fans, like, you see that?
Yeah. Well, look, he's always had it in,
No, but he's edgier than normal.
Man, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, like it's
shimmy shakes are down 61%.
Yeah, they are. All right, just after the top of the hour, we'll give you this trade idea that's been circulated today. But right now, back to you, Paul in Oakland. Next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Paul, what are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm trying to focus on this game, and look, I'll tell you right off the bat, I'm a fan. I'm not a coach. I'm not a player, but in all my years of armchair coaching and armchair playing and my decades of doing that, I feel like I've never seen a team get to within 2 to 3 feet from the basket and kick out as many times as I've seen the Warriors do in this series. And when those Warriors threes are dropping, that's a beautiful thing, I think. But if they're going to get in the paint 20 times and make 3 of those threes, I'd rather have them go to the hoop with intention, get AD in some foul trouble, come away with 18 of those with either points or a foul. That's what I'm looking for. And the last thing, just if we're going to talk about useful mistakes, again, I'm a fan. I want to see a little more Kuminga there.
Well, I tell you what, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
I don't think you're going to see Kuminga tonight, number one. And number two, as far as this whole idea, and we've heard a lot of it, I know Goo was hot on it yesterday, the idea of getting that offensive rebound and kicking it out as opposed to going up. I understand why people are frustrated that Draymond didn't go up on Dennis Schroeder, who I hear is a jerk, by the way. I understand why people are frustrated by that. However, this has worked for the Warriors, and in this series, in theory, they should do even more of it than they did in the regular season. Let's not act like the Warriors should bang their head against the wall. They are way shorter than the Lakers. So, yes, if you accidentally end up in a spot where Dennis Schroeder is the only guy down low, go back up. But the Warriors are getting a lot of shots blocked when they go inside.
Right.
And there's a reason for that. There are a bunch of trees wearing purple and gold jerseys in there. So they did a great job in the paint the other night with the pick and roll, led to a lot of layups, and that was wonderful. But I don't think tonight, it feels like a lot of people want the Warriors to change their stripes tonight. No, they need to be themselves a little bit more than they've been able to.
And you're not going to get the Lakers into a situation where they're into foul trouble because you've attacked the basket and you've attacked AD. The way to get AD into foul trouble is get him away from the basket, get him into pick and roll action, which they did in Game 4. And I wonder if the Lakers make the adjustment that they did in Game 4 in the second half. They took Anthony Davis and they put him on Andrew Wiggins. Does Steve Kerr still run pick and roll, but with Andrew Wiggins? And you mentioned it before. It's not what Wiggins does very well, but you want Anthony Davis involved in the action. And the Lakers were able to get Anthony Davis out of the action in the second half by putting him on Andrew Wiggins, and the Warriors just kind of allowed that to happen.
Well, but if they do that, then you go right back to the start, which is what you would normally do with Draymond Green or Kevon Looney and the elbow extended, the high screen action that they create there. So maybe, again, it is a night for Looney to get back into the starting lineup. I think it's going to be a JaMychal Green starting lineup, and then see if he hits a 3 or 2, and then get Looney in the game quickly. I think that's what they're going to do, but again, yeah, it's all based on the adjustments, which will again reboot the second the game starts. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Ray in San Ramon. Hey, Ray, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I called in last week when I was on the bridge. Exact same time you took my call, on the bridge right now on my way to the game. I'm excited for tonight's game. I do agree with you. I think JaMychal Green gets a start. One thing I love to see, guys, is Poole, Payton, Enzo, Moody. I want to see those guys have better on-ball defense to stop the Lakers guards. You know, Reeves, Russell, Walker, and Schroeder. I mean, these guys are getting whatever they want. They're getting, like, easy mid-range jumpers and open threes. It's starting to get annoying. And I feel like our guards can outplay these guys. I want to see that tonight, and I think we get another win, a big-time win tonight. So that's all I got, guys. And for Poole, you know, and baseball, you get in the hitting slump, and I have a feeling Kerr is going to motivate Poole and slump. So I'm hoping tonight's the beginning of the turnaround. So I'm just staying positive.
Nice, Ray.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I think you're going to see a different Jordan Poole than what you saw the other night.
That's why I think you start him, Mark. You start Jordan Poole.
They might. They might.
If you're going to mix it up, and I think that they are going to mix it up because when you lose games, you make the adjustment, and you've gone you've gone to JaMychal Green, and it worked. It was, to me, a little bit of a change-up, a little curiosity. It was a little bit of a trick pitch. I don't think it's a sustainable move, and it worked for a little stint, and then it didn't work after that, and you didn't go back to it in Game 4. You started GP2, and it worked, and now do the Lakers adjust to that? I think you want to play this game as fast as possible. Your advantage over the Lakers is up and down, and nobody does up and down better than Jordan Poole. So I say, you know what, Jordan? You know what, JP? You want that bag? You want to be a real one? You want minutes? Show me. Show me, son. I'm from Missouri, Goo. Show me state.
I love what you're saying, but here's the thing.
You got a big butt.
Well, you end up on the floor there. That's a pretty small lineup that you're thank you.
You're welcome.
It's a little flat, but anyway, that's a pretty small lineup that you're talking about.
Yeah.
It has 2 negative small defenders on it in Steph Curry and Jordan Poole on the floor at the same time. So Draymond and Wiggins would need to be otherworldly defensively right away. Because what you don't want to do tonight, again, I'll go back to something I said on the crossover, which is that tonight is not a night for the fans to guide the Warriors into action. It's the other way around. The Warriors need to guide the fans into this action.
Yeah.
You do not want to fall behind. I know that an early deficit's not that big of a deal, but if it's 15-5 after the first 5 minutes of this game, that's not good. The crowd is sitting there as a tool that the Warriors need to use tonight.
Yeah.
And so you've got to get off to a good start, and that might work if everybody's hitting their shots from the outside. But if you ease into the game a little bit, that's a risky move. I could see it, but it's risky.
You come out like Dylon from the old Making the Band, I Spit Hot Fire. You come out and you go hot fire at the Lakers. And defensively, I like the matchups. You put Curry on Jared Vanderbilt. He is a non-factor inside. All he can do is shoot and defend. Yeah. You are nothing, my dude. And you put Andrew Wiggins on LeBron. You put Draymond on Anthony Davis.
You know what I'm going to ask you.
You put Jordan Poole on the Hillbilly Mamba.
And
Austin Reeves.
You're going to give D'Angelo Russell to Clay?
Absolutely.
So Clay's got 2 fouls 3 minutes into the game.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Well, yes, it's very risky.
No ham and no lies.
Keep your hands to yourself. All right.
Thank you.
All right, look,
That's what I do, brother, man.
We got a lot of calls we want to get to. Don't you worry.
Let's go to the phones.
We're going to get to all of you, but I want y'all to hear this too.
Oh, this is good.
Colin Cowherd earlier.
I've heard of him.
There are 2 teams. Just so happens that they both played in the NBA Finals last year.
Huh.
2 teams that are both facing a major problem. The Celtics are now on the road in Philly, facing elimination.
I got 3 losses and a bunch of problems.
In their next game, the Warriors are facing elimination for the rest of the week, no matter what happens. So, could these 2 rivals get together to fix one another? Here's the proposal.
Win or lose, I think the Celtics have to make a move. And I'll throw this out to you. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum doesn't necessarily work because Brown's got more alpha, but Tatum's the better player. But if you brought Jordan Poole and Wiggins in from the Warriors, Tatum would be clearly the best player. He would have a wing defensive specialist. Wiggins would take some of the defensive pressure off. Poole's not nearly the defender Jaylen Brown is, but he's got a lot of alpha. He's clearly not as good as Tatum. You wouldn't have that issue about is it a Tatum team or a Brown team. It would be a Tatum team with more defensive help and some offense, Wiggins on the wing. Now, you'd be losing Jaylen Brown to the Warriors. The Warriors get Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon off the bench, so you get great bench scoring, potentially, and you get a much better defensive player next to Steph, so you wouldn't have to rely on Gary Payton as much, because Steph, there are some limitations what he can do defensively, and also Jaylen Brown, very smart, played at Cal, he's the kind of player the Warriors love. Highly functional, plays his butt off, absolutely commits on the defensive end, but he would know it's Steph's team. Jaylen Brown is perfect for the Warriors, and then get Brogdon off the bench.
Okay, what do you think?
It's a blockbuster, Mark.
Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins for Malcolm Brogdon and Jaylen Brown.
Done.
Yeah, says who?
Says me, Danny Bob Myers, or Bob Dibley, Danny Myers, whoever you want to call me, I'm in. Jordan Poole is... And he's a good young player, and I think that he can be a bright young star for another team, but I don't think he fits with this team. Andrew Wiggins, I mean, he is, most of the time, he's a good, solid 6 of 13. Andrew Wiggins is Andrew Wiggins.
I love Andrew Wiggins. I love Andrew Wiggins.
I'm in deep like with Andrew Wiggins.
If you get to a spot where you're going to have to make a change,
you're getting Jaylen Brown.
Well, okay,
that dude is incendiary. And Malcolm Brogdon.
Let's start with the Celtics would say no. Let's start with that.
No, let's not. Let's end with that.
No, but
let's start with the dream aspect of it.
But
I get rid of Jordan and Wiggins.
But could you sweeten the pot? What if I threw Kuminga in too?
Which one? Jonathan Kuminga? Sorry. I mean, I thought I'd go for that. Just it's lighthearted, but
Bob Kuminga.
It was
Bob Kuminga.
Bob and payroll.
Yeah, exactly.
Bob Kuminga and payroll.
Yeah.
No, it's no deal.
Listen,
if I gotta send in Jonathan Kuminga, then I gotta get something back, like a pick or something. Because
my initial response is this: I don't know what to say until I know how the season ends for both of these teams.
Can we re-trade Wiseman?
I don't know what to say until I know how this season ends.
Well, let's say the season ends tonight and tomorrow,
if the Celtics and Warriors both bow out in round 2, I would be very intrigued by that idea. But I also think Boston would say that's not enough. That's what I'd say. And then I would say, okay, then what is? Because to me, of those 4 players, and on different levels, I like them all. The crown prince of that deal is Jaylen Brown.
No doubt.
And the idea, Colin, what he said that was most right out of that entire rant, what he said that was most right is that Jaylen Brown is perfect for the Warriors. It's not just the Cal roots. It's the way he plays. It's exactly what this older core would need
He
as far as
attacks
an
the
addition.
basket, Mark.
Yes, and he would be sort of that youthful energy boost, hard worker that I think Steph, Draymond, and Clay would look at this guy and be like, bro, come on, let me give you a hug. You can play with me. The opposite.
And Malcolm Brogdon, too, on the defensive end, he would immediately become your second best defensive player. The kind of guy who you could say, you go get him, and Draymond wouldn't have to guard the best player all the time anymore.
I don't know how fractured this idea of Tatum and Brown actually is.
Oh, it's broken.
I don't know. I don't know if the Celtics are actually motivated to move away from that pairing. But my God, here's how I'll say it. If you said all players in the NBA, I mean, outside of the ridiculous Giannis and whatnot, Embiid, anyone who's on the potential list of becoming acquirable in the offseason, to me, that's target A. If Jaylen Brown's available, I am in. That guy is absolutely perfect, and he's all the things that Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins are not, that probably annoy Steph, Clay, and Dre. Let's put it that way.
Well, because Jaylen Brown is a cold piece. Jaylen Brown would come in and snatch the pie off your windowsill if the sweet tooth was acting up. He is the kind of guy who would go into the teeth of a defense and get a bucket. He would go in and stick his nose in on defense and get a stop. He is a ferocious competitor at the highest level. And think about last year in the NBA Finals. He was largely unguardable. Jason Tatum had a couple of up and down games, but Jaylen Brown, he was the man. And you add in Malcolm Brogdon, who's got, wait for it, championship pedigree, having played for the Milwaukee Bucks. He's got that pedigree. And I love Jordan Poole, and he's got great upside and all the rest of it. And Andrew Wiggins, if Andrew Wiggins is your third best player, you can win a championship. And I'll refer you to last year when they won a championship, and he actually was the second best player in the NBA Finals. So he's no slouch, but this team needs another dog. Well, and right now, Draymond Green is the only dog.
The other idea that's out there is what will this franchise hang its hat on when the big three are done? Steve Kerr says there's many years left. Great. Well, there's not 100 years left. There's not even 5. So
there's 3.
When you move on, who in theory could play the role of being your best player? We sit here today having moved on from the idea that it could be Jordan Poole. And we already know, as much as we like Andrew Wiggins, he's not an NBA 1. That doesn't work. Jaylen Brown, who's 26 years old, that's all.
That's all.
That can be an NBA 1.
No doubt.
In my opinion.
And if you look at the accolades that Jaylen Brown received, and we can get into the full list of the all-NBA teams, but the all-NBA teams are out. Jaylen Brown is among the best 15 players in the association, and neither Wiggins nor Poole is. So if you had to sweeten it with Jonathan Kuminga, and maybe you get a couple of second-round picks back, I'm still in, Mark.
We are all sponsored by calhope.org. We are coming to your phones next, and we're unveiling for you NBA first team, second team, third team. Where does Steph sit on that list, if at all? We'll give that to you coming up next. Live from the Warriors shop, it's Willard and Dibbs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Want to shout out Dave from Texas who just came by here at Warriors Shop. Say hi. Apparently grew up with the Butcher Boy, Joe Shasky, and said he misses us on the crossover with Bonte and Joe. And I sat there and thought to myself, A, I miss my boys too.
Totally.
And B, where the hell is Bonte?
Right?
Been texting him all day, and I am right on the doorstep of getting stood up.
His doorstep.
This man is right across the Thrive City Walk.
Mama, there goes that man.
Mama, where is that man?
Nowhere to be found.
Asked him about 5 times. Said, come over here and hang out. And he's like, it's going to be tough, man, but I'll definitely come say hi.
You know what your problem is, Mark?
What's the problem?
You asked the wrong Bonte. You asked TV Bonte. You didn't ask Radio Bonte.
No, I texted him while he was on Radio Bonte.
But you had the wrong number. Radio Bonte would have done an hour. We would have had to drag Radio Bonte off the mic. TV Bonte? No. TV Bonte, too busy, too big.
Yep.
Two egos inside.
If your name was Chris and my name was Festus, he'd be here right now.
Maybe. Add in Darrell and maybe I show up.
You know what?
And a JTA to be named later.
It was the stupidest request ever.
It was.
For me to even text him.
Yeah.
Stupidest request ever, Bonte. Where you at?
Man.
My goodness.
My guy.
My goodness.
My dude.
If you missed Steve Kerr.
Kobe.
In full yesterday, we're going to have that for you in about 40 minutes because he was fantastic and there's not a damn thing he said yesterday that's not still relevant today. So we're going to let you hear that coming up here in about 40. But again, we want to get to as many calls as possible, especially as we get closer to game time. And if you are coming to the game, Thrive City, Warriors Shop, come say hi. All kinds of good stuff going on down here, including the release of the limited edition Under Armour Curryfornia tees. Which we are modeling for you right now on YouTube.com. I'm telling you, it is salacious, so you should check it out. They're available only in store. If you want to shop online, though, through midnight tonight, use the code THEGAME, and you will receive 20% off your purchase and free shipping. That's at shop.warriors.com. Use the code THEGAME. And then one other note, the Under Armour Curry One Retro Mother's Day specials will launch this Friday at Warriors Shop beginning at 10 a.m. So look out for that. And thank you to everybody here at Warriors Shop, led by Jeff and James and everybody with the Warriors for hosting us here today. It's been awesome.
It's been incredible as always. And just one tip for all of you coming out to the Warriors Shop, when you walk up to the door that says exit only, it's not going to open. Go to the door that says entrance and go ahead and come in there. If I had $1 for every person who tried to come in the exit only door, which is right next to us, I could go ahead and cancel my lottery tickets.
You know what?
Mark Willard.
I would laugh at it. Here comes
Here's two more.
Here comes number 3.
Thanks
and
for
what's
coming
going
by.
on?
No,
Go that way.
Yeah.
Go that way.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Cha-ching!
Of course he's wearing a number 3 jersey. He doesn't know where to go. Anyway,
man.
I'm sorry. He
didn't fall down on his way down the ramp.
You can't see him anymore. I think he's crawling. And I couldn't resist. I can't laugh at those people either, though, because Tim Jordan knows week and a half ago when we were here for our last trip to Warriors Shop, I did the exact same thing. I'm like, where do we? Oh, okay. All right.
And no doubt. And you get a 3 for your Jordan Poole, upgraded to a 4 because how mean-spirited it was. And I know that's out of character for you. Well played.
I'm sorry, couldn't resist.
You don't normally do that.
Well, his hands were up in the air like, what?
Right.
What's going on? I'm like,
what did I do wrong?
It's Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
All right, Mark and Martinez. Hey, Mark, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, how you doing? Hey, I was at the Sleepy Floyd game about 36 years ago, and I'm in Martinez, by the way, hometown of Stan and Jeff Van Gundy. And so at that game, the Lakers were up 3-0 in the series. It was midway through Game 4. Lakers went on a mini run, and during a break in the action, they were all, Magic and company, were all standing there on the court literally laughing to each other and at the Warriors. It was infuriating. The crowd was incensed. The team got incensed, and Sleepy said just basically, we ain't going out like this to you guys, and he put his team on the back. And I think the Warriors got to be looking at what's going on now. They ain't going out like this to those guys tonight.
Well, I think that there is a little bit of what you're saying in this. However, there's an obvious difference, which is that team, the Sleepy Floyd team, was completely outclassed and overmatched, and they won one game because someone went on a special heater.
He had 51, Mark, on 18 of 26 from the floor.
Amazing.
They were 4 of 6 from 3 that night, and he had 51. Chris Mullen, 6 points. Come on, Mully.
Where's Chris? Where is Bonte and Chris right now?
Sleepy had 51 and 10 assists as well.
Yeah, no, beautiful performance.
And then they got crushed in Game 5.
Here's where, especially if you root for the Lakers, here's where you're about to make fun of me, and listen closely, I don't care. The difference here is, I still believe this. To this moment, I believe this, what I'm about to say.
Don't say it. The Warriors have been the better team.
The Warriors are the better team.
Ah, boy.
I'm not going to say the Warriors have been the better team.
Right.
The Warriors are the better team.
I think that is debatable.
I actually don't even, the more we talk about this, the less I'm going to think this is some sort of a hot take. I mean, the show I do with Ephraim on Sunday, he said before the series started, he said the Warriors are the better team.
And he's a diehard Laker fan.
But it's a bad matchup for the better team. And I agree that the adjustments have only been sporadic enough. The execution has not been good enough in the key moments. But at minimum, I think that this has been an even series. I think it should be 2-2. But the Warriors blew it. They blew it down the stretch. But if you want to look at the performances of both teams in the road environment, it's pretty damn even. And let's not forget that this Warriors team has been together for a lot longer than this Laker team. I think there's a lot that goes into it. To make the judgment based on 4 basketball games and say that what I'm saying is ridiculous, to me is short-sighted.
It's not ridiculous.
The Warriors are the better team. The Lakers have ended up ahead in this series.
Right. Which is all that matters.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so the whole, who's the better team thing to me is one I have a hard time with.
But I can draw optimism with what's still to come.
No doubt.
I guess my overall
if
point is...
If the Lakers win tonight, would you still say that the Warriors are the better team?
Then it ends up being a downhill race. It ends up being a boat race. Yeah. But I don't think that's going to happen. Here's what I would say. This 3-1 deficit is not built like other 3-1 deficits. So that's why your numbers for me don't apply here. This is a team that has home court advantage. This is a team that is the defending champs. This is a team that has Hall of Famers. They have multiple rings.
Right.
They've been through every scenario and just won Game 7 on the road a week and a half ago. Add all that together, and sorry if I don't want the stats of what happened in round 1 with Dallas 25 years ago when they were down 3-1. Like, this is different. This is different. If the analytics say there's only a 5% chance, then I say there's about a 35% chance.
It's 4.7.
Okay.
4.7.
Then I say
and that includes 2 times when it happened in the bubble. So if you take those out, which you and I agreed yesterday we would take those out in terms of them not being real 3-1 down because all those games were played in Orlando, it's only happened 11 times out of 275. So it's actually a smaller percentage than 4.7%.
You're not going to hear me say that the percentages are in the Warriors' favor.
No, and I'm with you in terms of
this
being
built.
a one-game series. If you win tonight, and you absolutely should, you're 8-point favorites. And I asked Sister Agnes to pray for me if I lay the 8.
I think you should.
Yeah, she wouldn't do it. If I was going to bet, I would lay the 8 absolutely. Yep. Without a second thought.
I like both favorites tonight.
I think tonight is
I like the Knicks and the Warriors to cover tonight.
The Knicks are getting underway here momentarily. I don't know what that number is.
I think it's 3.5.
And I think you know it is because I saw you on your betting app about an hour ago. I think you were getting down.
Hope my mom's not listening.
Sorry, Alan. He's getting down pregame.
Yeah, it's 3.5 and 7.5 at this hour.
I got it at 8 according to ESPN, but either way, 7.5, 8, I don't think it matters. Now, if I was to look at the series price right now, I think the Warriors are plus 375 to win the series, which means winning 3 consecutive games. They're giving you like 4-1 odds of that happening. And I think that's probably a good price.
Plus 360 at the moment, yes.
Fine.
And the Lakers are minus 450 to win the series.
Yeah, which is 9-2 for the Lakers, 7-2 for the Warriors on the other side. So, I do think the Warriors win tonight. But going into Game 6, let's say the Warriors win tonight by 20 points. Okay. It's an Ottoman game, as you like to call it. Going in Friday to the crypto, they're probably going to be 4 or 4.5 point dogs.
I would think.
Not insurmountable.
No.
Not a huge number.
Well, and actually the Vegas numbers are in one way supporting even what we're saying. The Knicks are also down 3-1. They've also got home court advantage. Hell, they're going against an 8 seed right now in the Miami Heat.
Right.
And the Knicks, to win their series,
the Knicks are a 4, is that right?
They're the 5. They're the 5. They beat Cleveland
the 4. Yeah, my fault.
Yeah, but the point is Miami is not some sort of a right. They don't have LeBron James on their team. They got Jimmy Butler. Yeah. But anyway, point
Kevin
being,
Love.
Knicks are plus 605. Warriors are plus 360. Knicks are plus 605
in the exact
same scenario.
Yeah.
Exact same situation.
So that gives you
that's a nod to the Warriors.
It's more than a nod. It's an absolute.
This is not the same as every 3-1 deficit. It's not.
It's not. And under normal circumstances with the Warriors, I would feel better than I do under these circumstances, which is if we look at the roster right now and we look at the depth chart and you get past Steph, Clay, Dre, Kevon, and Andrew, your starting 5, your de facto starting 5. Then we get down to the next 5, and you've got question marks, followed by MIA, followed by DNP, followed by please don't shoot, followed by please don't play. So I think that this 3-1 deficit is different in that way, because if we go to the second 5, Dante DiVincenzo, he played better in Game 4. Still a few shaky moments in a loss. GP2 had to leave the game because he was so sick that he couldn't even make it down the floor, resulting in a turnover. Jordan Poole played the worst game of his postseason career. How far down the list do I need to go to where I get to a player where it's like, can't wait to see him off the bench?
Moses Moody.
You're right.
That's how far down you have to go.
Right. And
to
I guess,
number 9.
And I went too far because he's probably your 6th man.
Well, I don't know if he's the 6th man.
If he doesn't start, and I should check Sham's Twitter to see
exactly. Has Shams
who the
broken any news yet?
Yeah.
Let's go to Bill in San Jose. Hey, Bill, what are you doing? And thank you for calling.
Hi, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Well, I've been listening to a lot of things. I heard Colin Cowherd a little bit this morning, and I kind of was thinking, this guy's crazy. Everybody talks about Jordan Poole and being able to get you 26 points, except that he gives up 26 points in the same game. He's an atrocious defender, and he's hit and miss on offense. He doesn't include whenever he gets the ball, it's all about him. He's going hell-bent for leather, and he throws the ball away, dribbles it off his foot, he throws up a brick, and I call him why me. He gets out of control, goes into the key, throws up a shot that doesn't go in most of the time, sits there in the key with his hands up in the air, and it's like he's saying, why me, why me? As he's doing that, Warriors are hustling back to get on defense, and 5 of the opponents are going down, and they get a layup, typically from Jordan Poole's man. And that drives me nuts. I've been a Warrior.
Bill, I think you're saying a lot of things that people are feeling right now about Jordan Poole. I don't think there's a darn thing there that you said that's unfair. He has been a maddening player to watch this year. Steve Kerr on our show a week ago called him a lightning rod because of the way he plays, and these things are all true. However, there's 2 sides to this story, which is that we've also said a lot throughout the year, and I think it was true last year as well, that the Warriors cannot win a championship without him playing well. So I look at this, in some ways you could make the point, the Warriors are damned if you do and damned if you don't. I think you got to go with him tonight. I think you got to hope that you get a good game or 2 out of him. I think you got to rehab his confidence, and that's what you need to do in the moment. And then when we find the results, we can have a bigger conversation about what to do about him going forward.
And we can adjust in the moment if we put him in there and he's not what we hope he's going to be.
I think it's full support for Jordan Poole now without signing up for supporting him going forward. That's how I would say it.
Yeah, and I think that's the way that Steve Kerr is approaching it. And Steve Kerr yesterday on our show, and we'll play back the interview here coming up in about 25 or 30 minutes. You can hear for yourself. But Steve Kerr didn't sound to me, Mark, like he's lost faith in Jordan Poole, which is why I think just start Jordan Poole. I go to Jordan Poole if I'm Steve Kerr, and I say, Jordan, it's Coach Kerr. How you doing, Jordan?
Hi, it's Steve.
And he say, hey, I'm fine. I'm fine, Coach. Well, you know what? Are you fine? If you're fine,
you don't look fine.
I want you to show me because you're getting the start tonight, Jordan. You got the bag. Now you're getting the nod. You got the bag. You get the nod. You want the nod? You got the bag, and you got the bag, so now you're getting the nod. You got 6 minutes to go out there and show me. You show me, Jordan Poole. Show me that it's money time.
It's interesting. It really is. I've dealt with this in my own life very, very recently, actually, because this does feel a little bit for Steve Kerr like parenting. And different kids need to be parented different ways, or different situations call for different parenting. I think every Warrior fan sees Jordan right now, and they want punitive parent. Right? You're going to slip your broccoli under the table to the dog?
Oh, my God.
Or you're not going
Penny.
to, right? So
Does Penny like broccoli in case I ever come over for dinner?
She loves everything. She loves everything but green beans.
Oh,
I'm
my
telling
God.
you.
Good to know.
Yeah, keep the green beans out the mouth. Anyway, point being is, like, we all want that punitive parent, which is like, no video games for a week because of that crappy play.
Give me your phone. That was yesterday.
Sometimes there are moments where when the kid misbehaves, you push your support toward them even more.
Right.
And you say, okay, I'm going to give you the responsibility. And let's see what you do with it. I'll stop yelling. You show me that you're an adult. And maybe that's the play tonight.
Right.
Maybe it is.
Well, as a parent and as a coach, and I've been both at various levels, and sometimes you exhaust all of the approaches, and the last approach you have is what you're talking about, which is lean into it. And I've coached teams where you try to discipline a guy, you try to take a player out, you try to let him play through it, you try to not start him, you try to, you're in the doghouse, you're out of the doghouse, you're going to start, now you're on the bench. You try everything and it doesn't work, and then maybe you get to the point where, you know what, go out there and show me.
Yeah.
Here's your chance. You go show me.
Well,
and you know what? Sometimes that works.
I mean, Brandon Ayuk. Let's not act like sometimes with a young player, and Brandon wasn't driving everybody nuts like Jordan is, but he ended up in the doghouse, and how did he work his way out of it? Right? TJ Hushmanzad, his personal coach, comes on our show and talks through the conversation that they had. It's like when you're in the doghouse, there's two ways you can go. And you can sulk, and you can pout, and you can complain. I'm a little worried that that's what Jonathan Kuminga's doing. You can feel sorry for yourself, or you can maniacally show the person you're mad at that they're wrong. And that ends up working for the team. So if that's what Jordan can do, that's why I was so upset the other day when we hear him in the locker room say that this is about lack of opportunity. Lack of opportunity?
Right.
You've had a ton of opportunity, and if you can't take accountability for the awful play that you're displaying on the floor, like all the veterans are, Klay Thompson came out and was like, dude, bad shots. Bad shots. Shouldn't have done it. Wish I had it back. If Jordan would give a little bit of that, everyone would feel better.
Definitely.
But if you're going to complain when you perform like this, that speaks to a much bigger problem.
When you point the finger, Mark, there are three fingers pointing back at yourself. Mm-hmm. You go ahead and think about that for a minute. Okay?
I've thought about that for years.
Yeah, because
every time somebody said that to me.
When you point the finger, invariably you get the three coming back at you, unless you point your finger sideways, like the way some individuals hold a gun
Star
sideways.
Trek maneuvers that people do.
Yeah, exactly. Nanu, mork for mork. But Jordan Poole, if you get to this point where you've tried the quick hook, and you've tried the, please don't shoot. You've tried so many different things with Jordan. Maybe tonight it's
You've tried punching him in the face.
And that
you tried throwing a mouthpiece.
Yeah,
you tried
palms up.
Yeah.
You tried giving up in the middle of a possession. You've tried a number of different things, and none of it's worked. Maybe tonight it's just as easy as, you know what, Jordan? You think that you're all that? You think that it's pool party and all the rest of it? You get 6 minutes, Jordan. You go show me.
Yeah.
Go out there and show me what we're all missing.
And
here,
I would
JP.
say maybe even more than 6 minutes. Again, that goes back to my buddy John, who this morning rolled down the window at the stoplight and said tonight is the Jordan Poole redemption game. Maybe you do. Look at Jordan and just go, okay. Now, it's a scary time to do it because you're facing elimination. So you're not going to let him just go cook. And if he's playing like doo-doo, you're going to leave him in there. You're not going to do that. But, yeah, let's be honest. What do you have to lose? You're down 3-1.
Just the end of a dynasty.
Well,
That's
but you're gonna but you're tracking toward losing it anyway. You didn't play Jordan the other night, and you still lost. So if we can all agree on this premise, they need Jordan to play well to win. Well, if that's the case, then what do you have to lose in putting him out there tonight to try to rehab his confidence?
Right.
Because if you're not going to win it without him, you actually don't gain anything by making him sit there and watch a game, even if the Warriors win.
Right, because if you can't win it without him and you don't play him, then you can't win it. If I can use the transitive properties.
You did it well.
In terms of,
I got that.
And you walked me through that because I agree with you. If you can't win it without him, then you have to win it with him, and you have to play him in order to win it with him. And so, for me, the best way to win it with him is give him that early shot of confidence and say, you know what, Jordan, we know it's not been a great game 2, game 3, or game 4 for you. Here's your opportunity to go out there and show us what we've been missing. Go out there and just play your game. Let it all hang out. And, maybe you go out to a 23-11 lead and Jordan hits a couple of threes and a runner and he gets to the foul line. And all of a sudden now you win the game and Jordan Poole feels like he's back.
We promised, by the way, also the first, second, and third teams. So I just checked Shams. He has not tweeted out the starting lineup for the Warriors as of yet.
He's waiting for me to leak it to him because Steve's going to text me, Steve Kerr, and then I'll leak it to Shams.
We do have NBA first team, second team, third team. Where do you think Steph ended up?
Oh, he's got to be a first teamer, Mark.
Not a first teamer.
Wait.
No. Nope.
Well, and Grandy, don't buzz me like I'm not playing along with the bit because you sent me the text too, Grandy.
Yeah. No.
God, I hate Mark Grandy.
No, thank you. Yeah, just he knows the rule. Dibs talks, hit a buzzer. Here's the first team.
I got him on the first team, Mark.
Giannis, Jason Tatum, Joel Embiid, Luka Doncic, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's your NBA first team this year. If you were going to quibble with one with regard to Steph, I guess it would be that. Luka. Not Shai Gilgeous.
Shai was what, second in the league in scoring?
Fantastic.
Second or third?
He's fantastic, and his team finished ahead of Dallas.
Correct.
Right, but Luka is Luka.
Right. I honestly can't really quibble with Luka or Shai. I thought that, Steph is probably right on that border. If he's not in the second team, then go ahead and buzz me now, Grandy. I got him on the second team, Grandy.
Second team is...
look at me, Mark.
Center is Nikola Jokic.
I'm
the
looking at the
forwards,
computer.
Jimmy Butler and Jaylen Brown, by the way.
Oh,
and the
future
guards,
Warrior.
Donovan Mitchell and Steph Curry.
Okay.
And then third team, this is where we're going to light the beam here for a second. It's LeBron James. It's Julius Randle. It's that man, Dame Lillard. And then a couple of beamers. De'Aaron Fox. And
Kevin Huerter.
And Domantas Sabonis.
Oh, yeah.
Did they ever find Kevin Huerter? They never found him, did they?
No.
Was he still lost?
That was one of my favorite tweets in the series. Our ginger is better than your ginger because Dante Adevincenzo, he's a bit of a ginger. We claim him. So, No, good. Couple of beamers made the third beam.
Yep, they sure did. Warriors
All NBA
Live,
third beam.
just over an hour away at 6 p.m.
Come on, man.
It's brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity.
Thing on?
The future starts now. And we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. We got time for more of your phone calls, and then you are going to hear Steve Kerr in full, live from the Warrior Shop at Chase Center. It's Willard and Dibs.
Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by... Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Quest for 5 is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. And we here, Willie and Dibby, a Warriors shot, Chase Center, also working for you today, tomorrow, and the day after that.
Yes.
Together.
And
then we're going to
week-
take a couple days off.
And
you might take 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a stretch 3.
Yep.
College graduation on Monday. Looking forward to it.
It's a graduation sensation.
It is. It's $1 and another couple thousand of those, and you can help me out with my graduation gift.
All right,
for the young
yeah,
man.
there you go. Good luck. I know you got a lot coming in right now. So,
Yeah, a lot coming in, a lot going out.
Steve Kerr
We make a lot of money. We spend a lot of money, Latrell.
That wasn't Latrell, was it?
I think so.
I thought that was Patrick Ewing. Wasn't that?
That was Latrell Sprewell.
We make a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money? Was it Latrell or Patrick Ewing? Grandy, can you do a little Google search? I swear that was Patrick Ewing, but I definitely could be wrong.
I'll Google it while you do the read.
It was somebody. I already did the read. It was somebody on the Knicks. Speaking of the
Google
Knicks,
tells me it was Patrick Ewing, by the way.
Okay, yeah. All right.
He stole it from Latrell. And Grandy, I would say who asked you, but I actually heard Mark ask you. There's the buzzer.
Grandy will be here with a 2x4 to swing and hit you in the head with it.
First chance he gets.
You brought up, hi. Oh, what are you wearing? That looks like you're counting your fingers. Yeah, there's 5 of them.
That's a Laker fan.
Yeah.
He had to use both hands to count to 5.
He's like, 1, 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. Yes, 5. All right, let's go to Nathan in Santa Rosa. Hey, Nathan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Oh, you still there?
We're here, man. You're here. We're here.
Oh, there you are. Nathan. Oh, I'm one of those guys. Dang it. All right. Hey, I was listening to you guys talk about Poole. And, this is my thought on Jordan. It's like everybody wants to see him do well. He's exciting offensively. But my concern with him is, hey, you won a championship last year with the Big 3. That doesn't mean you are part of a Big 4 now. And it's like, I feel like there needs to be some humility with him. Same thing with Kuminga. It's like, you guys, this is a dynasty. You happen to be a part of it on the back end of it. It's like, enjoy it. Be a part of it. Be excited about it. But don't think that you are the Big 3. So that's my concern with Jordan Poole. The second thing is the championship mentality and everything that you can count on with these Warriors over the last 5 years. It's like, where does it go in crunch time? It's like when it comes down to the end of it, the championship pedigree is gone. It's like, why? And that's what makes me nervous about these last few games. Hopefully, last few games.
Nathan, thanks. I'm curious about something because I feel like this is dangerous. And we watch this. I bet this is relatable to every single person who's listening to the sound of our voices right now. You're in high school. You got a big group of friends. New kid moves to town.
Yeah.
Do you immediately embrace new kid, invite new kid in, or is it like, okay, that's fine. Hi, new kid, but these are my peeps, and you don't get to really be a part of my peeps. Like, we can be friends,
right?
But you're not in my inner circle.
Takes time. I moved 7 times between kindergarten and 12th grade, so I was that new kid, so I know what you're talking about. And as much as I forced my way onto a number of different groups of people, you're right, Mark. It actually takes a long time to get. It's an infiltration sensation,
but it
takes time.
But it's dangerous,
and it's also because it's me.
It's dangerous to act like, though, if you're Steph, Clay, and Dre, like we're the ones that get to keep the label. Don't try to be a part of us when you're talking about your teammates. I mean, as Nathan is sitting there and saying that, I'm thinking about how Kevin Durant felt years ago. And I'm not saying that was anybody's fault but Kevin's. But by the same token, did that serve the Warriors that Kevin never felt like he could, in the minds of the fans, penetrate the 3? And then what if I took it to other people that you don't see as a threat? Is Kevon Looney allowed in the club?
Of course.
Okay, why? He wasn't there for the first one.
Because he's the designated driver.
There you
and
go.
He's got jumper cables.
He
and all.
does,
I mean,
yes.
We know 1,000 reasons why he gets to be in.
Because you need ice, and he'll get it on the way to the party.
He doesn't shoot, and all he wants to do is rebound and defend.
I guess my point is this. We're putting a thought in Jordan's head that he, quote-unquote, thinks he's a member of the Big Three. I don't know if he thinks that. I don't even know if that's relevant. I do know this. The Big Three doesn't win number 4 last year without him. So you can label him however you want. But I do think we put that thought in his head sometimes of, well, Jordan clearly thinks he's, and then fill in that blank. I don't know what he thinks. Because
you don't know Jordan Poole.
I don't. I know that yes, he's cocky. I know that he thinks he should be getting even more run. Right. He thinks he should be starting. But would anybody in his position trying to get a major contract, which he then got, trying to make his way in the NBA as a talented player, would anybody handle that any differently? It's like, do you really want Jordan to show up at the party and be like, I'm just happy to be here?
Well, that's the part
You're
of it, Mark,
all
that
amazing,
this
and
is where I got to draw the line.
Okay.
Because he got the bag. So the bag is secured.
Okay.
It's not an NFL bag, which is, here's the bag. P.S. The bottom half of it isn't really your bag unless we decide it's your bag. But you can go ahead and hold it, and we'll decide how much of it you get. He got the bag. He doesn't have to make another shot the rest of his life.
That's true.
And he gets $130 million. His bag is secure. Yet, he got the bag, and he got popped in the face, which is a big thing. I'm not diminishing what happened in training camp. And he never got any retribution in my eyes in terms of Draymond didn't get suspended. We talked to somebody earlier in the week about, oh my God, he didn't even get suspended for a game.
Greg Anthony.
Thank you. He had to be there for ring night. We got to have him for ring night. And he was there for ring night and all the rest of it. So Jordan Poole, in many ways, was ostracized in the ways by the Big Three directly and indirectly. However, there's no reason why he can't say, I got my bag. Let me just go ahead and be who they want me to be for a year.
Right, but what is that? And who is that? What would we think of him?
And does that fit with who he actually is as a player?
That's a fair question. Does he fit with this group? I get it, and we're going to figure that out this offseason.
And if he does not fit,
then
he might get traded.
Exactly.
That's,
I was trying real fast there to think of a different it word. Anyway, point being is, how would we feel about Jordan Poole if he got that bag and then appeared to relax? We'd hate him. So Poole's foot is still on the gas, and we're mad at him because it's like, who do you think you are? You're not Steph. You're not Clay. You're not Dre. Well, okay. Who do we want him to be? All I'm saying is Jordan drives me nuts too, but we got to draw lines in to create fairness. You can't tell Jordan, no, now you got to stop. Now you have to go. Now you have to stop.
Yeah.
No, now you got to sit on the bench. Now you can come in. And the whole while, we want you to just sit there and be like, I'm just so happy to be here. I'm going to keep my hands folded in my lap. Boy, Steph, you're amazing. And I just want you to tell me what to do. That's what Mauricio Dubon looked like when he was standing next to Buster Posey.
Yeah.
And we ripped that guy too. So I don't know, man.
It's one thing with the way Jordan plays. He's in a tough spot, but when you're in a tough spot and you've got that many veterans around you, listen to the veterans.
No doubt.
Take their advice and act in a different way. Because put aside the way he plays, because he hasn't changed the way he plays at all, in my opinion. There have been games where he has shied away from shooting or attacking the basket in the regular year. You can look at his game log. There was a couple of games where all he did was shoot threes. He didn't do his dribble, attack the basket thing. A little passive-aggressive, but the problem I have with Jordan Poole is the attitude and the behavior, and you've seen it. He walks off the court into the tunnel. He needs Andre Iguodala to rescue him. And the comments he made about, I need the opportunity in order to be able to shine and all the rest of it. He's missing out, I think, on opportunities to be a real team player and say the right things.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with that for sure. You should get to YouTube right now, youtube.com/957 The Game, not only because in less than 10 minutes you'll hear from Steve Kerr, full conversation from yesterday that we had, but you'll also get a chance to see me and Dibs as models. Amazing.
Yeah.
California T-shirts, which are brand new, just debuting here inside the Warriors shop for the first time. Available in this store ahead of tonight's game. Limited edition Under Armour California T-shirts. We are modeling them right now, and my gosh, we look amazing. So get on over to YouTube and check that out. YouTube.com/957 The Game.
Tim Jordan's got one on too.
Yes, he does.
Our chief engineer, our road warrior, our road soldier.
Not on camera at this hour, but welcome anytime. And I'm kidding. I don't mean that at all. All right. No, don't touch that button. I love you. This show is sometimes called Willie and Dibby. This next caller is called Willie in San Mateo. Oh. Hi, Willie. What are you doing?
Driving in downtown San Mateo after work.
Let's go, man. Let's go. You're going to get there.
I got 4 quick things, okay? Whoa. I noticed several times in the last game when Curry brought the ball up from midcourt to about the top of the arc, he was met up by 2 defenders. And I wouldn't call it a double team, but the 2 defenders approached him for a brief moment in time. And I'm wondering if there's a play that we can run to take advantage of that for a short period of time to score some extra buckets. That's number 1. And number 2, I noticed when Jordan Poole shoots, it's almost like he's trying to draw a foul with his lower body. And I'm not sure if that's causing some of the issues just because he's not shooting. He's worried about, contact or creating contact. And number 3, considering we are not playing great basketball, and some people would say some of the worst basketball we've played in a while, we did not lose game 1 or game 4 by very much. So I'm still hopeful. And last but not least, I know that Poole should not have been punched by Green, and but I think it would have been such a healing moment if Poole would have said, you know what, I escalated it. Draymond Green came up to me yelling. I pushed him. I should have known what would have happened, what was going to happen. We know we see kind of angry people or tough guys in the street. What do you think is going to happen when you push someone? They're going to punch you, right? That's just a fact of life.
I don't know. That's a little bit for me. And Willie, thanks. I think there's some good points in there. The last one for me, that's victim blaming a little bit for my taste. And by the way, we don't know that Jordan feels that in his heart. Like for you to say that, you have to feel that. Like, yeah, I escalated it. I don't think he feels that way. And so I'm not going to ask him to say that. I am going to say that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. The point he brought up, Dibs, that I thought was the best one, which was when he's talking about when Jordan shoots, it looks like he's trying to draw contact or he's thinking too much.
Yeah.
Gilbert Arenas made comments earlier this week that I thought were really, really smart, and he said Jordan Poole is missing out on simply taking the easy buckets. Yes, he has the ability to do the flashy stuff, and that will be there. But sometimes you got to come down the court, and if there's an open 15-footer, just take it.
Just take it, yeah.
Just take it. You don't need to fly in and dip-de-doo, scoop-a-doo.
Right.
You don't need to do that on every possession. And I do think Jordan is passing some of those up, and every shot feels like a really low percentage, high highlight reel.
It's a highlight reel.
Type of
That's
an effort.
what it is.
Yeah.
But the highlights,
Thank you.
use the guru drop. And it feels like that. And also what you were talking about in terms of him trying to draw contact on every jumper. He's always shooting the ball, and it's 4 limbs flying, trying to find that contact, trying to get to the foul line. He's doing too much. And maybe it's because he's trying to make the contract justified. It feels like he's trying to hit the 5-run home run, to use baseball parlance, where you got guys swinging out of their shoes down 8-1. It's like, no, we just need base runners here. We don't need you to try to be the hero. Jordan Poole, for whatever reason, feels, and maybe it's now in decreased minutes, where he feels more and more like he has to do massive amounts in a shorter period of time because he knows he's not going to be out there very long.
Steve Kerr in 5 minutes. Let's keep going with you. Dave in Oakland. Hey, Dave, what are you doing? Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? I was just seeing what you boys thought about Jordan Poole suffering from the Jordan Bell syndrome and got the championship, let it get to his head a little bit.
I don't know if that's fair. And Jordan Bell was a flash in the pan, and he was a guy who, pulled a prank on an assistant coach. He was never the factor that Jordan Poole has been on this team. I don't know if that's a fair comp. I just think Jordan Poole is suffering through a little bit of an ego crisis, Mark, because he's gone from you are anointed as the next to now he can barely even get on the floor.
Right. I like all I'd ask any Warrior fan, this is what I do. You can despise Jordan Poole. I know plenty of you do.
You give me permission?
You got my permission.
Oh, thank God. I've been waiting to hate him.
It can be a full-blown frustration sensation.
Chut to the chin.
And it is. It is. I'm with all of you on that. But I would ask, acknowledge the difficulty of his road. Do I think he's handled it well? Not always. Not always. Do I think the way he's playing right now is very hard to watch? I sure do.
I love when you answer your own questions.
But Jordan Poole, out of the late first round, being asked to play a major role on an already established dynasty. You're a starter. You're on the bench. You're a starter.
Well, start with the first year where you're expected to be the man on an NBA team because nobody else is around.
And then you go to the G League.
And he stunk.
And you have work ethic that is reportedly through the roof in order to turn yourself into something. And then you come here and your role seems to change every single week.
Every night,
You're constantly asked to do different things. Again, could he have handled some of these things better? I think we all agree, yes. But let's not, therefore, discount some of the challenges that have been created, and therefore, I'm sure he's feeling pretty damn frustrated too.
I would imagine, yes, but at the same time, I would expect that the coaching staff has been very communicative to him in terms of what his role is. I don't think any of this comes out of the blue. I do think there's a maturity issue where he's not reacting to the changes in his role the way that they're expecting him to react. And I know he's only 23, but he's 4 years in the association now. He's a champion, and you're playing alongside 3 Hall of Fame OGs and Andre Iguodala on the sideline who can be like another coach, like a player coach. And so Jordan Poole, I understand some frustration, but I will not excuse or dismiss the way that he has carried on openly in moments of adversity.
Not at all. Not at all. Agreed completely. Sean in Richmond. Hey, Sean, what are you doing? Thanks for calling. Sean, you there? And gone. We go to
Sean.
Chris in Oakland. Hey, Chris, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. On my way to catch the game here in Emeryville. I feel bad for Poole. I think we're a little over psychoanalysis here on what's contributing to his reaction. I honestly... He's a competitor. We know he's a competitor. I'd rather see that emotion. I'd rather see him frustrated than no emotion at all. Obviously, he's putting in the time. He wants better results. He's not getting it. I think he's entitled to be frustrated. I would not expect him to be walking off the court with smiles on his face the way he's made mistakes. And, hopefully we'll get some better results out of him over the long haul. Very optimistic that things will work out for him. Unfortunately, it's been a rough year for him. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, Chris, thanks. I think you got to go to him tonight. I'm going to stop short of what you're saying. I don't think you start him, but I think you got to go to Jordan Poole tonight. I think he's got to be a piece of this puzzle. I think that if you all agree that you cannot win this whole thing without him, then you got to go to him and see if you can get his confidence back on track. My man, your timing couldn't be worse. Your timing couldn't be worse. Bonte,
look at God, he looks good.
We're just about to get to Steve Kerr. We're just about to get to Steve Kerr.
Man, he looks good.
Sit down and say hi, though, for 30 seconds.
My God,
for 30 seconds. Good. We're sitting here talking Jordan Poole.
I know you guys are talking Jordan Poole.
Is he starting? Do you go to him?
You guys just wasted the last hour of my life talking Jordan Poole, the guy who played 10 minutes in game number 4. This is about the dudes tonight, Mark Willard. This is about Draymond Green, Klay Thompson getting some spaces, shooting well, and it's about making sure that the free throw discrepancy isn't too wide like it has been all season.
Zach Zarba, baby. Zach
Zarba's in the building, along with Gucci Man James Williams.
Jordan Poole's got to be one of those guys tonight.
Well, he does if they want to win a championship.
By the way, if you've been listening to us the last hour, you should have come over here and said hello, damn it.
Well,
That's a good-looking suit, by the way.
Yeah, I had to wear the Gucci, so it could be the last home game of the season. You know what I'm saying? You got to go out with a bang.
While Dibs and Bonte take selfies, I will remind everyone that the great Steve Kerr sat with us for a good portion yesterday, and we started out by asking Coach Kerr about the vibe in the locker room. So it went like this. Hey, Coach, how would you describe the mental state of the team after Game 4?
Well, everybody's frustrated because we lost. I mean, that's just the way it works. You know, these guys put so much into this, and really did, I thought, everything to win the game. We just didn't close it out, and so there was frustration for all of us, coaches and players alike. And you know, anytime you have a tough game individually, and I was there many times, you know, as a player in my career, it's really difficult after a playoff game. You're down, you're frustrated, so that's all totally normal.
With a quick turnaround, what's the process to go from the frustration and the disappointment to reviewing the tape and being able to put that behind you like you have before down 3-1?
You know, I think the post hours after a game like that are so difficult. You know, you get on the plane, you watch the tape, and you're just, you know, everybody's looking at stuff. We could have done better, could have done this, could have done that, and but the frustration of losing just lingers. And then, you know, filling up the cup and recharging the battery, whatever metaphor you want to use, and. So we got together and we watched some tape and we met as a team, and I think our guys are really excited about the challenge now. You know, let's go get a win. Let's flip the momentum in this thing and see what we can do.
Coach, when you talk about getting everybody together to watch the tape, what is said at the portion of the tape where Gary Payton II leaves the floor? I'm actually curious here why we never ended up. No one last night got like a firm, hey, what happened? Can you share with us what happened? Was he okay?
When he left 6 minutes into the game?
Yeah, when he left in the middle of the play and left the floor, it looked like maybe he was having some stomach issues or something. What was going on?
Yeah, he felt sick, and so he left the floor to go back to the locker room, and you know, felt better after that. They saw the trainer. The trainer helped him out, and then he came back in the game a little while later.
Draymond looked a little sick when he realized he had passed a perfect pass to Phil Handy on the bench. That was a little bit of a curious moment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's exactly where he expected Gary to be, obviously, but you know, Gary had exited stage right.
Did that play into why you went so heavily with Moses in the fourth quarter? Because it looked like Gary had some good minutes in the third, and then about 2 minutes or so into the fourth, you went Moses the rest of the way.
Yeah, you know, they got off to that 7-0 start to start the fourth quarter, and Moses had been playing well, and he gives us a little more spacing, you know, than Gary does. Gary's great and can make a shot from the corner, but we get a little more size from Moses. Both guys played really well, but when they got off to that quick start in the fourth quarter, we decided to change the pieces around a little bit and give Moses a chance. And Moses went in, made some really big plays for us. And, you know, that's one of those, you know, at the end of the game afterwards, you know, I'm looking at the game saying, well, maybe I could have gone to Gary here, but staying with Moses was what we decided on because he was playing well and we felt good about it. And either guy, I think, would have been a good option at that point.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibs. Coach, obviously the adjustment to go heavy on the pick and roll with Steph Curry in the first half was working beautifully, and you did a lot less of it in the second half. Why did you guys choose to go away from that?
Well, if you remember in the third quarter, we got loose in transition and scored 32 points in that quarter. They changed their matchups at halftime. They decided to shift Anthony Davis from Peyton over to Wiggins, and so that changes the dynamics of the pick and roll. And so we started going a little bit more with our off-ball stuff, got some backdoor layups, got some good rhythm offensively in that third quarter. It was the fourth quarter that really hurt us. That's where we scored 17, and we were going almost exclusively pick and roll in the fourth. But give them credit; they play great defense. Davis is really tough when he's in that paint. Thwarting shots there and presenting an obstacle for our guys. And there were definitely a few things that I saw on tape that I could have done differently and that we can do differently. But that's what every game's about. You adapt and adjust.
One thing that will be different will be the venue. Steph Curry doesn't seem to shoot well at Crypto or Staples or whatever they're calling it these days. 31 points on 30 attempts. Is that something that he's verbalized, or is it just a curiosity of a venue?
I've never talked to him about it, and I didn't even really know that was much of a thing. I mean, I remember a few years ago he had a couple of tough nights there. So he's had some games there where he hasn't shot well, but he's also had some big nights there. So I'm not too worried about that.
Coach, speaking of things you're worried about, it felt like before the game the media was just kind of playful about your starting lineup change, ending up on Twitter, courtesy of Shams, and just in watching you, I was like, you didn't seem very playful about it. Was that upsetting to you?
Yeah, you never like your business out there in public. Stuff that you're trying to keep in house. When it makes it out before the game even, is 2 hours away, when the starting lineup is announced on Twitter by someone not affiliated with the team, not the greatest feeling as a coach. But welcome to 2023. I mean, it's really, really hard to keep anything under wraps.
Well, can I ask, why is it hard? Like, how does that happen?
I don't know. If I had an answer for you, I would tell you, but I have no idea.
You can just call us, and Steve, you know me, Steve. I mean, I'm here. Mark and I are here for you, Steve.
Very nice of you guys.
Yeah, open-ended question, Coach. What's the lineup tomorrow night? Go ahead. Your floor.
Your thoughts.
Yes, right.
Yeah. I guess from the lighthearted to the slightly heavier, which is the questions about Jordan Poole. Can't help but notice that his minutes are now down to 10, and he got just a couple of minutes in the third quarter. Is it a confidence thing with Jordan right now? Is it a matchup situation? Where are we at with Jordan Poole in terms of his ability to impact the series?
It's more about Moses and Gary. I mean, both guys were playing so well that we just stayed with them. I thought Jordan did some nice things offensively. He was under control. He penetrated. He got the ball swung into good spots. He had a couple of good looks. I think he had the one play in the second half where the ball kind of slipped out of his hands, as he went up for the shot. But for the most part, offensively, he was getting where he needed to go, and I think he was playing fine. It's just that we had other guys who were playing well, and we had a good game going with those guys, so we just stayed with them.
Coach, you may know this, but on the television broadcast, on one of the mic'd up visits you had with your team, you were heard saying, don't do the hero ball. And then in the final couple minutes of the game, it certainly appeared that there was a lot of hero balls. So what were your thoughts on the shot selection down the stretch, and how is that something that you could adjust?
Well, I thought there were a few points in the game where we were trying to do it a little too quickly on our own, where maybe we could have penetrated and kicked and got a better look. But you have to understand too, I mean, these guys are aggressive, and if they're open, they want to let it fly, and we don't want to take that away from them. We want them aggressive. So it's always a balance. And late in the game when teams are switching and there's not a whole lot going on, you look around the NBA, it's generally going to be a kind of a one-on-one battle down the stretch. It's the way it is, especially, you saw us try to run some off-ball stuff, and the Lakers were flopping on every screen, and we get called for, several offensive fouls on those, and it makes it tough when you're not able to get some of that stuff. You have to sort of rely on pick and roll and isolation.
Let's elaborate on that, because Mark and I were breaking down the film, and I thought the Moses moving screen might have been a moving screen, but the other two, the Draymond one, when Lonnie Walker wound up in the fifth row, with just a simple nudge. How do you in-game and obviously after the game try to send that message to the league office that these guys are from Hollywood and they're looking for Oscars?
Right. That's there's a process. The league does a really good job of that. You can send clips in to the league, and they'll look at them and they'll respond and let you know what their answer is. So we sent some stuff in, just like the Lakers sent stuff in the previous game, and most teams usually send clips in and let the league know what they think is happening out there. And in this particular case, I think the Lakers are smart. They've got a lot of gamesmanship, and they're running into the screens. And the Walker one with about 3 minutes left was just a complete dive. Yep. And he was laughing as he got up because he knew he got away with it. And it's frustrating when that happens because I don't think guys should be rewarded for flopping, but at the same time, you got to do what you got to do to win the game. And so I respect the fact that those guys are doing whatever it takes to try to get a call, and they got a few of them.
Yeah, Coach, you know what? I mean, I've been saying a lot on our show today about some of these very moments that you're talking about. It's very frustrating as a viewer, and I mean this in general in the NBA, when guys are falling down when they're barely touched. Would you be an advocate for something that's I don't know, a little bit more formal? A few years ago, they were going to fine guys for this. Feels like they've gone away from it. Is there something more the league can do about this?
Oh, 100%. Because I've seen it in FIBA when I coached in the Olympics and the World Cup over the last few summers. What FIBA does is the referee has the ability to call a flop. And if he sees a flop, he calls it, and it's a technical foul. Couple free throws on the ball. It's very penalizing, and the result in FIBA is that the players just don't do it. And I think there's a feeling in the league amongst a lot of coaches and executives that it's something that's much needed in the NBA. I mean, you guys see it. That most of the regular season is just about players trying to fool refs to get to the line, and then. When it happens in the playoffs, it's usually less frequent because the refs are less likely to call some of that stuff. But still, stuff still gets through, and the remedy is right there for us if we want to go that route as a league. We just do what FIBA did, and penalize guys for flopping, and they won't do it anymore.
One more on the refs, Steve. I don't want to dwell on Scott Foster and the fellas, but are you in favor of more calls being reviewed, or are you more, thinking in terms of let's let the three guys out there just settle it and we'll move on from there?
I'm an advocate for almost zero replay, to be honest with you. I don't like it. I don't think it's great for the fans to sit through everything. And it's not like you get everything right with replay anyway. So many calls are ambiguous. There's such a gray area. There's going to be calls that go one way or the other. And I want to be clear. This series is right where it should be. It should be 3-1 Lakers. The officials haven't determined wins and losses. The guys on the floor have. So this is not about anything other than kind of the process that the league goes through. And if you ask me, less replay is better. Both teams are going to get some tough calls, but the reality is even right now with replay, both teams get frustrated and stuff goes both directions.
Steve, I know anytime this game happens, even in the regular season, Clay gets a lot of attention, right? His dad, his upbringing. Do you sense, especially down the stretch, what do you see? Does he want it maybe a little bit too much? What do you see in your eyes with that shot selection?
Well, I think the Lakers are doing a good job of just crowding him at every opportunity, and they've made him a priority. Just trying to keep him from getting loose. He had that huge game 2. And the last 2 games, they've done a really good job defensively. So he's a huge key for us, and we've got to do a better job of trying to free him up.
Does that also kind of lead to the end of game sequence where it looked like Clay might have taken an off-balance three, and he might have pulled the trigger on one from 28 feet. Do you as a coach have to just kind of live with Clay's shot selection based on the great body of work he's built?
100%. He's going to take some bad ones, and so is Steph, and that's okay. It's ideally you want guys taking good shots every time down the floor, but when Clay had 38 in Oklahoma City in Game 6, a lot of those were really bad shots, and he made them, and that's the only reason we won. So, what you get from Clay is the swashbuckling attitude, the aggressiveness, the confidence, and part of that package is some bad shots, and that's okay. You live with that.
Steve, my partner here, Dibs, the other day was literally pumping his fist when you said a game is not a must-win with this group until it's an elimination game. But now, obviously, we're here, and this has been so great. This run with you guys has been obviously the greatest thing this organization has ever known. So I don't even like asking this question, but I will. Has it crossed your mind that this could be your last game coaching the Big Three?
No, never crossed my mind. I played on those Bulls teams, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think these guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come. So I never even have stopped to give that a second thought.
How much in the tank short term? With Steph coming off of 42 minutes, Clay played 41, Draymond plays so hard for 37, even Wiggins played almost 40 minutes. Do you feel like there's enough adrenaline and enough freshness for them to ramp it up one, if not two, and can we hope 3 more times, Coach?
For sure. I mean, this is it's not sustainable over 82 games, obviously. But when the playoffs come, these guys are in incredible shape, and we make sure every second spent between games is spent preparing for the next one, taking care of their bodies, getting off their feet. So they'll have a good 48 hours in between games, and by the time Game 5 starts, they'll have all the energy they need.
Coach, just listening to you talk, it brings up something you said back at the beginning of the conversation. You used the word excitement, that the guys, after watching film, had an excitement about them, about what they're going to try to do for the rest of this week. Could you speak a little bit more to that? Like, what'd you notice with their demeanor?
Well, I mean, what an opportunity, to be here where we are, to have a chance to go win a playoff game, shift the momentum like we know happens. Having been in this for a decade now, our guys get it. I mean, one game changes everything. And they've done this before. We've come back from 3-1 down against OKC. We won in Toronto a few years ago to force a Game 6. And, to this day, I think all our guys would tell you we would have forced a Game 7 if Clay hadn't, suffered the torn ACL. So I think our guys cherish this opportunity, and they're excited about it. And, the disappointment of losing Game 4, it takes some time. But, it's kind of a, 12-hour thing. You wake up the next day and you slowly kind of start turning the page. And by the time the game starts, our guys they'll be fired up and ready.
Okay, so there it is. To me, the takeaways as we bring it back to the Warriors shop here, Willard and Dibs getting ready for Game 5. A few takeaways, and earlier in the day, before we had talked to Steve, we talked to Ramona Shelburne, who was very clear about being in the locker room the night before and saying that in no way, shape, or form does this feel like a broken locker room, a fractured locker room, a discouraged locker room. She used the word pissed. She said, that's how I would describe it.
Right.
And then Steve sort of talks through how you transform that over, let's have a film session, let's get a night or two of sleep. And, listen, I know maybe they're biased, but everyone we're talking to seems to think that the Warriors are in a very healthy state of mind.
Right, and I think if you look at the overall state of the Warriors, you could look at individuals. Jonathan Kuminga is probably not in a great state of mind. He didn't play. He's been shuttled to the end of the bench. Jordan Poole only played 10 minutes and talked about opportunity maybe that he didn't have. But if you look at the core of this team, Steph, Clay, Dre, Wiggins, and Looney, and then even GP2 and the rest, then you would say, yes, they are fine. They're motivated. They're angry. They want to come out and they want to win. They don't feel defeated. They don't feel like, woe is me, this thing is over. So, yes, you could look at Kuminga. He's probably not in a great state of mind. And I don't know if he can bounce back. I don't know if you need him to. Jordan Poole's the interesting one. Can he bounce back? Will he be allowed to play at the level we're used to him playing? But beyond that, you know that Steph, Clay, and Draymond are angry over the way Game 4 went and angry over the fact that their backs are against the wall and they will respond.
I think those guys are going to play well. Yeah, and here's the one thing, though, and this is less about right now because we are an hour and a half away from tip-off.
Man, I'm excited.
Of an elimination game. So the focus is there. But I want to point out a few things that feel a little bit like a spider to me. Different legs coming in. And something doesn't add up / something's got to give, okay? So the front office has said, look, we can't pay for everybody, all right? That's one leg. Steve Kerr says Steph, Clay, and Dre have years left together.
That's 2 legs, Mark. You got 6 more to go.
That's 2 legs, okay?
Spiders have 8.
Then you have, however this season completes, and right now, the analytics and odds would tell you it's not going to end in another championship.
That's leg 3, and it's broken.
Draymond Green likely to opt out in search of more money over a long term, which would not fit with leg 1,
right,
unless you're removing people like Jordan Poole or an Andrew Wiggins.
That's legs 4 and 5 there, Mark. You got 3 legs to go, but I like what you're doing with your spider.
I need 3 more legs and maybe more time to come up with how to describe those legs.
Bob Myers is leg 6 because
leg 6.
What's Bob Myers going to do in terms of his long-term plans and their plans therein?
The point is, they don't all fit together.
Spiders are scary.
They're terrifying.
You forgot.
Oh my gosh.
I don't mind spiders, but I thought I'd try to tie it in with a little arachnophobia.
Jude got into bed last night, and there was one right on the pillow that started, a big one that was crawling around. That'll change the evening now, because now you got to go search that spider. Kid's not going to bed
because he's
until
not.
You find the spider.
In our house,
I found the spider.
Attaboy, it's good parenting. I see a spider, and I understand spiders. They eat the bugs that are really the problem.
Yeah, I'm not scared of them.
I look at spiders and I go, dude, you better run before the missus sees you, because if she sees you, I have to kill you.
Exactly. And now is when I can freak people out with something that sounds even worse than a Warrior loss tonight. Did you know, like scientists say, you're like never at any point in your life, you're never more than like 6 inches away from a spider
that
at
is
any
so
time.
Cool.
I mean, think about them. They're
no, you got me looking around right now.
Never in your life. Bed, floor,
even at the Warrior shop.
Warrior shop.
And by the way, if you use the promo code the game, that spider's 20% off today. You're welcome.
Anyway,
that's awesome.
That stuff doesn't fit. And so some of what we're being told is not going to end up being real.
No, but all of what you said and your spider analogy was great, and shout out arachnophobia and all the rest of it. We don't have to deal with that until maybe Friday, and hopefully
not tomorrow.
Hopefully not until after another parade in June, because that's not out of the question.
No, it's not, because I'll circle back to something I said an hour and a half ago. This 3-1 deficit is not built like other 3-1 deficits. I don't care that only 5% of them. They do. They only 5% come back. That's not this.
4.7.
That's not this. Those 5%, the 95% that go down,
0.3.
They're not all former champions. They're not all future Hall of Famers. They usually don't have home court advantage in the remaining 3 games. The Warriors need to get tonight, and if you get tonight, the whole scene changes. The odds change. The feeling in the Lakers changes. Everything changes. You just have to go get tonight. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Ollie in Pleasanton. Hey, Ollie. You got an audience, Ollie. What are you doing?
Let's hear it, Ollie.
Hello, this is Ollie from Pleasanton. Okay.
What's that?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got
this
you,
is
buddy.
Ollie from Pleasanton. Yeah, okay. So actually, one thing that I wanted to say is even including Stephen Curry in the last game, in the fourth quarter, this is not the last two shots that he missed, okay, but the previous shot that he made, the two-pointer, okay? He just dribbled inside the circle, and finally when he scored, he reacted. He just said, finally one is going in, sort of, right? So basically it's like, with this, I know three-pointers is the bread and butter of Warriors, but with this matchup, if the pick and roll or the two-pointers are working, they should actually go exploit it to the maximum, and then maybe limit to some three-pointers with Curry and Clay or something, right? Yeah,
Listen,
Thank you, Ollie.
Yeah, here's what I'd say about this. The Warriors did do well with two-pointers in that game.
They did, and
they beat the Lakers in the paint in that game.
He's applauding the Steph Curry when he dribbled to the right and hit that little bank shot. He wants more of that, less of the reliance on the three-pointer.
I mean, the Warriors in this game the other night shot 41 threes. For them, that's very few.
Right.
They I know that sounds silly, but they have the propensity to go over 50, and they only shot 41. So the bottom line is this. There's no rule. It's not do twos, now do threes. The bottom line is you do what's right in each possession, and that's what Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson have had a hard time doing.
And you look at the end of the game scenario, and that's where people are a little bit critical. And, the one that Steph took was on the Draymond Green offensive rebound, and he whipped it back out to Steph. You still had time on the shot clock, and Steph pulled it from 28. And I think that's what Ollie in Pleasanton was saying, was maybe more twos, and in that situation, late in the game, Klay took a couple, Steph took one, all three of them did not go in, and that's where it gets a little frustrating in a game you lost by one possession.
I believe right now what you're hearing behind us is a good omen. Allow me to explain. And we're not going to take phone calls for a minute because we can't even hear ourselves think, but that's all right. Here's the deal. What I think is this is an omen that the Warriors are going to win Game 5, because now what we're experiencing is kind of like what Game 6 is going to be. Now you're on the road. Now you got to deal with the elements. We got some elements, Dibs. I can see you, but I can't really hear you because the Stanford band, it's not actually the Stanford band, has shown up here at Warriors Shop to make sure that everybody can feel that feel. It's vibes time on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's a must win. And in their case, it's a must play, and must play as loud as humanly possible. And I get that. I'm a big fan of the marching band. Warriors tonight have got to feed off this energy. The crowd is getting hyped up. They're flowing into Warriors Shop. The cash registers are ringing at an alarming rate. Fans are getting ready for a must-win here, Mark, at Chase Center.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so, and I don't want to say that we're not going to take your calls. We will as soon as the band stops playing, and they have for the moment, but they might start again.
Or just take a call, and then we can just check out for a couple minutes.
Yeah, we could. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Hey, Sean in Richmond, you want to do a radio show? What are you doing, man? Go ahead.
Hey, dude. Yeah, I hear it. I hear all the noise back there. It's okay.
But, we got you. We got you. Go
ahead. At the end of the day, Jordan Poole hasn't really improved himself for the 4 years that he's been there. Yeah, he won some games for us and all that, but it just seemed like he just stagnated in the same level of playing that he got when he came into the league. And it don't make no sense to me. Like, when Curry was hurting himself with the ankles and stuff, he had to prove himself to start getting the $200 million and all that. Clay had to prove himself. Draymond had to prove himself for many years before they start getting these big money deals. He hasn't proved nothing to me to be getting this big deal. But now he got it. I don't want to hear nothing about him, how his feelings is and all that sort of stuff. You're an NBA pro. Man up, strap on your boot chin straps, and get out there and play the game like you're supposed to play and start listening to the veterans.
Yeah, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
I think
that's real talk. He kept it real.
He did. He kept it real. And Jordan Poole got served. But
he got served $130 million in a bag.
Exactly. Listen, I think there's a lot to be said for that. We've made those comments the last 2 days. I think it's not just about playing poorly. It's not just about poor decisions. And it's not about the bag. It's about how you react to what's coming at you. And Jordan Poole's body language has been terrible. He has not reacted well to a lot of these things. There's still time to save it. I will push back a little bit on the idea that Jordan Poole has done nothing to deserve what he's received. I think there's a fair conversation as to whether or not the Warriors should have done it. But I'm hearing too many people today dismiss the idea of 2 consecutive years at about 20 points a game in the NBA. That's a thing. That's a thing.
And that ship, by the way, has sailed. So we can talk about should they have or should they not have, but they did. So to me, there's really no point in looking at whether or not they should have given him the bag. They did. He's got the bag. So now it's up to Jordan Poole to perform. It's game 5. If you don't win, your season's over. And the Steph, Clay, Dre, Jordan Poole quartet may not be a quartet any longer if you don't win tonight.
Well, and look, we're talking about a contract that, as you said, it's been signed. That doesn't mean you have to be the one that honors it. It's a tradable contract. That's part of the reason why you do it, is because instead of having a lame duck player, you've got a contract that could be tradable. Now, it becomes less tradable when guys are scoring 0 points in playoff games, but I don't believe we've reached a point yet, and it feels like some people do think this, where Jordan Poole has no value around the league. That's not the case.
I think that's nonsense, and I don't even think that his value has gone down. If you look at this series, you look at a young player who hasn't played well, and a championship team has chosen to go elsewhere. And it's not like the guys who've played in his place have played very badly. They haven't. Moses Moody came in and played great. Steve Kerr said it. I didn't take Jordan Poole out necessarily because of Jordan. He didn't put him back in because Moses and Gary, they played better. And that's the reality of being in a situation where you want to win basketball games.
All right, we are sponsored by Lucky California. Back for some more of your phone calls and final thoughts before we hand the baton off to JD ahead of a must-win. Game 5 at Chase Center between the Warriors and Lakers is inching closer on Willard and Dibbs and 95.7 The Game.
For Mother's Day, Lucky has...
just heard it earlier this hour, and to the national media after practice yesterday, talking about wanting the NBA to adopt the FIBA rules where flopping is penalized at a very high level. I agree with him completely, by the way, and he extended the conversation to say that the Lakers are getting away with fooling the refs. And yes, I agree with that because I was screaming about it a day before Steve even was. I've seen it all series, and if you want to call it sour grapes or whining, that's just stupid basketball fan trash talk stuff. It's obvious that there have been a number of things and a number of times where the Lakers have fooled the refs. That's fine if you think it's part of the game. Good for you. But Steve Kerr, A, is right, and B, is smart to work the refs. That's what you do as a head coach in a playoff series. So Chris Haynes texted with a, quote, prominent Laker player to get his reaction to what Steve had to say, and the text back was, quote, let them bleep and complain. The bleep rhymes with itch.
The B word, yeah. Let them be and complain. Let them be. Let them be.
Yeah.
Fine, Chris Haynes. And the reportage in this series by Chris Haynes has been embarrassing. As a sideline reporter, and you're representing a network, you're supposed to be a network reporter. He's not done any reporting, in my opinion. When you have a player walk off the floor in the middle of a play and go down a tunnel, your job as the sideline reporter is to find out what happened and relay that information to the audience. Gary Payton walks off during a play. Draymond Green passes the ball to nobody, to Phil Handy. Everyone has a laugh over it, and we all wonder the same thing. What happened to Gary Payton II? And we never find out because our sideline reporter was not reporting on what's going on the sideline.
No,
embarrassing, Mark.
Yeah.
And these are my words, and I'm not saying this comes officially from Willard and Dibbs. So when I see a report and he's looking at his phone and reading a text message from a Laker player, a prominent Laker player, he's doing this Laker player's bidding. This is not, in my opinion, reporting either. This is him basically playing the role of snitch, and for a Laker player who's not tough enough to say it himself, that is weak sauce to me.
I'll just say
again,
this
my
also.
words, not yours.
No, I don't really argue with anything that you said there. I know that Chris Haynes has got a little bit of a different way of sideline reporting, and it's rubbing some people the wrong way, where he appears to be incredibly chummy with whoever he's talking with, and that's fine. If that's the way he wants to go about it, and that's what TNT wants to hire, then knock yourself out. I'm with you that when there's an actual major story happening in the middle of a game, it's your job to go get it. I was also confused by why it never even came up at the podium after the game either, where it got to the point all the way to Steve joining us the next day before we got some answers with regard to what had happened to Gary. So put all that in one spot. But the other side is this. This would be relevant in the series if you had any Warrior players who were talking about this publicly or reporting that that's sort of where they're feeling like the final score is unfair. Accountability for these Warrior players has never been a problem. It has never been a problem, and it's not now. Therefore, it has no effect on Game 5. Whether the Warriors are complaining or not, that's the head coach, and that's his job. And the Laker organization should know that better than anyone, because I sat in the room and watched Phil Jackson do this in the Kobe Shaq era for years. For years.
It happens in every series. Every coach.
You work the refs when you lose. That's the rule.
Yeah.
And if you ain't doing it, then now you're the stupid one.
Right, and I think it's every coach in every series. If you look at every time a team's been down 3-1, the coach that's trailing 3-1, 95% of the time is going to have some words for the officials. And Steve made it very clear to us that he doesn't blame the refs for the fact they're down 3-1. He said they should be down 3-1. The Lakers have been 3-1 better. But for me, Mark, the thing that rubs me the wrong way is when you are a prominent Lakers player and you've got to use a mouthpiece like this, a guy who is ostensibly supposed to be neutral. Now, if you use the Laker reporter, our good friend Chris McGee, who does pre and post, if McGee comes out, Geeter, on his show pregame and says this very same thing, I think differently because you're supposed to be on the side of the Lakers. This man is supposed to be, I thought, a neutral sideline reporter.
I don't have a problem with him talking to players on either team, for that matter. But to me, it's more about the exchange that's taking place. And I just think that if you're the Lakers and this is how you feel, that can change really quickly, because watch what will happen if the Warriors get a home whistle and a victory tonight. Then it becomes a sphincter game for the Lakers.
Nice.
And it does. And Darvin Ham would actually be doing his team a disservice if he did not start to work things back in the other direction.
Right.
That is part of the job description.
If the game goes the way of the Warriors, if they get the Zach Zarba whistle, and you know my guy Double Z's is on the call tonight.
It's a sensual night at Chase Center.
Zach Zarba on the call, absolutely. And he'll be joined by James Williams and Gediminas Petritis, who played a role in the Sacramento series. He might have been the one to tee up Draymond a time or two in that.
Yeah,
one.
there are some Warrior fans that aren't very happy with Petritis. I don't know the analytics on Petritis. I'm sure you've got them memorized. I know the poster of the ref stats is above your bed every night.
No doubt.
So can you give me any sort of a Petritis scouting report?
Petritis does lean toward the home team,
Okay.
and Petritis don't take no guff. So Draymond should be wise to avoid Petritis.
Okay.
If you want to chew on Zach's ear, and I call him Zach Zarba, veteran official,
He's the Z
excellent crew chief, Z-double, and my name is the same. I love Z-dub. He's the best in the business, and handsome.
Not bad. Not bad.
Jet black hair.
I got to admit, not bad. All right. What do we think's happening? What do we got? Final thought for tonight's game.
Game 4, I told you I predicted overtime, and you were, the face you made, and I thought we were heading there, and we're not doing overtime. I think game 5 tonight, I think the Warriors win it. I think it's an Ottoman game. I do think it's going to be an up-tempo. It's going to be an up-and-down kind of ball game. 122-100, the Warriors get it done, Mark.
Yeah, I think this is, I think 22 is a little hot, but I'll give the Warriors about a 15-point victory tonight. And I know that everybody is feeling like Friday's going to be the hard one. Friday's going to be the hard one, but no one wants to say that yet because Friday doesn't even exist yet. I do think that's where this series is going. I think that Friday is going to be the hard one, and I think that in about 4 hours we'll be able to put our focus on that. To me, this is a game where if the Warriors can't perform well, then they didn't belong anywhere near as the favorite in this series that we thought they were. You don't lose in 5, and you don't lose on your home floor. Giannis Antetokounmpo talking to you. You don't,
twice.
You don't do that in this situation if you were really in this series. So tonight is the night where we find out if it's fight or if it's flight. And I believe that it will be fight.
It's fight, and then it's flight, and that flight is to L.A. for Game 5, 6, and God, Mark, I hope that Jordan Poole is able to make a big impact tonight. Go Dubs.
All right, we're going to talk about this one tomorrow.
My man.
Tim, thank you so much. JD is coming up next. For Dan Dibley, I'm Mark Willard. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Of course, it is nothing else than Warriors Live with the great John Dickinson. JD standing by ahead of Warriors-Lakers, a must-win. Game 5 from Chase Center is next. My message to the Warriors, shoot your shot. It's all you got.
It's been said that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. What home improvement project have you been putting off that you're determined to get done this year? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can help you pick up the pace on your next project with the largest inventory of in-stock materials ready to